The last one who was led back should be the farthest one among the ruins of the imperial dynasty. The ruins of Dali dynasty are extremely dangerous. It's said that some of the most powerful people have explored them, but they have been crushed. What college does that man come from? Is it Dian Xingyuan or Lingxiao Xingyuan, son of heaven? At present, there is another Tianjiao who has not been brought back from these two holy shrines. People in all directions are whispering. They are all wondering where the last one who is led back is holy. At this time, both Xu Hingyi and Jin Qingxi looked at the last one. Hua. The white light disappears and Qin Sheng appears in front of everyone. Shua. All people face to face, this is a stranger, unknown, most of the people on the scene have never heard of this man. However, those students who have been brought back, especially those with unique talents, have shown such a look. Qin Sheng, you didn't let me down. Yunlan is very excited. She runs over and pulls Qin Sheng over. Qin Sheng's breath is like a rainbow at this time. Although the cultivation of martial arts is still in the state of soul communication, and the soul of war has not been melted, he is like a sword with a sharp edge. In addition, he is the last one to be led back, which proves that he is the farthest one among all the people from the imperial ruins. In other words, Qin Sheng is probably the most powerful in this hospital test. Some people can't accept it. It's just like ants. How can Heda become the strongest student in this college test? When Xu Heng saw Qin Sheng, his face suddenly changed. If Qin Sheng was the last student to be led back, did his reading companion mean he was dead? As a result, Xu Hengyi never thought about it. He gave Xu dynasty some treasures that could crush Qin Sheng. How could he die in it? On the contrary, Qin Sheng, who only has the power to communicate with the soul, lives well. And the last student, who was led back by the law of the road, shows that his strength is the strongest among all students. Han Mengchen looks at Qin Sheng strangely. She has a sixth sense intuition from women. She feels that Qin Sheng has changed, but she can't say what changes are. Qin Sheng was looked at by Han Mengchen, his scalp was numb, and he murmured, "This Korean goddess can't see it. I once worshipped the hall and entered the cave." Room? Qin Sheng's heart is very empty. Han Mengchen and Xiao Bingning are his best friends. He doesn't want to show any horse feet. If Han Mengchen finds out that he's not the same now, he's the son-in-law of the previous dynasty. If it's passed back to Xiao Bingning's ear, it's not to demolish the sky. Xiao Bingning's character is a little violent in the cold. No sooner had the front foot returned to his mother's home than Qin Sheng's heel married the princess of the previous dynasty. This situation, no matter which woman cannot accept it. What's more, Xiao Bingning's cold and proud goddess of ice and snow is expected to make an uproar. Han Mengchen's pretty face was filled with doubts and asked, "Qin Sheng, have you succeeded in breaking through 9 gates? There won't be any sects in it, will there?" Hearing this, Qin Sheng was startled on the spot. The woman's intuition was so effective that she guessed what kind of sexual encounter Qin Sheng had in Juman. Qin Sheng's face was full of strange colors, but he soon converged and said quietly, "Where is there any sexual encounter? It's a 9-door break. It's very dangerous. I almost died in it." Qin Sheng denied it with a little fear in his eyes. Really? Han Mengchen is a little suspicious. She is born with a strange fire and is sharper than ordinary women. She obviously feels that Qin Sheng didn't tell the truth, but what's wrong in the words is hard to say. Qin Sheng rolled his eyes and said, "It's hard not to say what else you want. I told you that there is a great terror in the 9 gates, and the strength is basically lower than that of the 1 pass. And only a proud man like me can come out." Qin Sheng's self-praise. Bai Lian hides in a closed space of Long Wei. He can hear Qin Sheng stink and turn his eyes. Long Wei, then one face bad smile, rub one's fists and ask, you broke through 9 gates, entered the treasury of the former dynasty? Have you found any treasures? Eat, drink? Treasure? Qin Sheng thought of his experiences in the treasury of the former dynasty. In addition to marrying a princess of the former dynasty, he got a pile of scrap iron. Qin Sheng shook his head and said coldly, "No. It's better to be alone than to be happy. Do you want to share it?" Long Wei looked contemptuous, but he still held back his anger. I said, "Young man, you should learn to share." "I share, I am happy." Long Wei is such a shameless toad. Bang! Qin Sheng doesn't get angry. He slaps Long Wei to fly. Although the power of dragon power has just recovered a little bit, the power of the powerful is also to face. Qin Sheng gives him a slap in the face of the public. He wants to suppress Qin Sheng. Squat. Qin Sheng issued an order, which came from the spirit contract. When Long Wei received the order, he was like a frustrated ball. He didn't dare to go wild and squatted down. At this time, Yuan Huazi glanced at Qin Sheng with a smile, and he clearly felt that Qin Sheng's strength had been transformed, especially in the spirit. Now Qin Sheng feels like a big demon in the dark. Although it doesn't release much strong yuan power fluctuation and breath pressure, the spirit of energy gives people a very unpleasant feeling. There is also a sense of blood pressure. The hospital test is over. Shall we start to count long qi? Yuan Huazi looks at the other 2 colleagues from Dian Holy Courtyard and Lingxiao Holy Courtyard. Ding Zongguang, the tutor of Dian Holy Palace, is wearing a gold armor and full of flames. No one dares to get close to him. This is a thunder fire. It's only a fire after 9 heavy storms and thunder robberies. The high temperature is frightening. Even if the warrior of the first robber gets a trace of it, he will be burned to ashes. Ding Zongguang's face was very ugly, because the chief of the outer courtyard of Dian Holy Palace was from a marquis of Dian dynasty, and Qi Lian, who had royal ancestral lineage, was not led back. That is to say, Qi Lian died in the ruins of the previous dynasty. Qi Lian is the star of tomorrow in the outer yard of Dian Holy Academy. After this trial, he will be sent to the inner yard and become a core disciple. In the future, he will have a brilliant future. It's a pity that there are fortunes and misfortunes in the sky. Who would have thought that there were many red practices with great treasure in them? At the same time, Jin Qingxi's face was not very good looking. Xu Chao, the student of Lingxiao Holy Academy, also did not return, which means that Xu Chao died in the ruins of Dali Emperor. Although that Xu dynasty is not a star student, but it is the companion of Xu Hengyi after all. Isn't there an old saying that the dog supports the man? As for Su Tian, who was shivering in the corner, his face was even more difficult to see. His brow was very gloomy, and he could wring water. The students of their Shengguang College, unexpectedly, were completely annihilated, and no one could be brought back. How could it be that they all died in it? Su Tian's face was dull, and he was unwilling to accept the result. Both Mo Luo and Ling Kuan are geniuses among the geniuses. They will be sent to the 3 holy academies for practice after coming back from the trial. Now they all die in it. However, the inventory of long qi will not be changed, because their mood is not willing to change. Let's start counting. Yuan Huazi didn't want to delay anymore. His magnificent voice spread to everyone's ears. Hearing this, neither Ding Zongguang nor Jin Qingxi objected. Heilong College, a dragon pool. If there is a dragon pool left, it means that neither dragon pool nor dragon pool has been lost, but not lost. Birch College, 2 dragon ponds. Qinglong College, no long qi. Dian Holy Palace, 3 dragon pools. Sun by Sun, 4 dragon pools. Holy Palace of Lingxiao, 3 dragon pools. Finally, it's the turn of the 3 holy courts. In this trial, they won the 3 or 4 dragon ponds. This kind of achievement is enough to win the title of all people. In the college test, it is extremely difficult to get a dragon pool, not to mention 3 or even 4 dragon pools. It is worthy of being the 3 holy academies, which are far superior to other academies. It's impossible to compare. If there were not relevant laws and regulations, any holy courtyard could only control 9 dragon pools at most. They would have been 10 dragons or even Bailong holy courtyard for a long time. Some people are uttering exclamations without concealing their admiration and shock. Other colleges also received the number of dragon ponds in the newspapers. Finally, it's Luyun College. There were only one scum college in Longqi, and few people would notice it. Qin Sheng's face is indifferent. He turns his hand and throws a pile of dragon pool out of the ring. One by one, there are 7 dragon pools, 1, 2, 3, full of blood color. The blood color light rises from the sky and looks incomparably gorgeous. All of them were confused. They looked at the 7 dragon pool in front of Qin Sheng. They were shocked and fell into a dead silence. Luyun College, 7 dragon pool. Qin Sheng said in a calm voice, facing an unbelievable look with no change on his face. The students of the 3 holy academies were shocked, and the teachers of the 3 holy academies, including Yuan Huazi, were also surprised. In the past court trials, generally only 1 or 2 dragon ponds can be won. This time, the court trial is too special. All the hospitals come to participate in the court trial, and their 3 holy courts can win 3 or 4 dragon ponds. But in front of them, Qin Sheng, a seemingly extraordinary junior college, won so many Longqi in one breath in the college test? Everyone's face shows a look of disbelief. Luyun College? What kind of college is that? I don't know, I haven't heard of it. It seems that it's from Beiqin State. After a brief silence, some people began to talk in a low voice. Yunlan opens her red lips, and her delicate face with her radiance shows an irresistible shock. She never thought that Qin Sheng would take out 7 dragon pools in one breath. That is to say, after the college test, Luyun College will be promoted to a higher education institution with 7 dragon ponds. Qilong College, before Beiqin College, only had 6 dragon ponds. In this trial, Beiqin College also lost a dragon pool, from Liaolong College to Wulong College. That is to say, today's Luyun College, looking at the whole Beichengguo, the highest institution. Some students and tutors, looking at the cloud haze and the snow, showed some envy. They all know that Luyun College is destined to rise. How could? Su Tianyi of Xinguang College looks at the 7 dragon pools suspended in front of Qin Sheng. He can't say a word for a moment. Why did Xinguang College annihilate the whole army and Luyun College soar to the sky? Su Tian's face changed, and many thoughts flashed in his mind. Suddenly, a terrible thought flashed through his mind. The collapse of all the leagues of our 5 academies, and the fall of the chief of Dian Holy Academy and the one-day student of Lingxiao Holy Academy have something to do with Qin Sheng, right? Su Tian was also shocked by his absurd idea. Some of Qin Sheng's deeds in Xinguang College at the beginning, which Su Tian has heard, and some of his brilliant achievements in Dianqing, he really has this ability. Su Tian still doesn't believe it very much. After all, the 2 great talents, Mo Luo and Ling Kuan, are really strong. Even in the face of a real all-in-one robber, it's impossible to kill them in silence. The most important thing is, the alliance of the 5 yards, all the regiments out. 10,000 steps back, even though Qin Shengzhen is so powerful, he has set up various ambushes and killed the 5 courtyard alliance, but what about Qi Lian and Xu Chao, the 2 heavenly favorites from the Kowloon Holy Courtyard? Su Tian's eyebrows flashed a faint shadow and said, whether you are really behind the scenes or not, report it first, then shut it up, punish it, and ask if it's over. All the talents of Xinguang College have been destroyed, and they will stay in the ruins of Dali Emperor forever. He can't swallow this evil spirit. Xu Heng's handsome face shows a wave of waves. He is surrounded by the terrible thunder power, which is more powerful than Qin Sheng beside him. This is the difference between genius and ordinary people. If you are 10 years older, it's a matter of minutes to catch up with you. Xu Heng is not happy to see Qin Sheng, who is very popular. He clenches his fists. If Qin Sheng didn't have a drop of soul blood in his hand, Xu Heng would have burst out and run him to death in the morning. What an annoying ant. Xu Heng's eyebrows are slightly coagulated, and there are some unpleasant flashes between them. What's the matter? Hengi. Qin Sheng is very thoughtful. She notices the change of Xu Heng's face. She also knows that the death of Xu Heng's schoolboy may cause some discomfort. However, as a royal family, it should not affect the state of mind because of the life and death of a small book boy. Upon hearing this, Xu Heng said quietly, I feel there is something wrong with Luyun College, mentor. When Qin Sheng heard this, he was a little interested and said, it's really interesting that a student who can communicate with the soul can take out 7 dragon pools in one breath. It's just that there are all kinds of situations in the college test. Maybe Luyun College is a bit lucky. Xu Heng disagrees with him, but he doesn't go on. Yuan Huazi soon recovered from his astonishment. He didn't know Qin Sheng for a long time, but did Qin Sheng do amazing things? It's really difficult to win the 7-dragon pool, but it's not impossible for Qin Sheng. In particular, Qin Sheng's martial arts cultivation is only for those who have not melted the soul yet. He pretends that he is harmless to human beings and animals, but he is more ruthless than anyone else. After counting the dragon pool, choose the time of the Holy Palace now. Yuan Huazi is the oldest. It is also very reasonable for him to preside over this matter. Yuan Huazi's voice is very broad, spread far away, and everyone can hear it. When everyone heard this, their eyes immediately became hot, and they all looked at the tutors of Yuan Huazi and other 3 hospitals with expectant eyes. Luyun College, Yi Xian, would you like to enter the day-by-day academy? Yuan Huazi was the first to ask Yi Xian. As soon as Yuan Huazi's voice fell, countless hot eyes turned to Yeshuan. Yi Xian is tall and good-looking, but it gives people a cold feeling. The whole person is as sharp as a sword that is going out of its sheath. Yi Xian's body is wrapped with the light force of thunder, and she has survived the first storm. A junior college student has survived the storm and thunder? God, how could it be? Normally speaking, not to mention Ilong College, even the Kowloon Holy College, there are many students who are trapped in the sky all their lives, unable to cross the robbery. In addition, Yi Xian is a sword cultivator, which is even more valuable. Shua. Everyone's eyes fell on Yi Xian. Yi Xian asked, I will. Smell speech, Yuan Huazi shows a satisfied smile. Wait a minute. At this time, Qin Sheng looked at Yi Xian and asked softly, Yi Xian, there is a sword mountain in Lingxiao Holy Palace. Would you like to join me? Hello, Qin Sheng, what's the matter with you? You robbed me? Yuan Huazi was dissatisfied. Qin Sheng didn't take it seriously, and his peach-like face showed a little disdain. He said, I want to pay attention to your affection and my wish for the selection of the Holy Palace. I didn't force Yi Xian to join the Holy Palace of Lingxiao with my sword on my neck. Obviously, Qin Sheng also saw that Yi Xian was a genius of sword cultivation, worthy of throwing olive branches in Lingxiao Holy Palace. Suddenly, Yi Xian was confused. She just came from a small family, and never thought that there would be 2 teachers from the holy courtyard to rob her. Happiness came so suddenly that Yi Xian was at a loss. Yi Xian looks at the dean of Xianglian College, Yunlan. She is also a core disciple from Lingxiao Xingyuan. Lingxiao Holy Palace is really more suitable for you. Cloud Lan cannot help but say. Yunlan comes from Lingxiao Holy Academy, and is also a core disciple. If she had not been accumulating strength all the time, she would have passed through multiple storms and thunderstorms at one go, and now her strength would have reached the realm of life long ago. There were several swordsmen in the cave in Jianling Mountain of Lingxiao Holy Academy. Yunlan said, if you can enter Jianling Mountain for cultivation, it will definitely be of great benefit to your future sword cultivation. Yi Xian's eyes brightened as soon as she heard this. She is a sword buff. She has been cultivating swords all her life, and she has been leading the world. Qin Sheng's face was harmonious, and she had endless confidence. She said, Jianlingshan is resistant to one of the 3 holy places of Lingxiao Holy Academy. If you promise to come to Lingxiao Holy Academy, I can promise you a chance to enter Jianlingshan for cultivation. As soon as Qin Sheng's words came out, the tutors of the other 3 holy places, both Yuan Huaza and Ding Zongguang from Dian Holy Place, were also slightly coagulated. The 3 holy places of Lingxiao Holy Academy have been heard for a long time. If they are ordinary disciples, they don't have the chance to enter the practice at all, but they have to go through many disciplines and accumulate enough contribution points to enter the practice. Promise her. Yunlan sends a message to Yi Xian. Yi Xian nodded and said in a long voice, I would like to join the holy palace of Lingxiao. Qin Sheng's pretty face didn't show any accident. The ripe peach face showed a satisfied smile and said, come to me. When Yi Xian said goodbye to Yunlan, she took a lotus step and flew to Qin Sheng's side under the envious eyes. It's a great opportunity to experience Holy Land. Yuan Huaza's face is not very good looking. He can't help but say coldly, this is the biggest promise in your authority, isn't it? Qin Sheng smiled at the corner of her mouth. She didn't care about Yuan Huaza's impatience. Anyway, a good young man has arrived and can achieve her goal. As for what other people think, Qin Sheng doesn't care at all. What's more, it is not the first time that there is friction among the 3 holy courts of Dian. Yuan Huaza also took a breath, did not continue to entangle, he still focused on Luyun College. There are many good young people in Luyun College. Yi Xian seems to be astonished, but in Luyun College, she is only middle class. Luyun College, Qin Sheng, would you like to enter the day-by-day Holy Academy? Yuan Huaza asked with a smile. Looking at Qin Sheng, he felt guilty. In other people's eyes, Qin Sheng was too weak. He was just a warrior who connected the soul, and even the soul of war did not merge. But Yuan Huaza was the most clear. Qin Sheng was not only the best at alchemy in the whole northern Qin kingdom, but also in the Dian dynasty. Otherwise, he could not be so favored by the peerless powerful people like Qiu Qingyi. He gave the 9th level guest Qin token. Yuan Huaza's voice had just fallen, and the whole lake was once again dead. Wait a minute. At this time an untimely voice came out, and everyone looked at the sound source. When Xu Heng, wearing a golden armor, approached Qin Sheng, he looked at Yuan Huaza with a little apology and said, Yuan tutor, I don't think you can't accept this son day by day. All the people in the room were surprised, especially Yuan Huaza. His face was gloomy. Yuan Huaza snorted coldly, and the horrible Yuanli breath burst out in an instant. He said, Xu Henji, do you think that you can do whatever you want from the royal family to interfere with my daily affairs in the Holy Palace? Yuan Huaza's tone is very heavy. He is just like an angry inborn demon. His hair moves wantonly with the terror of the Yuan force. His eyes are like a magic lamp that lights the flames of the sky. His penetrating power is very strong, as if he can see through the heaven and the earth, and see through the mind and spirit of the warrior, which is extremely frightening. Dian Emperor, 1 Emperor, 3 courts, 4 schools. 1 Emperor, representing the royal family, 3 courtyards representing the 3 holy courtyards, 4 of which are Shendanzong and other 4 major gates. In the Dian dynasty, the biggest influence was the royal family. Under the royal family, there were 10 royal families and hundreds of marquis families. The 3 holy courts have always been of incomparable independence. Even the Dayan Holy Court, which is mainly composed of royal blood, has incomparable autonomy. In other words, even the royal family has no right to refer to the 3 holy courts. Dayan Holy Palace can also use the power of imperial power and blood to influence it, but its influence is limited after all. As for the other 2 holy houses, Lingxiao Holy House and Dari Holy House, the imperial power has not been involved at all, and the influence is very low. Yuan Huazi, if you have something to say, don't put on such a big hat. Qin Sheng took a look at Yuan Huazi and said leisurely. Hengyi, why do you say that to your predecessors? Qin Sheng looks back at Xu Hengyi. Xu Heng walks in a leisurely court with a long breath. He doesn't care a little about the horrible Yuanli breath of Yuan Huazi, who is angry like a big demon. It's worthy of being the legitimate son of the royal family. Even though he was a little anxious to survive the final triple storm and thunder, he was even a little eager to help others. However, Xu Hengyi's foundation was so good that it was as solid as a rock. With his current strength, let alone Yuan Hui's, who is also a master of 9 calamities, he is still able to deal with a real god mansion, which is the background of the royal family. Master, there is no doubt that Hengyi interferes in the internal affairs of the Holy Palace day by day. Xu Heng's handsome face is very calm, and the corner of his mouth is still a smile of master style, saying, I just don't want to raise tigers day by day in the holy courtyard, and I've admitted some black sheep with incomparable amount. Smell speech, Yuan Huazi facial expression iron blue. Wei, you mean to say that Qin Sheng small friend is black sheep? Your talent is very good, there will be a very bright future in the future. Yuan Hui's took a deep breath, and then said coldly, but when you judge a person in full view of the public, if you don't agree with him, you will ruin others' lives? Xu Hengyi didn't continue to talk much. He stood in the air and looked down at Qin Sheng. He asked qualitatively, I come to ask you why you are so vicious and killed my reading companion? Xu Heng saw something wrong early in the morning, so he just sent a message to ask the students who came back from Lingxiao Holy Academy. They didn't dare to say it, and they didn't want to say it. However, under his repeated questioning, he finally knew the truth of the matter. Shua. For a moment, countless hot eyes focused on Qin Sheng. They looked at Qin Sheng with pity, as if they were looking at the dead. Some of the students who know the inside know what it means to be Xu Hengyi's accompanying reading boy. Qin Sheng actually killed him and beheaded him? Qin Sheng was not a bit flustered in the face of pity. He looked up at Xu Hengyi and said, Go away, take part in the hospital test, there must be a risk of casualties. He can't die in it. It's just a schoolboy. He will die when he dies. What's to do with me? Qin Sheng's face was full of disdain. Other people may be afraid of Xu Heng, the legitimate son of the royal family. In such a terrible background, even throwing a leg hair can kill Qin Sheng. However, only a few people know the inside story, that is, Qin Sheng is afraid of Xu Hengyi, a rival in love, especially Yunlan and others. She has seen Qin Sheng personally draw Xu Hengyi's handsome face and force out a drop of soul blood. Hearing this, Xu Heng's face was so gloomy that he could dribble out of the water. A flash of anger flashed across his brow and said, Don't pretend to be stupid. All the students in Lingxiao Holy Academy can testify that you personally cut Xu dynasty in the ruins. Yes, we can all testify. This time, on behalf of the Holy Academy of Lingxiao, the students who took part in the trial came out one after another to correct Qin Sheng. Qin Sheng's face was cold, and her pretty face was flashing with warm anger. She didn't expect that the students of the junior college, who only seemed to have access to the soul, could cut Xu Chao. The strength of these 2 people was not equal at all. Tutor, our chief, Qilian is also thrown into a dead door by the sun. Life and death are uncertain. At this time, a student of Dian Holy Academy also said. Ding Zongguang, wearing a gold armor, suddenly saw a sharp edge, and his voice was like a rolling thunder. Is that true? He said. Qi Lian, however, has a trace of royal blood. He has a high status and high hopes. He tries to make great contributions in this court trial, and will be named as a core disciple or even a successor disciple later. Unfortunately, I didn't expect to be led back, proving that I died in it. If we say that Qi Lian died because of his own strength, even if he died, let bygones be bygones, but now it seems that the cause of death is suspicious. He was thrown into the Jedi by this guy named Qin Sheng, and then he died. This is much more serious. This is undoubtedly the murder of a genius with royal blood. Your Excellency, we need justice. At this time, Su Tian ran over and stared at Qin Sheng fiercely, saying, We are from Beichengguo. Our 5 academies, including Xinguang College and Haiyan College, formed an alliance, but the whole army was destroyed. I suspect that's what caused this. Before the examination, there was a conflict between this school and our 5 colleges, and it also hurt our genius college. Su Tian's ability to overthrow right and wrong is very high. The so-called friendship of the 6th house was a grand feast. Xiao Bingning almost had an accident, so he didn't say. He set up a bureau to kill Qin Sheng. If it wasn't for Qin Sheng's strength, which was far beyond the ordinary state of channeling souls, it would have been a long time ago. Hearing this, both Ding Zongguang and Jin Qingxi were angry. They didn't expect that the vicious Qin Sheng had a criminal record. What else do you have to say? Ding Zongguang is shining all over, and his golden armor are dazzling. If I say no, will that be the end of the matter? Qin Sheng squinted, as if with a deep smile. How can you argue with so many certifications? Ding Zongguang shook his head. His eyes were frightening and his voice was thundering. Qin Sheng looked up at Ding Zongguang and said something that made everyone feel frightened. I said, which onion are you? Who gives you the courage to speak to me in this tone? Qin Sheng's mouth is cold. Qin Sheng's words stunned all the onlookers, just like petrifaction. Some of them felt that they were living in a dream. Otherwise, how could the students of junior colleges die like this? In full view of the public, humiliate a teacher who is wearing gold armor and has a strong breath from the 3 holy quartz. Qin Sheng's exaggerated words make people think that a mole ant is challenging a dragon. Buzzing. Ding Zongguang's face was slightly coagulated. He didn't have much anger, but after all, there was a trace of displeasure between his eyebrows, and the gold war armor wrapped around his whole body was shining, just like a round of sun, making people can't open their eyes. Ding Zongguang's eyes, like dragon's eyes, radiate a light-like substance, like a sharp sword, which can open the hearts and minds of ordinary martial artists. Bold, who supports you and gives you a dog's gall, to talk to the adults of the holy courtyard like this. At this time, Su Tian jumped out and looked at Ding Zongguang with a flattering look. Then he said, My lord, I'm cruel and ruthless. I guess it's because I didn't know how to plot that I hurt so many Tianjiao of the holy courtyard. Villain proposal, catch this son, and then torture, interrogate clear. Su Tian's words are sharp and his eyes are full of hatred. Ding Zongguang looked at Su Tianyi and said indifferently, yes. Su Tian's eyes brightened as soon as he heard it, and his teeth and claws drew close to Qin Sheng. His whole body released a sharp and incomparable fluctuation of yuan power, and his eyes were frightening. He said, Qin Sheng, there is no way to turn around. I advise you to be wise or to abandon the Dantian and lay down on the spot. Maybe you will suffer less. Cloudland's pretty face was cold as ice. She stood in front of Qin Sheng's body, looked at Su Tian in disgust and said, What's your qualification to catch Qin Sheng? What happened in Dali's sight? In the end, it's also your unilateral proof. you can have third-party evidence, practical. As soon as Su Tian heard this, he immediately stopped talking and left the ruins of the imperial dynasty. Even the powerful people in Shinfu did not dare to explore. How could Su Tian have other evidences? Well, if there's any evidence, catch it up and interrogate it. Su Tian sneers at him. He doesn't care about any evidence or evidence. Qin Sheng and his Xinguang College have already had a grudge. If he is allowed to go to the Xinguang College, to practice day by day, he will rise sooner or later. At that time, it will not be a good thing for his Xinguang students. Boom. Yunlan also wants to meet up, but Qin Sheng pulls her back. After all, Yunlan is only the top cultivation of Tongshenjing, although she has the strength to compete with Tongjiaiji strongman. However, Su Tian is the strong man who has survived the double storm and thunder. Yunlan is forced to face up like this, and there will be no good fruit at all. Qin Sheng stopped in front of Yunlan's delicate body and said with a smile, "Elder sister, Yi Xian and Han Mengchen have both been admitted to the college and the block. I don't have any more. Let me show you a chance." "No, you haven't melted your soul. Don't try to be brave." Yunlan shakes her head and refuses. Qin Sheng didn't pay any attention to it. When he stepped out, he turned into a streamer and went up. Shua. Qin Sheng stands in the air, confronts Su Tian, squints his eyes in a straight line, and says, "Your name is Su Tian, right? Who are the benefits you have taken from me?" Su Tian was stunned, and suddenly became gloomy. To die. Su Tian is furious. He wants to strangle Qin Sheng in his cradle. Su Tian doesn't have any exploratory attacks. He directly uses his best martial arts, a Tianjia martial arts, and has achieved great success. It's a palm technique. The palm prints all over the sky appear in countless hot eyes. Su Tian wants to suppress Qin Sheng directly with the power of Thunderbolt. The best way is to slap Qin Sheng to death. "Qin Sheng, do you want me to help you?" asked Yu Wenhui's. Su Tian, however, is a strong man who has survived the two storms and thunderstorms. He has two big realms higher than Qin. On the surface, the gap between the two is too big. However, Yu Wenhua has seen the horror of Qin Sheng's war favorite Long Wei. Before the hospital test, Long Wei easily held Shu dynasty, who had spent a heavy storm and thunder, on the ground. "No, I want to practice myself." Qin Sheng shook his head and refused. "There's a play." The humble Long Wei, turning his hand, took out the table and chair, a pile of fragrant blood and meat of the inborn big demon, as well as the fine wine and wine brought back from the great departure from the emperor. These are all the stocks of 100 li'in for thousands of years. Balian also came out. He changed his form. However, he did not directly change into a human form, but into a monster. A golden bird, which is similar to Da Peng in some way. Long Wei and Balian have the same smell. At this time, they even regard themselves as melon eaters. They don't have any consciousness of being war pets. In the eyes of countless onlookers, Qin Sheng and Su Tian collide. Most of the people are shaking their heads. In their eyes, Qin Sheng's behavior is undoubtedly like moths fighting fire, self-destruction. At present, Su Tian is the strongest person Qin Sheng is facing. He has no reservation. He directly displays the prison dragon's hand. His hand is as smooth as white jade, which bursts out dazzling rune light. Bam bam. Qin Shengzhen breaks the flying palm print, and then urges the python dragon purple electric code to the extreme. It appears in Su Tian's eyes as fast as lightning. How could it be so fast? Su Tian was shocked. How could Qin Sheng's speed express his spirit? He could not bear Su Tian's shock. He only saw a flash-like hand coming. "Go away." Su Tian is furious. His roar is like thunder. His eardrum hurts. He punches Qin Sheng's fingerprint. With a click, Su Tian fell from the sky like a meteorite, hitting the ground heavily. Bang! In the sky above the book lake, the soil below is still very soft, which directly smashes into a huge human-shaped pit. What's the matter? It seems that the guy named Su Tian was slapped by Qin Sheng to fly? How could it be? The onlookers looked at the ship face to face, and their faces were stunned. They were basically unbelievable. In the distance, Shu Henji, who has been watching the battle, has his eyes narrowed to the extreme, and his handsome face shows a touch of shock. How did he get so strong? Shu Heng murmurs unbelievably. In Shu Heng's view, Qin Sheng's strength is not bad, but it's only good. He can barely fight across a big realm. However, Su Tian is a strong man who can cross the double wind and thunder streets. How can I be so vulnerable in front of Qin Sheng? That slap just now doesn't seem to contain many yuan force fluctuations. It seems that it's the strength of the body alone. There is also the power of runes in the palm print. Did he become a talisman? Shu Hengyi is worthy of being the legitimate son of the royal family. His power of observation is extremely terrible. In such a short time, he guessed that 8 or 9 are inseparable from 10. Bang! Su Tian crawled out of the pit. His fist was broken and his blood flowed. At this time, Su Tian was very embarrassed. His head was full of hair and his face was full of mud. There was a little bit of the demeanor of the powerful. Qin Sheng, I will kill you. Su Tian is like a big inborn demon who has been completely angered. He rises to the sky, sacrifices the soul of war, and even throws a purple crystal thunder. This is a purple crystal thunder with 3 stripes. It's very powerful. Don't say that the martial artists, even those who have read about the storm and thunder, will be killed alive. Long Wei. Under Qin Sheng's command, Long Wei, who was eating melons and watching the opera, suddenly burst into a storm. His body rose to the size of a mountain in a flash. He quacked twice and swallowed the 3-grain purple crystal thunder that was about to explode. Poof. Long Wei's belly is round and round, just like an inflated balloon. There is a muffled sound, and then he burps, spits out a black gas, with an electric snake in his mouth. Full. Long Wei quickly shrunk down, patted the round little belly, made a peerless master, stood up with his hands down, looked at everything, and asked, "This sieging thunder is not bad, is there anything else?" Long Wei is a divine beast, with a ray of ancestral dragon blood. Even Yuan Jing and Ling Mai can eat it, let alone Zhongliai. It is said that there is a kind of wild beast in the ancient times, which can eat thunder. Wherever it goes, it will devour a large area of thunder. Su Tian was blindfolded. He was shivering. He had never seen a giant toad like a mountain. He swallowed his 3 lines of amethyst thunder. But he was afraid of amethyst thunder. He was so easily swallowed. Do you still have him? No, it's like Qin Sheng's war favorite. At this time, Su Tian's heart is filled with a cold. What's the origin of Qin Sheng? He has conquered such a powerful war pet. Su Tian's response was a huge fist. He was attacked by a sneak attack. He fell to the ground again with a thud, and again hit a huge wayward pit. Poof. Su Tian spits blood with a big mouth. Qin Sheng's fist is very heavy. He even breaks his teeth. What power is this? Su Tianming is confused. He never expected Qin Sheng to be so strong. He didn't release much yuan force fluctuation, but his fist was as hard as a rock. He couldn't resist it at all. You are too weak. Qin Sheng looked down at Su Tian, who was stunned, and said indifferently. There was a trace of killing in his voice. Qin Sheng used the idea of killing. Qin Sheng used his most powerful fist, Qin fist, which was bright and bright, illuminating the whole world. Behind Qin Sheng, there was an empty shadow of a shed. It was magnificent and powerful, and it sent out a horrible atmosphere, which made people dare not look directly at it. Even some weak students were creeping and shivering. It's just a trace of the real meaning of the simulated Qin boxing. It's not the real Qin boxing at all. However, Su Tian has been beaten up. Crackle. Su Tian's bones were all broken, just like a dead dog, paralyzed on the cold ground, and his mouth kept bleeding. Su Tian's eyes were so round that he almost fell out. His eyes were bloodshot and his eyes were full of disbelief and regret. Air. His throat was bleeding desperately, and he stared at Qin Sheng bitterly, but he couldn't say a word, that is, his limbs twitched, and he died of rage. The scene was silent, with hot eyes full of doubts and consternation, and faces full of unbelievable looks. Especially some college tutors from Beichengguo, they all know Shengguang College very well, especially President Su Tian, who has gone through 2 disasters, and this kind of strong man is also famous in Beichengguo. Just after the exploratory attack, Su Tian fell into the downwind. The onlookers thought Su Tian was careless for a while. Qin Sheng was just lucky, that's all. However, the fight in a blink of an eye is only 1 or 2 rounds. The time is very short. It can be said that it is the fight between lightning and flint. Su Tian is defeated. What's more, he lost so thoroughly that he died of rage. In the sky, those 3 mentors, including Xu Hengyi, who are from the 3 holy shrines, are standing in the void. Apart from Yuan Huazi, who is from the Holy Palace day by day, their faces are hard to see the extreme, especially Ding Zongguang, who is covered with golden armor. His 2 tiger eyes are changeable. They will reflect the brilliant light and frighten everyone. This Sun Yuanli is so thin, but the fist print can give out such a dazzling rune light. Ding Zongguang's face, which is not angry with Ziwei, shows a dignified color. He is a body repair. Jin Qingxi's familiar pretty face was also constantly shocked. She did not imagine that there were 3 top students from a junior college that only had 1 dragon pool. Han Mengchen didn't need to say much. He had a good reputation and had been accepted as a disciple of Shen Danzong for a long time. For her, this court trial was just a walk-through and increased her experience. In addition, Yi Xian is a sword cultivator. At such an age, she has passed a heavy storm and thunder. It can be seen that her talent, coupled with Jin Qingxi's keen sense that Yi Xian has been able to refine a ray of sword. Everyone who can condense the meaning of sword is a genius of sword cultivation. This kind of genius, let alone in the remote area, in the North Qin country where birds do not shit, is a very rare genius even if you look at the whole Dian dynasty. It is not very common for students in Lingxiao Holy Academy to be able to condense a little sword at such an age. Therefore, with Yi Xian's talent, it's worth having a place in the Holy Palace of Lingxiao. As for Qin Sheng, he was secretly targeted by Xu Hengyi. Jin Qingxi had heard some rumors about him, but the rumors were only rumors after all. Now, seeing is believing, she was deeply shocked. Obviously, Jin Qingxi can see at a glance that Qin Sheng is a powerful physical cultivation. His fist technique is very powerful, with a little fist meaning. This is the fist technique excavated from the ruins of Dali dynasty, right? Jin Qingxi guessed in a low voice. 10,000 years ago, that is to say, before the War of Annihilation, physical cultivation was brilliant. In the realm of consent, without restrained martial arts, physical cultivation was basically invincible. Unfortunately, after the War of Annihilation, the physical cultivation gradually declined and became a kind of cultivation. Xu Hengyi was also shocked by Qin Sheng's Qin boxing. Especially behind it, there was a big rock rising. Dapeng, also known as Golden Wing Dapeng, is a mythical beast. It's very big. Among the 36 dynasties in the wasteland, one of them was called Jinping dynasty. The god of Jinping is a golden-winged giant ROC. How can this mole ant jump like this? And his war pet can swallow a 3-grain purple crystal thunder with his mouth open. Xu Heng's bright face shows a dark color, and disappears without trace. Was originally in Xu Heng's view. Qin Sheng's woodlouse had never seen the world before. He could jump around this little place close to the dragon's wilderness. As long as the first day is away, let it be handled as it pleases. Xu Hengyi, the original author, had a wishful thinking. The ants like Qin Sheng, who can communicate with the soul, didn't care to do it by themselves. What's more, he also threw a mousetrap. Last time, under the pressure of Yuanqin, he lost a drop of soul blood and didn't dare to do it by himself. That villain named Su Tian is also a spicy chicken. He can't even clean up a minion in the soul state. Xu Hengyi complains in his heart. In fact, he also knows that Qin Sheng's real and terrible fighting power is not the direction of martial arts, but the physical training. His body is so strong that he has refined the rune. Even Xu Hengyi has only refined Fu, which is still 18,000 miles away from Fu Bone. Now his mentality is not only resentment but also jealousy. Two mentors, this son is fierce in full view of the public. If we don't punish him, it will weaken the authority of our holy court. Xu Heng strolled wholeheartedly and said, "Isn't Qilian's little brother, so white, dead?" Xu Hengyi, a sissy and rat repellent, dare not do it by himself at all, just desperately let the tutor of the holy courtyard do it. Hearing this, Ding Zongguang, dressed in gold armor and shining in the sky, looks slightly coagulated. He nods to Xu Heng. Xu Hengyi is the legitimate son of the royal family. Although he is not from their Dian holy palace, he has a deep background. Ding Zongguang is just an ordinary tutor of the holy palace. He can see clearly that Xu Hengyi seems to hate the genius of Qin Sheng for some reasons. Perhaps in Xu Hengyi's view, the life of one of his fellow readers is much more precious than that of Qin Sheng. Shitzi Dei, this son committed murder in public, and this farce should be over. Ding Zongguang's voice is like thunder. He looks at Qin Sheng as if he is dead. Ding Zongguang stepped out step by step. He looked down at Qin Sheng and raised his feet. He wanted to trample Qin Sheng to death directly. It's too much to look down on people. Can't you look down on birds after 9 robberies? It is obvious that Ding Zongguang regards himself as a giant crocodile and Qin Sheng as an ant. He wants to trample Qin Sheng to death. Rumble. The violent and tornado-like force erupts from Ding Zongguang's body, and under the vast sky, it condenses into a giant foot, which is like a kind of inborn monster deep in the magic dragon wasteland, called Tianchan. Tianchan has the blood of the beast, and its talent is Tian Magio. 1 foot can break a piece of heaven and earth, mountain collapse, void shock. Is this the power of the 9 robbers? Qin Sheng raised his head and looked at the sky stump like the sky blocking the sun. He felt an unprecedented sense of oppression in his heart. The strong man who can pass the 9 robberies has gone through the 9 storm and thunder robberies, and the baptism of the 9 storm and thunder robberies. And Qin Sheng, also by chance, was baptized by 2 thunderstorm robberies. Fortunately, Qin Sheng is a man of great physical strength, but because of this, he knows how powerful the warrior is. As for the attack like Ding Zongguang, who has gone through the 9 storms and thunder, waving between his hands, just like the god of heaven coming from the sky, Qin Sheng has a strong feeling that he can't breathe and is about to suffocate. Gua. Longwei's body glowed with gold. When he came to Qin Sheng, his eyes were cold, and the third eye between his eyebrows wanted to crack, shoot out the magic light, and shoot Ding Zongguang into a honeycomb. At this time, there was a kind of riot in the sky. In the far sky, a stream of light flowed rapidly. The wave of terror swept in with endless pressure. In a moment, the air would freeze. The Tianmagio rolled down by the boom suddenly fell into a standstill. In the middle of the sky, you can't move. A cold young man seemed not to be in a hurry. In fact, he shocked all the people present. He just walked a few steps and came to Ding Zongguang. He held out a finger without any yuan force fluctuation. He gently pointed on the Tianmagio like a mountain. Bang! Tianmagio was crushed in an instant and turned into powder. The manic Yuanli rolled the mat to all directions. Ding Zongguang's face was ugly and his breath was impatient. He looked at the cold young man in front of him, and his eyes flashed a little consternation, especially when he felt the terrifying and frightening fluctuation of Yuanli, and he suddenly became dignified. In front of this cold young man, at most 30 years old, even has achieved God's mansion. It's obviously a big deal. Your Excellency, my tutor of the Great Resistance to Inflammation is punishing the murderer. Ding Zongguang said in a deep voice, I don't know what you mean. Ding Zongguang has restrained his irresistible manner. He is a powerful man in Shenfu. Although Ding Zongguang has gone through the 9 storms, there is still a long way to go before he can become a god's mansion. In the Dian dynasty, there were many generalists like dogs. It's not a joke that the generalists walked all over the street. Even the generalists who had gone through the 9 storm and thunder robberies were numerous. There is no limit to the road, 9 heavy storms and thunder. It's just the beginning of cultivation. In the vast 36 dynasties of the magic dragon, only the achievement of the god's mansion can be regarded as the entrance. Tianyuan continent is too vast. Even the 36 dynasties in the wasteland are only a couple of places in Tianyuan continent, even the center of Tianyuan continent, which is a little remote. Only the higher you stand, the more distant you can see. Through the 9 robbers, the martial artists can only show their power in the affiliated countries. When they reach the Dian dynasty, they can also be regarded as the middle-class level. When they meet some princes, they also have to live with their tails in their hands. Yuan Chen's face was indifferent. He didn't look at Ding Zongguang, but looked at Qin Sheng with concern. He greeted him and asked, Brother Qin Sheng, you've just been delayed in the magic dragon wasteland. Are you okay? Hearing this, both Ding Zongguang and Jin Qingxi, the 2 mentors from the Holy Courtyard, were shocked. What is the origin of Qin Sheng? How could you be a brother to a young genius in Shenfu? Everyone is confused. Who is a mole ant? Qin Sheng also dared to say hello to Yuanchen and said, just came out of the ruins of Dali dynasty. These 2 mentors from Jiolong Holy Palace, under the advice of Shu family's genius, started to question me. However, it's okay. When you are full in the ruins of Dali dynasty, you should move your muscles and bones. Qin Sheng said it was very easy, saying, I went along with some local specialties in the ruins of Dali dynasty, and I'll give you some later. As soon as Yuanchen heard about it, his eyes were bright and he was far away from the ruins of the imperial dynasty. He had heard about it for a long time. He wanted to go in and explore it some time ago, but he was warned that there were many prohibitions in it. The strong people who went in through the life boundary or above would have great restrictions. Even the old monsters in the cave environment died. Yuanchen is the genius of Shendanzong and the star of tomorrow. He is very precious. He dare not enter without the approval of Shendanzong's senior management. Ha ha, okay, then we'll have another drink later and get together well. Yuanchen laughed, as if he didn't pay attention to the 2 mentors of Dian Holy Courtyard and Lingxiao Holy Courtyard. In fact, it is the baptism of nirvana. Under the Shenfu, there are all ants. In the view of the powerful people in Shenfu, even those who have passed through the 9 times of storm and thunder, are only powerful ants, that's all. Ding Zongguang's face was gloomy. He was also a tutor from Dian Holy Palace. He was so despised by Yuanchen. His anger was kindled in his heart and he said, Sir, what do you think of my Dian Holy Palace? This sun, merciless and ruthless, drove the genius of my great fire holy courtyard into the Jedi, and died unexpectedly, and died young. Ding Zhongguang's voice is low, his voice is not low or high, and his voice is very loud. Or do you think it's not worth mentioning that Tianjiao, the life of my holy temple, is like weeds? Smell speech. Yuan Shen looked at Ding Zhongguang indifferently, only plain eyes, unexpectedly brought Ding Zhongguang as heavy as a mountain, even breathing is not smooth. This young man in Shenfu's realm is terrible. Just a look in his eyes makes me freeze. Just a glance, Ding Zhongguang felt the advice, but in the face of people's eyes, he clenched his teeth and insisted. Go away. A word came out of Yuan Shen's mouth, just like a shell, hitting Ding Zhongguang's chest heavily. Poof. Ding Zhongguang went backward, his chest collapsed, his sternum burst, just a little bit of pressure, he was severely injured, and the blood seemed to be spewing out without money. Where is he holy? Ding Zhongguang was shocked and angry. Countless thoughts flashed in his mind, and his heart was bitter. It's true that all of them are ants under the god's mansion. The gap is too big. The other side just uses a little bit of power to intimidate him and makes him suffer a lot. The whole world was silent, and everyone seemed to hold their breath and stare at the scene inconceivably. Here, what is the sanctity of Qin Sheng? Do you have the most powerful people to help you get ahead? It's terrible. He's a tutor from Kowloon Holy Palace. Open your mouth and he'll be seriously injured. Under the nose, there are many onlookers communicating with each other. Yuan Shen didn't look at Ding Zhongguang anymore, but turned his eyes to Shu Heng on the other side. Oh, Shishizi is not bad. Yuan Shen's words were frivolous, pretending to be surprised and scornful. He wandered on and on Shu Heng's body. After a long ambition, he has gone through 9 storms. Even in the wilderness. Yuan Shen's eyes were full of disdain. Last time I warned you once, you didn't know what to do. Did you really bully my Shendanzong? As soon as the voice of the first day came out, it immediately shocked and frightened everyone. This young powerful man of Shenfu and Qin Sheng also came from Shendanzong? If so, it makes sense. Those present, whether students or leaders of the college, especially some people in Beichen State, all know that Qin Sheng's alchemy talent is excellent, and he has become the 9th level guest Qing of Shendan sect. Shu Heng's sword eyebrows were tightened, and there was a faint sting between his eyebrows. He stared at Yuan Shen, gnashed his teeth, and said, Yuan Shen, don't go too far. He killed my reading boy. Or do you think you can do whatever you want when you have become a god's mansion? Shu Heng hated this very first day. At the beginning of his life in the capital of the emperor, there were contradictions, but they were also some unimportant ones. They were also from the capital of the emperor and had a background of great power, so they turned fighting into wealth. I just didn't think that because Qin Sheng was an ant-like existence, the two of them were on the wrong side again. Ha ha, are you stupid? Yuan Shen laughed wildly and said, haven't you heard of ants under the god's mansion? I'm not like you. I'm afraid of softness. Yuan Shen sneered and said, I'm going to bully you today. I'll put my words here. Don't say that there is no real evidence that your schoolboy died in the hands of Qin Sheng brothers, even if he did it. You regard others as ants and connive at some fools who want to ingratiate themselves with your royal family. If you want to trample to death, you will trample to death. Yuan Shen said coldly, today I also regard your schoolmate as a mole ant. If he dies, he will die. If you want to bully me, you should come to me. I am a member of Shendanzong, but you don't want to bully me. Yuan Shen was very domineering, which showed the authority of the most powerful people in Shenfu. You. Shu Heng is so angry that he wants to spit blood. He wants to start, but Yuan Shen is right. There are ants under the god's mansion. Although Shuhenji has gone through the 9 storms and thunder, he has many cards. If there is still some chance to fight against the ordinary powerful people in Shinfu, he is facing Yuanqin. One of the peerless talents of Shen Danzong is also a famous genius in the imperial capital. Xu Hengji doesn't have a chance. If he dare to do it, he will die miserably. Maybe Yuanqin doesn't dare to really scare himself to death, but it's inevitable that he will be severely humiliated. If it is passed back to the imperial capital of Dian, it will become a joke in the aristocratic circle, such as princes and sons. Although Xu Hengyi wanted to find the venue, he didn't have a little courage. Ha ha. Yuanqin is so keen that he can see through his ideas at a glance. He sneers and says, "You are right? It's just a schoolboy. If you make me unhappy, I'll kill all your followers. What do you think of me? God, it's so aggressive. Is this the self-confidence and domineering of the powerful in Shinfu?" Xu Hengji is the legitimate son of the royal family. He is going to succeed in Shinfu 9 times out of 10. The Son of Heaven who is granted the king is so humiliated by Yuanqin in front of the public. From another point of view, Qin Sheng was too arrogant to let a genius in Shinfu come to the fore. What he humiliated was a legitimate son of the royal family. Qin Sheng can make Yuanqin pay so much attention to it, which also proves that he is extraordinary. Xu Heng felt that the anger in his chest would come out, and his eyes were full of flame, which was a manifestation of the extreme cultivation of Yuanli, accompanied by the horrible fluctuation of Yuanli. Xu Heng clenched his teeth and trembled. Today's humiliation will never be forgotten. A few days ago, I was beaten and kicked by Qin Sheng in Luyun College. I lost a drop of soul blood, but I was humiliated when I closed the door. Only a few witnesses. However, today is another situation. He was humiliated in full view of the public and will definitely be returned to the capital. But he dare not even fart. This is a disgrace. At this time, far away from the sky, came a wave of terror, a black streamer, like lightning, swooped over. Blink an eye, a black dry thin figure, is to appear in front of countless people. This is an old man in a black robe, wearing a hat, carrying a 9-ring broadsword, with a cold face, eyebrows, eyes, just like a falcon, sharp and full of horrible penetrating power, even the spirit seems to be penetrated. 9 rings to achieve a faint vibration, metal collision sound, just like a huge hammer, heavy percussion people's hearts. Pu-tong. Pu-tong. Even Qin Sheng felt that his blood was boiling and his heart was about to crack. Another powerful man in the realm of God's mansion? Qin Sheng frowned a little. It seemed that things were going to be big. However, Qin Sheng didn't have much worry in his mind. He didn't have a base card. Long Wei had recovered to Shinfu. In addition, he also had a mirror rune card for life. If his life was threatened, he would not consume this mirror rune card. Yuanqin, your tone is very big. The skinny old man, with purple and slender lips, sneered, my son's reading companion, especially your god-dance little guest, can be compared. Uncle Dao, here you are. Yuanqin is very excited. This is his protector and bodyguard, from small to large. Because there are some changes in the depth of the magic dragon wasteland, which delay the time. The old man in black, named Uncle Dao, looked at Yuanqin with a very arrogant voice and said, I will take back the grievances suffered by the son of the world these days. Uncle Dao's eyes are like a sharp saber full of sharpness and saber spirit. He wants to penetrate Qin Sheng's body, and even his rune bone feels stinging. This son will surely die today. Uncle Dao is very domineering. He looks at Qin Sheng as if he were a dead man. The son of the royal family has lost a drop of soul blood. He has been using the rat repellent since then. If it is passed back to the capital, how can Xu Hengyi raise his head and become a man? Yuanqin frowns. He's heard of this Dao uncle. His strength is terrible. He's hundreds of years old. He's an old-fashioned powerful Shinfu. I'm just an old slave. How dare I talk here? Yuan-Chen sneers and says, this place is small. Let's fight over there. All right. Uncle Dao is also straightforward, flying directly to the distance. Uncle Dao and Yuan-Chen have gone a long way. Their battlefield is in the depth of the demon dragon wasteland. There is a ban on reproduction and occasionally a sword is cut. If the luck is not good, it will even trigger the terrorist ban of some sites and fall into a desperate situation. Qin Sheng's eyes are covered with the yellow spring fire. He can see far away. He wants to get close and watch it. After all, it's a battle between the most powerful people in Shinfu. It can be met but can't be asked. If you can observe it closely, it will definitely have great benefits. The fight between the Peerless Masters, between the lightning and the flint, has carried on thousands of moves. Before Qin Sheng and others came near, the battle was over. Uncle Dao. When Xu Heng saw Uncle Dao flying back, he immediately went up, but his handsome face was a little shocked and puzzled. What's the matter with you? Xu Heng asked eagerly. At this time, Uncle Dao was very embarrassed, with disordered hair and long and narrow eyes full of fear. The 9 rings of dagger on his back had been broken and his breath was chaotic. The most dazzling thing is that Uncle Dao was beheaded and became a one-armed man. Xu Henji's protector failed? And lost an arm? In the eyes of countless people, they are all confused. Boom. Just at this time, a terrible wave of Yuan force rolled over. Just like the god from the 9th heaven, the first day was shining all over, accompanied by the breath of terror. He strolled around and came back unhurriedly. Yuan-Chen, the son of Shen Danzong, is not as relaxed as he had just experienced a war, except for the terrible breath. Well? Old dog, you haven't left yet. Do you want to leave the rest of your arm? Yuan-Chen's cold eyes stare down at the miserable Uncle Dao. His words are full of ridicule and disdain. It's obvious that Yuan-Chen won the battle among the most powerful people in the God's mansion. Hearing this, Uncle Dao's face is hard to see. He suppresses the anger in his heart. At the same time, he dare not look at Yuan-Chen. In his turbid eyes, he has some fear. But they are the same as the God's mansion and the same great power. Is the gap between them so big? Shitzi, let's leave. Although 100 of Uncle Dao didn't want to say such shameful words, Yuan-Chen was so dazzling. He thought he was an old-fashioned strongman of Shinfu. It was not easy to suppress Yuan-Chen. If not, the strength of both sides will be even. However, what Uncle Dao never thought of was that the first day was so horrible that he broke his 9 rings of broadsword and cut off his arm at will as punishment. If it wasn't for the last time, because the 2 men fought, there would be a terrible after effect. His life would probably be explained here today. Uncle Dao, but Xu Henji is not willing. Today, he is going to take a breath for himself and snatch back the soul blood. However, he didn't expect that Qin Sheng not only didn't receive much punishment, but his protector lost 1 arm in turn. Uncle Dao was indifferent. He said solemnly, "It's nothing. Let's leave." In the end, Xu Heng gave Yuan-Chen a cold look, and then put his bitter eyes on Qin Sheng. This minion. Xu Heng gnaws his teeth and murmurs. He never stops. He drives the golden chariot and leaves the magic dragon wasteland. As soon as Xu Heng left, Jin Qingxi looked at Qin Sheng and Yuan-Chen. Her beautiful eyes changed, but she didn't say anything at last. It's Xu Hengi who has a dispute with Qin Sheng. Now even Xu Hengi has left in a gloomy way. What else can she say? Can't we force revenge for a dead schoolboy? Besides, objectively speaking, she didn't care about Xu Chao's life and death at all. It is not without death that the court tries. Let's go, too. Qin Sheng lightly spoke with several students who came to take part in the examination behind him, then told Yi Xian something and left. Are you going to compete with me? Yuan Shen squinted and looked at Ding Zongguang, the tutor of Dian Holy Courtyard, and asked with a smile. Ding Zongguang suddenly showed a look of fear. Yuan Shen is the most powerful man in Shenfu, and the Dao uncle in a great realm is not his opponent. Even if he eats 100 leopard gall, he can't have the courage to compete with Yuan Shen. No, we left, too. Ding Zongguang's face was very unnatural, and he left in a grey way. He dared not mention that Qilian was thrown into the Jedi by Qin Sheng. Qilian is indeed the legitimate son of the Marquis. In the future, he will succeed the Marquis in 9 out of 10. But how much does this have to do with Ding Zongguang? Ding Zongguang was just a tutor of the Holy Palace, but he didn't see Yuan Shen's scruples at all. Did the protector of the royal family's legitimate son say to cut off one arm at a time? Even the royal family's legitimate son is graying away. Even if Ding Zongguang left like this, he would not be ashamed. I've seen all the excitement. I'll go wherever I come. The breath of Yuan Shen is divine and powerful. It glances at all people indifferently, with suffocating majesty. It is said that no one dared to challenge the authority of an extremely powerful man in Shenfu, and they all ended in order. In this way, the annual court test ended. All the people left, leaving Luyun College and Darajiyuan, both of whom were outside the site. Yuan Shen looked at Qin Sheng, grinned, and said, that old dog, long wanted to clean up. Today's World War I, it didn't mean much. The old guard dog of Shuhenji is not so strong as he thought. Yuan Shen said a lot. The reason why he came back later than Uncle Dao is that in the process of fighting, he undoubtedly activated a prohibition and spent a little time to leave alive. Hearing this, Qin Sheng nodded and said, Elder Martial Brother Yuan Shen, I owe you a favor this time. Yuan Shen gave Qin Sheng a good impression, not the domineering feeling of Shu Heng. In addition, both of them are God's Danzong. Ha ha, Brother Qin Sheng, what are you polite to me? The laughter of the first day was very clear, saying, otherwise, you can choose our Shen Danzong. I promise you can become the inheriting disciple directly. I promise I'll be in a better position and better pay than the day-to-day sanctuary. Hearing this, Yuan Huazi suddenly blushed. He didn't expect that Yuan Shen would take the initiative to woo Qin Sheng. How is it? Think about it carefully. What do you think of my junior sister? Yuan Shen laughed and sold Han Mengchen in a low voice. The moon comes before the water. My younger martial sister is not inferior to the Xia girl in her beauty and temperament, right? When Qin Sheng heard this, he immediately hit the head. He just got married and his relationship with Xia Bingning is not right. Now he joins in another Han Mengchen? At that time, there will be 3 women in a play. The cliffs will bother Qin Sheng. Qin Sheng shook his head and refused Yuan Shen's kindness. Shendanzong is one of the 4 main schools of Dian Emperor. Its power is not much weaker than that of Darajiyuan, or even equal. But one thing about Zongmen is that they are not so free. Qin Sheng didn't want to tie himself to the clan. Otherwise, when Qiao Qingyi, the elder of the god Danzong, threw an olive branch at him, Qin Sheng agreed. Why wait for today? Seeing Qin Sheng's choice, Yuan Shen smiled a little and didn't feel surprised. Even his master, Qiao Qingyi, failed to get together in person. How could his first day move Qin Sheng? However, this trip to the Magic Dragon Wasteland was not unproductive. It explored some key information in a site and had a friendship with Qin Sheng, the future star. Several years later, Yuan Shen recalled the friendship with Qin Sheng, which was the most correct decision he made in his life. Qin Sheng, come to Dian Dynasty as soon as possible. It's the stage that suits you better. Yuan said seriously on his face, besides, it's going to rain in the magic dragon wasteland. The chaos is coming. I advise you to arrange your family as soon as possible. Smell speech, Qin Sheng immediately frowns, the facial expression shows some dignified color. The recovery speed of the magic dragon wasteland is faster and faster. Over the past 10 million years, there have been countless great religions buried and countless sites will be born. There are even some evil families that have been destroyed for countless years. Evil religion will be born again. Qin Sheng clan is one of them. These evil forces will produce a storm in the wasteland, even in the whole Tianyuan land. Qin Sheng nodded heavily. If necessary, I can help Shendanzong. Yuan added. Obviously, it is not an ordinary number to move the whole family to the imperial capital of the Dian dynasty, which is inch gold and foot earth. The required yuan jing will be astronomical. Qin Sheng shook his head and refused. He said with a smile, I can solve it myself. I'll see you all when I come back. All right. As for Qin Sheng's refusal of his kindness 3 times and 4 times, Yuan had no dissatisfaction. He led Han Mengchen away. Yuan Huaza left the keepsake to Qin Sheng. Within 3 months, an emissary would come to take him to the Emperor Dian day by day. When they returned to Luyun College, the old dean had been waiting for them for a long time. His turbid eyes looked at Yunlan and Qin Sheng. What is the result of the examination? Yunyue, the old dean, has gone through half of the storm and thunder robbery. At the beginning, Qin Sheng left him half of the cloud robbery, but his voice is trembling. For Luyun College, this college test is absolutely the most important one. To keep Luyun College, we must keep Longqi. There are thousands of courtyards in this trial, and there are countless Tianzi Jiazi. Although Qin Sheng and Han Mengchen are 2 Tianzi Jiazi, in case of bad luck, they may lose Longqi if they are surrounded by some powerful talents. Grandpa, they did well in the hospital test. Cloudland didn't sell off, she smiled and said. Hearing this, Yunyue couldn't help but show some ecstasy. His turbid eyes suddenly burst into a dazzling light. Cloudland turns her hand and throws out the dragon pool. The bloody light made the old dean scared. He was confused and said, This is 7 dragon pool? The 7 mouths are dazzling, crystal clear, giving out the fascinating blood color light of dragon pool, which brightens the eyes of the old dean. How could there be 7 dragon ponds? The old dean's face was full of surprise and disbelief. He is like a dream. Luyun College has 7 dragon pools. Doesn't that mean that Luyun College will become a 7-dragon college? You know, even if you look at the highest institution in the whole Beichen country, that is, Beichen College with only 6 Longqi. Now Luyun College is going to be the highest institution in Beichengguo. Yunyue dare not think of this glory before. 20 years ago, the most glorious period of Luyun University was the rise of Qin Zhongtian, the father of Qin Sheng. Even so, Luyun College was just like Beichen College with 6 dragon ponds. After all, Yunyue is a strong man who can get through a disaster. He quickly digested the earth-shaking news. Looking at Qin Sheng, he suddenly felt that he was more blue than blue. Even Yunyue has a feeling that Qin Sheng's achievements in the future are estimated to be far beyond his father, Qin Zhongtian. Boom. In the endless mountains, a golden chariot left at full speed, which made people jump with fear. Just a few hours later, Xu Hengyi was the king of Beichen, driving the golden chariot. Here, there is a large transmission array, which can be directly transmitted back to the kingdom of Dian. Uncle Dao, I don't want to go back to the capital like this. Xu Heng growls in a low voice. His handsome face was a little dull and sinister. A real royal son was dressed by a woodlouse in a small place without a shit, and even a drop of soul blood was lost. This is no longer a matter of disgrace. It involves a serious matter of loss of life. Uncle Dao was lying on the soft seat feebly. His face was pale and frightening, just like a piece of white paper. He has taken tonic medicine continuously, and swallowed a nirvana pill worth tens of millions of yuan crystals. This 5-grain pill has no market price. Even if there are enough yuan crystals, it may not be able to buy it. You can't move that minion in a short time, son of the world. When it comes to Yuanqin, Uncle Dao's face turns pale again. It's really terrible. It's worthy of being the son of God from the 4 major schools. In the same realm, his Uncle Dao is not his opponent at all. Then what? Xu Heng's eyebrows were full of stings. I can't do nothing. I must get back the scene. I must get back the soul blood. Smell speech, Uncle Dao also nods. The mountain rain is coming on the dragon wasteland. It's going to change a lot. Maybe there will be a terrorist force to revive at that time. Uncle Dao said something out of the question. Xu Heng's handsome face showed a bit of doubt. What happened to the dragon wasteland? Xu Heng asked directly. Uncle Dao shook his head and said, I don't know. Anyway, the water in the magic dragon wasteland is very deep. It's said that even the old monsters in the cave began to fall. Uncle Dao's words are amazing. The old monsters of Dongxinjing, even in Dian dynasty, were also the top figures in the pyramid. Generally speaking, some of the leaders of the top 10 royal families are strong guards at the level of Dongxinjing. That kind of strong man, unexpectedly, also fell in the magic dragon wasteland. You can imagine how great the changes of the magic dragon wasteland are. Hearing this, Xu Hengji fell into deep thought. I can't wait for luck to drown Qin Sheng in the storm raised by the magic dragon wasteland. Xu Heng couldn't help saying. When everything goes back to the emperor, we will take a long-term view. Uncle Dao sneered. Sometimes you don't need to kill yourself. Oh, Uncle Dao, if you have any plan, just tell me. Asked Xu Heng. Uncle Dao's face was cold. He smiled cruelly and said, we can ask the Black Blade organization to fight. Hearing this, Xu Heng suddenly showed a touch of consternation and hesitation. Go and ask the black people to fight? Is it a bit of a fuss? Black Blade is the most famous killer organization in Dian dynasty. They have been established thousands of years ago. After the War of Annihilation, they can still be handed down, which proves their organization is powerful. When the Black Blade moves, there is basically no living mouth. Uncle Dao shook his head and said, it's about your soul blood. You can't be careless anymore. And my hand has already alarmed that Yuan Shen and Qin Sheng will be on guard. It's very difficult for us to make a move. Professional things are left to professional people. I believe that as long as the reward is enough, Black Blade will present the head of the little minion to the son of the world. Finally, Uncle Dao's long and narrow eyes shot out endless murderous ideas. Dianqing, Qin family. Qin Sheng has not been all the way, a black storm will come to him. Xing'er, do you think we're going to move to the imperial capital of Dian? Qin Tao was shocked. Looking at Qin Sheng, he couldn't speak for a while. Xing'er, are you sure you are serious? Qin Tao, the emperor of Dian dynasty, has been there. He is too prosperous, too brilliant. He is too rich, too expensive. He can't afford to live in the Qin family. Although the Qin family has now become the overlord-level family of Dian City, it seems to be very powerful. However, compared with the small imperial capital families of Dian dynasty, even compared with those small families of Beichen King, it is not a level of existence. They are not living well now. They live and work in a small place in peace. In another 10 years and 8 years, they will be able to move to the capital of Beichen with enough wealth. In Qin Tao's view, the development of the family should be one step at a time. If the foundation is not firm, then the speed of decline will be like a meteor. Qin Sheng shook his head, his face serious, said, "It's too late, Grandpa, the mountain rain is coming, the magic dragon wasteland will change greatly, it's not suitable to stay here for a long time." As soon as Qin Tao heard this, his face suddenly changed. He also knew that the magic dragon wasteland was changing more and more. Didn't it always develop in a good direction? How to say that changes will happen suddenly, and mountain rain will come soon? A lot of things can't be said. I'm afraid if I'm not afraid of 10,000, I'm afraid. Once things get out of control, don't say Dianqing. Even Bei Chengguo's estimation no longer exists. Qin Sheng's astonishing words made Qin Tao feel uneasy. The magic dragon wasteland is too vast, and the endless seals and prohibitions will be gradually untied, especially some evil families that have been sealed for thousands of years. Once they are born again, the 36 dynasties of wasteland will again set off a big bloodbath. The migration of the family is proceeding in an orderly manner. The other small families in Dian City still haven't received any information. They still think that Dian City will be as prosperous as it was thousands of years ago with the recovery of the magic dragon wasteland. Qin Sheng didn't disturb others, but reminded the Han family. They were also ready to move. Zhu clan moved to a small town on the edge of Dian dynasty. This is also the greatest ability of Han Mengchen. In the end, Han Mengchen is only an elite disciple of Shen Danzong. Although he awakens the innate Danhua, his future achievements will be unprecedented. But before talent and potential exchange, Han Mengchen's ability is limited. Little Lord, do you really want to evacuate the underground black market? A exquisite robe still can't cover its attractive Lu Yuehan's side and asked. The underground black market cost Lu Ruyan a lot of effort. She didn't want to give up the underground black market until she had to. In particular, now the magic dragon wasteland is reviving, and a steady stream of warriors go deep into the wasteland to take risks. How many treasures can they get? The underground black market is full of money. You have to evacuate, unless you're not afraid to die. Qin Sheng sneers. Qiu Qingyi has warned Qin Sheng once before. Now, the Yuanchen, who has returned from the depths of the magic dragon wasteland, warns Qin Sheng again. Obviously, even the most powerful people in Shenfu were extremely afraid of this storm. At that time, the storm will cover the edge of the whole magic dragon wasteland. Any small spray will be enough to make the underground black market disappear. Smell speech, Lu Yuehan, that is full of charming meaning on the face showed a touch of startled dignified color, her chest ups and downs, took a deep breath. I see. I'll prepare it when I go back. Lu Ruyan is also a decisive woman. She never drags things. Besides, is it not her goal to move all the underground black markets to the Dian dynasty, a stage that is hundreds or even thousands of times larger than here? Here you are. Qin Sheng turned his hand and took out a delicate jade bottle from the ring and threw it to Lu Yuehan. This thing should be enough for you to survive the first storm. Qin Sheng squinted and smiled. Lu Yuehan takes over the delicate jade bottle. When she opens it, she finds a few drops of crystal clear liquid in it. It has a very strong breath of life and shines with the light of runes. This is... Lu Yuehan felt the inexplicable throb and his heart beat faster. As the underground black market, she has never seen any magic medicine, but the drops in front of her contain the incomparable rune liquid, which makes her feel absolutely not simple. There are several kinds of legendary liquid in Lu Yuehan's mind. She is so smart and her clear eyes are full of incredible colors. She is surprised and says, "This is the legendary liquid of Dali Yuan?" Mei blooms, Lu Yuan's Yingzi shows a very attractive curve, and she breathes deeply. Dali Yuanya is the royal spirit of Dali Emperor 10,000 years ago. A drop of it can make a warrior with the worst foundation wash his muscles and cut his marrow, change his skin and become a saint. You can imagine how precious Dali Yuan liquid is. In fact, Dian dynasty also imitated Dali Yuan in that year. However, both the medicinal power and the effect are far from the real Dali Yuan. Lu Ruyan was very sure that Qin Sheng could not fool her with the fake goods. He thought that Qin Sheng had just participated in the hospital test, and there was no secret thing in the world. Since the end of the trial, according to the information of the underground black market, she learned that this trial had been arranged in the ruins of Dali dynasty, which had been buried for 10,000 years. Qin Sheng smiled, nodded, and said, "It's really smart. I'll give you the underground black market." I'm very relieved. Lu Ruyan's heart was stormy, her chest was pounding wildly. In these days, she had been preparing to cross the storm and thunder, but the storm and thunder were very dangerous, so she had to be prepared well, not in a hurry. Because, once the fairy robbery fails, the light will become a useless person, the heavy will be annihilated. Lu Yuan knelt down on the spot and said excitedly, "Thank you very much for your gift." In the medicine bottle, there are more than 4 or 5 drops of Dali Yuan liquid, enough for her to wash muscles and cut marrow. When she went back, she planned to take 3 drops of Dali Yuan liquid directly, and the remaining 2 drops would be kept for the day when the robbery was to be carried out. "What did you do with what I told you on the transmitter?" Qin Sheng asked lightly. Lu Yuan carefully collected Dali Yuan liquid. Her face was a little dignified. She said, "The magic dragon wasteland is more and more active. Some of the inborn monsters who have been sleeping in seclusion for decades, even for hundreds of years, have signs of activity. Some of them have been around for thousands of miles." Why let Lu Ruyan notice those inborn big demons' situation? Because Qin Sheng has been staying in Tonghan for a long time, and now the mountain rain is coming, although he can leave Beichen country and go to the safer Dian dynasty with a pat on his buttock. However, in such a place as Dian Emperor, genius is more like a dog. Tianjiao is walking all over the street, and the competition seems to be no weaker or even more cruel than here. Besides, he has been in martial arts for a long time. The saint-level Yuanmai has 2 channels, and the foundation has been very strong. So it's time for Qin Sheng to melt the soul of war. Only by melting the soul of war can the martial arts be able to break the momentum and reach the sky state at an incredible speed. Along the way of martial arts, spirits, Yuanmai and Zhanhuan are all very important. Smelting a good Zhanhuan will be very helpful to practice and fight in the future. Even in some key desperate situations, we can change our lives against the sky, completely change the war situation, and decide to live or die. We can imagine how important it is to smelt the soul of war. In Qin Sheng's current vision, he can't see the spirits of those weak monsters. According to Yuan Hua's explanation, the usher will come to meet him in these few months. In such a place as the Dian Emperor, Qin Sheng chose the holy palace day by day, which is to climb to the heaven step by step. Otherwise, why should he get his father, Qin Zhongtian? Therefore, Qin Sheng put the soul of war on the inborn monster. Smell yen, Qin Sheng immediately heart, way, is it? In detail, there are some big inborn monsters. The monsters above the 5th level are qualified to be called the big monsters. As for the inborn big monsters, the lowest level is also the monsters above the 7th level. The weakest inborn monster, in fact, can be compared with the peak of Meitong life environment, which is also a strong human being who has gone through 8 or even 9 thunderstorms. Even some powerful inborn monsters are no less powerful than the human warriors in Shenfu. Lu Yuan nodded and explained, according to the requirements of the Little Lord, there are many inborn monsters with fire attributes in the depths of the magic dragon wasteland, but they all have a lot to come from, and even some of them have long been transformed into human shapes. It's too difficult to find them. Qin Sheng's body smelt the yellow spring fire, so the inborn monster spirit that smelts the fire attribute is the most suitable. Recently, the underground black market received information that there was a big inborn demon named Bingpa Qianfeng who was suspected to be a 9th-level demon. It's very suitable for Xiaozhou. Lu Yuehan's words are astonishing. Qin Sheng frowned as soon as he heard it. Ice soul, red phoenix? Phoenix is a kind of god bird. Phoenix seeks for a mate. Phoenix is male and phoenix is female. Both phoenix and phoenix are a kind of phoenix, containing the blood of ancient phoenix. It's like a 9th-level monster. Qin Sheng said. The strength of level 7 monsters is equal to that of human warriors who are able to pass through the 9 robbers and even the Shinfu realm. The strength of level 8 monsters is probably equal to that of human strongmen in the Dongfu realm. As for level 9 monsters, those monsters that are already very scary can not only be transformed into human shapes long ago, but in fact, they are no weaker than that of human strongmen in the Vientiane realm. Qin Sheng's many means, together with Longwei and Balian, as well as many other battle formations, can only hunt level 8 monsters at most. Moreover, even if Longwei is sold, it is extremely difficult to hunt the inborn monsters with the same strength as the old monsters in Dongshenjing, and the risk is extremely high. If they are a little careless, all 3 of them will lose their lives. Qin Sheng is crazy, but he is not crazy enough to challenge the 9th-level monster, whose strength is no less weak than the Peerless Strong in Vientiane. This is the act of death. Even though Longwei's strength has been restored to the state of Shinfu, he is still different from the powerful in Vientiane. Qin Sheng shakes his head. Ice Soul, Red Flame and Phoenix are very attractive, but they are absolutely big killers. In terms of Qin Sheng's current strength, they are just moths to put out the fire. If they hiss, they will be annihilated. There is no doubt about that. However, Lu Yuehan's next words let Qin Sheng's eyes shine. Young lord, although that icy red flame phoenix is a 9th-level inborn monster with tremendous strength, I have received reliable information that she is difficult to give birth, her blood essence is lost badly, and she is eaten by other inborn demons. It is estimated that her real combat power will plummet. Lu Yuehan said. Really? Qin Sheng's handsome face is a little more eager to try. Longwei also jumped up, his mouth drooling, quack quack cry, Qin Sheng, you still hesitate what? Think of a way to do this one, you will make a lot of money. Phoenix flesh with immortal phoenix blood? How many years have not eaten? The more Longwei says, the more saliva he will have. Balian was a little puzzled and listened to Longwei's boasting, which seemed to be very powerful. Good. Qin Sheng said, you go back to collect information. We'll do a lot of big jobs when it's almost the time. If you don't go into a tiger's den, you won't get a tiger's son. If you are rich or dangerous, you can find the ice soul, red flame phoenix, with the blood of immortal phoenix. The melted soul of war, even if it's incomplete, is the worst one with 7 or even 8 stripes. In case of carelessness, the perfect melting of its animal soul, that is the spirit of 9 stripes. Even for the old monsters in the cave, most of their spirits are not Jiuwen spirits. In case of such luck, Qin Sheng has another card. Lu Yueyan left. She returned to the underground black market and paid close attention to the trace of ice soul, red flame and phoenix. When night fell, the cold wind came and even the ice and snow came up, the cold was very strong. The winter of this year is ahead of schedule, with dark clouds. Roar. A roar in the sky blew up, shaking the whole Dian city, countless people were awakened in the cold night. Qin Sheng was practicing in the secret room, and he was shocked by the roar. He left the practice room and came to the courtyard. Longwei and Balian also came out. What monsters and beasts are barking, disturbing people's dreams? Longwei is complaining that he has eaten some congenitally big demon barbecue and drunk the wine brewed by Dalian liquor. He is dreaming. From the depths of the dragon wasteland. Qin Sheng frowns. He feels that the magic dragon wasteland is getting more and more chaotic. The roar and roar of monsters have all reached Dian City, and judging from the voice, it is definitely not far away. No matter what monster he is, I'll kill him. Longwei is domineering and powerful. Since his power has been restored to Shenfu, he has a strong voice. Bang! 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 Longwei's voice just fell. There were heavy voices coming from the vicinity of Dian City, just like some horrible creatures passing by. They didn't take a step, just like the earthquake. Some houses were collapsed. What is approaching? Longwei raised his ears, and his face changed a lot, because he felt a horrible breath approaching at a high speed. Shoo, silence, breath. Qin Sheng's face was solemn, and a fierce look flashed across his eyebrows, and he murmured. Longwei and Balian converged in succession, and then Qin Sheng accepted them into the ring that could store living things. Qin Sheng stood in the courtyard and looked at the distance. He didn't dare to run the fire. But with his naked eyes, Qin Sheng's body was very strong and full of blood. Even if he didn't run the fire, he could see far away. Bang! 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 More and more powerful shaking sound, rockery in the courtyard are all cracked. Near, there are terrorist, big creatures near. A large dark cloud was pulled away, and the wind blew, revealing two eyes as big as the moon, with blood-red eyes, separated by more than 100 miles, but still let Qin Sheng see its appearance clearly. Is this a born monster? It's so huge. It's as high as a mountain. Even though it's more than 100 miles away, Qin Sheng still feels frightened. It's an unknown threat. The inborn monster is black and powerful. It seems to have a layer of secret silver on its back. Under the moonlight, it is very gorgeous. Is that the eighth order beast, the silver-backed macaque? Qin Sheng was shocked at the bottom of his heart. Even though he was so far away, he still felt palpitation. He didn't even dare to look directly at the huge blood eyes on the sky for fear of being noticed. Silver-backed Tongtian ape, that's an extinct inborn demon. I didn't expect to be able to see its true appearance at a close distance today. Silver-backed Tongtian ape looks at the crumbling Dian City through the dark cloud. His blood-colored eyes are hot. He just keenly feels that there are some rare blood monsters passing by. Silver-backed Tongtian ape is an 8-step inborn monster, with a big head. Something that can make it move is absolutely extraordinary. In the end, he gave up, went on his way, and left Dian City. Who? Seeing the departure of the silver-back macaque, Qin Sheng breathed a long breath and found that his back was wet. Just now, the great probability of the silver-back macaque is that it has been staring at Longwei or Balian. Qin Sheng's two war favorites are all big heads. In Longwei's body, the blood of Zulong is flowing. Balian is formed by the blood ginseng of 10,000 years. Although it has been transformed, it can be seen that some sharp monsters or human beings can still be seen. Just as Qin Sheng was about to breathe a sigh of relief, there was a gust of wind in the sky. He looked up and was stunned. A blue dragon glided over Dian City. With this horrible breath, the air was going to freeze. He dared not activate the Xingjie Yuan Mai, for fear of attracting its attention. Qingyun Jiao. Qin Sheng's voice was shaking. This green cloud dragon is huge and true. It stretches for tens of miles. It crosses the sky of Dian City, just like destroying the sky and destroying the earth, blocking the sky and blocking the sun. With the thunder and lightning, it is a scene of the end of the world. Qingyun Jiao is a 7-level inborn monster. Obviously, this one is not a mediocre entry-level Qingyun Jiao. It's probably a variation. Maybe it's too close. It gives Qin Sheng a sense that this Qingyun Jiao is even more powerful than the silver-backed macaque just left. Boom. The shock is far from over. Qingyun Jiao has just left. It's a position shaking. No, it should be a mountain collapse. A huge centipede also stretches for tens of miles. Its bright and sharp claws cut the mountain easily. The body of a person releases the black smoke, which makes people despair. Those broken mountains suddenly turn into black water and smoke. Everywhere they pass, they become Jedi. What happened to the dragon wasteland? Qin Sheng's heart was moved. There are 3 8-level monsters going to the depths of the demon dragon wasteland. Obviously, no matter it's the silverback macaque, the green cloud dragon, or even the huge centipede that turns into a Jedi, it's not the original monster of the dragon wasteland. They should have come from some dangerous places in the 36 imperial dynasties of the wasteland, but now they are all rushing to the depths of the magic dragon wasteland. Is there any treasure coming out of the magic dragon wasteland to attract them to take it? Qin Sheng's heart was beating wildly. Even the 8-level monsters were as powerful as the old monsters in the cave. They all drove on in the dark. It can be imagined that the treasures in the deep of the monsters' wasteland are definitely of great significance. Keep up and have a look. Qin Sheng's eyes changed, he thought for a moment, and finally decided to keep up. Those 3 big fools are going to the magic dragon wasteland. In all likelihood, there is something good to attract them. Long Wei comes out of the Neji. He uses the secret method to astringe the breath. The mysterious golden runes on his skin are very dim and astringent. Basically, he can't feel the blood breath of Zulong in his body. Qin Sheng looks dignified, nods, and follows silently. The speed of the 3 inborn monsters is too fast. Qin Sheng doesn't dare to move the saint-level metaveins in his body too much, for fear that the 3 inborn monsters will notice it. Roar! Boom! All of a sudden, the situation changed, and the 3 big inborn demons who were on their way even fought. Mountains are crushed, towering trees are annihilated, mountains and rivers are dried. The strength is equivalent to the terror strength of the old monster in the cave. Although Qin Sheng is far behind and not too close, he is also shaken by the breath of the sky and the terror of the Yuan force. Poof! Qin Sheng fell so far away that he couldn't turn his head back. He vomited blood crazily, his viscera were cracked, even some runic runes were cracked. Is this the terrorist power of the powerful at the level of Dongshinjing? Just now, Qin Sheng is at least 100 miles away from them, but even so, Qin Sheng has been hit hard. He takes out a big bottle of Liyuan liquid from Neji, just like drinking too much, and pours himself a mouthful of Liyuan liquid. Buzzing. Yuan liquid is rapidly repairing Qin Sheng's body, cracked bones, and broken viscera at a speed visible to the naked eye. After a while, Qin Sheng got up from a small slope. His face was still pale and his heart was still palpitating. The fierce battle between the 8-level inborn monsters is so terrible. Even if it's 100 miles away, it's hard for me. No matter what kind of fu bone, or armor works. Qin Sheng's heart is still palpitating. He is complaining in a low voice. He smelt a former Dynasty-S inborn talisman. In front of the 8-level inborn monster, it was so vulnerable. This is the huge gap in strength. Even if there is an inborn talisman, it can resist. It seems that Chu Ling's things are not reliable. Qin Sheng didn't follow him anymore, but returned to Dian City. On the second day, the rising sun rises to the east. Qin Sheng Kai recovers completely, which is also due to Dali Yuanya. If he is a warrior, there is no such precious tonic medicine, even if he is not killed by the living shock, he will fall into a very serious disease. Let's go and see where we were last night. Qin Sheng is not willing. He is prepared this time. He is covered with real dragon blood and hides his breath. In the dark, I didn't feel anything, but now in the daytime, Qin Sheng finds out that the 3 inborn monsters made a lot of noise last night. Before long, Qin Sheng, Long Wei, and Balian came to the place where the three inborn monsters fought fiercely last night. The mountains here have been uprooted. They are bare, like deep pits on the lakeside. They are flowing with black water and smoke. They are obviously poisonous. Qin Sheng took a breath of cool air. Although the three big monsters left, no body was found and no one knew the result. There is still a terrible breath in the air. Qin Sheng came to the core of last night's fierce battle. He felt that his whole body's strength seemed to be suppressed by death and hard to operate. Wing. Qin Sheng activated Tu Xingjia Yuan Mai, and then recovered calmly. There are still limbs. When Qin Sheng's eyes brightened, he found a silver severed limb, which was very big, as bright as a blade, and had a very prolific rune. It was as high as 40 meters, just like the size of a hill. It should have been the huge unknown centipede. Qin Sheng guessed. The huge centipede looks the weakest. This is the stump after the fierce battle, with black fog in the snow and the smell of destroying the sky and destroying the earth. The remnant limbs of the 8th level inborn demon are all runes. They can be forged into a powerful rune by the soul man. Good stuff. Qin Sheng knows that this is one of the 100 feet of the huge centipede. It's extremely sharp. It's as easy to harvest mountains as it is to harvest bandit vegetables. What's the use of this thing? It also seems to be extremely poisonous. It can neither be produced nor beautiful. Long Wei said with a disgusted face. Qin Sheng sneered and said, "You know how to eat all day long." That giant centipede, although I don't know its origin, is a real 8th level inborn monster. I want to forge this stump into a 40-meter dragon-killing knife. Qin Sheng laughed. When you meet the god, kill the god. When you meet the dragon, kill the dragon. As soon as Long Wei heard this, he immediately burst out a chill, and shouted to Qin Sheng with great dissatisfaction, "Hey, what do you say? Lao Tzu is a dragon descendant, speak well." Qin Sheng ignored Long Wei's discontent and said with a look, "There are so many dragon people, but they are not one of your Long Wei. As far as I know, they are not harmonious, are they? I don't believe there's no enemy." Qin Sheng is right. There are many kinds of dragon, only subspecies have tens of hundreds. Each kind of dragon comes from different formations, some even feuds. Back in Dian City, Qin Sheng began to polish the 40-meter dragon slaying knife. The material is too hard. It took Qin Shenghua 3 days and 3 nights to forge it. The dragon-slaying knife is still very rough, but it is still very sharp. Long Wei watched carefully the gallop of the liver. It's a pity that although the dragon-slaying knife is sharp, it's still short of an artifact. It's more powerful. Qin Sheng exclaimed, feeling that there was something wrong with it. In the distance, Long Wei's small eyes looked discontented and whispered, "Hey, can't you change your name? What's the dragon-slaying Dao?" It's just angry. Qin Sheng doesn't think so. He carries a 40-meter dragon-killing knife and flies up to the sky. He says, "Let's go to the magic dragon wasteland and try our power. By the way, we can see if we can hunt and pick up something." Now the mountain rain is coming from the magic dragon wasteland, more and more big inborn demons appear. If you encounter a single big demon, you can cut it directly and have a good meal, which is also a good choice. Although Long Wei was not satisfied with the name of Dragon Slayer, his eyes lit up as soon as he heard about hunting and catching big demons. Soon, Qin Sheng and Long Wei, Balian, 1 man and 2 demons came to the depths of the demon dragon wasteland. Here has entered the magic dragon wasteland for hundreds of miles, nearly 1,000 miles. Here, the mountains are densely covered, towering and giant trees stand up, with dense vitality and picturesque scenery. Unfortunately, it's too quiet. Qin Sheng looked around, nodded and was very satisfied. He said with a smile, "This place is so quiet, it should be the territory of some powerful monster. There is a strong sense of territory between monsters. If they break into their territory by force or by mistake, without the Lord's consent, they will find endless revenge. This place is too quiet, and the area is very vast. There is not a weak beast found in tens of miles around. However, Qin Sheng, Long Wei, and Balian blustered in and even wantonly destroyed it. For a whole hour, the place was still too quiet, and no lord came out to revenge. Perhaps the lord of the land has just died. Long Wei said indifferently, let's change places. Don't waste time. I haven't had lunch for so long. Smell speech, Qin Sheng shook his head to refuse. Wei, need not change place, so much trouble. If you don't change places, will you keep waiting until it's dark? Long Wei was dissatisfied and looked at the 40-meter dragon-killing knife with contempt. The dragon-slaying saber is bright and bright, with black death. It's amazing. It's 40 meters long. It's a big killing tool that ordinary martial artists can't use at all, but Qin Sheng is very happy to use it. In fact, Qin Sheng planted sword seeds in his body and understood the meaning of destroying sword, but he didn't have a weapon to use. The old immortal of Chu Ling threw a broken sword. However, it was rusty and suffered heavy damage. Qin Sheng felt that Chu Ling wanted to pit him, and how powerful the broken sword might be. In addition, Qin Sheng's self was more inclined to practice body and martial arts, and he didn't have much interest in kendo. The sword species was obtained by chance. Qin Sheng takes a look at Long Wei. He smiles at Balian, with inexplicable meaning in his eyes. What do you want? Balian covered his chest with his hands, and his voice trembled a little. Qin Sheng stepped out and approached Balian. He said with a smile, no, just relax. I just want you to put some blood and attract some big monsters. Hearing this, Balian suddenly screamed. He turned into a bloody shadow, which was very fast and frightening. The strength of Balian has plummeted so much that it can only be compared with the human warrior of the 3 disasters of Meitong. However, no matter how fast Balian's speed is, it can't be faster than Qin Sheng's 40-meter dragon-slaying knife. Clang and clang. A bright dragon-slaying knife is put on Balian's neck. The blade doesn't need to be polished at all. It is extremely sharp. The black poisonous fog makes Balian hold his breath and dare not breathe again. Ha ha, if you have something to say. Balian counsels and squeezes out a smile worse than crying. Qin Sheng sticks to the huge dragon-slaying saber with both hands. This dragon-slaying knife is forged from the broken feet of the unknown giant centipede. Even though its terrifying power is no less than that of the ordinary congenital talisman, it can't be enlarged or reduced since it has no spirit. However, Qin Sheng's physical strength is so powerful that it is no less than the ordinary inborn demon. Therefore, the 40-meter-long dragon-slaying knife seems to be a huge burden, but it is just like a toothpick. 3 drops of blood. Qin Sheng said with a smile, if you don't give up, I will do it myself. Hearing this, Balian counseled on the spot, biting his finger severely and dropping a few drops of blood red with some gold blood. There is not a little smell of blood, but it is very fragrant, and the fragrance will soon spread to the distance. Boom. It was not long before, in the extremely quiet valley, there was a deafening noise on the spot, as if heaven and earth were shaking. Click. The mountain collapses, the valley cracks a huge crack, and a giant climbs out. This huge thing, in the shape of a snake, is made of rigid rocks. Its surface is covered by a dense mass of rock scales. The scales are also ignited with a blue flame, rolling up a heat wave. It's a ground rock dragon. Qin Sheng looked up at the giant. Dianlong is a big demon of the 5th level. Although it is only a weak one among the big demons of the 5th level, its defense is terrible. Even the big demon at the top of the 5th level cannot shake its rock armor. Just in time, take you to practice the sword. Qin Sheng is carrying a 40-meter-long dragon-slaying knife and stamping his feet hard, just like the god of heaven splitting the mountain. It's a bit groundbreaking. He cuts the dragon out of the ground. Stupid man. It is estimated that the rock dragon was able to spit out some fruits beneficial to shape. It just ate some precious metals and fell into a deep sleep, but was awakened by an unprecedented fragrance. Dianlong thought that there were precious fruits mature nearby, because the recovery of the magic dragon wasteland recently gave birth to many magical fruits mature. It gave up asceticism and woke up, but found that no spiritual fruit was mature. A human came in. Moreover, the human power was so humble that its yuan power was as dim as a firefly 100 miles away. It was not worth mentioning at all. Here is the territory of its rock dragon. This stupid man not only broke into its territory, but also made a knife to it face to face. The knife looks very powerful. It looks big and long. It's 3 or 4 meters long. At this time, Qin Sheng looks funny, like an ant, waving a woodcutter, and the proportion is funny at all. What an arrogant and stupid human being. Don't the stupid human know that the most powerful thing of its rock dragon is its defense? Stupid man. This is the only thought in the heart of the rock dragon at this moment. Its eyes are flashing with blue fire. It has no defensive action, but lies lazily in the valley, letting the seemingly huge knife swing. Connect 9 channels. Qin Sheng murmured that all the 9 yuan veins in his body had been activated, and all his body was shining brightly, especially those 2 yuan veins. Once activated, his holy intention was to agglomerate, dazzling as the sun above the sky. Buzzing. The yuan force like a raging tide surged out of Qin Sheng's body and poured continuously into the 40-meter dragon-slaying blade. The dragon-slaying saber is shining with silver brilliance. With the death-like black fog, it sends out a horrible smell. The lazy Dianlong sends out something bad. Looking at Qin Sheng, it keenly feels that there is some holy meaning in his body. Looking at the 40-meter dragon-slaying saber from the sky, it shivers. This is not fear of its power and shiver, but instinct panic. He felt that the origin of the 40-meter-long dragon-slaying knife should not be underestimated. It should be forged from the skeleton of some kind of horror demon, or it would not make the earth rock dragon instinctively panic. Dianlong wanted to escape, but it was late. Poop. The 40-meter dragon-slaying knife, with its sharp blade, cuts the Dianlong in half like tofu. Ah! Dianlong was cut into 2 sections. Its section was extremely smooth. It felt no obstruction at all. It screamed wildly and ran away. This is its territory, but the 40-meter dragon-slaying saber is too horrible. Even the defense power of the ground rock dragon, which is close to the evil spirit, has been defeated. There is no winning chance. Shwa. Qin Sheng is carrying a dragon-slaying knife and running Python Dragon Purple electricity formula crazily. It's as fast as a purple lightning. He comes to Dianlong's side and cuts it out coldly. Pooh. There is no suspense. In front of the dragon-slaying knife, Dianlong is as fragile as tofu. It wanted to struggle, it wanted to beg for mercy, but Qin Sheng didn't let it leave a little bit of life. Finally, Dianlong fell and Qin Sheng dug out the animal core. On the top of the animal core, there is an unreal shadow of the earth rock dragon. It is struggling wildly, but it is accepted by the money. 5 lines beast soul? There was no fluctuation in Qin Sheng's mind. As for the ordinary martial arts in the spirit realm, a perfect 5-pattern beast soul is extremely precious. The rock dragon is defensive, and Qin Sheng as an individual repair, the defense is also very amazing. Besides, the rock dragon smelt the beast fire. In fact, these 2 aspects still meet the needs of Qin Sheng. This dragon-slaying knife is powerful. Qin Sheng had some accidents. Even the human warrior who had been through 3 robberies in the rock dragon area had to spend a lot of energy to clean it up. After all, the defense of Dianlong is amazing. After a few sabers, Qin Sheng beheads a monster that is equal to human warrior and has 3 robbers. The power of this dragon-killing saber is much more than Qin Sheng expected. Mimi becomes a pile of rubble of the ground rock dragon body, stained with the black death of the dragon-slaying knife, and is corroded into a pool of black corpse water. It's really unlucky. It's a ground rock dragon. It has no flesh and blood. It's hard all over. Longwei muttered discontentedly, let's change places and hunt again? Since Shouwei was promoted to Shenfu again, Longwei's desire to eat meat has become more and more strong. He began to be greedy when he didn't eat the flesh and blood of the big demon for a few days. Hearing this, Balian was scared to shiver on the spot. He gave Longwei a look. If it's to change places again, it doesn't mean to let him bleed and lure other big demons? Qin Sheng nodded. That's what he meant. At this time, Qin Sheng's transmitter vibrated a few times, and several messages popped up. There was a sneak attack on the black market, and the source of the attack was unknown. The other side is so strong that the black market can hardly bear it. Black market fall, come quickly. When Qin Sheng saw it, his face suddenly changed. He put away the 40-meter dragon-slaying knife and said, something happened in the underground black market. Let's go. The underground black market is very important for Qin Sheng. It's a big killing tool for making money. Can their Qin family take root in the capital of Dian dynasty? It has a great relationship with the underground black market. The Qin family has harvested all the industries and is ready to leave Dian City at any time. At this juncture, he does not want the underground black market to be a trophy for others. In the underground black market, Lu Ruyan is tied up in all kinds of ways. She looks up at a group of people in black. At this time, the charm on her face has disappeared. Instead, there was deep fear. This group of people in black are of unknown origin. They forcibly enter the forbidden area from the outer valley and turn over the river to the sea. The elders of Tongmingjing are like a dog with teeth and claws in front of this group of people in black. With a sword, a knife, or even just a slap, they are easily beaten to death. In a moment, maybe the time is even shorter. All the powerful people in the underground black market have fallen. The bronze rune soldiers in front of them, like some big toys, are easily cleaned up. Who are these people in black? What are they? The array of the underground black market in front of these people is like a decoration, which can't resist their intrusion at all. This is the 5-level array arranged by Qin Sheng himself. Even those who have survived 2 or 3 heavy storms and thunderstorms will take a lot of time to break the array. Lu Ruyan's delicate body was trembling. She thought that the 5-level array arranged by the little Lord Qin Sheng could withstand for a while, at least until Qin Sheng came. Unfortunately, the reality is so cruel. In a blink of an eye, the whole underground black market left her alone. The rest of them are all generalists. They have no great effect at all. Tut tut, is this inborn flattery? One of them was in black. He was holding Lu Ruyan's delicate and dripping face. His young eyes were shining with strong possessiveness, which was extremely hot. Who are you? Lu Ruyan wants to leave the young man in black, but she is too firmly bound to move. At present, the young man in black is very terrible. Originally, the 5-level array arranged by the young Lord Qin Sheng was able to resist the invasion of this group of people in black like wolves. However, when the man threw a stone, the array was broken. The man in black rushed in and killed all the powerful people in life. Come on, say it, you may be scared to death. The young man in black challenged, the inborn charming female warrior is really enviable. Lu Yuehan's face was frightened. She wanted to struggle, but she found that she could not move. Don't struggle anymore. Serve me well. I'll give you away. The eyes of the young man in black are getting hotter and hotter. In one hand, he tore Lu Yuehan's coat to expose a large area of white and crystal skin. Lu Yuehan is desperate. She closes her eyes. She wants to explode her own dantian. Even if she destroys herself, she will not allow these unknown people in black to destroy her innocence. Unfortunately, she was imprisoned, not to mention the operation of Yuanli, even if one finger cannot move. Bang! At this moment, a sound of smashing the door came. There are cracks in the 5-level array that they have completely controlled. Bang! The earth and the heaven vibrated violently. Who dare to destroy me? The young man in black looked up at the 5-level battle formation which was about to crack and shouted loudly. He almost ate this unique and charming creature. Now someone is so arrogant to disturb him. An indescribable anger burns from his chest. Click. On the sky, a huge and incomparable silver saber is cut down. The 5-level array can't bear it, and it turns into countless pieces. A group of young people came in, with a handsome face and a leisurely walk. Behind them, however, there was a terrifying big knife with a length of 40 meters. Who are you? How do you want to die if you dare to harass your own good deeds? The young man in black with a fierce face is staring at the younger than himself, but how can he break a real 5-level array by brute force? It will take a long time for even the strong men of the first and third robberies to break through a real 5-level array. In Qin Sheng's eyes, there was a flash of anger. He smelled the strong smell of blood. All the powerful people in the underground black market fell down. Now only Lu Ruyan, who had just passed the first storm and thunder, is left. Lu Ruyan's delicate body is bound by 5 flowers and 8 flowers, and her coat on her chest is torn open, revealing a large area of dazzling white skin. Obviously, this group of people in black with unknown origin are preparing to do something worse than birds/animals. Qin Sheng stared at the desperate Lu Yuyan and said softly, "Sorry, I'm a little late." Young man in black, he is young and vigorous, and finds that he has been ignored by Qin Sheng. How noble his identity is. When he comes to Dian City, where there is no shit, if he does a lot of work, if he is not his elder brother, let him keep a low profile. With his personality, how can he wear a black suit and cover his face? Hello, I ask you a question. The young man in black was very dissatisfied and roared. If he didn't worry about Qin Sheng's brute strength, he would kill him with a 40-meter-long knife. You need to know that he borrowed breaking stone from his brother Wang, so he can break the battle easily. Otherwise, he can't break the battle without half a day. This is a 5-level array, which can withstand the long-term attack of the powerful human beings who have been through multiple storms and thunderstorms. Hearing this, Qin Sheng glanced at the young man in black coldly and said, "Don't worry. How do you want to die?" Qin Sheng's voice was not loud, but it was extremely harsh, which made the young man in black Longyan furious. He roared, "Cut him! Brush!" As soon as the words containing endless anger came out, the several people in black hidden in the temple didn't have any hesitation. They rushed to Qin Sheng. Boom. The horrible yuan power fluctuates and rises. These are all the powerful people in the life environment. They are ruthless and professional, and they cooperate with each other very skillfully. Obviously, they are not the mobs temporarily assembled. These people in black, there are all kinds of robberies, and even the leader is a strong man who has survived the triple storm and thunder. Connect 9 channels. Qin Sheng sneers and directly activates the 9 channels in his body. Of course, there are a group of outsiders outside the underground black market, and there are some fighters who don't know what's going on. They hide outside and watch the fighting in the forbidden area. Qin Sheng didn't expose the 2 sacred steps in his body, but it was enough. His dragon-slaying knife gave off a dazzling light like the sun. Knife light just like sweeping away thousands of troops, let those just rushed out of the black people despair. Pooh. 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 7 or 8 people in black, like a bird with broken wings, turned into blood and fell powerlessly on the cold floor. How could? What kind of knife is this? 7 pattern or 8 pattern rune? On my leg. The scene is full of wailing. 8 people in black, who are in the life-saving area, died on the spot. The other 3 were either cut off or lost their legs without hands. The young man in black was frightened on the spot. He looked up at Qin Sheng, who came slowly. He couldn't say a word, but he was the court strongman of his kingdom. How could he be killed by a knife? The rest of the 3 people in black, who are in the life-saving environment, soon turn black all over and become a pool of black water. Those who die can't die anymore. The dragon-slaying knife is not only extremely sharp, but also has an extremely corrosive and poisonous blade. Even Dianlong, famous for its defense, can't carry the 40-meter-long dragon-slaying knife in Qin Sheng's hands. This group of people with unknown origin and the strongest strength is just the human warrior who has survived the triple storm and thunder. How can they carry the dragon-slaying knife in Qin Sheng's hand? Qin Sheng is very satisfied with the power of the dragon-slaying knife. It's just a big killing tool in group war. As long as it's not a powerful and overzealous general life force, once the skin is cut, it's estimated that he will be poisoned and killed. At the same time, Qin Sheng wondered what the giant centipede, which was on its way that night, was so terrible. Shua. The young man in black wanted to escape. Qin Sheng Hua turned into a string of streamers, blocked his escape route, sacrificed the prisoner's dragon hand and held his throat with one hand. Air. The young man in black struggled desperately. He was shining all over, moved all the cards in his body, and threw out several bronze talismans. Chasm. But these bronze talismans, in front of Long Wei, are just like ants. In a few breathing hours, all the bronze talismans are dismembered by Long Wei and become a lot of scrap iron. Say it. Qin Sheng was very cold and looked at the young man in black. He asked qualitatively, "Who are you?" The face of the young man in black was ugly. He said, "Sir, my name is Yan Fei. I come from the affiliated country of Shenyun." Yan Fei can't breathe. He can only transmit the voice. He is very scheming to tell his origin. Shenyun Kingdom, which is one of the hundreds of affiliated countries of Dian dynasty, can rank in the top 10. Beichen Kingdom is one of the many affiliated countries of Dian dynasty. Its strength is the existence of the middle and lower class, and the gap between Beichen Kingdom and Shenyun Kingdom is very large. From Shenyun Kingdom? Qin Sheng frowned as soon as he heard it. Yan Fei's eyes brightened, and his eyebrows were a little smug. Although he was clamped down and his breath was not smooth, the momentum accumulated over the years could not be hidden for a while. Yes, I am the prince of Shenyun Kingdom, with noble blood in my body. Yan Fei thought that Qin Sheng frowned because he was afraid of the majesty of the Shenyun Kingdom. When he started to transmit the voice, he recovered his arrogance. If you are wise, you will. Pa. The prince from Shenyun Kingdom, who was only half cruel, was slapped by Qin Sheng before he finished speaking. Poof. Yan Fei coughs up blood with a big mouth, and there are broken teeth in the blood foam. He is a martial artist who can pass a disaster. His body has been so strong that he was beaten by Qin Sheng with a slap and his teeth were broken. You can imagine how powerful Qin Sheng is. Yan Fei's face was bruised. He was the prince of Shenyun Kingdom. Although he was not the first several successors, he was also of noble status. He had never been humiliated. You. Yan Fei raised his head and looked at Qin Sheng with a face full of resentment. He could not help but utter wild words. Pa. 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 Unfortunately, the reality is very cruel. Before we can say it, Qin Sheng slapped his face. His face was almost broken. I've never heard of the Shenyun kingdom or the place where birds don't shit. Qin Sheng sneered. Poof. Yan Fei breathed blood immediately. Their Shenyun kingdom was one of the top 10 affiliated countries of the Great Yan dynasty. It had the highest national strength, far beyond the northern kingdom here. But, in Qin Sheng's mouth unexpectedly becomes does not know where the bird do not shit the small place? Why is Wu Lao so crazy? Yan Fei spits blood in his heart, but he doesn't dare to speak out anymore. He feels that the young man in front of him will not eat hard or soft. If he dare to speak hard again, there will be no good fruit to eat. In case Qin Sheng gets angry, he slaps himself to death. Who will he cry to then? Yan Fei is a prince. He is still so young and has a lot of time to enjoy. How can he die? Sir, if you have something to say, I'm Yan Fei. Yan Fei is finally convinced, and his voice trembles in a low voice. When Qin Sheng nodded with satisfaction and said coldly, that's right. I don't care where you come from. This place belongs to me. How about the account of the man who killed me? Qin Sheng's tone was very cold. Yan Fei was in the street, and said, how can Wu Lao be so handsome? All my people are court guards. The elite of the elite are not a motley crew in your remote place. Besides, you have killed all our people. My heart is still bleeding. Of course, it's impossible for Yan Fei to say anything about this kind of arrogance. If he dare to say it, he will be killed by Qin Sheng in 9 out of 10. I am willing to compensate. Yan Fei said in a low voice. Willing to pay, right? Qin Sheng's sword eyebrow raised and said, I have lost several powerful people in the underground black market, as well as some bronze talismans. 100 million yuan crystal. Qin Sheng said lightly. Poof. Yan Fei spits blood crazily, looks pale, and looks at Qin Sheng in amazement. What did you say? 100 million yuan crystal? Yan Fei was a little uncertain. He thought he had overheard him. He couldn't hear clearly. He asked again. As soon as Qin Sheng's sword eyebrows coagulated, there was a trace of displeasure on his handsome face. Yes, 100 million yuan crystal, how can it be too much? Yan Fei is furious and scolds the street crazily. He is 100 million yuan crystal. Even though he is the prince of Shenyun kingdom, he has not been divided and has no industry. 100 million yuan crystal is equivalent to 10,000 yuan stone, which is an astronomical existence even for a powerful person with a life-saving environment, even if Yan Fei Gui is the prince of Shenyun country. Yan Fei took a deep breath to suppress his anger and said, Sir, there are too many 100 million yuan crystals. Besides, all my subordinates have been cut off by you. There is no one left. Can you reduce it? Yan Fei asked tentatively, I promise to give 10 million yuan jing as compensation. In fact, Yan Fei is only a prince of a subsidiary country. Even if he is the legitimate son of the royal family from the Dian dynasty, like Xu Heng, 100 million yuan jing will never come out. Ha ha, is it 10 million yuan? Qin Sheng's eyes were cold, shining cold light, faintly sending out the icy and stabbing sense of killing. He said, You'd better go on the road, your subordinates may not have gone far. No, no, sir. Yan Fei panicked. He cried for mercy and almost fell on his knees. Well? Qin Sheng sneered and said, If you can't afford to pay, you should use your life. Is that reasonable? Yan Fei was about to cry. He said, "Don't kill me, sir. I have a big secret." "No, it should be a big chance. I can show you the way. If you can get it, it's definitely worth 100 million yuan. When Qin Sheng is interested. To be honest, he doesn't really care about killing Yan Fei. He doesn't have any feelings for the elders in the underground black market. He will die when he dies. Let's hear, what news can be worth 100 million yuan crystal? Qin Sheng was curious. Yan Fei took a few deep breaths, calmed down his mood, and then said, "We found a 9-step inborn demon. It was difficult to give birth, and it was seriously injured. It was going to die." Ice soul, red flaming phoenix? Qin Sheng was dissatisfied. He slapped Yan Fei. Yan Fei spits blood again. He looked at Qin Sheng in amazement and dared not speak. "It's a big secret. A few days ago, I followed the silver-backed macaque and an unknown giant centipede to see if I could get a black hand." Qin Sheng said coldly. Yan Fei hears the words, and suddenly he is frightened. He looks at Qin Sheng again, and his eyes have completely become admiration and fear. "You've got black hands on silver-backed macaroni and candle-long silver iron centipede? That's the 8th level inborn monster. Chong." Qin Sheng raised the dragon sword and said with a sneer, "Do you see the 40-meter-long dragon sword? This is the dragon-slaying knife forged with the candle dragon silver iron centipede." Long Wei, with his mouth curled, wants to break through Qin Sheng's clothes. It's clear that he's just following up and picking up the leak. Now it's his own black hand. Yan Fei fixed his eyes and saw that the 40-meter dragon-slaying knife was really similar to the candle dragon silver iron centipede. He recalled that before Qin Sheng broke in, some even cut a knife to a group of palace guards who had experienced multiple storms and thunder, all of which were like tofu. It can be seen that the dragon-killing knife in his hand was not a common thing. "Sir, your dragon sword is very powerful." Yan Fei said undeniably, "But there is still a big difference with the ice soul and the red flaming phoenix. To be honest, my brother Wan has found the nest of the ice soul red flame phoenix, and has full means to get the core of the 9th level demon." Yan Fei promised, "If you don't believe me, I can show you the way." "Woodlouse, still want me to pay 100 million yuan crystal, dream, wait for you to hook up, take me to my brother Wang, then there are 100 ways to discard you." Yan Fei flashed a fierce look deep in his pupil. The corpse of the 9th level congenitally big demon, every mouthful of blood and flesh, is a tonic medicine. Yan Fei doesn't believe Qin Sheng will be unmoved. Qin Sheng looks at Yan Fei with a smile, and then his whole body erupts with horrible power. His arms are glittering and shining, which is the light of rune. The prisoner dragon's hand is twisted hard. Click. Yan Fei's neck was broken by Qin Sheng. He looked at Qin Sheng in amazement. However, he didn't think how Qin Sheng suddenly poisoned him. Well. Yan Fei wants to question Qin Sheng why he killed him. Unfortunately, a feeling of weakness spreads all over his body. Then his pupils enlarge, and the breath of life flies away. Bang! Qin Sheng takes Yan Fei's ring and randomly throws his body to a corner. Is really a fool. He really thinks of me as a woodlouse that has never seen the world before. Qin Sheng said coldly. Qin Sheng refined the inheritance and memory of the 10,000 robbers, how rich the experience was, how could Yan Fei, the prince of this small country, easily deceive him? It's obvious from Yan Fei's words that they are all interested in the ice soul red flaming phoenix that has been severely damaged in Xianyun Kingdom. Maybe the power is not only Xianyun Kingdom, but also other powerful affiliated countries and even the power adjacent to the imperial dynasty. If Qin Sheng takes Yan Fei to ask Xuanyun's powerful people for debts, isn't it a living target for all? Qin Sheng Kai is not so stupid. Lu Ruyan, are you okay? Qin Sheng looks back at Lu Ruyan, who is still in shock. She is tied all over, which makes people look sad. Qin Sheng helped her untie it and let it return to freedom. Thank you for saving my life. Lu Yuan fixed her eyes on Qin Sheng. She couldn't see him through. In the middle of the wave, a group of powerful people who have gone through multiple storms and thunderstorms will be cut down with one stroke. This monstrous means is simply appalling. Qin Sheng nodded and said, prepare for it. Harvest all the industries in the underground black market. If you can sell at a low price, you can sell at a low price. It's not long here. This time, without any hesitation, Lu Yuan nodded directly and agreed. In 3 days, take my Qin family and leave Dian City. Qin Sheng ordered directly. Qin Sheng doesn't worry about Lu Ruyan's escape, because Lu Ruyan has already made a spiritual contract with Qin Sheng. If he dares to betray Qin Sheng, he will only die for her. Let's go too. Qin Sheng said to Long Wei that he had left the underground black market. Long Wei and Balian have been waiting impatiently. They rub their fists and rub their hands, especially when they hear Yan Fei mention that the Ice Soul, Red Flame and Phoenix are dying. At night, the magic dragon wasteland, where there is a dead silence, occasionally came the terrible roar. Wow! With the cold and biting wind and the horrible power of strangulation, it's a dead place with low temperature. Even the 5th-level demons dare not break in. Is this the legend that the dragon will not destroy the mountain? Qin Sheng is hiding in the dark. His eyes are shining faintly. He can see faraway places and even penetrate some horrible prohibitions. The magic dragon does not destroy the mountain. It is boundless, tens of millions of feet high, towering into the clouds. Just at the foot of the mountain, it has already towered into the clouds. The legendary Jedi in the magic dragon wasteland, few of the human warriors dare to approach, because it will occasionally spray out a terrible tide of death. Once it is annihilated, it will become the corpse of the dead, and will never be immortal. Before the recovery of the magic dragon wasteland, the immortal mountain is the last green space of the magic dragon wasteland. In addition to occasionally spraying black dead air from the caves in the mountain as many as the stars on the sky, in fact, it is very powerful, about 10 times or even 100 times as much as the outside. Tens of thousands of years ago, there were numerous large religions born here, but it was helpless that the war of extermination of the world in those days was all buried in the abyss of the immortal mountain. At this time in the magic dragon immortal mountain of a humble valley. There are many mountains in different shapes. Some of them are shining brightly, some of them are spewing out horrible flames, some of them are blowing up horrible air currents that can strangle the powerful people in Shinfu, and some of them are covered with dark clouds, covering a large area of hijacking clouds. Qin Sheng, Long Wei, and Balian are looking out from afar, and dare not close. According to Yan Fei, this place should be close to the nest of the Ice Soul, Red Flaming Phoenix, right? Qin Sheng whispered. Long Wei sits on Qin Sheng's shoulder. His third eye wants to crack and see through everything here. Well, I can see that there were skeletons and battles here. Long Wei put away his smiley face and looked serious. This is the legendary magic dragon that never destroys the mountain. Although it has not yet entered the compound, it is only on the edge of the foot of the mountain, but it has also found many corpses of monstrous monsters, including some powerful human bones. Even the old monsters in the cave also died here. As for the Shinfu realm, there are countless. These skeletons are all from the War of Annihilation, 10,000 years ago. Some of them have not even been corrupted. They are not very old. It can be imagined how dangerous this place is. Even Long Wei wakes up his spirit, because a little carelessness is likely to sink into the abyss of eternal doom. This is definitely not for fun. After a few breaths, Long Wei's third eye finally split, shooting a golden light, penetrating everything, and stimulating some ancient prohibitions. Boom. Long Wei is only the third eye, which has touched these ancient prohibitions. There is a horrible corpse spirit crawling out, his whole body is red with blood, and he carries a sarcophagus on his shoulder. His hair is long and red, and his eyes are long gone, but he ignites the soul fire and looks terrible. The corpses roared to the sky. Qin Sheng and Long Wei lowered their heads. Then Bai Lin was stunned. He almost turned over and ran away. Qin Sheng slapped him and stunned him. He accepted the ring. Balian is only a 10,000-year-old ginseng spirit after all. He has a good ability to break through the array, but his fighting ability is not very strong. At most, he can only compete with the human warriors who have passed 3 robberies. Not far away, about 20 or 30 miles away, the corpse with the sarcophagus on its shoulder has a terrible breath, at least equivalent to the power of terror in Shinfu. Qin Shengbu went down to the array, wiped 3 layers of real dragon blood on the inside and 3 layers on the outside, and isolated all the breath with the stealth secret method inherited from the 10,000 robbers. Roar. The spirit of the corpse carrying the sarcophagus is so powerful that it is almost suffocating. The fierce light is exposed. It flies over Qin Sheng and Long Wei, leaving the mountain where the magic dragon cannot destroy. After a whole hour, Qin Sheng Kai withdrew the array and found that he was all wet. It's just the edge of the mountain where the magic dragon can't kill. It's a corpse spirit whose strength is no less than that of Shinfu. Qin Sheng finally put away his contempt and was very serious. Next, Long Wei didn't use the third eye to open the road, but walked slowly. No matter Qin Sheng or Long Wei can resist the corpse spirit in Shinfu, but if it's the old monster in Dongtian, or even the mighty one in Vientiane, Qin Sheng and Long Wei will burp their farts. There is no doubt about that. It didn't send out a ray of yuan force. It converged all the breath. It was too slow to walk by legs alone, and the mountain was too vast. Qin Sheng and Long Wei searched for 3 days and nights, and finally saw the crowd. Here is under a cliff, there is a camp, dozens of human strongmen lurk. There are people in front of us. They should be the people of Shenyun Kingdom. Qin Sheng sent a message to Long Wei. Long Wei doesn't think so. These days, his nerves are bouncing tightly, and he says hard, so I used to knock on the mug stick? It's not a long time for Long Wei to follow Qin Sheng, but the scale of this black hand is even worse than Qin Sheng. Qin Sheng smiled and said, that's natural. Yan Fei owes me 100 million yuan. Little Prince Yan Fei has been away for such a long time, and there is no response from the transmitter. Shall we? In the camp, a middle-aged man, dressed in black lock armor, with a firm face and a little grumpiness, hesitated for a moment and couldn't help saying. In front of him, there was a young man in a bloody armor, with a powerful brow. Looking back at the middle-aged man, he said indifferently, this is the immortal mountain of the magic dragon. There are many forbidden covers. It's normal that the transmitter can't get an echo. The middle-aged man wanted to talk, but stopped. He was very clear about the little prince. He had a severe temper. He had a high talent and was the only one who was going to inherit Shenyun Kingdom. Besides, Yan Fei is the prince of our Shenyun Kingdom. Among the hundreds of affiliated countries of Dian Dynasty, our Shenyun Kingdom is the wave of pyramids. Who will dare to move the people of our Shenyun Kingdom? This is called stern prince, very confident, some crazy words. General, remember that your mission this time is to capture the spirit of the beast of the ice soul and red flaming phoenix for the Prince's Highness, so that the Prince's Highness can become a saint and become a god's mansion. A weird eunuch said coldly. Shenyun Kingdom is one of the top 10 affiliated countries. The court fight is very fierce. Even among the princes, it is also very cruel. When you are in the emperor's house, you should put aside the family affection. Boom. A terrible explosion suddenly appeared between the heaven and the earth. The dark clouds were approaching, and then there was a smell of terror. The camp under the precipice was swept up by the wind, and countless people turned around, especially the first successor from Qianyun country. He looked up at the sudden terror of the sky, and a terrible blade exploded in the dark clouds. The large array is activated, forming a yellow border, flashing the multiplying runes. The light of the knife was cold and sharp. It crossed a snow-white arc. In the hot eyes, it fell into the yellow border. The yellow border suddenly set off a huge wave, just like a tornado, watching the grim and so on. The terrible crash made everyone in the room have a heart twitch. The enemy is attacking. The grim face changed greatly. There are already secrets here. There are many array covers. I didn't expect that they were found at once. What's more, the sword just was too horrible. This camp is arranged as a 5-level array. Even those who have gone through the triple storm and thunder are hard to shake. Phew. The snowy dragon slaying knife, as long as 40 meters, is like the god of heaven holding the knife. Once again, it cuts out a knife. Click. The dirt yellow border formed by the 5-level array actually shows cracks, and then the cracks are more and more in the face of the storm. Break it for me. Qin Sheng didn't hesitate anymore, and then cut out a knife mercilessly. Bang! This 5-level array can't hold on at last. It turns into endless pieces. The horrible saber cheek condenses into a horrible tornado and rolls around. Escort. Escort. An old eunuch with a grotesque face, his face is old and wrinkled, but his brows are full of violence, and his whole body exudes a sharp breath, which is no less than the warrior who has been through 3 disasters. He stood in front of the stern body, his narrow eyes narrowed into a straight line, looking at a young man coming out from a distance. Qin Sheng drags this 40-meter-long dragon-slaying knife to shock the public. He is very young, with a handsome face and shining skin. Yuanli is erupted from every pore. The one who can connect soul and territory? The old eunuch suddenly lost his mind. He looked at Qin Sheng suspiciously, especially staying for a long time on the 40-meter-long dragon-slaying knife behind him. His face was startled. "Who is your excellency?" The old eunuch asked loudly. "We are from Qianyun country." "I don't know why we destroyed the array of our country." The old eunuch was tense and stared at Qin Sheng. He couldn't understand how it was possible for him to come to the Devil Dragon Immortal Mountain. Not to mention that with the recovery of the Magic Dragon Wasteland, the Broken Forbidden and Terror arrays are activated. The Yuan force is more and more strong, and the fruits are more and more numerous. A large number of monsters have eaten the fruits, and their strength has skyrocketed. This is the place where the Magic Dragon will not destroy the mountain and the deepest part of the Magic Dragon Wasteland. Let alone the martial arts in the soul state, even the martial arts in the life state are unlikely to come alone. Thinking of this, both the old eunuch and the middle-aged general in black lock armor want to have a look at each other, and their faces are a little dignified. If the current Qin Sheng can't be just a warrior who can connect the soul, that is to say, Qin Sheng's actual strength is far beyond their budget, and can't see through Qin Sheng's accomplishments at all. Qin Sheng was also shocked by the power of the dragon-slaying sword. He didn't expect that the dragon-slaying sword was so powerful, and the 3 swords would destroy a 5-level array. "I know you are from Qianyun Kingdom." Qin Sheng stands with his hands down. He didn't even think that a 5-level array had been set up here. He and Long Wei were still thinking of knocking on the mug stick and playing Black Hand hard. "I didn't expect that the dragon-slaying sword activated the 5-level array that had been arranged in advance here." Smell speech, stern face gloomy, he eyebrows a piece of iron green, asked, "Sir, since we know that we come from Qianyun country, that also maliciously destroy our big formation, do you think we are good bully?" The stern body glowed faintly. With the smell of thunder, he had passed through the storm and thunder. His strength was no less than that of the old eunuch. Severe and strong, he is the first successor of Xianyun country, and has never accepted such malicious provocation. Qin Sheng didn't pay any attention to these verbal threats. He glanced at all the people. He knew that the strongest one here was only the middle-aged man in black lock armor, who had survived at least 6 times a thunderstorm. Even with some cards, no one here can threaten Qin Sheng's existence. There is a mirror rune card in his receiving ring. Once activated, it can fight across a large realm and kill these people when waving. What's more, Qin Sheng has a senior thug, Long Wei, who doesn't need to use his only mirror rune card to pass life. Qin Sheng's face was a little ironic, and said, "How about from Xianyun country? You have to pay back your debts." It seems that the old eunuch also noticed Qin Sheng's undisguised malice. He said in a deep voice, "Sir, do you recognize the wrong person? How can people in Xianyun country owe money? Xianyun is a country with great national strength. Among the hundreds of affiliated countries of Dian dynasty, only other affiliated countries owe money to Xianyun. It is impossible for Xianyun to owe money to other affiliated countries." Qin Sheng knocks a 40-meter-long dragon slaying knife and says, "Yan Fei is the prince of Xianyun kingdom, right? Yan Fei? Yan Fei is his brother. Although he is a half-brother, he is also related by blood. Yan Fei, though he is a grass bag, has always been standing on his side." What happened to Yan Fei? There are some doubts at the bottom of stern heart, and a bad premonition. Qin Sheng held out a finger and said, "Yan Fei owes me 100 million yuan crystal. Since Yan Fei is the prince of your Xianyun kingdom, pay back the money, quickly. Yes, pay back the money quickly, or hum." Long Wei quacked twice, eyebrows raised, and roared. The grim face is crazy, unexpectedly meets the monster which can spit the human speech, at least is also the congenital big monster-level terror existence. Then he quickly reacted and said in a deep voice, "Don't be kidding, sir. How could Yan Fei owe you 100 million yuan jing for that straw bag? 100 million yuan crystal, let alone Yan Fei, even if he is severe, as the first successor of Xianyun country, it is absolutely impossible to take it out. Even if his father is going to take out 100 million yuan jing, it is the strong one in Shinfu state, and he should also be distressed. It's impossible for you to pay back the money as soon as you know it, otherwise." Before Qin Sheng finished speaking, the old eunuch in front of him and the middle-aged man wearing black lock armor behind him suddenly burst out. Boom! The old eunuch threw out 9 iron chains. The cold runes were bright, with sharp barbs, forming a black mesh in an instant. Chatter. The old eunuch directly sacrificed the spirit of war, which was a 4-grain soul of war. A black spider with a corpse on its face crawled out. It gave out a cold breath and climbed up the big black net made of 9 iron chains. Face spider, that is the legendary existence of terror. Thousands of years ago, it made countless martial artists panic. Unfortunately, the War of Annihilation 10,000 years ago has been destroyed. Unexpectedly, the old eunuch was so vicious that he melted the human face spider into the soul of war. Qin Sheng looks up at the horrible human face spider. It drips and puffs up smoke. Even he is moved by the corrosive force. Paralyzed, as expected, the people who are in debt are all great masters, and the people who are in debt are all grandchildren. Qin Sheng roars, and his horrible Yuanli spurts out. Facing the legendary face spider, he dare not carelessly, and directly connects 9 veins. Humming. Qin Sheng's body vibrates, without any concealment, directly activating the 2 saint-level metaveins in his body. He was full of dazzling light, especially his eyes, which gave out the substantial light and sent out the holy meaning. It is able to expel evil spirits by cherishing the primitive veins of the holy rank. Once the so-called Holy Land is formed, all methods will not invade it directly. Squeak. The horrible human face spider is illuminated by the light emitted by the saint-level Yuan Mai, and suddenly it emits thick smoke and screams crazily. At the same time, the middle-aged man in the black lock armor started. He was full of flashes of lightning. He was as powerful as a rainbow. He was reading words in his mouth. He didn't know what ancient incantation he was reading. His body has expanded dozens of times, and he has 3 hands growing from behind, holding an ancient sword, or even a hammer. Qin Sheng's heart was frightened and he said, "What skill is it? 3 hands have grown up? 3 heads and 6 arms?" Qin Sheng had some doubts. This kind of skill had been lost for a long time. Unexpectedly, it reappeared. Qin Sheng was very clear that the 3 hands of the middle-aged man in the black lock armor were not real arms, but were formed by extremely strong yuan force. Qin Sheng has the body of magic cultivation. As long as he practices to the extreme, he can not only regenerate with blood, but also regenerate the severed arms, and even develop 3 heads and 6 arms. However, it's not possible for Shenfu or Dong Tian to cultivate to such a level. Long Wei, one by one. Qin Sheng gave an order. He shot out the holy light, fixed the spider on the human face, and then cut it with his hand. Roaring. The 40-meter-long dragon-slaying knife is too terrifying. Its power is like destroying the sky and destroying the earth. Its light is bright and bright, illuminating the whole sky. Pooh. The huge human face spider like a hill is divided into 2 parts by the dragon-slaying knife, which cannot stop the terror of the dragon-slaying knife. In addition, the dragon-slaying knife is also a corrosive black fog. The human face spider just struggles for a moment, and then it is melted into a pool of black water, which turns into the purest element force. Clang and clang. Instead of stopping, the dragon slayer cut off the old eunuch's 9 chains. Poof. The spirit of the old eunuch was shot by Qin Sheng. He suffered from backfire, and the spirit almost collapsed. He vomited blood. He was the eunuch of Xianyun state. He had not suffered such humiliation for many years, and he was shocked and angry. But there was no time to be angry, and a terrible sword light fell down like lightning. Ah! No! The old eunuch put his hands on him, and his face was frightened. He had never seen the terror power of the 40-meter-long dragon-slaying knife. Even the 5-level defense array was cut and exploded. He was only a flesh and blood body, how could he resist it? With a puff, the light of the knife was sliced, and the blood was gushing out like spring water. Ah, how can it be? Severe was sprayed with hot blood on his face, and he was stunned. He was very clear about the strength of the old eunuch. Although he was more than 200 years old and his blood began to decline, the old generalist was not able to be hostile. Qin Sheng was so indifferent that he was like the young king who came out from the depths of the demon-dragon wasteland, which made people feel invisible and touchable. The grim and even more frightening thing happened. Long Wei was shining all over. It was golden. There was a magic light with a faint breath. In the face of the storm, the young people were only tens of feet, just like a hill. But Long Wei suddenly soared nearly a kilometer, like a mountain, lofty and thick. To die. Long Wei's voice came out indifferently, his hands flashed out like lightning. He didn't use any martial arts, and didn't spray a trace of yuan force. He just used his hands to print heavily on the middle-aged Tian Lingai wearing black lock armor. The powerful in Shenfu state. The middle-aged man in black lock armor is desperate. His back is made of 3 arms of yuanli. He throws out ancient swords, knives and hammers, which are not weak. But in front of Long Wei, it's only drizzle, not even a little spray. Without any suspense, the middle-aged man in the black lock armor burst into a mass of blood. The strength gap between the two is really too big. Long Wei is the cultivation of Shenfu, and there is a ray of ancestral dragon's blood flowing in his body. Even the old Shenfu strongman can't be Long Wei's opponent. It's not a joke that there are ants under the Shenfu. Qin Sheng was not merciless. The dragon-slaying sword swept by. Except for the severe situation, all the other servants were killed by him. Chong. Qin Sheng waved a 40-meter-long dragon-slaying knife, just like playing with a children's toy knife, which easily reached his stern neck. Severe on the spot, shivering, almost urinated, he had never seen such a fierce young man. His war pet looks like a toad, but even a slap by his protector into a blood fog cannot die again. Sir, if you have something to say, be careful with the knife. Stern thoroughly counseled, at this moment, where still has any big country prince's majesty. Qin Sheng's sword eyebrow congealed and said, look at you, you are poor. I don't think you can take out 100 million yuan. Stern immediately spits out blood in his heart. He resists the anger in his heart and says, adult, I am willing to pay for it, and I have something to say. Hearing this, Qin Sheng took a satisfied look at the seriousness of current affairs and said, first throw the ring. Severe face twitches. He has been painstakingly operating in Xianyun country these years. 100 million yuan jing is really not available, but the whole family still has some yuan jing worth 34 million yuan. Although the heart is extremely reluctant, and the heart is dripping blood, but I feel the chilling cold of ice thunder from my neck, so I quickly lift the ring and recognize the Lord, and then put my hands on it. Qin Sheng accepted the precept and recognized the Lord directly. After sweeping around, he found that there was nothing of special value. That's the point of yuan jing? Qin Sheng's face is a little unhappy, discontented, muttering, really poor. Qin Sheng now has more than 3,000 years of congenitally sanguine, and a big barrel of Li Yuan liquid. There are several 100 million yuan crystals sold at will. How can we see the grim little money? Smell speech, spit blood on the spot sternly, but see a neck next to, 40 meters long slay dragon knife, dare to be angry, and dare not speak at once. I heard that you are hunting a monster, which is called Ice Soul Red Flame Phoenix. Qin Sheng asked, casually. The grim face changed again. Bingpa and Qianfeng are what he wants. He wants to melt the soul of war and improve his quality greatly, so that his potential can be greatly improved. Ice Soul, Red Flame and Phoenix are the 9th level inborn monsters. Let alone the martial artists in the world of life, they are red-eyed. Even the old monsters in the world of the cave covet their existence. This icy red flame phoenix has the ancient blood of a mortal phoenix, which is very noble. Its soul can not only improve the quality of soul, nourish the spirit, but also activate the legendary blood strength. The power of blood, which is the power of the body cultivator, once activated, can be transcendent and have the power of terror. The great reason why the physical training is down in the world is the severance of inheritance. I advise you to tell me the truth, or my dragon slayer will not be polite. Qin Sheng lightly warned. Grim on the spot in the heart of a tight, his eyes Qin changes, although the heart is very unwilling, but ultimately also told the truth. I've said a lot about the secrets of Ice Soul, Red Flame and Phoenix. Most of the information has not been collected in the underground black market. Are you sure that this edict in your hand can suppress the Ice Soul, Red Flame and Phoenix? Qin Sheng holds a volume of Holy Edict in his hand. This is the imperial edict of the previous dynasty. It's broken and has exquisite depiction. The rune light will be refracted faintly and send out an ancient flavor. Stern explanation, yes, this is the Imperial Edict of Dali, which was uploaded by my ancestors, and has the flavor of the emperor of that year. How powerful was Dali dynasty in those days? Its emperor, called the emperor, is powerful and far beyond the Vientiane realm. The imperial edict was given by the emperor himself. Even after 10,000 years, Qin Sheng took it in his hand, and there was indeed an impulse to worship. That is to say, he could reach the life and soul state only by one trace, and the power of the spirit was extremely strong, which suppressed the impulse from the heart. At this time, Long Wei also put his head over and felt the imperial edict in Qin Sheng's hands, and felt the terror inside. It should be genuine, not imitated. Long Wei pretended to be a mature expert and said, the emperor of the previous dynasty should be above the Vientiane realm in strength. There should be no problem in suppressing the ice soul, red flame and phoenix. Qin Sheng nodded, pointed to stern, and ordered, then lead the way. What do you want me to lead the way? This is not a good time. Ice soul red flame phoenix has reached the stage of frequent death, and will launch a terrorist counterattack. Grim fear of the said, if we close at this time, absolutely no good fruit to eat, if close, maybe fall. Let you lead the way, where comes so many bullshit? If you don't go, I'll kill you with a dragon sword. Qin Sheng doesn't think so. He doesn't have much time. Maybe the messenger will arrive soon. He is determined to get the spirit of this icy, red and flaming phoenix. Now that he has chosen the day-by-day holy palace, where there are many kinds of talents, Qin Sheng is going to make a surprise. Otherwise, he will take his head to rescue his father? Don't. He felt the cold in his neck. He felt that the dragon-slaying knife was not only extremely sharp, but also constantly emitting black fog. The black fog was highly toxic. Although he didn't touch the skin, he still felt that the blood seemed to solidify and Yuanli was stagnant. This is the symptom of poisoning. I'm willing to lead the way. Stern convinced, he led the way. The nest of ice soul and red flaming phoenix is very secret. It took a whole day and night to get there. This is the nest of ice soul and red flaming phoenix? Qin Sheng thought a move, put away the dragon-slaying knife, and looked far away. Here is a large area of disordered stone forest, stacked with a variety of stones. At the peak of the stone mountain, the old nest is made of a variety of wood. These woods are extremely huge. There are black and lightning-striking woods, there are also creeping electric snakes on the woods, and there are also legendary building woods. The so-called building wood is cut from a building tree. Building a tree is a kind of god tree. It is said that it can support the whole plain. It's said that in the deepest part of the magic dragon wasteland, there was a building tree, tens of thousands of miles high, extending to the edge of 9 days and 10 lands. Unfortunately, the world war of 10,000 years ago should have been cut down. It's worthy of being the 9th level in Born Demon. It's so luxurious. It's built into a nest with several pieces of building wood. Right here. Qin Sheng ordered that he was reluctant to approach. It's very quiet here. There's no smell of monsters in 1,000 miles. Unless it's death, how can other monsters dare to approach it? Roar. All of a sudden, heaven and earth are one of the quakes, shaking the earth and mountains. There is a terrible shock wave with this horrible atmosphere, rolling the mat in all directions. Poof. He flew back to the ground, spitting blood at his mouth, and fell heavily on the ground. His life and death were unknown. Qin Sheng crawled to the ground and dared not move. His blood was rolling and his viscera seemed to be displaced. What? Qin Sheng looked up and his face changed. Although separated by tens of miles, he melted the fire and could see far away. Is that the legendary ice soul, red flaming phoenix? The bird's nest, which is made of the legendary building wood and lightning-striking wood, is a little like the phoenix. It's not big, about 3 meters in size, but it's full of golden feathers. It's crystal clear and flows like a running water. Ouch! It was bathed in the fire. It was a very high-level animal fire. It was not as weak as the ordinary fire, and it was extremely hot. Although it was dozens of miles away from Qin Sheng, it still made Qin Sheng feel a piece of hot skin. Ice Soul Red Flamed Phoenix has the blood of a mortal phoenix on the ground for 9 days. Its blood is very noble. Its hair is very soft, just like silk. It's just that it's in a terrible condition. There's a ferocious blood hole in its chest. Although there are a large number of reproductive runes interwoven, there are some twisted black runes covered, resulting in the wound not healing all the time. Boom. Heaven and earth vibrated again. Qin Sheng suddenly looked back and found that there were 3 inborn monsters coming all the way from outside Dian in the distance. The silverback macaque, with its hair all over, is like a towering tree. It soars to the sky. It even carries a mountain in its hand. It's a natural demon of the 8th level, with the mountain as its weapon. It's too frightening. Death. The silverback Tong Tian ape throws out the mountain, just like the fallen stars, falling onto the ice soul and red flaming phoenix in the bird's nest. Qin Yunjiao's roared loudly, their blue scales stood up, their eyes were cold, they swooped down in the sky, opened their mouths, spit out a blue flame, boiled the sea to burn the city, which made Qin Sheng feel frightened. Rustle. There was a shock of distance under the ground. Under countless stone mountains, a huge centipede climbed out. This is the legendary candle-long silver iron centipede. It's snowy and sharp, with hundreds of feet. It cuts hard stones like tofu. Countless hundreds of feet, in the dark fog, flow out a pool of black water. This is a candle-long silver iron centipede, with a big head. It may be the youngest. So in the magic dragon wasteland, he suffered a lot of injuries and lost a foot, which made Qin Sheng forge a 40-meter-long dragon-slaying knife. Qin Sheng looked intently and found that the silver iron centipede of the candle dragon had a great change. The silver on the body surface was not so bright, but there was a layer of light blood lines. The biggest change was that there was a lantern hanging on its head. The lantern is very big and full of blood, which ignites a mysterious flame and illuminates a large sky. Long Wei also paid attention to this change and said, "Is there blood of the candle dragon in this silver iron centipede? It should have been hit hard, and then nirvana once." Poisonous snakes, centipedes, and other cold races all have the chance to turn into dragons, but the probability is much lower than other races, and the suffering is much greater. It may be several times, it may be dozens of times, even hundreds of times. A snake must turn into a dragon before it can turn into a dragon. Centipede is the same, to turn into dragon, at least to nirvana several times. The 3 heads and 8 steps of the inborn big demon want to encircle and kill the Ice Soul Red Inflamed Phoenix who has suffered heavy damage. Ice Soul, Red Flame and Phoenix raise their heads high and crown their heads. They are as arrogant as the king of birds. They open their mouths and spit out an ice sword. The blade of the sword is blue and sharp. It cuts across the sky and splits the mountain like a meteorite into powder. Sonorous. The ice sword is not blocked at all. The lightning and flint pass through the clouds and collide with the flames of Qin Yunjiao. Click. The ice sword is so cold that it condenses the flame of Qin Yunjiao into ice, and then falls one by one. Ah! It's far from over. The cold ice has frozen the soul of Qin Yunjiao's directly, making them scream. Then, like a broken kite, they fall powerlessly into the disordered rock mountain. Ouch! The breath of Ice Soul, Red Flame and Phoenix King is very strong. With a fierce clap of its wings, a fire tornado pours on the candle dragon, silver iron centipede. Boom! The whole bird's nest seems to have been ignited with a strange fire, and the sky will be burned through. The void is twisted, and even a faint void crack will appear. Ice Soul, Red Flame and Phoenix are the 9th level monsters. Their strength in the heyday is no less than that of the human power in the Vientiane environment. Qin Sheng's eyes were shocked. He looked up at the endless fire in the sky, and his heart was frightened. What level of power is it? It's not only to boil the sea and burn the city, but also to destroy the sky and the earth. Tong Mai, Tong Hun, Tong Di, Tong Ming, Den Shen Fu, Dong Tian, Vientian. As for Vientian, there are 3 martial arts, real martial arts, Lingwu and Shenwu. Qin Sheng can see that this icy red flame phoenix once experienced nirvana, which is infinitely close to the level of real martial arts of human beings. However, unfortunately, due to some changes, it is obvious that nirvana failed. The ferocious and horrible wound in his chest must be the reason for his nirvana failure. Despite the heavy damage, the Ice Soul Red Flame Phoenix is a 9-level monster after all, with tremendous strength. Qingyun Jiaos are frozen into popsicles. With a bang, they fall powerlessly into the mountains. Click. The ice is broken, large blue scales are peeled off, life and death are unknown. The Candle Dragon Silver Iron Centipede was annihilated by the horrible fire, crackling incessantly. The extremely hot fire was no less than those strange fires. The temperature was so high that the unknown expensive stones in the Luanshan were burned into liquid. Chatter. The candle-long silver iron centipede rolled all over the body, and its sharp claws and teeth cut the stone mountain. It struggled desperately, and finally was burned, and its vitality gradually declined. Dozens of miles away, Qin Sheng's eyes almost fell to the ground. This is the 8th-level beast. Its strength is no less than that of the powerful human beings in the cave. How could one face to face and die? Isn't this icy red phoenix too scary? Qin Sheng couldn't help being surprised. Long Wei raised his head, raised his eyebrows, and said, in all likelihood, there are immortal blood vessels in his body. The attack just seemed to be a casual attack, but in fact, he has used the energy of his own blood vessels. Qin Sheng refined the inheritance and memory of the emperor. He also clearly felt that the power of Ice Soul, Red Flame and Phoenix seemed to be several points higher than before. Roar. Qianfeng, you die. The body of the silver-back macaque skyrocketed and soared to the sky. He even carried a stone pillar in his hand. The stone pillars are long and thick, and the surface is covered with unknown hard and incomparable rocks. The runes are densely distributed. This is its accompanying rune. It has been melted since it was born. This kind of associated talisman, also known as the life talisman, has a terrible power. With the increase of the strength of the silverback macaque, it will be improved. The silverback macaque is like the birth of the ancient god, the ancient ape. It's so powerful and groundbreaking. The sky and the earth change color, and the thunder and lightning flash, just like the extinction of the world. Ouch! The icy red flaming phoenix raises its proud head. It spreads its wings and soars in the face of the storm. In the hot eyes of Qin Sheng and others, it suddenly expands 1,000 feet long, covering the sky and darkening the sky. One phoenix and one ape hit the sky and the earth were dark. The terrible shock wave rolled hundreds of meters away. All the stones on the disordered rock mountain were extremely hard. Even the strong people in the Shenfu area were hard to shake. Unfortunately, in the aftermath of this terrible battle, they turned into powder. No, first of all, dodge the edge. Qin Sheng is also a chameleon. It's a battle at the top level of the cave. It's 4 levels higher than Qin Sheng. If there's a trace of it, it will crush into blood. Long Wei is full of light. The runes cover Qin Sheng. The sky and the earth become a stream of light. The light speed escapes from the battle scene. Ah, help me. Looking at the endless after-effects of the battle, he looked as if he was dead. He wanted to take a ride, but Qin Sheng looked back coldly as if he were looking at the dead. How could Qin Sheng save the first successor from Shanyun? With a grim look of despair, he smelt a congenital talisman, which can resist the 3 attacks of Shenfu. However, In the face of the after effects of the battle at the top level of Dongshenging, the severe inborn armor is as fragile as porcelain. With a click, it was broken into pieces. Looking at Qin Sheng, who was fleeing in the distance, he said something and recited the old mantra. A black illusory talisman burst out of his eyebrow. The speed is so fast that in a blink of an eye, Qin Sheng's body disappears. What? Qin Sheng glanced back, his heart throbbing, and the hall of the seal turned black, which seemed to gather ferocious black, dead air. Even if I die, I'll take you on my back and bury you with me if I'm cursed by the evil spirits. His face was full of resentment. He watched Qin Sheng disappear, and then he was annihilated by the aftermath of the terrible battle. Poof, severe turn into a blood fog, the body and spirit are destroyed. Qin Sheng felt very wrong. His soul strength was getting weaker and weaker. He was shivering all over and his hands and feet were cold. What's the matter? Even Longwei noticed Qin Sheng's physical changes obviously, but he can't stop now. After thousands of miles of flying, the after effect of the battle disappears completely. Poof. Qin Sheng vomited a lot of black blood and fell on the ground, unconscious. My God, Qin Sheng, don't you die. Longwei was shocked. His heart fell to the ground. He made a soul pact with Qin Sheng. Qin Sheng can't die in the past 100 years. Once he died, he would cool down. Qin Sheng was in a coma for 3 days and nights, and finally opened his eyes slowly. I'm not dead? Qin Sheng felt extremely weak. He had a sense of disaster for the rest of his life. A big toad poked his head out, and his face showed a touch of excitement. Well, my quack, I'm finally alive. Qin Sheng felt weak all over, cold hands and feet. However, he made rune bones. His blood was so strong that he was as strong as a big demon. How could he be afraid of cold? How long have I been in a coma? Qin Sheng asked weakly. 3 days and 3 nights. If you don't wake up, I'll be cold. Longwei said, young man, you are black in the printing hall. It's a bad omen. Did you get something unclean the other day? I'm poisoned. Qin Sheng said lightly, the curse of the spirit is a kind of poison that touches the spirit. These days, it will follow me like a pawn. Longwei frowned. He didn't hear any curse, but it sounded terrible. The flood washed the Longwang temple. I was careless this time. I had already abandoned that grim situation in the beginning, and he had no chance to take it. Qin Sheng regretted some things, and his face was a little dignified. It's not easy to deal with this curse. The so-called curse of grievance spirit is actually to use their own spirits to sacrifice to the gods, obtain the evil power, and form a black curse talisman. It's a vicious, self-inflicted evil. It has disappeared for a long time. Unexpectedly, the grim situation was under control, and without any hesitation, he sacrificed his spirit directly, put all the gods and spirits out, and pulled Qin Sheng on the back when the immortal terror came to an end. The so-called curse of evil spirits will continuously absorb the power of their spirits. It will not stop until the spirits of Qin Sheng are exhausted, the soul light is broken, and the form and spirit are destroyed. This is just one of the ways of death. Another way is that Qin Sheng will become a spirit body, able to communicate, that is to say, able to see some unclean things. Similarly, those unclean things will also rush to Qin Sheng like moths fighting fire, and they will all end together with Qin Sheng. Qin Sheng's face became more and more gloomy. He knew that the curse was hard to deal with, but it was already done. The most important thing was to find a solution. Yellow spring fire. Qin Sheng murmured a few words. The whole body of the yellow spring fire is accumulated to its eyebrows. All the curses are gathered in its eyebrows. The fire of the yellow spring envelopes all the poison of the evil spirit, but it is hard to be destroyed. Feeling this change, Qin Sheng's face became more ugly. What he didn't expect was that the curse of the evil spirit was so hard to be entangled that even the fire of the yellow spring could not be extinguished. The yellow spring fire is said to be able to burn everything. Maybe the curse of the evil spirit is not only a kind of spirit poison, but also a black talisman that should be obtained only after a severe faith in an evil god and sacrifice of his own spirit. Qin Sheng has some plans in mind. There are only 3 ways to get rid of this evil spirit completely. First, wrap all the venoms of the evil spirits with the fire of the yellow spring, then split half of the spirits, and then cultivate them for a few years, and wait for the light of the spirits to recover slowly. This method is too radical. It splits the soul and light. If it's a little careless, it will destroy the body and the spirit. No one can be sure that it can completely eliminate all the poison of evil spirits. Once there are some residues, within a few years, the poison of evil spirits will recur again. In this way, Qin Sheng's life is estimated to be wasted. Qin Sheng directly rejected this plan. He didn't want to delay the golden cultivation period of these years. He also wanted to get his father out of prison as soon as possible. The prison of Dian Emperor is too horrible. Although Qin Sheng, Qin Sheng's father, is also a genius, he can practice even in the worst environment, but Qin Sheng doesn't want to delay. Who knows if there is any evil in the prison of Dian Emperor, so his father will suffer a lot of humiliation. Qin Sheng didn't want to. Second, go to the immortal mountain of the magic dragon again and search all the sites. Maybe there are sites where the gods incarnate to find the talisman of detoxification. This is the best way. There is also a fight between the gods. Since there are cursed talismans, there must be talismans for crossing robberies. 3 days ago, Qin Sheng and his family just appeared on the edge of the mountain. There were such 9 level inborn demons as Ice Soul, Red Flame and Phoenix. The 9th level inborn big demon, say not politely, even if it is fart, can kill Qin Sheng. Or a breath may be able to freeze the spirit of Qin Sheng. Without 100 years, or even 1,000 years, it is impossible to unseal it. Qin Sheng-size martial artists, even with the strength of many cards, do not have the ability to go deep into the mountain. Third, improve the realm of spirits and suppress the poison of spirits. This method is the longest. Qin Sheng is very clear, even with the fire, it is easier than ordinary martial arts to suppress the poison of resentment, but even the fire is not invincible. The black talisman, after all, was sacrificed by a deity incarnation. It is not a realistic thing to suppress the evil spirit with Qin Sheng's current strength. Therefore, Qin Sheng estimates that every once in a while, the venom of the evil spirit in his body will break out. At that time, not only his spirit will be severely damaged, but also some evil spirits will be brought out, swallowed up and even lost. Thinking of this, Qin Sheng stood up. Although he was pale and looked very weak, it was only the weakness of the spirit, not the body. Let's go, let's kill the dragon and the phoenix. Qin Sheng is so arrogant that he has no way out. Long Wei bit his teeth and nodded. Now he probably knows about Qin Sheng. Smelting a high-level beast soul is absolutely beneficial to the promotion of its spirit realm. Long Wei carries Qin Sheng to fly in the sky. Qin Sheng is more careful this time. He spreads a layer of real dragon blood on his body, hides his breath, and returns to the edge of the immortal mountain. This is the nest of red flaming phoenix. The nest made of many building and lightning wood has been destroyed. There is a huge abyss here. The dark pressure can't be seen clearly. Under the abyss, there was a blazing fire. In the other place, it turns into an ice and snow. Is Qin Yunjiao dead? Qin Sheng was the first to find that Qin Yunjiao's body had been cut into pieces, his whole body was burned, and his head had been frozen into ice, and his head had been smashed by the power of terror. He could not die anymore. The candle dragon's silver iron centipede is dying and dying. Qin Sheng's mood changed. He told Long Wei, this candle-long silver iron centipede looks very painful. His soul light is about to be wiped out, and his body is burned to be different. Half of his body is melted by the fire of ice soul, red flame and phoenix. A long pain is better than a short one. Give him a good time? Qin Sheng is asking for Long Wei's advice. Long Wei was a little excited and prepared to say yes, but he saw the ice soul, red flaming phoenix, and silver back, Tong Tian ape in the distance. He was a little counseled. At this time, the ice soul red flame phoenix was seriously injured. The wound on the chest was very big. The spine had been seen. The body was inserted with a silver-back talisman, a huge stone pillar. Its body was about to be broken into two parts. The condition of the silver-back macaque is not very good. Half of his head is smashed by the sharp claw. The soul light is strong and flows out like liquid. Qin Sheng was a little excited. He didn't expect the foreign-born monsters to fight each other, but they all fell into the situation of self-injury and killing. If there is no means against the sky, such as nirvana rebirth, breaking and standing, it's no doubt that they will die. It's just the difference between early death and late death. There may be blood vessels of immortal phoenix in the body of ice soul red flame phoenix. It seems that it must die. The most afraid is to recruit nirvana, to regenerate and go up the stairs. Long Wei said his secret worries, at that time, we can't afford to go away. Qin Sheng turned his hand and took out a volume of ancient, holy edicts from the precepts. With the imperial edict of the previous dynasty, it should be able to suppress the dying red phoenix. Qin Sheng's face was pale, but his eyebrows were full of self-confidence. He had explored the rune energy of the ancient holy edict. The rune energy on it had not weakened, nor even peeled off. It should be usable. Hearing this, Long Wei also took a deep breath, nodded his head, turned his eyes to the nearest candle-long silver iron centipede, and said, let's send him on the road first. You say that the spirit of the beast integrates into the dragon butcher's knife, and then cut the ice soul red flame phoenix. All right. Qin Sheng is adjusting his breath. A moment later, he starts. Long Wei suddenly burst into a golden streamer. He rushed to the sky of the candle dragon's silver iron centipede as fast as lightning. He didn't hide any strength and directly split the third eye. Phew! A flying sword made of rune light is approaching to the extreme. With a puff, it doesn't enter the eyes of candle-long silver iron centipede. This is the strongest means of Long Wei. It can not only cut its body, but also destroy its spirit. Therefore, this means is not only a physical attack, but also a spirit attack. Roar! The silver iron centipede of the candle dragon holds its head high. It's the 8th level inborn monster with tremendous power. In its heyday, the power is not to mention the monster in the Shenfu area. Even the human strong in the Dongtian area can beat one to death with one slap. It is stunned, frightened and angry. Although it has entered the dying stage, it also has the dignity of a big demon. Even at the last moment of life, it can't tolerate some ants to end its chi life. Poop! The candle dragon's silver iron centipede rolled all over the ground. It couldn't believe a toad. Although it was covered with a layer of golden skin and had eyes, how could the attack be so strong? The candle dragon's silver iron centipede felt that it was going to die, and the spirit began to collapse. On the road. At this time, Qin Sheng came with a 40-meter-long dragon-slaying knife, which was in full bloom. Qin Sheng got through 9 yuan veins, 2 of which were not hidden. The dragon-slaying knife stabbed into the heart of the candle dragon's silver iron. Poof! The dragon-slaying knife penetrates the head of the silver iron centipede of the candle dragon, and its brain is broken by the horrible air of the knife. It looks up and sees how the shape and breath of the dragon-slaying knife are so familiar. How does it look like your feet? No, the human beings who pass through the soul use their own feet to harden into talismans, and then stab their own heads with a knife? I'm not willing. How can I die in the hands of a human ant? Bang! The lantern hanging on the head of the candle-long silver iron centipede ignites its soul light, which gradually goes out, and its breath of life also fades as fast as the tide. Dead. Qin Sheng holds the 40-meter-long dragon-slaying knife tightly with his hands. His body is shaking. He never dreamed that he could kill one of the monsters across the 4 realms. His strength is no less than that of the old monsters in the cave. This kind of feat is simply to live in a dream, no, even in a dream. However, the reality is that Qin Sheng and Long Wei worked together to achieve it. The body of the silver iron centipede of the candle dragon trembles, and a phantom figure climbs out, which is its animal soul. Come here. Qin Sheng raised his hand, and the power of the Yuan vein of the holy rank rolled over and sealed the spirit of the beast. Chatter. The spirit of the candle dragon silver iron centipede struggles desperately, but it's just the soul body, and it can't turn much waves at all. The spirit of the candle dragon silver iron centipede is twisting, but it can't change the melting end in any way. Qin Sheng recited the ancient incantation, played a large number of runes, and opened his mouth to spit out a fire. Hiss. The fire of the yellow spring extinguishes the ferocity of its animal soul, and it immediately calms down. Qin Sheng stormed up and made many French seals, melting the spirit of the candle dragon silver iron centipede into a 40-meter-long dragon-killing knife. Buzzing. A flash of talisman lights up the whole sky. The dragon-slaying knife vibrates violently and narrows slowly, becoming a normal war knife. It is 1 meter long and has 2 blades. The snowy blade is made of the fuzzy talisman of the candle dragon. With the spirit of the weapon, this dragon-slaying knife is real. This is a big killing tool, forged from the flesh of the candle-long silver iron centipede. The spirit of the tool is the spirit of its beast. This is a genuine 8-pattern congenital talisman. There are more than 5 patterns of congenital talismans, not to mention 8 patterns of congenital talismans. 8-pattern rune Dao is powerful, but it also consumes a lot of Yuan force. With my current Yuan force, although it's no less than that of the martial artists in the sky, I'd like to cut out the dragon-slaying Dao with all my strength. It's estimated that 1 Dao will drain all Yuan force from me. Qin Sheng's hand tightly held the dragon-slaying knife, and he had more energy in his heart. At this time, Long Wei was finished. He dug out the animal core of the candle dragon, the silver and iron centipede, and snagged it, then swallowed its essence. Boom. Long Wei's body breath soared, his golden light soared to the sky, and there were several purple rings on his body. Golden purple, as long as the whole body into purple, then complete the transformation, will complete a nirvana. After dozens of breaths, Long Wei's breath climbed to a peak. From the early stage of Shenfu realm, it soared to the middle stage of Shenfu realm. Only a trace can break through to the later stage of Shenfu realm. This kind of skyrocketing strength is just like riding a rocket. If Long Wei tries his luck around, it's possible for him to make such progress. I'm ready for another big one. Long Wei squints at Qin Sheng, who is pale, and says, suppress those 2 monsters, and let you mend them. Qin Sheng's eyes were as strong as electricity, and they set off. Whether it's the icy red flame phoenix or the silverback macaque, it's also obvious that Qin Sheng and Long Wei are aware of their actions. They are also angry. The fight between the strong will end up with 2 things like ants. They are very unwilling. Their silverback is connected with the sky and their eyes are stinging. They even shoot out 2 thunders, which are full of the atmosphere of destruction and the wave of terror. Long Wei stands in front of Qin Sheng. Facing the storm, he opens his mouth and swallows the 2 lightning bolts full of destruction. Rumble. Longwei's mouth is smoking, and his lips are blackened. Obviously, the power of Silverback Macaque's dying counterattack is terrible. If Longwei doesn't have the blood of Zulong, he will be crushed and killed. Ice Soul and Red Flaming Phoenix also started. His wings were burning with flames. The other wing was emitting icy snow. 1 fire and 1 ice, both extremes. No matter which is convenient, Qin Sheng would be destroyed if he got a trace of it. The 9th level inborn monster is the strongest monster after all. At the last moment of death, it returned to light and restored its strength in the strong period. He kicked the Silverback Macaroni off with 1 kick, and used the forbidden power to crush the Silverback Macaroni that was the end of the road. Roar. The Silverback Macaque roars to the sky, its blood spray, hard and incomparable hair is like a hard and incomparable spear, looking back at the icy red flame phoenix, which is a taboo force, too horrible. Poop. A blazing blade like the sun was cut through like lightning. There was a bloody rain under the sky, a hurricane was blowing, and the fishy wind rolled the mat to all sides. Silverback to have an ape, falling down. Gua gua. Longwei led Qin Sheng to escape from the scene quickly. He didn't expect that this icy red flaming phoenix could still exert its taboo power, return to the light, sink to the bottom and recover to the top. Ice Soul, Red Flame and Phoenix, noble temperament, no doubt. He looked at Qin Sheng and Longwei, who were fleeing indifferently, and his eyes were full of color of killing. If it's a normal day, it can't put Qin Sheng and Longwei as ants in his eyes, but he knows that his time is running out, especially when he has just exerted the power of taboo and cut off his vitality. It's brilliant for the first time, because it's in a terrible place by mistake and almost fell down. Even the fetus is not guaranteed. It's originally a life hanging in the line. It's a life to return to the old nest. But I didn't expect that the inborn big demon at the top of the 3 heads and 8 steps didn't know where to get the rest, and came from outside the magic dragon wasteland. Ice Soul Red Flame Phoenix knows the value of its body. As long as its vitality is cut off, it will turn back and take away its body. Death. Ice Soul, Red Flame, Phoenix mouth, wings out, crazy skyrocketing, in an instant across dozens of miles, a slap on Longwei. Shit. Longwei swears. Unexpectedly, the Ice Soul, Red Flame and Phoenix are going to kill all of them. He quacks loudly, throws Qin Sheng hard, bites his tongue hard, and recites the old mantra quickly. The power of terror appears in an instant, and the sign is dazzling. A portal appears in front of Qin Sheng. Longwei throws Qin Sheng into the door. Wow! Qin Sheng felt weightless and fell into the mountains. He was thousands of miles away from the immortal mountain. Longwei! Qin Sheng roars. He knows that in order to save him, Longwei has used the taboo method, which is similar to the door of space. Step in, step out, at least thousands of miles away. Roar. Qin Sheng heard a roar, shaking the sky and the earth, shaking the mountains, and there was a silence within 1,000 miles. Even some 5th level or even 6th level monsters were shivering and kneeling on the ground, dare not look at them again. In a very far place, there was a terrible flash of light, which made Qin Sheng unable to open his eyes at all. After a positive number of 10 breaths, the sky returned to normal light. Then there was a dead silence. Qin Sheng is very clear that the Ice Soul Red Flaming Phoenix time limit has arrived. He displays the Python Dragon Zidian formula, and is all wrapped in the fierce Zidian, fast on the road. After a whole hour, Qin Sheng drained the last drop of Yuanli and returned to the mountain. Now Qin Sheng is just a master of the spirit environment. Even though he has got through the 2 divine level Yuan Mai, the strength of Yuanli is no less than that of the ordinary master of the heaven environment. However, the gap between Qin Sheng and the master of the life environment, even the super master of the Shenfu environment, is very large. Gulu gulu. Qin Sheng turned his hand and pulled out a bottle of Dali Yuan liquid from the ring. It was like pouring it into his mouth without money. Rumbling. The two Xingjie Yuan Mai in Qin Sheng's body, just like two Zhalong, are shining brightly. Dali Yuan liquid is worthy of being a tonic. Within a few minutes, it can replenish the exhausted Yuan Li in Qin Sheng's body. Long Wei, where are you? Qin Sheng yelled. In a moment, he couldn't feel the spirit of Long Wei. He made a soul contract with Long Wei. If he lost contact, unless he entered the forbidden area, there was another wish that Long Wei had fallen. Luanshan has been beaten into powder. The extremely hot animal fire will burn this place into a solution. A huge and incomparable pit will be coagulated. The animal fire here will burn for at least 100 years. That's the beast fire of ice soul, red flame and phoenix. The heat is no less than the ordinary fire. In the past 100 years, this place will become a Jedi. If a human warrior breaks in by mistake, he will be burned into coke if he gets a trace of it. Qin Sheng looked for a long time, but still couldn't find Long Wei. At the moment when Qin Sheng was ready to give up, a croak sounded in Qin Sheng's ear, a faint sigh. You stepped on me. The faint lament was under the feet. Qin Sheng was shocked. He raised his foot and found that Long Wei was really trampled under his feet. You're not dead? Qin Sheng's face brightened and quickly picked up Long Wei. It is found that Long Wei's face is very pale at this time, his whole body is bleeding, and his golden light is very dim. From the fluctuation of his Yuan force breath, he unexpectedly fell from Shenfu realm to Tongming realm at the later stage. Your accomplishments are gone again. Qin Sheng asked. Long Wei waved his hand weakly and said, It's not to save you. The beast is dead, isn't it? Qin Sheng can see the panic in Long Wei's eyes. He must have fought back just before his death. It must have been as terrible as a storm. Otherwise, Long Wei would not have died frequently, and a large part of his accomplishments would have been lost. Hearing this, Qin Sheng looks at the top of the Luanshan mountain in the distance. The bird's nest has been destroyed, and the icy red flame phoenix has returned to the normal reminder. It's 3 or 4 meters long, lying on a piece of building wood, and there's no breath of life on it. Qin Sheng's eyes, there is a spring fire beating, said, should be dead through. Let's melt the soul of war while it's hot. First of all, it seems that the bird is not big. I'll eat 2/3 of it later, or I'll lose my vitality. Long Wei coughed up 2 mouthfuls of black blood. His eyes were shining. He said, I haven't eaten the bird with the thin blood of a mortal phoenix in its body. Okay. All for you. Qin Sheng clapped his chest and assured him. Just now, the counterattack of Ice Soul and Red Flame Phoenix was too fierce and swift. Qin Sheng even offered Mirror Fuka, or the life-saving Fuwen given to him by Chu Ling, the tomb keeper of the previous dynasty. The yellow Fuwen paper was not activated, and the attack of destroying the sky and the earth came. If it wasn't for Long Wei to give up his life to save him, Qin Sheng would have told him just now and set foot on the Huangquan road. Hum hum. Qin Sheng turns his hand and takes out a 3,000-year-old congenital sanguinary ginseng from the ring and hands it to Long Wei for a good tonic. Long Weiden's eyes are bright and devouring. It's worthy of congenital sanction. This kind of tonic medicine is extremely rare even in the 36 dynasties of the wasteland. Even the old monsters in the Dongshenjing need to be enchanted. In Long Wei's body, there is the true blood of Zulong, which will never lead to the phenomenon of bursting body and death. The blood was so strong that Long Weiden recovered a lot and stopped the injury. His whole body was crystal clear and shiny, and his hair was puffed out. Long Wei burps comfortably. It's worthy of being the beast with the real blood of Zulong in its body. It's so badly hurt. It also exerts the taboo method to make Qin Sheng escape. Unexpectedly, it's alive again after eating a congenital ginseng. However, Longwei's strength did not return to its peak, but only reached the level of 9 robbers. It was afraid that it would take Fengru to completely return to the normal level. What a terrible pressure! Qin Shengfei goes to Luanshan and finds that there is a force of prohibition here, which almost pushes him to the ground. It seems that there should be a strong prohibition here. If it is dug out, there may be some treasures. Qin Sheng's heart moved. There are too many ancient legends in the Magic Dragon Wasteland, and this is the deepest part of the Magic Dragon Wasteland. There are many ruins here. You can even say it bluntly, even if you dig, you can dig up a prehistoric civilization. However, although these prohibitions have a history of tens of thousands of years, even tens of thousands of years, they still have the most terrifying force. With the current strength of Qin Sheng and Long Wei, they dare to dig up randomly. It's easy to dig out a bomb and blow them up easily, even the spirits can't escape. So Qin Sheng's mind was just thinking about it, and he didn't dare to act rashly. No, I can't fly. Qin Sheng fell to the ground. He looked up at the disordered stone mountain and the nest of red phoenix on the top of the mountain. Let's climb up. Long Wei hears the words, nods and agrees. After climbing for a whole hour, Qin Sheng and Long Wei climbed to the top of the mountain. This is the real body of Ice Soul and Red Flaming Phoenix? Qin Sheng looked down at the frozen red phoenix lying on a huge and incomparable building wood. Although he died completely without any breath of life, he could still feel the terror of his body. This is the 9th level inborn big demon. The strength can compare with the human strong in the Vientiane realm. Even the human strongman of Vientiane will not be corrupted for many years after his death. There are some human strongman skeletons in the 9 gates of Dali Imperial site. Their strength is far from Vientiane, but their skeletons are still golden without flesh and blood. Start smelting the soul of war. Qin Sheng takes a deep breath and slowly gets close to the body of Ice Soul and Red Flame Phoenix. Every step he gets closer, he faces a fierce pressure. This pressure not only comes from the body, but also from the spirit. Even after death, there are still after effects. Qin Sheng's spirit state has reached the peak of Heaven Soul state. It is only a little short of lighting up the star of life and soul. However, it is so close to the real body of Ice Soul Qianfeng that some spirits are unstable and the soul light will be torn apart. It's really terrible. Qin Sheng feels that his spirit is like a sharp knife, like slaughter. It's painful to drill his heart. The pain from the soul is thousands of times more than that from the body. Qin Sheng's eyes were red, and he wanted to take out the imperial edict of the former dynasty from the first successor of Xianyun Kingdom, to suppress the terror and pressure of the icy red phoenix. Qin Sheng is not willing to die. If the imperial edict of the previous dynasty is offered at this time, it will be a bit of a loser. Qin Sheng clenched his teeth. He read the old mantra, and his soul power surged out like the tide. Boom. Bing Po's body was shaking. Qin Sheng put his hand on the head of Bing Po's head and pulled hard. Ouch. A phoenix roars all over the world. Of course, only the spirits can feel it, but the ears can't hear it. The spirit of Ice Soul and Red Flame Phoenix is pulled out by Qin Sheng. It's worthy of being the 9th level inborn demon. It has been dead for 2 hours. The spirit of the beast is still in its body and has not set foot on the Yellow Spring Road. Qin Sheng's face was pale, and his brows were black. At this time, the poison of resentment seemed to break out. He was really unlucky. Boom. It seems that there is something under Qin Sheng's feet to climb out, and the hard rock mountain will crack. Connect 9 channels. Yellow Spring Fire. Sword Species. Qin Sheng throws all the cards and suppresses the venom of resentment. After dozens of breaths, the poison of resentment spirit in Qin Sheng's body was completely suppressed. He breathed a sigh of relief. Under his feet, the existence sealed with great terror seemed to fall into a dead silence again, as if it had never appeared. It's really hard to deal with the venom of the evil spirit. Once it happens, it will attract the terrible evil spirit. Qin Sheng was scared. Fortunately, the crisis was finally solved. Then, smelting the soul of war will begin. Qin Sheng took a deep breath of cool air, adjusted his spirit to the top, ready to melt the soul of war. At this time, in the towering clouds, a fire cloud arrow burst like lightning. Qin Sheng raised his head and jumped wildly. He didn't think that at this time, someone was hiding in the clouds. His body was melting the yellow spring fire. How sharp, but there was still no trace of it. A surprise attack. Long Wei is also furious. His body suddenly swells to the size of a hill. Bang! The fearsome fire cloud arrow, which is 1 meter long, depicts the reproduction and ancient runes. The arrow is forged from the extremely expensive gun gold, and can easily shoot the strong in the Shenfu area. Long Wei was shot through the body, nailed to the random stone mountain, and the golden true dragon blood trickled down. Long Wei. Qin Sheng grabs the spirit of ice soul and red flaming phoenix. He almost let it slip away. Long Wei is in a very bad condition. He ate a congenital ginseng and got a big tonic, but he is still very weak. Now he is penetrated by Huiyun arrow. The arrow of Huiyun arrow is made of gun gold, which can prevent blood from coagulating. Long Wei is a god beast. Every drop of blood in his body is real dragon blood. It's very precious. Now it's bleeding more than ever. Qin Sheng saw that Long Wei was dying, and his chest was burning with anger. He looked up at the clouds and shouted, "Get down!" The cloud shakes for a while. I don't know who made a snap. The thick and incomparable cloud separated and 2 people came out. In front of Qin Sheng were 2 human warriors, one young and one old. The young look is no older than most of Qin Sheng's, at most in his early 20s. It's the same age as Xu Heng's, wearing a white and gold robe and embroidered by animals. It's very clean and looks extraordinary. The young man's face is like a jade, and his spirit is strong. Although he tries his best to be introverted, Qin Sheng still feels keenly that he is a proud man who has survived the 9 heavy storms. He had a war bow in his hand, which was very simple. Obviously, it had a great beginning. He also carried a bucket of fire cloud arrow on his back. It's a fire cloud arrow that can shoot the powerful people in Shenfu. Each one is extremely precious. This young man has a bucket. You can imagine how thick his family is. Behind the young man, there was an old man with a cold face. He was wearing a black robe and had a thin face. Qin Sheng didn't see his accomplishments, but he was definitely a god's mansion, or even an old monster in the cave. It seems that the old man is the protector of the young man with the ancient war bow. He didn't say a word and didn't look at Qin Sheng coldly. It seems that Qin Sheng's cultivation can't enter his eyes at all. The young and the old are so holy that they have been dormant in the clouds and have never been seen for a long time. Even Qin Sheng didn't know how long the young and the old had been hiding here. However, Qin Sheng was very clear that there was an old saying, the mantis catches the cicada, the yellow finch is behind. It's obvious that Qin Sheng is a mantis, and this little one is a yellow finch. Qin Sheng pressed his anger and asked in a deep voice, "You've done too much." In his words, Qin Sheng's mind was penetrated into his acceptance of the precepts, and he would take out the imperial edict of the previous dynasty in the acceptance of the precepts anytime and anywhere. The young man's face showed a touch of sarcasm and said, "Have you ever heard of the mantis catching cicadas and the yellow finch?" When Qin Sheng heard the words, he was livid and didn't contradict. Tut tut, there are 2 holy level yuan mai. There is also a precious and incomparable sword species in the body. The greedy eyes of the young man wandered wantonly on Qin Sheng's body. Even Zhang Chong was attacked by Shenfu. It seems that you are not too young. It's just like hunting the 9th level inborn demon to melt the soul of war. A little greedy. Let me guess, you are the son of the 36 kings of the wasteland? No, you don't have the smell of royalty. It's not very similar. Ancient village natives, deep in the wasteland? Qin Sheng sneers and says, tongue is dry. If you want to do something, you can do it. It depends on whether your life is hard or not. Wen Yan said that the young man with jade-like face could not help but look at Qin Sheng twice. At this time, there was another peak of Shenfu State near him, and he almost touched the protector of Dongtian State. How could Qin Sheng be so calm? There was no panic on his pale face? I'd like to see if you really have a card, or are you playing tricks? The young man's face gradually became cold, and said, give me the spirit of the ice, the red, the phoenix, and the beast in your hand, and I will not be happy with your strength. Qin Sheng immediately smiled and said, this requirement is not too much. Then, are there any other requirements? The young man smiled and thought that Qin Sheng was finally soft. In fact, it's not surprising. If it was him, he would also choose to compromise, because the situation is fundamentally poor. A compromise for a while might be able to get a chance to live. There is also the saint level yuan mai on you. I am not greedy, as long as you have 1 saint level yuan mai. The young man's eyes are hot. How rare, even if he has never had one. If he can have a saint level yuan mai, then for his return to the emperor, it will make the father and the emperor stand in awe and astonish. Ha ha ha. Qin Sheng couldn't help laughing. His smile grew louder and louder. All the young people frowned. He had an ominous premonition and asked, what are you laughing at, hum? I advise you to be wise and interesting, that is, to offer the spirit of the beast and the yuan vein of the holy rank automatically and consciously. Otherwise, the young people are very strong. They are born with the smell of royalty. They should be the prince of one of the 36 dynasties in the wasteland. Otherwise, they can't be so arrogant and domineering. They also have the big weapon of Huiyun arrow in their hands. Moreover, Qin Sheng is sure that there is a bigger card in the hands of the young and the old. Even the ice soul red flame phoenix can be blinded and hide in the clouds to watch the fire from the bank, so that the 3 inborn big demons fight with the ice soul red flame phoenix for life and death. Then Qin Sheng takes the risk to take out the animal soul of the ice soul red flame phoenix before sneaking in. Without Longwei's life-saving protection, Qin Sheng would have just cooled down. Wait a minute. Qin Sheng shouted, then turned his hand over and added a volume of ancient, holy edict. At this time, both young people and the old man with black card suddenly contracted their pupils. In particular, the old man in black robe, who had looked on coldly and had turbid eyes, suddenly snapped up and said, little lord, get out of the way, it's a holy edict. The young man was stunned on the spot. He didn't expect that Qin Sheng still had a holy edict in his hand. Qin Sheng's body clearly had no breath of royal descent. How could he have a holy edict? Qin Sheng chanted and sang loudly, singing a language that the old and the young could not understand at all. Their faces were appalling. Qin Sheng threw the volume of the imperial edict of the previous dynasty into the air, and the imperial edict was ignited. There was an ancient rune flying out. The void was shaking violently, and the breath of terror came from the mat. A little old man's face was frightened. They saw a great shadow on the sky. It was so huge that it soared to the sky. It was as lofty as the magic dragon, which made people feel extremely depressed. The virtual shadow of that great bank, wearing gold armor, wearing a crown, with a cold face, and a simple character in the center of the eyebrow, is actually a Li character. The old man in black robe almost crawled on the ground. His face was white and he shouted at the young man, "That's the emperor. The emperor of the former dynasty." The young man has been completely encircled. Of course, he has heard about the Emperor Renhuang. He has been dead for more than 10,000 years. This is the imperial edict left by the emperor. The young people are finally frightened. Kill them. Qin Sheng seems to have been hollowed out, activating the imperial edict of the former emperor and almost draining his yuan power. The virtual shadow of that great bank is very cold. The emperor started. Although it's just the virtual shadow, it's terrible. It's just like the monstrous magic dragon that can't destroy the mountain. It's on the heart of one little and one old. Run away, little lord. The old man in black robe sacrificed his soul and played all his cards. Bang! There is no suspense. The old man in black robe turns into a blood fog and dies. That is the imperial edict of the emperor. Although it has been dead for thousands of years, there is still the terrorist power of the emperor in the imperial edict. No, don't kill me. There is nothing arrogant about the young man, his face is all flustered. He also offered his father's edict, but how could it be compared with the emperor of the previous dynasty? Poof. Young people are also crushed into powder. The emperor is towering and terrible. His breath is reaching out to the most powerful people in Vientiane. The poor young emperor, who has not even left his name, is crushed to death. The imperial edict burned in half. Qin Sheng was very distressed. He took back the imperial edict. This imperial edict is too old. Once activated, it will ignite spontaneously. It is estimated that it can only be used once more, and it will be completely discarded. Qin Sheng's face was aching with flesh. He looked at the two blood fog. The emperor's terror power remained in the imperial edict, which could reach the Vientiane realm. Even the ring was crushed. This young and old man has an obvious status. He is definitely the descendant of one of the 36 dynasties in the wasteland. It is estimated that there are many advantages in receiving precepts. Unfortunately, the power of the emperor is too terrifying. The treasures and metacrystals in the ring are estimated to disappear in the endless folding space. Qin Sheng's eyes were as bright as electricity. Despite the bloody suppression of the young and the old, he was not in a hurry to melt the soul of war, but waited to see if there were any other yellow finches. Qin Sheng turned his hand and threw it to Long Wei, who was nailed by the fire cloud arrow on the Luanshan. He said, "Drink it first, and I'll bake you chicken meat later." Long Wei's face was pale, and he was not hurt lightly. He looked at Qin Sheng bitterly. If he hadn't signed a soul pact with him, Qin Sheng would not have died in 100 years, otherwise, he would have followed his burping fart. Therefore, Long Wei will save Qin Sheng even if he has worked hard. Gulu gulu. Long Wei shakes and flies the fire cloud arrow. There are dazzling and multiplying runes on the wound. The horrible and ferocious wound is healing at a speed that can be seen by the naked eye. It's worthy of being a dragon descendant with the true blood of Zulong in his body. It's just a little strong who can't fight to death. Qin Sheng holds the spirit of ice soul and red flame phoenix, adjusts the breath to the limit, and then beats the spirit into the Tian Lingai. Bang! Qin Sheng's head is shaking wildly. It's the spirit of the 9th level inborn demon. His whole body is shaking. He becomes a popsicle for a while, and his whole body is annihilated by the fire. At this time, in the sea of Qin Sheng's spirit, the ice soul and red flaming phoenix are flying. It is cold and arrogant, and despises Qin Sheng at all. Evil animal. Qin Sheng suddenly drank, and the sea of spirits was burning with a terrible fire. Ouch! As soon as the spring fire comes out, the animal soul of ice soul and red flaming phoenix suddenly changes its face, but how can it easily fall in line with it? It makes a huge noise. Spit out a breath of ice gas, and suddenly the temperature of the whole sea of spirits plummeted, freezing into ice. Flying high, spewing out endless fire, as if to burn through the soul sea of Qin Sheng. Pooh! Qin Sheng tightly closed his eyes and vomited blood. He is worthy of being the 9th level inborn demon. Even if it's only the spirit of the beast left, without the power of the body, it's so hard to melt. In fact, smelting the soul of war is not simple, even extremely dangerous. If you are a little careless, it may be backfired by the soul of the beast. Some of the soul of the beast against the sky has also appeared the body of the man who is anti-guest oriented and takes away the weapon. These are also legendary deeds. According to the inheritance and memory of the emperor, they often happen in 9 days and 10 places. However, Qin Sheng has the inheritance and memory of the 10,000 robbers, and there are also soul seals and yellow spring fire suppression. Even if the spirit of the 9th level inborn monster is smelted, it is also very certain. Qin Sheng silently recited the incantation, and the yellow spring fire became more and more strong, suppressing the ice soul, red flame and phoenix. Not long ago, the spirit of ice soul and red flame phoenix approached the soul crystal slowly and was successfully embedded on the surface of the soul crystal. Originally smooth and incomparable soul crystal, it was portrayed as a lifelike figure. When you look at it, you will find it as ice soul, red flame and phoenix. It's a success. Qin Sheng's face is ecstatic, he has finally melted the soul of war. There are 9 lines on the surface of soul crystal, which indicates that Qin Sheng smelted 9 lines of soul. The soul of war can help the warrior fight. A high-level soul of war has an obvious effect on the warrior. In particular, Qin Sheng only smelt the soul of war for the first time, and even successfully smelt the 9-striped soul of the highest level. Such achievements, even the old monsters in the cave do not necessarily have them. Too much. Boom. Under Qin Sheng's Sea of Spirits, the Sea of Spirits expanded dozens of times. At the same time, over the Sea of Spirits, a star is lit, shining on the whole Sea of Spirits. Life and soul. Qin Sheng once again showed his joy and melted the spirit of 9 stripes. His realm finally broke through. From the peak of Heaven Soul Realm, he took that step to reach Life Soul Realm. The Life Soul state is divided into 1 to 9 stars. If you don't light up 1 star above the Sea of Spirits, you can upgrade 1 level. Normally, only the martial artists in Shinfu can light the star of life and soul. Qin Sheng has just melted the soul of war, and he has reached the star of life and soul. It can be imagined how talented his spirit cultivation talent is. Qin Sheng opened his eyes. They were as deep as the stars in the sky. The eyes were frightening, and they would shoot out the essence of frightening. Sacrifice the soul of war. Qin Sheng burst out with a strong breath, and a whirlpool of white and black appeared on the top of the Tianlingai. This corresponds to a yin and yang blend. This is auspicious omen. What is my soul of war? Qin Sheng has some doubts. Soon, a white-black blend of whirlpool into 2 weapons. White into a cold and piercing, even the soul must be frozen ice soul sword. The black turned into a red burning knife that ignited the fire. It's the soul of a weapon. Qin Sheng has some accidents. It's a sword. Try it. Qin Sheng thought a little and pointed. Phew. Chong. The ice soul sword and the red flame sword are shot violently. When they cross the sky, they cross 100 miles in an instant and cut a mountain into powder. Qin Sheng's face changed and said, "It's terrible. With this spirit, I can kill enemies hundreds of miles away." However, the soul power consumed by the war spirit is also huge. If I only use it once, I will lose 10% of the soul power. Qin Sheng is a little surprised. Although he has a soul seal, the speed of restoring soul power can't resist such extravagance. It's worthy of being the soul of the Nine Stripes War. It's a big killing tool, and fuel consumption is also a big killing tool. The soul of weapons? Long Wei was also frightened and jumped bravely, saying, "You are so powerful that you can cross 2 great realms and kill people by leaps and bounds." Long Wei's vision is so high that it can be seen at a glance that Qin Sheng's Jiuwen war spirit is not a small one. Well, as expected, it's the pursuit of wealth and danger. If it's not for the Black Hand, it's the grim imperial edict of the former dynasty from Xianyun Kingdom. We will be defeated. Qin Sheng was still full of fear. Qin Sheng also has the yellow paper and blue paper of Chu Ling, but the mantra is long and stinky. After Qin Sheng read it, he was probably killed by the young and the old. Boil the water, pluck the hair and break the chamber. Long Wei is very busy. He cleans up the icy red phoenix skillfully. This is its real body. It's not big at all. It's only 3 meters long. It's only 1 meter long. The 9th level inborn demon in the hall is really small. He said that he kept the real blood of a mortal phoenix and pulled out the hair, which is 1 meter long. Long Wei is a little silly. He stares at Qin Sheng and says, "I can only give you 1 phoenix leg later. All the others are mine." "Brother Long Wei, can I have some soup?" Balian's effort to squeeze out a smile was very shameless. He asked flatteringly, "His strength is not good, but he can break through easily, and his nose is more flexible than Tiango's nose." If Qin Sheng didn't take Balian into the ring, he should be able to find out in advance that the mantis catches the cicada, yellow finch, one less and one old. "Go away." Long Wei pulls Balian away at a slap, but it's not powerful. Otherwise, even if he is weak now, he can shake Balian away. "You are so counseled. You hide in the ring all the time and want to drink soup." Long Wei didn't look down on Tao. "Balian's back," he said with a smile, "it's just because I'm too weak that I need to make up for it. Next time I won't delay." Qin Sheng said, "Give Balian a phoenix wing. When we go to the Dian dynasty, we rob the rich and help the poor. We can only use Balian to break through the battle and give early warning to those arrogant and domineering descendants of the emperor and the royal family." Long Wei hears the words, a pair of slanting eyes turn and turn. "Wei, good, reward you a phoenix wing." Hearing this, Bailin's face turned red and jumped up excitedly. "That's the ice soul red flame phoenix. There's the immortal phoenix blood which is said to exist only in the deep wasteland of 9 days and 10 places. He can even try such precious flesh and blood. How can I make this chicken meat delicious?" Long Wei quacks, his mouth can't wait to drool. Qin Sheng looks at the bird's nest made of building wood and lightning striking wood. Now, the ice soul, red flame and phoenix have fallen. They are naked and washed clean. They are waiting for Qin Sheng to have a delicious meal. Jianmu and lightning wood are also precious wood. If they can be ignited, they can be used to roast chicken meat, which is the best. Qin Sheng has an idea. Long Witten's squint was bright. His body rose against the storm. He piled up the building wood and the lightning wood. Then he put the sword into the flesh of the red phoenix and hung it to bake. It's just that building wood and lightning wood are extremely hard wood, even harder than rune stone and rune bone. Ordinary flame can't gnaw at all. "Isn't there any chicken hair?" Qin Sheng asked Long Wei to stuff Feng Mao into the pile of Jianmu and lightning wood. Then borrow fire from the sea of fire under the cliff. Boom! The phoenix hair is ignited by the fire, which is the hair of the 9th level demon. Once ignited, the flame is extremely hot. Sure enough, the original hard and incomparable building wood and lightning wood were ignited, and the fire was burning. Hiss. The wood of Jianmu and lightning stroke, which is much more precious than the rune bone, is used for barbecue. If the strong people in the cave can see this scene, they will definitely be furious and scold the street. What a loser! However, the three losers didn't think so much. They had just been robbed for the rest of their lives. They were almost killed by the unknown emperor. They picked up a small life and didn't care so much. Phoenix meat is very precious and hard to bake. If there were not Jianmu and lightning wood, Qin Sheng would not bake phoenix meat so fast. Phoenix flesh is golden yellow, oil drops on coke, making a hissing sound, and the fragrance overflows, far and far away. This is the territory of ice soul and red flaming phoenix. It's impossible to have a second beast within 1,000 miles. In addition, with the fierce war over the past few days, even if there are dead beasts near, they will be killed by the aftershock of the horrible battle. Tut tut, this phoenix meat, it's delicious. Longwei's squint eyes were bright and greedy, and his mouth was full of saliva. Balian followed Longwei's back, sticking out his small head, swallowing his saliva secretly and moistening his dry throat. Qin Sheng took a deep breath and sounded. He felt his pores were all puffed out. He had just melted the soul of war. Although he was only an advanced level in the realm of spirit, he still dared to make Qin Sheng feel hungry. It should be about now. Let's start eating. Qin Sheng carried the roasted chicken meat, which was golden and yellow. It was fragrant. He tore a chicken wing. All the remaining chicken wings were pure power, condensed into liquid, and even twinkled with runes. It was obvious that this kind of meat was a tonic. Balian, this is yours. Qin Sheng threw the chicken wings to Balian, and his hands went on, just like a hot potato, and he kept throwing them up in the air, barely catching them, and then bit the chicken meat. Qin Sheng also tore a phoenix leg for himself. The phoenix leg is not very heavy, but it also has a weight of 7 or 8 Qin, which is enough. All the rest to Longwei. Longwei takes the rest of the chicken meat and eats half of it with one bite and one click. Wow, this phoenix meat is so delicious and powerful. It's worthy of being a descendant of immortal phoenix blood. Longwei roars to the sky. Qin Sheng took the phoenix leg and bit it hard. The meat was delicate, oily, and not greasy. It was very smooth. It melted at the entrance and became the most pure power. Qin Sheng's eyes were round, and his face was full of incredible looks. He had never eaten such delicious meat before, and then he ate it severely. The most pure power spread to his 4 limbs. After a while, all 3 finished eating chicken meat. Qin Sheng burps a lot. The chicken leg is not big. It's only 7 or 8 Qin. But when he finishes eating, he suddenly feels full and wants to vomit. When he opens his mouth, a lot of runes will be emitted. Even his breath will be presented with runes. My God! These are the essence of ice spirit, and don't want to waste. Boom! Qin Sheng has made a breakthrough. He has just smelted the soul of war and reached the peak of Tonghunjing. Now he has eaten chicken meat and has made a breakthrough to Tongshanjing at one stroke, and the breakthrough has not stopped. In the early stage, the middle stage and the later stage of Tongshanjing, Qin Sheng's breakthrough was irremediable. In a very short time, he broke through to the top of the sky. Boom! There is a plunder cloud on the sky. Qin Sheng is going to take it? Qin Sheng didn't want to cross the calamity so quickly. He wanted to polish his body and lay a solid foundation in the sky. He would cross the multiple calamities in one breath. As long as the foundation is well laid, there is no problem in crossing the storm and thunder. Therefore, there is no rush to cross the robbery. Qin Sheng recited the pithy formula silently. The 2 holy steps in his body were crystal and bright. His whole body was as dazzling as the sun. Finally, Qin Sheng succeeded in suppressing the turbulent yuan force in his body, and the plundering clouds above the sky gradually disappeared. At last, it suppressed. Qin Sheng breathed a sigh of relief. However, when Qin Sheng's voice just fell, the dissipated Jiayun began to gather again, and it was even more terrifying than just Jiayun. Click! Above the sky, a flash of lightning fell, blowing a strong wind, and fell on Balian's body. Ouch! Balian screamed, blackened and arcing. It turned out that Balian was the one who crossed the robberies. His current strength is equivalent to that of the human warrior who passed the 3 robberies. After eating chicken meat this time, his strength soared again, and the robber cloud could not be suppressed. I'm going to die, Qin Sheng, help me fight. Bai Lian holds Qin Sheng's thigh, and Qin Sheng's face changes greatly. This is a 5 or 6-fold storm and thunder robbery, which is extremely powerful. I'll go, get out of my way. Qin Sheng kicks Bai Lian to fly, and quickly displays Python Dragon's purple electric code to avoid the wind and thunder that destroys and pulls the dead. After a whole hour, the cloud was slowly dissipated. There was a big pit on the disordered rock mountain, which was emitting electric arc and black smoke. Long Wei looks up to the sky and roars. He recovers to the cultivation of Shenfu. He looks at the big pit with bad intentions and says, 100 Lian, are you going to die? Balian was dying. He was blacked all over. There was light blue thunder magma in his mouth. He almost died. Qin Sheng took a look at Balian and felt that his life breath was slowly recovering. In a short period of time, he went from Tongsan to Tongjiu. 1 breath through the 6 storms? Qin Sheng's heart was frightened and galloped. This innate sanction, the 10,000-year-old goblin, was so terrible that he was able to go through so many storms and thunderstorms in 1 breath. You should know that even Xu Hengyi, the son of the royal family of Dian, is the son of Lingxiao Holy Palace. Although he is not the son of the highest level, he is also the son. The existence of terror that scares people to death and doesn't pay for their lives is just to survive the triple wind and thunder. Balian has survived 6 storms and thunder at a time, which is just the evil in the evil. The future achievement is absolutely to crush the existence of Xu Hengyi. However, Balian is a congenital sanction. How strong is his blood? He is not easy to live through the 6 storms and thunderstorms in 1 breath. He almost fell down. It's too noisy. Let's go. Qin Sheng's eyebrows wrinkled. He smelted 9 lines of war spirit. The acuteness of the spirit soared 100 times. He could feel that in the deep of the immortal mountain of the magic dragon, it seemed that some terrible things would come out. In the same way, Balian's pale face changed again, saying, someone is coming, you only fluctuate so much, let's leave. Longwei's body skyrocketed, carrying Qin Sheng and Balian, turning into a golden lightning bolt and shooting away. Don't leave from the sky. They are coming. Let's escape from the ground. Balian's eyes were very tense. It seemed that there were strong people coming from far away. Longwei obviously felt it too. He was dazzled, wrapped Qin Sheng and Balian, and burst into the ground with a hiss. It's a kind of ancient secret skill, which comes from the inheritance and memory of the descendants of Zulong. Only Longwei can practice. Qin Sheng has no blood of Zulong, so it's impossible to practice. Longwei falls into the ground, just like a carp falls into the ocean. It is very slippery, turning into a streamer and disappearing into the vast abyss. Longwei, be careful not to break into those old prohibitions. Qin Sheng reminds Longwei nervously. This is the edge of the immortal mountain of the magic dragon and the deepest part of the magic dragon wasteland. There are many prohibitions, some of which have been for tens of thousands of years, or even hundreds of thousands of years. There is no big religion left behind. All of a sudden, there was a horrible prohibition, and I don't know how many years ago. There was a terrible smell leaked. It seemed that the life of the three Qin Sheng people was fluctuating, and a big hand was found in the gap of the prohibition. The big hand is very big, with black hair. It gives out a horrible and hideous smell. It's hundreds of miles away. It's just like the fragile tofu in front of all the rocks underground. Fuck, what? Long Wei screams loudly, turns around in a hurry, escapes crazily. Qin Sheng was frightened and jumped bravely. Looking at the terrible big black hand, he would come here after stretching for more than 100 miles? Big black hand seems to be imprisoned. Even so, it makes the three of Qin Sheng despairing. Qin Sheng did not hesitate to throw the rest of the imperial edict to the big black hand. Boom. The imperial edict ignited, and the great figure of the emperor reappeared. It collided with the terrible black hand, just as Mars collided with the earth, and everything was annihilated, including some prohibitions of tens of thousands of years. Long Wei uses her milk power to escape from the sky. Bang! Long Wei is powerless and paralyzed on the earth's slope. Here is the edge of the magic dragon wasteland. You can see Dian City far above the mining area. I'm scared to death. What exactly is that? Bailin was scared pale and asked with lingering fear. Qin Sheng shook his head and said, it should be a great terror left over from ancient times. It should have been the prison of the War of Annihilation. Long Wei said suddenly. When Qin Sheng heard this, his head suddenly broke and he was numb. He asked, the prison 10,000 years ago? What's the Great Terror, the wanted man in 9 days and 10 places? Qin Sheng was puzzled. 10,000 years later, those wanted prisoners haven't died yet? Long Wei shook his head and said, I was very young, I didn't know what the war was about. It was too far away. After so many years of sleeping, my memory was very fuzzy. No. Long Wei shakes his head ferociously. His head is splitting. I seem to be able to think of some clues, but why can't I think of them? You may be sealed with some memories, or you may be cut off from them. Qin Sheng guessed. Forget it. Don't think about it again if you can't remember it. It's no big deal if you can't remember what happened 10,000 years ago. Qin Sheng comforted Long Wei and said, I think the water in the magic dragon wasteland is too deep. It's not peaceful recently. Don't rush anymore, and wait for the arrival of the messenger. At the edge of the mountain, there was an old man whose turbid eyes showed anger and said, Who dares to kill my royal descendants? This is an old monster in the cave. He is not sure how old he is. There are 500 or 600 if he is not 700 or 800. His eyes are like torches, seeing through everything. He seems to catch the fleeing figure of Qin Sheng and others, and catch up with them. Murderer, where to escape? The old man let out a loud drink and then went underground. At this time a big black hand came forward like lightning and caught the old monster in the cave in an instant. Ah, what? The old man struggled wildly, but with a bang, he was pinched into a blood mist, and the blood was sucked dry. And the black prison, but a click, there is a tiny crack. The black cracks are getting bigger and bigger, and the big black hands with thick black hair are breaking away from the prison with a click. He can't see the shape clearly. He has a huge shape. With the frightening death, his blood-red eyes glanced up at the sky, and the void would split quickly. Boom! The magic dragon wasteland has completely changed. There are many prohibitions buried in the magic dragon wasteland, and even some tombs that don't know how many hours are shaking. The earth is shaking and splitting, as if something terrible is creeping out. Qin Sheng, Long Wei, and Bailin looked back at the magic dragon wasteland. They only saw the dark and oppressive part of the magic dragon wasteland, which was very depressing. With the blood-red thunder, the cold and piercing light blue. Another day? Qin Sheng's heart was shocked. The spring fire in his body was beating wildly. There was a kind of bad premonition. Longwei's pores were all standing up. The third eye seemed to crack at first, but he felt something wrong. He was scared away. With a wave of his hand, Qin Sheng pulled the white balian and said, "It's not suitable to stay here for a long time. Let's go back to the city. Dian City." At this time it has almost become an empty city, very depressed. The medicine field has been abandoned, the 4th level medicine field has been dug away, and Lingquan has been uprooted. Qin Sheng frowned slightly. It seemed that the king of Beichen had received some information. Even Dian City gave up. 2 weeks ago, Qin Sheng Kai arranged Lu Ruyan to take the Qin family with him and evacuate them to the imperial capital of Dian. The Qin family is empty. Well? Qin Sheng's eyes narrowed into a straight line. He saw that there were still people in Qin's house. His pupils could not help contracting. "Who are you?" Qin Sheng asked coldly. "This is a man in black when the wind blows. The whole person seems to be in the shadow. If it wasn't for refining the yellow spring fire and melting the 9-grain soul, the spirit realm would be upgraded to the life soul star, and it would not be so keen to find a warrior hidden in the Qin family." The man in black was found by Qin Sheng. He had some accidents. He was wearing a silver metal mask. The power of Qin Sheng's spirit swept over and was resisted. He could not see his appearance clearly. Since it was found, the man in black swaggered out of the shadow. His eyes were very cold, like cold light, cold and frightening. At the same time, the cold eyes were accompanied by some contempt. "You are Qin Sheng?" asked the cold man in black. Qin Sheng frowned. He felt that the man in black was not good at coming. "I've been waiting for you for 5 days. The man in black walks around in a leisurely way. Judging from the fluctuation rate of the terror element force that looms out of him, he is definitely a strong man who has survived multiple storms and thunderstorms." Qin Sheng didn't know how much he had survived. "Are you a killer?" The yellow spring fire in Qin Sheng's body is beating wildly. He can keenly feel the killing intention of the man in black from the soul, which is too strong for ordinary martial artists. Only the killer who lurks in the dark for a long time, and then gives a fatal blow, after years of fighting, can he smelt such a terrible killing idea. When the man in black heard the words, he immediately grinned and didn't deny it. Suddenly, Qin Sheng laughs and Longwei Squint looks at the stupid man in black. The man in black is ignorant. He is a killer. He wanders on the edge of killing all the year round. Those who are hunted look like ghosts. The absolute part is either panic or despair, or kneel down to beg for mercy. He has never seen a dying man laugh at himself with unbridled rage. It's not a smile pretending to be calm or arrogant. People in black feel that it's a smile like looking at idiots. Obviously, in front of Qin Sheng and his war favorite, a toad, that idiot is himself. "What are you laughing at?" The man in black is very unhappy between his eyebrows. He is a killer organization from the Dian dynasty, which makes everyone scared. He feels humiliated. "Later, I hope you can still laugh. It's just a soul state." "Oh, I thought you would die in the changing magic dragon wasteland. Now it seems that you have grown up, melted the soul of war, and broken through the sky state." Dian City, a remote small place where birds don't shit, may feel that it's very arrogant to be a martial artist in Tongshenjing. Cut the crap and hand over what you shouldn't have. I can give you a good time. The man in black said a lot of cruel words at one breath. He is still high above the others, and he is also a powerful man who has lived through multiple storms. In his opinion, even if Qin Sheng successfully smelt the soul of war, and his martial arts cultivation has broken through to the sky like a broken bamboo, what then? He is a killer organization formed by the Dark King of the underground world in the Dian dynasty. He is naturally superior. Before he came here, he even complained about the organization. Now, for the sake of Yuan Jing, he really takes on all tasks. Hunting an ant that can communicate with the soul, oh no, it has become the heaven, but where can we need him as a killer who can communicate with the 6 robbers? It's like killing a chicken with an ox knife, overqualified. Smell speech, Qin Sheng can't help but think this killer is a little funny. Wei, you shouldn't talk to me so much nonsense, this is the killer's big taboo. Well, let me give you up first, but you will definitely regret it then. The man in black was angry, and he started. The whole man seemed to disappear and blend into the night. Long Wei. Qin Sheng shouted. Get out of here. Long Wei spits out his words and radiates a bright light. A breath of terror suddenly rises. Bang! A dark shadow seems to have hit something. It's a mess now. His face is pale, his mouth spits out blood, and he looks at Long Wei in shock. The intelligence is wrong. Isn't it that it's just a war favorite who has survived the triple storm and thunder? How can it be the divine realm? Damn it. Mission failure, I am 1001, mission failure, evacuation. This man in black is actually the number 1001 killer of a killer organization. He failed only in one blow. He retreated without hesitation, without any delay. He has no scruples about the heroic words just mentioned. He is just a war pet in Shinfu. He has gone through 6 times of storm and thunder. There are all ants under Shinfu. It's impossible to compete with him. So much nonsense, so anxious to leave, stay. Qin Sheng's cold voice sounded behind the 1001 killer, appearing as if he were a ghost. The man in black was shocked, and he threw several throwing knives on his back. The throwing knife is very bright, just like several flashes of lightning. It is swift and fierce, flying to Qin Sheng's eyebrow, throat and heart respectively. Qin Sheng groaned coldly. In a flash, he connected 9 channels. Both channels of the divine rank and the Yuan channels were furious, which illuminated the face of the man in black. A holy spirit enveloped number 1001 like a strong wind. Like lightning, the throwing knife is unable to fall to the ground and splash sparks due to a force of imprisonment. Number 1001's face changed wildly. He felt that he was imprisoned by a strange force. Yuanli moved slowly a lot. His eyes shone with astonishing light and said, Saint the divine order of Yuan Mai? And 2? Rare, even the great Yin dynasty, the god's favored one is like the stars on the sky, but the genius of the divine order is very rare. What's more, in front of the 1001, a remote small place Wudlaos activated 2 sacred steps. How could it be? 1001 was in a daze, and then a cold spread to its 4 limbs. Walking on the edge of life and death all the year round, he keenly felt a breath of death gathering. Now is not the time for shock and doubt. This is called Qin Sheng's Wudlaos. Not only has it produced 2 sacred steps, but also the god of war. The 1001 body has erupted the energy of the Yuan, which is like a thundering rage. It has opened up the so-called confinement power of the sacred order, and then turned it into a black streamer and fled to the depths of the shadow. It's a bit humiliating to run now. Qin Sheng directly sacrificed the soul of war, the atmosphere of terror spread again. Qin Sheng did not hide anything, there is a huge black and white whirlpool on its spiritual cover. Killer 1001 obviously felt a palpitation, which was a palpitation from the deep soul. He felt that the spirit was suppressed. What is that spirit of war? The 1001 ran away crazily. It was very strange to see the black and white war spirit. I couldn't see what kind of war spirit it was. In the next moment, 1001 was stunned because he saw the 9 lines entwined on the soul of war. Here is this the spirit of 9 stripes? Number 1001 is muddled. He has his own eyesight. He rubs his eyes hard and finds that there is no eyesight at all. It's really a 9-grain soul of war. In the astonishment and disbelief of number 1001, the black and white soul of the war turned into a sword between lightning and flint. The red flame sword is extremely hot. It's icy and sharp. Go. Qin Sheng is very indifferent. He didn't leave his hand. He went through hardships in the immortal mountain of the magic dragon. He made rapid progress and practiced with this unknown killer. When the red flame sword flies to the sky, it will appear in front of the number 1001 Tian Lingai in a blink of an eye, just like a god wielding a knife to kill the god. The Ice Soul sword is so nihilistic that it blends into the darkness, and in an instant it stabs into the eyebrow of number 1001. Pooh! Number 1001 blocked the red flame sword with his hand. He had a congenital talisman in his body. His talisman was broken by the fierce saber chi. His soul light seemed to crack. Then he felt a cold and piercing chill. He was cold and his body was crumbling. Bang! Qin Sheng turned the Python Dragon Purple Electric Code to the extreme. It's a holy martial art. Although it's shabby, it's also unusual for him to be touched with a saint. Qin Sheng kicked the 1001 killer away, and at the same time, he put on the prison dragon's hand. The palm of his hand was shining. He blinded the 1001 dog's eyes and patted it on his dantian. Pooh! Number 1001's dantian was destroyed, and his whole body was like a frustrated ball, paralyzed on the ground. Ah! 1001 killer roared wildly. He showed his true face. This was a young man, not much older than Qin Sheng. He was in his early 20s at most. His eyes were red and he stared at Qin Sheng angrily. His dantian was abandoned. What are you staring at? Qin Sheng slapped 1001 several times, and the prisoner's hand reached out, holding his throat in one hand. Tell me, who are you and from what organization? Qin Sheng asked in a very rude way. Number 1001 is about to spit blood. His spirit is frozen and his head is splitting. He is a strong man who has gone through 6 thunderstorms. He is a higher level than Qin. Qin Sheng hasn't even gone through one. How can he be so terrible? Refining the divine level Yuan Mai, melting the 9-striped soul of war. If we say that Xingjie Yuan Mai was rare in Dian dynasty, but there are so many royal descendants, Prince's legitimate son, there will always be some Tianzi Jiazi who can do this. However, only in Tongxinjing, the 9-striated soul is melted, which will definitely frighten a lot of warriors, even the old monsters in Dongxinjing will be scared. Number 1001 was also shocked by the dragon power of Shenfu, and influenced by the power of the incarceration of Xingjie Yuan Mai. Then, he was shocked by the 9-grain war spirit who blended black and white, and then flew out of the red flame sword and ice soul sword. Under many factors, he was beaten violently. If he did it again, Qin Sheng would not be able to detonate him so easily, or even not at all. At most, 2 people can share the same fate. However, there can be no if in the world. Number 1001's young face, the panic and doubt just disappeared. He recovered his indifference, but there was no picture of begging for mercy in the plot imagination. His indifference words, with an imperative tone, said, I advise you to let me go, because I come from Black Blade. As soon as Qin Sheng heard this, he immediately exploded, and a rage was burning in his chest. He slapped 1001 on the backhand. Pa! 1001 was beaten and bleeding, handsome young face was beaten and swollen, Qin Sheng melted the rune bone, the strength was amazing, 1001 teeth were broken, vomited out. Are you stupid? Idiot-like thing, you lurk in my family, want to assassinate me, be caught by me, dare to be so arrogant? Qin Sheng squints at the killer no. Number 1001 was stunned. He didn't expect that he had been slapped in the face when reporting to his family, and he didn't show any mercy. Obviously, he didn't put the Black Blade, a killer organization that frightened countless warriors in the Imperial dynasty. I have identified myself. You dare to humiliate me, member of Black Blade? 1001 snapped. Qin Sheng didn't care. What Black Blade? I haven't heard of it. Fight for me. It's mine. At Qin Sheng's command, Long Wei and Balian are also angry. The killer is a bit silly. He fails in the task and dare to pretend to force him to leave with an imperative tone? Fists and feet, 1001 was beaten, soon swollen nose, face blue, all over the bones were broken. Long Wei is in the state of Shinfu, and Balian has reached the goal of 6 robberies. However, 1001 is only a killer. It is good at lurking and assassinating. Its body is not very strong at all, and it soon breaks the bones of the whole body. It's bleeding through 7 holes and limping on the ground. Qin Sheng interrogated for a long time, and used a lot of interrogation penalties. After suffering from 1001, he didn't dare to pretend to force any more, and said nothing. Finally, 1001 burps farts. He is very young. Although he still has resentment between his eyebrows, he can't stand Qin Sheng's many means. Qin Sheng even ignites his spirit with the fire of the yellow spring. It's a sharp pain from the soul. Who can bear it? Black Blade? Qin Sheng frowned. At this time, he finally realized what kind of organization he was provoking, the killer organization set up by the king in the dark, and the vast majority of the warriors of Dian Emperor were frightened by the wind, and no one dared to carry it. As long as someone spends a lot of money to release the task, once a killer takes the task, it must be guaranteed to complete, and only the Black Blade killer assassinates the warrior, and no Black Blade killer is turned back. This is the essence and horror of Black Blade. Cruel, arrogant, dark. I am 100 million yuan crystal. Qin Sheng mutters to himself, he is thinking, who will give himself the task of killing himself on the Black Blade? Long Wei looked at Qin Sheng with a pair of squint eyes and said, you've published the task of hunting you in the killer organization, and you've got a heavy reward of 100 million yuan. You are either digging other people's ancestral graves or bringing green hats to others. Long Wei was a little gloating. When Qin Sheng heard this, his eyes lit up and he murmured, green hat? He remembered that, in fact, his enemies were not many, and he could not get 100 million yuan crystal without any background. Especially the 3 words of green hat reminded Qin Sheng. It should be Xu Heng who did it. Qin Sheng's eyes sparkled with anger. Xu Hengji is really haunted. He gave himself in the hospital test. Fortunately, Yuanchen from Shendanzong gave Qin Sheng a breathing time. Now he gives Qin Sheng a Jianghu hunting order. Is this immortal? Qin Sheng's eyes narrowed into a straight line and his pupils narrowed to the extreme. It seems that it will not be peaceful to go to Dian dynasty this time. Qin Sheng couldn't help exclaiming, however, his face didn't have the slightest fear, and there was a cruel look on his brow. Everything is based on saving his father, but if it's too tight, he'll come with you to kill him. 3 days later. There was a riot in the Demon Dragon Wasteland, especially at night. More and more monsters fled from the depths. It seems that in the deepest part of the Magic Dragon Wasteland, especially what great terror happened to the immortal mountain of the Magic Dragon, the continuous monsters came like a raging tide. Qin Sheng stared at the distance, looked at the depth of the Magic Dragon Wasteland, and found that there were some horrible shadows moving. Qin Sheng's heart leaped wildly, and felt that he was being stared at by something horrible. His scalp is numb, because in the endless dark clouds, there seems to be a pair of huge blood eyes like the sun staring at himself. Why hasn't the usher come? Qin Sheng counseled him to leave, go on the road alone and leave the right and wrong place. At this time, in the far sky, a black shadow came, accompanied by the roar of the sky. Coming? Qin Sheng looked up and saw that there was some excitement in his eyes. This is a flying magic weapon, also called a flying boat. This flying boat is very huge. The whole body is made of purple and blue metal. The surface of the boat is painted with the multiplying runes, which are dense. Flying boats hovered over Qin's house, accompanied by terror. Wow! The appearance of this flying boat looks like an ancient swallowing shark that can devour the sky and emit light. A young man comes out of the flying boat. The man is tall and straight. He is wearing silver white armor. His eyebrows are starry. His eyebrows have ancient marks. His whole body exudes the yuanli breath that makes Qin Sheng feel frightened and brave. Qin Sheng? The young man asked in a cool voice. Qin Sheng nodded, and Long Wei and Balian had been accepted into the ring that can store living things. My name is Nangang Hao, an usher in the Holy Palace day by day. Nangang Hao said, take out the keepsake and board the boat with me. Qin Sheng turns his hand and takes out the keepsake that Yuan Huazi gave him. Nangang Hao takes the keepsake, and after confirming it, he leads Qin Sheng to the boat. On the boat, Qin Sheng Kai found that there are heaven and earth, very big, enough to have the whole Dian city as large, pavilion buildings, rockery fish pond, very luxurious, everything. Nangang Hao looks back at Qin Sheng and feels that Qin Sheng is very mediocre. Although he has achieved the cultivation of the heaven, he doesn't feel the breath of the emperor's descendants or the prince's legitimate son in Qin Sheng. There are a lot of empty houses here. You can choose a room without people. If you want to eat, you can go to the tavern. However, you should bring your own yuan jing. Nangang Hao, after the messenger said that, he didn't look at Qin Sheng more, so he turned into a flash of light and disappeared without trace. This usher is cold enough. Qin Sheng couldn't help whispering. Well, people from the Dian dynasty are more arrogant. At this time, both Long Wei and Balian came out of the receiving ring. They used the secret method to astringe the breath. As long as they were not old monsters facing the cave, they could not see their original shape at all. People come far away from the mountains to pick up your woodlouse, but they don't give any local products. Long Wei's eyes were squint, and he looked for a smoke on his face. Boom! When the flying boat started, Qin Sheng just felt a slight vibration, which turned into a streamer disappearing in the sky. However, the monstrous black fog broke out in the magic dragon wasteland, covering the whole wasteland, affecting the whole Dian city, even the nearby Black Rock City. The boat is very large, equipped with all kinds of clothes, food, shelter, and transportation. The people here should be all the new students of the Holy Courtyard day by day, in groups of 3 or 5, some in a hurry. Qin Sheng glanced at them roughly, at least thousands of them. No wonder Qin Sheng has waited so long to come here to receive the guide. This year, there are so many new students. Dian City is remote enough, and was finally received. Qin Sheng's eyes twinkled. Dian Dynasty, Sun by Day Holy Palace, I come. Qin Sheng chose one of the rooms that no one lived in and was going to go in for a rest. Hello, wait a minute. A cold voice came. Qin Sheng looked back. This is a young man, less than 1 or 2 years older than Qin Sheng. He has a strong yuan force, and his brow is full of coldness and arrogance. He looks down at Qin Sheng and asks many questions in one breath. You are the new student just introduced? The natives of the Magic Dragon Wasteland, right? I'll ask you, what's going on in the wasteland? I advise you to be honest, otherwise, Young Kong is powerful, eyes are shining, and muscles are cast like steel. It's obvious that the body is extremely strong. Even in the great realm of Tongshenjing, it's rare. The young man's sharp words, high above the top, seem to have not put Qin Sheng in the eye at all, and he does have such capital. Qin Sheng stopped and looked back at the young man. His sword eyebrows were slightly coagulated. It was just that he had just boarded the boat. Someone questioned him with such an imperative tone. Qin Sheng is a little unhappy. If he was in Dianqing, he would have slapped him and beat him to cry for his father and cry for his mother. However, this is the boat that receives the messenger. Qin Sheng doesn't want to save money. Qin Sheng didn't take care of the young man, so he went directly into the room. This period of time, too much suffering, happened too many things, he wanted to take advantage of these days to make a good rest. His name is Go Wu. He comes from the Marquis of Shanyun Kingdom. There are some backgrounds. Shanyun Kingdom is one of the top 10 countries among the hundreds of affiliated countries of Dian dynasty. He is also a Marquis disciple of the affiliated country. He has been used to being high above and doing whatever he wants. But in any case, Go Wu never thought that Wudlaos, a remote place not authoritative in the small country of Beichen, would dare to ignore him. Go Wu's face was immediately fiery, and he could obviously notice that there were people nearby who were watching the bustling talk in a low voice. "Hello, are you deaf or mute?" Go Wu's face was gloomy, and he rushed to Qin Sheng with great strides. He didn't have a special movement of Yuan force. However, the fluctuation of Yuan force of terror erupted from his body, which immediately made some onlookers around him make an exclamation. Go Wu is really proud of his capital. His Yuanli has reached the peak of Tianjing. Go Wu is not 20 years old, and he has gone so far in the path of martial arts. Go Wu put his hand on Qin Sheng. If Qin Sheng is pushed down by Go Wu, it will make a big face and be destined to be a joke after a meal. Once this is the case, Qin Sheng will be labeled and become a tiger by 3 people, and then spread out. Then, where is Qin Sheng's image? Qin Sheng stopped, and he put out his hand like lightning. As soon as Go Wu couldn't see it clearly, he grasped his hand like an iron tongs. "Go away." Qin Sheng pushed hard. Go Wu was like a kite with broken string. He fell heavily on the ground and fell all over the world. Go Wu is disheartened. He looks at Qin Sheng in astonishment. His blood eyes are like the moon on the sky. They make him jump with fear. His pores stand up. A chill spreads from his 4 limbs. What's the matter? How can I be afraid of this Wudlaos? Go Wu was shocked and angry. He felt that facing Qin Sheng from a small place was like facing the monarch of Shanyun state. If it's not in full view of the public, Go Wu will probably crawl on the ground directly or escape from the scene in embarrassment. "You dare to push me." Go Wu was furious at last. In order to get back to the scene, he even used his martial arts directly. After Go's violence, he even controlled a martial art of the highest rank in heaven. The whole person's breath changed dramatically. Qin Sheng looks on coldly. He didn't want to make trouble, but Go Wu is cheap. He keeps coming to him. Pa! Qin Sheng's hand was too fast. He immediately released purple lightning. He appeared in front of Go Wu and slapped him hard. Go Wu flies upside down like a shell and crashes into an empty room. There is a ray coverage and runes multiply here. Otherwise, with Qin Sheng's terrible power, dozens of rooms can be exploded with a single slap. There was a dead silence all around. One by one, the new students who had come to see the scene were shocked. Especially for the freshmen living nearby, they all know where Go Wu comes from. They are domineering. They have already converged their power before entering the Holy Palace day by day. They just said that they care about the situation of the demon-dragon wasteland. In fact, they just beat Qin Sheng and let him be more sensible, so that he can work for their Shanyun power in the future. This is the real purpose of Go Wu. However, no matter what Go Wu or the new students around him did not expect, Qin Sheng had just boarded the flying boat, and he came from such a remote place. The Wudlaos, who did not shit the big city, did not give in. Go Wu is a genius in the later stage of Tongshenjing, and he is also a double cultivation of physical and martial arts. He has made some achievements in body training. It is said that he has become a fufu several months before the court test. His physical strength is far beyond the ordinary students of Tongxinjing. But what everyone didn't expect was that Gouwu was slapped by Qin Sheng. Mercilessly, without any sign, suddenly face? Is this a coincidence? This is the voice of the onlookers around. They landed in the boat earlier than Qin Sheng. They know how big Gouwu is. Ah, I'll kill you. Gouwu pours out, his face is as red and swollen as a pig's head, which is extremely asymmetric. The burning pain makes Gouwu lose his sense. I am the son of the Marquis of Shenyun Kingdom. Dare you hit me in the face in front of the public? Gouwu has never been confronted like this since he was born. Moreover, most of the Tianzi of Dian Emperor in this flying boat should not be the Tianzi of the 36th Emperor in the wasteland. Chong. As soon as Gouwu turned his hand, there was a small hammer in Haozhong. It was all black and carved with exquisite lines. It had some ancient flavor. I didn't know where to dig out the ancient artifacts. They were very old, but they flashed with frightening arc. As soon as the small electric hammer came out, it caused a sudden surprise. This is a 5-pattern talisman. Although it's a bit broken and old, it's a real 5-pattern talisman. This woodlouse from Big Yen City is estimated to be planted. The students of small countries are still so rigid. Now they are okay and offend Gouwu. It's not true. As for Gouwu's identity and his identity, people will offer 5-pattern talisman as soon as they turn their hands. It's a 5-pattern talisman, but it's worth tens of millions of yuan jing. It's worthy of being a marquis disciple of Shenyun Kingdom. It's really rich. All around, they disliked the freshmen who were not busy enough and talked about it one after another. Most of them didn't like Qin Sheng. Who will compete with the 5-pattern talisman? Boy, aren't you crazy? This is a 5-pattern talisman. It's called Thunder Snake Sky Hammer. Kneel down and kowtow to me. Otherwise, you will be abandoned by accident, and the end of your sanctuary will come. With the 5-pattern talisman in hand, Gouwu has a lot of energy. Qin Sheng hears that the sword eyebrow is better to intensify, and the unhappy color between the eyebrows is also rich. He looks at this Gouwu as if he were an idiot. Do you think the 5-pattern talisman is against the sky, and you can do whatever you want? Qin Sheng looked at Gouwu coldly, turned his hand, and there was a spear in his hand. The spear is rusty, but it still has horrible evil spirit. I didn't want to make trouble at first, but you stabbed me, opened your mouth to let me understand, shut up and let me kneel down. Qin Sheng approached Gouwu step by step. When I am a clay figure, I don't get angry, do I? Boom. A violent yuan force erupted from Qin Sheng's body. He directly connected 9 channels, used secret methods, and concealed the breath of the saint-level yuan channel. After all, the saint-level yuan channel was so rare that the whole Dian dynasty was rare. Now it has not reached the sun-chasing holy palace. Qin Sheng really wanted to make a surprise and attract the attention of all the people, but he didn't want to create a new branch too early. Although there are no 2 divine-level metaveins activated in the body, the impact of the 9 heavenly-level metaveins is also terrible. Qin Sheng is just like the sun in the sky, which is dazzling. He runs the Python Dragon's purple magic formula and shoots purple electric arc all over his body, which is as shocking as the god of 9 heavens. Gouwu was also shocked. He didn't expect that Qin Sheng had such a high talent. He even thought that he had a high talent, but he didn't get through all the talent. It can be done by taking Tianyuandan, but Tianyuandan is not omnipotent. It has a certain success rate. Taking too much can lead to a certain degree of drug resistance. In serious cases, it will cause the yuan mai of the warrior to wither. Of course, this also has a lot to do with the physique of the warrior himself. Thinking of this, Gowu's eyes flashed a very strong color of jealousy. He pulled up a cruel arc around his mouth, and the thunder snake in his hand hit Qin Sheng fiercely. The horrible and fierce electric arc came out crazily, condensed into a thunder snake, and hanged Qin Sheng with open teeth and claws. Qin Sheng's face was sarcastic. He held up the spear in his hand. The spear rose in the face of the storm, which made the people's spirits gather. He smashed the thunder snake with a bang, picked up the thunder snake's sky hammer, and put the sharp spear on Gowu's throat. Air. Gowu's eyes were round, his arms were numb, and there was a sharp pain. When he looked down, the mouth of the tiger had been shaken. He almost saw the bones of Basin, and the blood was dripping to the ground. Qin Sheng looks down at Gowu, his eyes are cold, and with the terrible evil spirit, Gowu seems to fall into a continuous purgatory of killing on the spot, cold and piercing. What's the matter? Although Qin Sheng comes from the edge of the demon-dragon wasteland and is used to killing monsters, he is not like a freshman at all. The smell of killing is too horrible. I don't want to cause trouble, but it doesn't mean I'm afraid of things. Qin Sheng said coldly. His voice was so cold that Gowu fell into the ice cellar. Gowu clenched his teeth and said, I come from Xianyun country. I am. Bang. Qin Sheng kicks Gowu off and falls heavily on a huge mountain lake. Before Gowu finished, he became a drowning dog. Ha ha, you didn't report to your family. Maybe I won't leave you in the lake. Qin Sheng said indifferently, however, I have a bad impression of Xianyun Kingdom. It's your misfortune. With that, Qin Sheng went back to the room, leaving behind a stunned face. It's too overbearing, isn't it? Xianyun Kingdom is one of the top 10 great powers among the hundreds of affiliated countries of Dian Dynasty. This new student from Bachan's small place not only doesn't give face, but also increases the humiliation of Gowu? Isn't this the prestige of exterminating Xianyun? Gowu was so angry that he shivered. He came out of the lake. Yuan Li evaporated the water, but he was still in a mess. He took a look at Qin Sheng's room. It's not over. You'll regret today. Gowu left such a cruel remark, that is to leave. The room in the boat is very simple. There is only one bed and a few chairs. There is nothing else. However, fortunately, Yuan Li is very rich, no less than the underground black market Qinglong training room. Dong dong. However, before Qin Sheng could sit down and practice, there was a knock at the door. Qin Sheng's face was cold on the spot, thinking that Gowu was pestering himself. However, when Qin Sheng opened the door, he found a fat stranger waiting outside. Fat head, fat face, mouth corner has a mole with black hair, a pair of eyes thief bright, when see Qin rise out of the moment, on the spot efforts to squeeze out a bright smile. However, he was too fat, and even his smile made Qin Sheng feel a little greasy. Who are you? Qin Sheng frowned. He didn't know the fat man at all. The fat man was dressed in a gorgeous robe with a flashing rune. It was actually made of the feather of a great demon. It was not only comfortable, but also able to resist the attack of wind and fire. Brother, my name is Wu Dade. I'm from Lingyun country. I'd like to invite my brother to the day-by-day building to get together. I'll be a friend of my brother. Wu Dade's cheeky and cheeky man is totally self-made. Day-by-day tower is the place where the messenger said to eat. There is heaven and earth in the boat, and the food, clothing, housing and transportation are all complete. However, the price of daily buildings is very expensive, where ordinary freshmen are willing to eat. It's just a bit of a makeshift in some low-end restaurants. Qin Sheng took a look at Wu Dade and said, My name is Qin Sheng. Thank you for your kindness. I don't get paid for nothing. Qin Sheng refused so simply that he would walk back to his room. No, brother Qin Sheng. Wu Dade stayed and said with a smile, I have no malice. I have seen everything just now. I can't see the atrocities of Xianyun people for a long time. Come on, let's get together day by day. We should know one more friend. I'd like to tell you about the power distribution of the temple. Wu Dade is sincere. The power distribution of the sun chasing holy palace? Qin Sheng hears the words, some heart, he just landed in the boat, let the people of Xianyun come to find fault. Are you full? Long Wei didn't know when to run out. He looked at Wu Dade with a pair of squint eyes, and his saliva was left behind. The beast that spews? Wu Dade was startled by the sudden appearance of Long Wei. His eyes wandered on Long Wei, and he didn't feel how strong the breath of Long Wei was. Hello, what can I do for you, fat man? What are you doing in large quantities? Don't you have such a handsome dragon descendant? Wu Dade was so ashamed that he had a thick skin. Unexpectedly, the toad who could speak was even more shameless than him. It was clearly a toad, and he also called it a dragon descendant. Balian also jumped out, and now he has become a toad. In fact, Balian was coerced and lured by Long Wei. He used secret methods to transform Balian twice. Although 10,000 of Balian didn't want to, Long Wei's cultivation was stronger than Balian's, and he could only yield to Long Wei's lewd power. Long Wei also has some thoughts. He really can't accept that he is a dragon descendant. How can he become a toad? One ugliness is also ugliness. If you don't do it for 2 times, you can make Balian uglier with you. At the very least, with a partner. 2 toads? Wu Dade is ignorant, and he is still a toad that can spit out people's words. This is unheard of. Generally, only the monsters above the 5th level, or even the inborn monsters, can spit out human words. Of course, there is also an extreme situation that they have eaten the natural materials and earth treasures and opened their intelligence. But this kind of possibility is very small. Hey, do fat people know how to speak? Long Wei is angry and beats the table vigorously. You are the toad, and all your family are toads. Balian is also a face of resentment. He did not hold back for a while, releasing the fierce yuan force fluctuations. Although Wu Dade is very fat, he is also a genius. He can feel the terror and power breath of Balian keenly, which is no smaller than the big demon. Qin Sheng lightly introduced. They are Long Wei and Balian. They are my war favorites. Wu Dade is a 4th level monster, but he is too big. Plus the 4th level monster, his fighting power is only equal to that of the human warriors in the sky, so he has not landed in the airship. The day-by-day building is very large. It has 9 floors, all of which are made of unknown expensive wood. The surface depicts the array, which is warm in winter and cool in summer. It is said that the daily building is very expensive, with a minimum per capita consumption of 100,000 yuan. After landing in the boat, they are all freshmen. Most of their strength is only in Tongxinjing. The minimum consumption for a meal is 100,000 yuan crystal. Once they eat too much, they are hundreds of thousands of yuan crystal. Even the old martial artists of Tongxinjing are absolutely reluctant. But even so, when Wu Dade led Qin Sheng and others to the daily building, he found that there were already too many people here. Many people have already lined up with numbers. So many people? Qin Sheng frowned. Wu Dade smiled and said, it's okay. I have a VIP card for the day-to-day building. I don't need to line up. Sure enough, Wu Dade turned his hand and flashed a VIP card made of metal from the ring. The waiter in the building looked at it day by day, and his face suddenly showed a surprise. Day by Day Tower is one of the many industries of Day by Day Holy Palace. It has opened the whole Dayan dynasty, and can obtain the VIP card of Day by Day Tower. Its identity is not rich, but expensive, in addition to having certain background and qualifications. You need to spend more than 10 million yuan per year in the daily building, or you need to purchase the daily building's gold card, which is worth 10 million yuan per year. The daily building's gold consumption card is similar to the Zijing card, which is also issued by large forces and has a high reputation. The waiter was dressed in a tight long skirt and had a good face. Judging from the fluctuation of yuanli, he was actually a warrior in the early days of Tongxinjing. As soon as the VIP gold card came out, the waitress in the day-by-day building was very enthusiastic, bringing Wu Dade and Qin Sheng to the third floor. 9-story day-by-day building, each floor entertains guests of different status levels. In particular, the 9th level can only receive the noble identity of the usher, or the descendants of the royal descendants of Dian and the general of Wang Ho. Wu Dade is only the son of a rich businessman from Lingyun Kingdom, who has won a marquis title. But in the end, he is not equal to the dignitaries in Dian dynasty. So, to be able to go up to the 3rd level is the best. A group of people sat down and the female service in the early days of Tongxinjing came up with a recipe. What would you like to eat? Wu Dade enthusiastically handed the recipe to Qin Sheng and said with a smile, "Brother Qin Sheng, I don't need to save yuan jing for you. Order as much as you like." Qin Sheng glanced at the recipe, frowned, turned to look at the pretty waitress, and said, "Is there any chicken meat?" The waitress was confused and said, "Chicken meat?" "Yes, red phoenix with ice sole." Qin Sheng seriously added. Poof. Wu Dade took a sip of wine and couldn't help spitting it out. What kind of ice soul, red flame phoenix, isn't that the 9th level inborn demon? Wu Dade is completely surrounded. There are many monsters and beasts eating meat in the day-by-day building, and even a limited supply of blood and meat for the inborn monsters. But how can there be an expensive food material like ice soul, red flame and phoenix that has the blood of a mortal spirit and phoenix? Qin Sheng nodded seriously and said, "Yes, that's it. Let's have half of it." Poof. Wu Dade vomited the good wine again. My God, the expensive chicken meat of ice soul, red flame and phoenix can't be tasted by their newborn in the sky. It's a 9th level inborn monster. Even the most powerful people in the cave do not have a chance to taste it. The waitress looked cold. She doubted whether Qin Sheng had made trouble. The daily building is very powerful and famous. But it's impossible to provide such precious ingredients in this flying boat branch. Even if there is a supply, it is a rare case in a century. It is impossible to have a supply in the 3rd tier. If Wu Dade didn't have the VIP gold card, the waitress with some pretty looks would have called for Qin Sheng to be thrown out. "Brother Qin Sheng, can I have something else?" Wu Dade tried hard to squeeze out a smile. His fat face was so hot and embarrassing that he just let Qin Sheng light it casually. "Oh, what about Qin Yunjiao?" Wu Dade spits out blood again. The weakest Qin Yunjiao is also a 7-step inborn monster. Its meat and blood dishes are expensive. The waitress shook her head indifferently and said, "The blood and meat of the big demon is limited in time, but the 3rd tier is not. Want to go to the 5th floor? Hello, what's your service attitude?" Longwei slaps the table as soon as he hears it. He is very dissatisfied. Qin Sheng was also very upset. The waiter was very cold and looked down on others. In fact, the waitress has a good attitude. If Wu Dade didn't have a VIP card, she would have asked someone to throw them out. What happened to the freshmen this year? One by one. There was some disdain in the waitress's heart. Are the raw materials of the big demon born affordable for the new students of these small affiliated countries? Even the local nobles of Dian dynasty can't afford it. Bang! Longwei slapping on the table is very loud and harsh. He is the cultivation of Shenfu. If he doesn't try his best to restrain his strength, Even if the wood of the table is very precious and harder than metal, it will be slapped into powder by long way. Schwa. On the third floor of the whole day-by-day building, the vast hall is quiet. A confused and shocked look at Qin Sheng and Wu Dade and others. As for the purple gold, only the toad size of a palm was automatically ignored. A lot of people frown. They are all the new students of the day-to-day Holy Palace, who are qualified to enter the day-to-day building for consumption. Basically, if they are not rich, they are expensive, and their status is noble. Even some people looked at Qin Sheng and Wu Dade, and there was a look of displeasure and disgust between their eyebrows. Where is the Sun Tower? How can Qin Sheng and Wu Dade make a big noise here? It's just a low-quality place. The waitress's face was livid, but her good professional quality made her try to squeeze out a smile and said, "Sir, I'm just telling you the truth, there is no big demon food in the third floor." Qin Shengbai glanced at Long Wei and said, "Speak well and scare people. I think I'm qualified to go to the 5th tier." Qin Sheng had a smile on his face. He was calm and confident. There was no embarrassment at all. As soon as the voice came out, no matter Wu Dade or the female service, or even some freshmen who couldn't help watching the bustle around were shocked to see Qin Sheng. Qin Sheng is ordinary, and his temperament is not the same as those of the royal family. How can he be qualified to enter the 5th floor of the daily building? What are you kidding about? Wu Dade's face was slightly white. He was close to Qin Sheng's ear and said, "I said brother, this is one of the many industries of Xingyuan. If you lie about your identity or fool the waiter, you will be directly thrown out. In addition, it will be blacklisted by the daily building. It is impossible to enter the daily building half-step in 100 years. As a descendant of a big chamber of commerce, Wu Dade's favorite is investment." Wu Dade knew keenly that with the recovery of the magic dragon wasteland, the 36 dynasties of the wasteland, and even the whole Tianyuan continent, might be changing. A terrible time of chaos, even a great age, is coming. Heroes come out of chaos. In this era, the most cost-effective investment is the investment of talents. As long as several potential investors invest more, they may become heroes, rising like stars, dazzling. This will do nothing harm to Wu Dade's family chamber of commerce. This is the boat that connects and leads the holy courtyard day by day. It gathers the favored sons of the 36 dynasties in the wasteland. Wu Dade is the first one to take a fancy to Qin Sheng. He is trying to make up his mind and make a good relationship. However, now Wu Dade begins to regret it. Qin Sheng and his 2 war pets who can speak out are too fierce. Even if they hang and beat the royal family disciples from Shanyun Kingdom, Wu Dade can still bear that level of spirit. Now Qin Sheng is offended by the building day by day. Don't underestimate that the building day by day is just a restaurant. It doesn't seem that it's great. In fact, if someone thinks so, it's a big mistake. Dairy building is the industry of dairy shrine, and it processes so many expensive food materials every day. The income of dairy shrine is immeasurable. It's absolutely a piece of fat pork. Everyone wants to eat it. How can such an industry not be guarded by heavy soldiers? No one feels that they are going wild every day. Even with Wu Dade's 100 courage, it's impossible to make trouble here. Qin Sheng stared at Wu Dade, who was in a hurry. "What are you missing?" he said. Wu Dade's heart is swearing at the street, especially. This is a day-by-day building, not a tavern in a small place in Dian City. "Can I be short?" The stewardess of Tongshenjing asked coldly, "Then please show me your ID card." In addition to the membership system, Daralu also greets the genius of the descendants from the great powers of the 36 dynasties in the wasteland. Smell speech, those embrace, to see lively new life, most of them all show the scoff. Someone recognized Qin Sheng, knowing that he had just thrown Go Wu into Guanshan Lake. "Is it not a Wu lass?" What kind of noble proof can a wooed louse from a small place have? Who believes it? Buzz. Qin Sheng turns his hand and takes out a token from the ring. I don't know if the 9 Dan-Qing of Shendanzong can be consumed on the 5th floor of your daily building? Qin Sheng pulled up a joking arc at the corner of his mouth. Boom. The waitress took the token in Qin Sheng's hand. She has been working in the daily building for several years and has seen many noble identification documents. Hodi's sons, descendants of Dian, Wangdi's sons, alchemists and soul makers are all noble identities. They are distinguished guests in the daily building. They can never be ignored. The waitress Mao-Zi exclaimed. She confirmed that the token was true, not a fake. She had the ability to judge it. Please calm down, I have just neglected you. No longer did the waitress look down on Qin Sheng and other people's faces. Instead, she was a little scared and uneasy. The 9th level guest Qing of Shendanzong, you should know that Shendanzong, among the pyramid-like forces of Dian Emperor, is no less than the sun-chasing Holy Palace. And Daralu is just one of the many industries of Darajiyuan. How can it be compared with Shendanzong? What? Isn't that fellow Qin Sheng from the small town on the edge of the magic dragon wasteland? How could a person of that status be a noble alchemist, and be a 9th level guest of Shendan sect, or at least a senior alchemist who can make 5 kinds of pills? On the 3rd floor of the whole day-by-day building, the freshmen who were gathered around were full of disbelief and consternation. However, even if they don't believe and doubt in their hearts, all the people who can come here are the arrogant sons of heaven. No one is so stupid. When the first bird questions Qin Sheng's identity. Besides, even the waiters in the day-by-day building didn't realize there was a mistake. Qin Sheng was the 9th level guest of Shendanzong, which is absolutely true. The more the waitress thought about it, the more frightened she was. Her voice trembled a little. She said, I'll arrange a seat on the 5th floor for you, gentlemen. Just after the voice fell, all the freshmen on the scene could not help showing some envy. They could enter the 5th floor of the elegant seat consumption, which proved that the identity gap between him and Qin Sheng was too big. You should know that even the legitimate sons of the royal families of some affiliated countries may not be able to enter the 5th level of consumption, unless only those who are naturally proud of their talent and are awed by their talent have the chance to enter the list of dragon and phoenix of the 36 dynasties in the wasteland. The list of dragons and phoenixes of the 36 dynasties in the wasteland is Dragon List and Phoenix's List. The Dragon List is for men, while the Phoenix List is for women. Longbang and Fengbang, respectively, selected 1000 as Tianjiao, which was selected by a very authoritative organization of the 36 dynasties in the wasteland. It has a history of thousands of years and is very authoritative. No one will have any doubt about Longfeng. The list of Dragon and Phoenix is very difficult to enter, even the son and daughter of the day-to-day holy courtyard may not be selected. Of course, Tianjiao is only a genius living in the cradle. Qin Sheng's identity is a real achievement. He is the 9th level Kuqing, and also the Kuqing of Shendanzong. Among his peers, he can achieve this identity and status. Even if he looks at the whole Dian dynasty, it is rare. One palm can count. Qin Sheng took back the token of grade 9 guest Qing. He was very calm and calm. He didn't show any signs of irrelevance, not to mention the waitress. He said, no need, please give us the hard dishes of 10 monsters. Everyone, including Wu Dade, was very surprised. Qin Sheng gave up the chance to climb the 5th floor of the daily building. This is a good chance to have a long face. Qin Sheng doesn't care about his face. Doesn't he need to pay when he goes to the 5th floor of the daily building? Since it is so, why is Qin Sheng so troublesome? The waitress confirmed again, and then left. She was relieved. Just now she offended a 9th level guest Qing from Shendanzong. Fortunately, the other side didn't hurt her. Otherwise, her life in the daily building would be over. Well, brother Qin Sheng, you are really hidden. Wu Dade's cheeky thief was thick. After 2 dry laughs, he became brother to Qin Sheng. I was worried that Go Wu would be bad for brother Qin Sheng. Wu Dade said, I never thought that Qin Sheng's brother's alchemy talent was so excellent. He was the 9th level guest of Shendanzong. Disrespect, I will punish myself for 3 cups. Wu Dade Gulu Gulu drank 3 mouthfuls of wine, which is worthy of being the good wine of Dalu. It's made of the best raw materials. It's very sweet and strong, with some wine fragrance. Qin Sheng had a smile on his face. He also had a drink and asked, what's the origin of Go Wu? When I first came to your land, I never touched Shanyan Kingdom. Why do I have malice? Go Wu is from Shanyan Kingdom. Before landing in the boat, Qin Sheng cut the grave in the mountain of the immortal devil dragon. This is the royal son of Shanyan Kingdom. Go Wu is actually the running dog of the King Shanyan family. He follows Yan Rong, who has a very low temper and means. He is not on the stage. He likes to gather up his younger brother and let others work for him. Wu Dade sneered, obviously despised that Yan Rong. As Qin Sheng's brother, he is not as good as you. If he knows that you are the 9th level guest of Shendanzong, Go Wu can only fight for nothing. At this time, a group of rapid figures ascended the 3rd floor of the Sun Building. They came with a menacing force, holding a young genius like the stars and the moon, while Go Wu, like a dog's leg, was in front of them. Go Wu's face was still red and swollen. When he saw Qin Sheng, he suddenly burst out and shouted, Shitzi, this son is Qin Sheng. Qin Sheng took a look at everyone. He had intended to calm down, but now it seems that the tree wants to be quiet and the wind doesn't stop. Go Wu's voice is very loud, which contains you only. The 3rd floor of the whole day by day building blows up. His red and swollen face is a bit surly and arrogant. Shwa. For a moment, the 3rd floor of the building was quiet again, and everyone's eyes were focused on Qin Sheng. All the way hot eyes, looking at Qin Sheng and Go Wu. It has been several days since Go Wu landed in the flying boat. In addition, he is a powerful Ho disciple from among the hundreds of affiliated countries of Dian dynasty who can enter the top 10 Shanyan countries. In addition, his talent is also good. Therefore, this person also has little reputation and many people know Go Wu. After Go Wu, a group of new students are gathered in the middle like the stars and the moon. It must be Yan Rong, who is called the genius once in 50 years of Shanyan Kingdom. He is destined to rise in the future, and even has the chance to become a god's mansion. There are only 2 such geniuses within 100 years of Shanyan Kingdom, and one of them is the severity of its once famous reputation. Unfortunately, if we let this group know that their first successor of Shanyan Kingdom has died on the edge of the mountain where the magic dragon will never die, what would they think? Yan Rong is very handsome. He has golden hair, a tall and straight body, and is full of awe. He has reached the pinnacle of the sky, and can go to the rescue as long as he wants. In fact, all the geniuses who have entered the 3 holy shrines, but all the guys who have some ambitions, will continue to suppress their accomplishments, polish their bodies, and be able to cross the storm and thunder as late as possible, so that they can accumulate a lot. Yan Rong is really like his name. His eyebrows and heart are shining. He has long hair like a golden lion. His eyes are cold and frightening like a demon. He is looking at Qin Sheng. Yan Rong feels that although Qin Sheng has reached the state of Tong Tian, he doesn't feel anything special. Although this talent, even in his Shanyan country, is also a top talent, and will definitely be used. However, there are thousands of Tianzi Jiazi from the 36 imperial dynasties in the wasteland. In Yan Rong's opinion, Qin Sheng is too frequent to be as dazzling as Go Wu. However, the next moment Yan Rong saw a familiar figure beside Qin Sheng, saying, "Wu Dade?" Wu Dade comes from Lingyun country. Although he only comes from the Chamber of Commerce, he is also a wealthy country. In addition, Lingyun country and Shanyun country are two countries. The two countries are too close. There are often some frictions and resentments between them. Yan Rong didn't pay attention to Qin's promotion, but Wu Dade was in the way. It took some effort to clean up. However, that's all. Yan Rong is a very short guard. His people were beaten by Qin Sheng. It's hard to say whether it's face or interest. Yan Rong must fight back for Go Wu. At the same time, there is a certain sense of killing others and making an example. There are thousands of people just born in such a large shrine every day. If you want to break through, you have to use some means. A person's power is limited after all. Yan Rong was born in the emperor's house. He accepted his younger brother and worked for him. This is his instinctive means. Yan Rong has been active in the outer part of the boat, and has not entered the core area at all. In a word, Yan Rong is still a little self-conscious. What he has compiled are some small countries and even some scattered cultivation with no big background. So, in these days, it's going very well. Maybe they are all talents from all countries and cities, but when they come to the day-by-day Holy Palace, they become mediocre. Most of the freshmen are convinced of Yan Rong, and they are better than struggling alone. However, Go Wu, his running dog, was beaten. It's no doubt that he was delayed by Qin Sheng. Yan Rong was angered. His character is to be vindicated. Now he has been slapped. He absolutely wants to get back to the scene. In front of the public, he should do something to make an example of others. It is the best thing for those small forces who were originally wavering to join himself. Think of here, Yan Rong's face hangs some cruel smile, he looks at Qin Sheng, even some pity. Yan Rong is very tall. He approaches Qin Sheng's table and says, coldly, "Which hand is fighting?" "We are new students, and I don't want to be too aggressive. I'll fight Go Wu with one hand and stretch it out. I'll knock it off. It's over." Yan Rong's voice is cold, and her eyes are shining, locking Qin Sheng. Everyone was confused. They were onlookers. They just knew Qin Sheng's real identity. Qin Sheng was a 9-level guest Qing from Shendanzong. It's estimated that his talent for alchemy was very powerful. Otherwise, he seemed to be so valued by Shendanzong even when he was not 20 years old. His name seems to be Yan Rong? Is he a fool to let an alchemist who is suspected of 5 products cut off his hand? Shoo, don't remind him, just wait for the fun. Familiar with each other's new life, in the appearance of the voice, their faces with an inexplicable smile, deep in the pupil, shooting out a bit of schadenfreude. Qin Sheng stood up, his eyes narrowed into a straight line, with some inexplicable smile. He stretched out his hands and joked, "What should I do if I hit both hands?" Yan Rong feels strange. He feels that the freshmen around him who can enter the 3rd floor of the daily building have no less background and status than himself. But how can they look at themselves as strange? Yan Rong is a genius once in 50 years in Shanyun country. He will have the chance to become a god's mansion in the future. Of course, he only has the chance. The probability is barely 50%. It's very difficult for the powerful people in Shenfu to achieve. Most of their talents will die in the storm and thunder. Yan Rong is acutely aware of these new onlookers, and looks at herself with some pity and sympathy. What's the matter? Did something just happen that he didn't know? His Yan Rong is the 2nd day of Shanyun Kingdom. Why should others pity him? Although he was puzzled, he looked at Qin Sheng's face and laughed. He became angry immediately. He said coldly, "I'm sorry. Since you have both hands fighting, I can only break your hands to make an example." Otherwise, people will think that people in Xianyun are bullies. Yan Rong's words are full of arrogance. However, it feels like an idiot farting in front of Qin Sheng and Wu Dade, even some freshmen in the distance. Qin Sheng grinned and said, "Why are you still in a daze? Come on, I'll put my hand here, just come." Qin Sheng was very calm, and there was some irony in his speech. Boom. Which can't be tolerated. Qin Sheng is so arrogant. He steps on his face. What can Yan Rong do at this time? What else can he talk about? How can he build a force? Yan Rong instantly gets through the 9 channels in his body, and 8 of them are heaven-level channels. This martial arts talent is really not low. He was shining all over, a long blonde hair, like an angry golden lion. He didn't show his martial arts, but the vigorous fluctuation of yuan power caused some exclamation. Here is only the 3rd floor of the daily building. Everyone's talent is almost the same. However, Yan Rong's yuan power fluctuation can't be underestimated. Yan Rong reaches out his hands and pinches them into eagle claws, which are extremely sharp. Once caught, a warrior in the same realm, even if he is immortal, will take off a layer of skin. Qin Sheng's eyes were fixed. Yan Rong really had the capital of self-confidence and some talent. But that's all. Qin Sheng's pupils suddenly contracted, and even did not activate the metameridians in his body. There was not a wave of metameric force on his body, so he could easily reach out a palm. Qin Sheng's palm is like a feather, soft and weak, and very slow. But the reality is that Qin Sheng's hand is as fast as lightning, with a loud sound, and heavily draws on Yan Rong's face. Yan Rong felt as if his face had been slapped heavily by a big inborn demon. He flew backwards and hit a table at the back. The table made of unknown and expensive wood was smashed. The dishes and leftovers fell on Yan Rong. Here. The 3rd floor of the building is dead, especially Wu Dade. He rubs his eyes hard. Isn't that a dream? Qin Sheng is so powerful that he can fly Yan Rong, who has already been able to cross the storm and thunder, with one slap. Moreover, some sharp talents can find that there is no yuan force fluctuation in Qin Sheng's just slap. Hiss. There are many freshmen who take a breath of cool air and think carefully. That is to say, Qin Sheng just used the power of the body, and then he could slap Yan Rong higher than Qin Sheng? Is that too scary? In everyone's view, Qin Shengui is the 9th level, Kuqing of Shendanzong. Maybe he is a talented young man with super talent and potential for alchemy. However, it was unexpected that Qin Sheng's battle was so fierce. A burst of rapid footsteps came. They were the strong ones in the building day by day, and the first one was the manager of the 3rd floor. Their accomplishments reached the goal of 6 robberies. Yan Rong is very embarrassed. His face has been bruised. The most damn thing is that he is full of leftovers. It's a shame. At this time, he saw the familiar face and said, "What's the matter? This man is making trouble, so humiliating me, you see to do it." He Guancher glances at Yan Rong and doesn't answer. Instead, he looks respectfully at Qin Sheng. When he sees that Qin Sheng is not hurt, he takes a big breath on the spot. "My lord, it's our negligence. What are you going to do about it?" He Guancher's attitude is very low. He has already met Qin Sheng's identity. This kind of genius can't offend him at all. Qin Sheng shakes his head and looks at Yan Rong, who is stunned. He says, "These people are a little upset. Let's throw them downstairs." Yan Rong is muddled. He stares at the steward. He occasionally comes to the daily building to spend money these days. He has known him for a long time and had several chances. He Guancher is different from the ordinary restaurant manager. In fact, he is powerful and plays a very important role in the daily building. Even Yan Rong dare not offend him. Although every one of them is a proud son of heaven, the proud son of heaven here just belongs to the local people. When they come to the holy house of day by day, they become the most mediocre students. Besides, every year, there are thousands of new students in this sanctuary every day, and sometimes tens of thousands of them appear. It is said that he Guancher also practiced in the day-by-day Holy Academy. After graduation, he joined the day-by-day building. He started from the bottom and rolled for decades before becoming the manager of the day-by-day building. In this layer of reason, he Guancher is naturally cold and arrogant. Although he also greets each other on weekdays, Yen Rong can obviously feel that there is still a long distance between them. This is the terrible place of Dian Dynasty. Most of the martial artists in Tianjing are like dogs, and those who are strong in Mingjing walk all over the street. Any manager of a restaurant may be their senior. Yen Rong didn't expect that Qin Sheng, who is from a small affiliated country with a shit like a bird, put his posture so low. In his opinion, it's impossible. Yen Rong is the prince of Xianyun Kingdom, ranking in the top 10 among the hundreds of affiliated countries of Dian Emperor. He has never been treated like this. Smell speech, how to manage the face of the thin, show a bit of consternation, but soon convergence down. He Guancher has been rolling around for decades. It's clear that at Qin Sheng's current age, he has become the 9th-level guest Qing of Shendan sect. After entering the sun-chasing holy palace, he will soon emerge, even soar to the sky. He is a genius. He can't do anything. Like Qin Sheng, he shouldn't know water. Yes, they harass the distinguished guests. We should punish them day by day. He Guancher nodded and agreed. At the same time, he approached Yen Rong, who was stunned. Yen Rong's heart suddenly cools when he is watched by the steward. The rhythm is not only a distinguished guest, but also a punishment. What's the matter? You don't want to get ahead of this, do you? Yen Rong's heart was empty, but he still said, I am the prince of Xianyun country, I. Before Yen Rong had finished speaking, he turned into a shadow. His speed was terrible. His hands were sticking out between the lightning and flint, and Yen Rong was easily twisted like a chicken. Air. Yen Rong wants to shout loudly, but his accomplishments have reached the goal of 6 disasters, and he has survived the 6 disasters. Especially, the steward of a tavern has gone through 6 times of storm and thunder. It can be imagined that in the Dian dynasty, the powerful people who have access to life environment are not worth mentioning at all. Bang! He Guancher throws Yen Rong downstairs as soon as he throws her hard, causing many curious eyes outside the street. Bang! Bang! What's the matter with you? Go Wu and others are all thrown downstairs. The 3rd floor of the whole day-by-day building is very quiet. I didn't expect any manager to do so simply. I didn't put Yen Rong and others in my eyes at all. It's just a prince of an affiliated country. Although Xianyun country is also a powerful one among many affiliated countries, it's a pity that a prince of a small country is nothing in Dian dynasty. After such a twists and turns, the day-by-day building soon recovered its calm, and the exquisite dishes were soon served. Day-by-day building deserves to be day-by-day building. Qin Sheng and others ate for 3 hours, and Long Wei and Balian's stomach were round and round. He Guancher is very witty and gives Qin Sheng a 20% discount. However, Wu Dade seems to be about to cry, because he paid the bill. Wu Dade looked at Long Wei and Balian in disbelief. He doubted that these 2 toads with special features look very much. It's only by chance that Qin Sheng ate Wallington in his mouth that he was able to produce wisdom. Can he speak? So edible, the food materials of the big demon are very expensive. Even if they are the legitimate sons of the huge chamber of commerce in Lingyun country, their hearts are bleeding. Even with a 20% discount, the meal still cost nearly 5 million yuan. An ordinary martial artist who can connect with the sky has about 1 million yuan of crystal in his family, and he has to accumulate it for many years. Even though Wu Dade is not an ordinary martial artist, this meal is too expensive. Fortunately, my father gave me a lot of yuan jing, so that I could get to know Tianjiao from all sides. Wu Dade's hand claps the Zijing card on his chest. There is a large amount of money in it, which should be enough for him to use for a long time. Wu Dade, you are quite interesting. I remember this meal. Next time there is something good, I will find you. Qin Sheng burps and slaps Wu Dade on the shoulder. Hearing that, Wu Dade's eyes were full of thieves, and his face was full of fat. He rolled out a smile and said, "Ha ha, it's my honor to meet brother Qin Sheng." If Qin Sheng didn't show the token of the 9th level guest of Shendanzong, Wu Dade's remark is just a polite one. But now Wu Dade knows that Qin Sheng is the 9th level guest of Shendanzong. This is not a compliment. How old is Qin Sheng? Although Wu Dade has not seen Qin Sheng's alchemy skills at present, the Shendanzong has been certified. Is there any fake? Even if he offends Yan Rong, a mere Yan Rong is nothing. Wu Dade is sure that Qin Sheng will be a big push for him in the future. For this thigh, he Wu Dade even if the strength of the milk, but also to hold. Decades later, Wu Dade will be very grateful that this decision was extremely correct. After saying goodbye to Wu Dade, Qin Sheng, Long Wei, and Balian all returned to the room for practice. Finally, I boarded the boat to receive the messenger. The next step is to go to the temple day by day, which is to strive for a surprise. In the middle of the night, Qin Sheng was thinking about a lot of ideas. He thought about many things. What is the day-to-day palace of the 3 great palaces of Dian Emperor? After arriving at the capital of the emperor, we should purchase real estate to prepare for the Qin family to take root. Besides, he hasn't seen his father for 10 years. His father has been in prison for 10 years. How is his life? Do you want to find a relationship? Go to the prison to visit his father first. Besides, Qin Sheng has never seen his mother since he was born. Would you like to ask his father about her mother's origin? Thinking about it, Qin Sheng even entered into a dream. Day by day in the Holy Palace, the new flying boats are flying at high speed. Here is a large forest. All of a sudden, a faster flying boat came from a distance, and on this unknown flying boat stood a man in black. The man was shrouded in a black cloud. He couldn't see clearly. His cold eyes were very frightening. Only when he opened his eyes, the temperature around him suddenly plummeted. He was carrying a black saber, fighting with fierce murderous spirit, obviously stained with the flesh and blood of countless creatures. It should be this flying boat. A black sword blade was embroidered on the chest of the man in black robe. He suddenly drew out the sword on his back and cut it towards the flying boat of the sun-chasing Holy Palace. Boom! There was a violent vibration in the heaven and the earth. The black saber chi rushed to the sky, sending out brilliant saber light, illuminating a large area of the heaven and the earth. The monstrous waves made the monsters on the ground tremble and crawl on the ground. They dare not move. The sword light is terrible. It turns into rainbow light and falls on the flying boat of the sun-chasing Holy Palace. A dazzling light bursts out. The flying boat of the sun-chasing Holy Courtyard stopped in an instant. The runes on the surface of the flying boat flickered, and a large number of runes peeled off, revealing a ferocious blade. The cold air, like water, poured ferociously into the flying boat. Roar! The boat is turning around, the earth is shaking, some freshmen are swept by the horrible saber chi, the hands are broken and the feet are broken. Well? Someone attacked the boat. Qin Sheng woke up in a flash, and Long Wei and Balian were all serious. Let's go out and have a look. Qin Sheng murmured. Long Wei and Balian lie on Qin Sheng's shoulders. When I just got to the deck of the flying boat, I found that there were already too many people on the deck. Except for those unlucky freshmen who were injured and were taken by the logistics personnel of the day-by-day sanctuary to be cured, other people stepped on the deck. Who in the world attacked the boat? It's not a robber, is it? This place seems to be located in no matter 3 areas. Even the Emperor.Dian did not occupy it. Bandits are rampant. Even robbers can't be killed like this. They are going to attack the flying boat of our daily holy palace. This is to cause war. There was a lot of noise and confusion on the deck. Qin Sheng's eyebrows wrinkled. He saw the ferocious mouth on the flying boat. It was definitely not left by the martial arts of Tongming. Qin Sheng was also very curious about who was so bold to sneak into the flying boat of the sun-chasing holy courtyard, and who was still leading the new flying boat. If this thing is to be passed back, it will definitely cause waves, and even the anger of the high-level gate of the holy courtyard day by day. New life is the future hope of sun-chasing holy academy. It's very important. You can say it without hesitation. The source of life is the lifeblood and scale of sun-chasing holy academy. Whoever dares to touch it is equal to touch the scale of sun-chasing holy academy. If a dragon has scales, it will die if it touches them. Brother Qin Sheng, I finally found you. Are you okay? In the distance, Wu Dade's asshole came. Hearing this, Qin Sheng shook his head and said, I'm okay. Do you know what happened? Wu Dade shook his head and said, I don't know what the distance is. However, it should be some hard bones to sneak into the flying boat of sun-chasing holy courtyard. But don't worry. This time there are 2 new messengers, the son and the daughter of the holy house. Wu Dade said confidently, with the 2 of them, I don't think anything will happen. As soon as Qin Sheng heard this, he was moved. Were the sons and daughters of the holy palace day by day? As soon as Wu Dade's voice fell, 2 figures burst out from the depths of the boat. These 2 figures are 1 male and 1 female, respectively. The man's impressiveness is Nangong Hao, the messenger Qin Sheng met yesterday. His face is cold and he stands in the air. That is to say, from the mouth of Wu Dade, Qin Sheng Kai knows that Nangong Hao is one of the top 10 sages in the Xingyuan day by day. The woman standing next to Nangong Hao is Zhao Luoxi, one of the top 10 saints in the palace. The saint's dress is more beautiful than snow. She is spotless. Her unique appearance makes countless new students marvel. She is wearing a light blue phoenix skirt, which outlines a unique curve of heroism. All the male students can't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva secretly. This is the daughter of the day-by-day sanctuary? Qin Sheng felt that Zhao Luoxi was very high in both beauty and temperament. Even Chu Qiao, who had worshipped him in the hall or even entered the cave, was only a little lower. Chu Qiao, Xia Bingning and Han Mengchen, 3 gorgeous women Qin Sheng met, have their own advantages and disadvantages. And Zhao Luoxi is also a great beauty. But Zhao Luoxi's temperament is very cold, and her eyes look at the boat not far away. The mysterious flying boat is approaching at full speed. No matter Nangong Hao or Zhao Luoxi, his face suddenly changes. On the boat stood a mysterious, middle-aged man in black robe, with a short black blade embroidered on his chest. You black-bladed people are so brave that they attack the flying boat of our holy courtyard day by day. Nangong Hao stepped out step by step, and the terror of Shenfu was surging out of his body. He was full of bright light, and his voice contained strong yuan force fluctuations, with strong penetration. As soon as Nangong Hao's voice fell, it caused a huge wave. It was the black blade that attacked our boat in the sun-chasing shrine? What to do? It's the legendary Black Blade organization. Some of the more knowledgeable freshmen couldn't help but utter astonished words, and their faces were all white. What kind of organization is Black Blade? Many of them come from weaker affiliated countries, and they don't know much about the killer organization, Black Blade. It's a tragedy. Black Blade is the biggest killer organization of the Dian dynasty. Once a task is released in their organization, as long as Black Blade takes this task, it will be completed. Those unlucky people who have been assassinated, without exception, will never return their lives. It's said that Black Blade has never failed in these hundreds of years, or even thousands of years. Unless it is a genius who meets once in 1,000 years, it will give up ending the task. Panic is spreading. Black Blade, the killer organization, has a reputation. It's just like the existence of the level of fear. Chatter. The breath of the middle-aged man in black robe is like a rainbow, accompanied by the breath of Qin and sting. He holds the saber full of evil spirit and looks at Nangong Hao with a sneer, saying, "I want a man, he must hand in the man who kills my Black Blade." The middle-aged man in black robe is very strong. There is no doubt in his words, as long as you hand over this person, you can leave safely. Otherwise. The swords in the hands of the middle-aged people in black robes are clanging, and the monstrous evil spirit condenses into a mountain-like clothing. The invisible force rolls down. The students on the boat deck are only freshmen, and the huge part is only the warriors in the sky. Even some of them are still in the territory of Tonghun. Poof. Some of the freshmen were coughing up blood with large mouths, and their faces were gray. Qin Sheng looked up at the middle-aged man in black robe who was carrying black battle and was full of evil spirit. His heart was beating wildly. Here comes the Black Blade killer again. Qin Sheng looked serious. He was assassinated by the 1001 of the Black Blade killer organization in Dian City before, which is Xu Hengyi's task. Qin Sheng killed the 1001 of Black Blade. When the 1001 was about to die, he threatened Qin Sheng and wanted to let him go. Otherwise, those waiting for Qin Sheng would pursue him endlessly. Yesterday, Qin Sheng was still glad that he had boarded the boat to receive the messenger, which should be considered as temporary safety. As long as it reaches the imperial capital of Dian, where fighting is forbidden, then it will be safe. As long as he arrived at the capital, Qin Sheng could even use his soul blood to threaten Xu Hengyi and ask him to cancel his mission of assassinating himself in the Black Blade. However, Qin Sheng underestimated the horror of Black Blade, the killer organization. Only a day passed, and the pursuit came. Impossible. Nangong Hao refused. Boom. Zhao Luoxi directly stimulated the Yuan power in her body. The horrible Yuan power fluctuated around her. She said coldly, "Your Black Blade hand is too deep. Although it's a no-3 zone, try it." Zhao Luoxi is very strong. Her beautiful eyes ignite a strong and incomparable sense of war. They are the new leaders this time. Their task is to protect the safety of the new students. The Black Blade organization is very powerful, but it is not the reason for their son and daughter to yield. Therefore, no matter Nangong Hao or Zhao Luoxi, or even anyone who wanted to be a new student of Hay Blade, they refused. I'm kidding. If the Holy Palace can't protect the safety of the freshmen day by day, it will definitely become the laughingstock of the whole Dian Emperor. And what face do they have as messengers? The middle-aged man in black robe didn't have any accidents. His face was cold and he said, "Oh, is that so? Don't you think about it?" The middle-aged man in black robe played with the black saber in his hand, and Lang said, "As long as you hand over a guy named Qin Sheng, I promise you all won't lose a leg hair." Hand over Qin Sheng? Nangong Hao has some accidents. He remembers clearly that Qin Sheng, the new student, was the last one he was introduced to. He was introduced to a small abandoned city in Beichen State. Zhao Luoxi's pretty face didn't change in any way. She didn't know who Qin Sheng was. Wu Dade jumped up and looked at Qin Sheng as if he were a ghost. His voice trembled a little. He asked, "Brother Qin Sheng, did you offend the Black Blade organization?" Hearing this, Qin Sheng said with a wry smile, "Yes, they sent someone to assassinate me, and then I killed them. Should I be considered self-defense?" Wu Dade almost knelt down on the spot. He looked at Qin Sheng and couldn't say a word for a long time. Yesterday, in the daily building, Qin Sheng was fierce enough. He showed the 9th level token of Shendanzong. He immediately asked the steward to kneel and lick it, and threw Yan Rong, who came to Qin Sheng's trouble, downstairs. Now I know that yesterday's event is just a pediatrics. Today's event is fierce enough. It's also self-defense. Don't you know the killer of Black Blade? Can't you fight against it? Wu Dade shook his head and smiled bitterly. Black organizations are too arrogant and overbearing. They are the only ones who assassinate people. No one can dare to kill them, even the killers of lower level. If they are turned back by some living impatient warriors, there will be endless revenge waiting for them. Is it him? It's not the same name, is it? Yan Rong is stupefied, and his face still has some swelling and pain. Qin Shengtamo's hand is too fierce, and his strength is so great that even his spirit crystal has some cracks. He didn't sleep well all night, and his headache is about to crack. He was even thrown downstairs by Qin Sheng's order in front of the public, which was a big loss of face. Since she couldn't sleep, Yan Rong was thinking about how to get revenge. She was furious, but she had to accept the reality. The combat effectiveness is not as good as Qin Sheng's. His status are valued as the 9th level guest Qing of Shendanzong. What can he do? But I didn't expect that the retribution for Qin Sheng would come true so soon. Ha ha ha, I just don't know what to do. I offended the first killer organization of Dian Dynasty, Black Blade? Yan Rong laughs. He and Go Wu are very happy. You can still live if you do evil. You can't live if you do it yourself. I don't think I have a chance to report last night's humiliation. Go Wu couldn't help laughing. Black Blade is a killer organization. As long as it can afford Yuan Jing, let alone a new kid, even a saint will take risks to assassinate. Nangong Hao and Zhao Luoxi, 2 holy sons and daughters, and the middle-aged man in black robe, continued to quibble a few words. A large part of the people were wondering, where is the holy place of Qin Sheng? Even if he did this, he offended the people of Black Edge. In the end, the negotiation failed and there was a big war between the two sides. Rumble. The terrifying wave of Yuan force is just like the eruption of volcano. The earth is shaking and the mountains are shaking. Other people come out of the temple day by day and throw some arrays to protect the whole boat. The battle was too fierce. It was a battle between the powerful in Shenfu. The middle-aged man in black robe finally lost. He coughed up blood. The Son of God is the Son of God. In the same realm, the combat effectiveness is no less than that of the old-fashioned killer of Shenfu realm. In addition, Zhao Luoxi, the daughter of God, is fighting side by side. It's not a shame for a man in black to lose. Go away. I'm not afraid to tell you that we have brought the keepsake of the Dean. You can't hurt our hair. Nangong Hao is very confident. The man in black changed his face on the spot. The Dean of Darajiyuan, that kind of peerless strong man, is definitely the top one in the pyramid of Dian Dynasty, and the worst one is Dongshenjing, maybe even the peerless strong man in Biantian. The keepsake of the strong contains the power of terror. It's not difficult to kill people in black robes. Qin Sheng. The black-robed man burst out like an angry demon, licking the wound, looking at the freshmen on the deck of the flying boat in the Holy Palace day by day, and said, "You will come out and leave with me if you have fun." As expected, the black-robed man is a human spirit. He is cunning and ruthless. When he sees that the tough means can't get Qin Sheng out, he can only use some threats and lures. You also have a family. If the information is correct, your whole family is on the way to the Dian dynasty," said the man in black gloomily. "It's so dangerous on the road. If you don't come out, I'm afraid you will become a single plant even if you get to the holy courtyard every day." The voice of the black-robed man was cold, and he did not hide the threat of his red fruit. His eyes were shining, and Qin Sheng was found. Qin Sheng is facing the light as sharp as the eagle's eye, as if he is pierced by 1,000 arrows. This is the invisible suppression of the powerful in the Shinfu state. Under the god's mansion, all are ants. This is not a joke, but a truth. Even the warrior who can pass the 9 robbers, in the face of the real powerful god's mansion, is the firefly and the bright moon, which is too humble. Qin Sheng's face was gloomy. He looked up and met the black-robed man's eyes. It was cloudy and sunny. At last, he showed a strange smile and said, "Are you threatening me with my family?" Qin Sheng trembled faintly, and there was a riot in the sea of spirits. Dragon has scale, and Qin Sheng's scale is obviously his family. The man in black is also looking for death. He even threatened Qin Sheng with his family. The man in black robe was very cold. Although he could not see clearly, he could still catch disdainful and ironic eyes through his eyes. "It's just an ant in the sky." Although the man in black robe didn't know what means Qin Sheng used, he killed 1,001. The man in black robe is very confident. The saint son and the saint daughter in the same realm in front of him, who are divine in nature, may not be sure. However, a little guy like Qin Sheng, who directly intimidates and lures others, will commit his life automatically. At that time, if he wants to clean up Qin Sheng, it's not as easy as breathing. He just needs to move his fingers to force out Shu Hingyi soul blood, and the task will be completed. This task is worth 30 million yuan. Whatever you think, come with me or collect the corpses for your family," the black-robed man hissed. Shua. For a time, countless hot eyes looked at Qin Sheng. Nan Gonghao and Zhao Luoxi looked ugly, and said, "Don't go too far if you don't have a black blade. When I get back to the Holy Palace, I will report this to the dean." Smell speech, black-robed person coldly smiled, "Wei, naive, do you think you day by day holy courtyard will be for a district a new life, and Black Blade does not die endlessly? Don't be silly, let alone a new student. Even if I cut off your holy son, I can't live in the holy palace day by day." The black-robed man is very hard to hear, but the 2 holy sons and daughters are very clear. His words are the truth. The Black Blade is too large and has survived for many years. In addition, in these years, no great force has ever found the home of the Black Blade. The enemy who has been hiding in the dark is the most terrible. Not to have to, look at the whole Dian Emperor, no force dare to die with the Black Blade endlessly. "I'd like to leave with you." Suddenly, Qin Sheng looked up and said with a clean face. They were surprised, especially the 2 sons and daughters. "Qin Sheng, you don't need this. We can protect you from going to the shrine." Zhao Luoxi advised that her voice was very pleasant, not so cold. "Yes, the Black Blade is not as terrible as you think." Nan Gonghao also said that as the new messenger, he didn't want to leave in full view of the public and follow a Black Blade killer in Shinfu. This is not to say that his Nan Gonghao ability is insufficient, just a freshman can't protect. He is a son of God. Although he doesn't rank very high, it is a very disgraceful thing to pass on this matter. Hearing this, Qin Sheng shakes his head and refuses. He may stay in the boat and choose to be a turtle, but what about his Qin family? It's not hard to find out the Qin family who is moving, which is a big force organized with black blades. Qin Sheng didn't want to take risks, so he had to leave the boat, which was in the holy courtyard day by day. In full view of the public, Qin Sheng set out, and he communicated with Zhang Chong on both sides of his shoulders. "Don't worry about going black later. Let's wait for the boat in the holy courtyard to be far away from us. Under Qin Sheng's eyelids, there was something cold. Longwei's squint eyes brightened. Although there was no expression of excitement on his expression, he had been fighting for a long time. It's a real addictive thing to do. At present, Nan Gonghao and Zhao Luoxi persuade each other a few more words. Qin Sheng still insists on leaving. He wants to return the keepsake of the day-by-day Holy Palace, saying that he will go to the day-by-day Holy Palace to report. Nan Gonghao shakes his head, but at last he doesn't say anything, but he looks at Qin Sheng as if he were dead. Yan Rong and Go Wu almost jumped up excited, their faces were all gloating. Well, what about the 9-level guest Qing of Shendanzong? He turned out to be a short-lived ghost. How can this son compare with Rongshao? With the talent of Rongshao, the Jedi will change dramatically as long as they stay in the temple for several years. Go Wu's words are very vicious. Boom. The boat started again, turned into a streamer, and disappeared into the sky at a high speed. Chatter. The sneer of the black-robed people spread all over the place. The gloomy laughter made the temperature of the 10-mile area drop a lot, just like falling into the ice cellar. Give me the blood. The man in black stretched out his hand and ordered, I promise you, I will give you a good time. Don't dawdle. This is where you bury your bones. The people in black robe are very confident. They don't even release any fluctuation of yuan power in their bodies, but they bring Qin Sheng a mountain-like pressure. This is the terror of the powerful in Shenfu. Now Qin Sheng hasn't even experienced a heavy storm and thunder. Even though he has cultivated both body and martial arts, he has refined rune bone. In addition, Huangquan fire, sword species, dragon-slaying sword that has melted the spirit of the weapon, and many other factors. Qin Sheng's strength now can only compete with those who have experienced multiple storm and thunder robberies. Fighting with the powerful in the realm of God's mansion? It's impossible at all. Without the help of external forces, the black-robed people can crush Qin Sheng into a blood mist with their fingers. Qin Sheng opens his mouth and spits out a drop of soul blood. There is a twist of soul blood, and there is a shadow of Shu Hingi in the shadow of blood. Seeing the soul blood, the black-robed man suddenly brightened. This drop of soul blood is worth 30 million yuan jing. Even black-robed people, 30 million yuan jing, is a lot of yuan jing. Come on, come on. Give it to me. The man in black ordered on the spot, be careful, don't hurt yourself. Soul blood is very fragile. Wow. Qin Sheng swallowed the soul blood again. The black-robed man's face changed and his eyes were cold, which locked Qin Sheng. What do you mean? Qin Sheng did not answer the questions. Buzz. Qin Sheng turned his hand, and a beautiful fuka was floating on his palm. This is the trophy that he broke into 9 gates from the treasury of Dali dynasty. Qin Sheng smiled and was very calm. There was no panic or fear of death in his face. The man in black felt something was wrong. He had a keen sense of being a killer, and a very strange idea came out of his mind. The reason why Qin Sheng is so abnormal is that he is willing to stay. This may be a game, a dead game for himself. People in black robes are oppressing their uneasy intuition, which makes them feel ridiculous. Well, I'd like to see what kind of spray a mere ant can turn out. The man in black sneered and then started. Boom. There are endless surges from the body of the black-robed man. The whole body of the black-robed man glows. The strong yuan force even seems to be ignited, which can easily break the bones of the ordinary martial arts in the sky. It's just Yuan Li's bullying. It's not martial arts or saber technique. The tremendous yuan force condensed into a big hand, covering the sky and covering the earth. Where the big hand passed, it was a piece of black pressure, with the power of Wan Jun, to suppress Qin Sheng. Do it. Qin Sheng's voice was heard. At one command, Long Wei and Balian met Yuanli's great hand, who had been rolled down from the sky. Image card. Qin Sheng didn't hesitate. He activated the mirror rune card in his hand. Boom. The mirror card as like as two peas, a burst of brilliant light, and a flash of Qin Sheng appeared just like the Qin Sheng. For a while, two Qin Sheng appeared, but the image of Qin Sheng was 10 times more powerful than Qin Sheng. Gua, little black robe, I've already seen you unhappy. Long Wei rose in the face of the storm, and suddenly rose to the size of a mountain. His whole body and skin were full of dazzling rune light, which was very strong. I like the sea. I'll make a move today. Long Wei is very arrogant, it's called Boundless Sea! The light of terror is breaking out heartily, colliding with Yuanli, who is crushed down by the sky. With a bang, Yuanli, who can easily spread a mountain, was smashed by Long Wei with a slap. The sea is boundless. Balian also has a kind of learning style. He looks up to the sky and screams shamelessly. What boundless sea, in fact, are bluffing things, just blow out some boxing prints. However, in Long Wei's body, there is the true blood of Zulong, which is frightening, while Balian is good at array and quickly sets up a prison. Qin Sheng started, he thought a move, mirrored Qin Sheng feet a stamp, immediately into a streamer, rushed to the sky. Have you ever seen a 40-meter-long dragon-killing knife? Mirrored Qin Sheng sneer, without hesitation, cut out a knife. The blade cuts through the sky. It's extremely sharp. Even the void trembles. It's about to be torn. What's the matter? The man in black suddenly burst out 2 toads. Judging from the fluctuation of the yuan force, one of them has reached the realm of Shenfu, and his strength is not weaker than himself, and the other has reached the level of 9 robberies. Although all of them are ants in the Shenfu area, Balian is the blood ginseng of thousands of years. How powerful the foundation is, it can't be regarded as an ordinary 9 calamities. Even the martial artists in Shenfu area have some resistance. Bang! In the process of stupefaction, Long Wei's iron fist falls between lightning and flint. When the iron fist came, there was a close contact with the face of the black-robed man. The fist looked soft, but in fact, it was surprisingly powerful. Poof! The man in black has breathed blood. He has been walking in the dark world for so many years. Why was he beaten? Even if the mission failed, he had never tried to be as embarrassed as he is today. Black Robe was so popular that he vomited blood and trembled. Although he felt that it might be a killing situation as a killer instinct at the last moment, he did not expect that it was actually a frightening toad with 2 powerful forces. The body is golden, surrounded by purple runes, and the eyebrow has a 3rd eye. Isn't that the characteristic of the 3-eye ice toad? A mature ice toad with 3 eyes, but a 5-level demon, some powerful ice toads with 3 eyes, can stimulate ancient blood vessels, wash muscles, and cut marrow, become congenital and transcendent. But the battle mode is not right. The ice toad with 3 eyes can open the 3rd eye, and the cold light can freeze everything. The 2 toads in front of us are very lewd. They all use the slogan of Boundless Sea and Boundless Sea. The name of martial arts is very frightening, but it's just boxing and kicking. Bang! The man in black robe was attacked by Long Wei again. He wanted to stay away from him. He was favored by 2 fighters whose strength was no weaker than that in Shenfu. The close fight was obviously not rational. At this time, the black-robed man found that there was a sticky, bloody substance under his feet, which made him feel like he was in the mire. Clang! The black-robed man pulled out his knife. His horrible black saber cut off the sticky material, but it seemed that his fist had no effect on cotton. At this time, the dragon butcher's knife arrived. The shadow of a candle, dragon silver iron centipede was condensed in the place where the dragon butcher's knife passed. It was as terrifying as if it could cut mountains and rivers under one knife. Sonorous. The dragon-slaying sword and the black saber of the black-robed man collided with each other. The sparks were everywhere, and the sharp and incomparable saber chi was like a tsunami, rolling the mat in all directions. The mountains were broken, and the rivers were cut off. With a click, the black battle of the black-robed man was broken, and the horrible sword light was cut towards the arm of the black blade. The black-robed man's face is crazy. He stares at Qin Sheng, the mirror image. He looks like a ghost. He shouts, "You use the mirror image Fuka? No way, how can you have the mirror rune card of the Divine Kingdom?" The mirror rune card is extremely precious, especially in Shinfu territory. As long as you have a mirror rune card in Shinfu territory, it is equivalent to having a thug in Shinfu territory. Of course, the thug has limitations. Once the time comes, it will turn into powder. However, the mirror rune card in Shinfu is very expensive. You can't buy one without 20 or 30 million yuan of crystal, and even if you have enough crystal, it's hard to buy one without the relationship of steel. The information is wrong, retreat. People in black robes are very straightforward, and they don't think it's too shameful to retreat at this time. Qin Sheng has a war pet whose strength is no less than that of ordinary Shinfu. He has a mirror rune card of Shinfu? In fact, people in black robe misunderstood that what Qin Sheng had was only a mirror rune card that could pass life. However, with Qin Sheng's talent and potential, it was not difficult to fight across a large realm. "Tut tut, are you in such a hurry to leave?" Qin Sheng's bleak voice blew in the black-robed man's ear. It was bleak and piercing, which made the black-robed man excited. Qin Sheng was full of purple electric arc, which made him catch up with the man in black robe. Backhand is a knife. Sonorous. The light of the sword soars to the sky, and the black-robed people sacrifice some shields and armor. However, the dragon-slaying sword is so powerful that it's hard for people in black robes to parry. The sea is boundless. At this time, Long Wei also jumped out and used the secret method. The sea is boundless. Bai Lian's words are all blood-colored materials. It seems that he wants to form a domain. The man in black is trapped like a trapped beast. Unfortunately, the reality is cruel. Long Wei and Bai Lian fight and kick him for a while, and the black-robed man's face is swollen and his mouth is blue soon. Soul of War. Qin Sheng's face is cold and gloomy. He sacrifices the spirits of 9 lines. The combination of black and white turns into Ice Soul Sword and Red Flame Sword. Chop. Icy Soul Sword turns into a blade of flowing light, and its speed reaches the extreme. With a puff, it stabs into the black-robed man's dantian. Click. Ice Soul Sword is so powerful that even soul can freeze, let alone dantian. The dantian of the black-robed man was frozen, and the frightful cold spread to his 4 limbs and bones along the yuan vein, and all the yuan veins were broken. Pooh. The red flaming knife has arrived, and the black-robed man's arm has been cut off. The blood is flying high. Ah. How could this happen? The black-robed man from the Black Blade Killer Organization, the biggest killer organization hidden in the underground world, was finally abandoned. His yuanmai was completely broken, and he was cut off. He was completely turned into a useless man. The black fog over his face disappeared, revealing a middle-aged man with eagle eyes. Bang! Finally, the energy of the image Fuka is exhausted. Qin Sheng runs the Python Dragon's code of purple electricity, turns it into a purple lightning, and steps heavily on the middle-aged face of the eagle eye. Click. Qin Sheng's rune bone has been refined. How powerful is the power of 1 foot? Even a small mountain will be trampled by Qin Sheng. The face bones of the middle-aged eagle eye were crushed, showing ferocious wounds. Qin Sheng's eyebrows were cold, and he looked at the middle-aged eagle eye as if he were looking at a dead man. Listen, I'll say what I ask you. Otherwise, I'll get your spirit out, and then I'll light the soul lamp, and light it for 3 or 5 years, so that you will not live like death. The middle-aged eagle eye was angry. He snapped, "You dare to kill me. Black Blade will not let you go. Next time, it will not be just the strong man in the early stage of Shinfu. How much can you resist? Young man, I tell you, don't try to be quick. The Black Blade is more terrible than you think. You killed me. The next time you are waiting for you, you may be the peerless power at the level of Dongxinjing. How many times do you think you and your family can hold back?" Eagle-eye middle-aged people even died so arrogant, as if the 1001 so, open mouth is a threat to Qin Sheng. Bang! 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 Qin Sheng stepped on the 3 feet of the unconscious middle-aged eagle-eye again. His brain and melon seeds were cracked, revealing the soul light. Long Wei and Balian were fists and kicks like a storm. After a burst of incense, the middle-aged eagle-eye finally couldn't bear it. He knelt down and begged Qin Sheng to let him go. What is the origin of Black Blade, and what is the strongest cultivation? Qin Sheng looked at the dying man in black robe and asked lightly. The man in black robe was weak. Qin Sheng stuffed him with a pill to stop bleeding. Black Blade has a long history. Some people say that the War of Annihilation existed thousands of years ago, but some say it was organized thousands of years later. The black-robed man coughed up a big mouthful of black blood, reorganized his language, and said, "But it doesn't matter, because even I don't know the source of the Black Blade. Every killer has a number. The huge number of Black Blade killers makes you despairing. The weakest killer requires to survive a heavy storm and thunder, number 100001. Most of the killers are also under Shinfu. I am an old-fashioned killer of Shinfu. I can only rank number 502. That is to say, the strength of those 501 in front is better than me." Hearing this, Qin Sheng was shocked and jumped with courage. The old martial artists in Shinfu could only rank 502, that is to say, there are enough powerful people in Shinfu. What is the concept? There were hundreds of affiliated countries in Dian dynasty, some of which were the monarchs of weak affiliated countries. In fact, their power was only barely reaching the Shinfu realm. That is to say, the number of strong people at the level of Black Edge and pure Shinfu territory is far greater than that of hundreds of affiliated countries of the Yan dynasty. When you ask me about the strongest, I can tell you without hesitation that I am absolutely the most powerful at Vientiane level. The man in black sneered. How can we make Black Blade give up chasing? At this time, Qin Sheng knew how terrible the Black Blade was. There are only 2 ways to give up the pursuit. The man in black said, "First, let the person who is on the mission give up the mission and pay double the reward. Second, let the powerful of Vientiane environment appear." As soon as Qin Sheng heard about it, he first asked the powerful of Vientiane environment to come out and ask for help. He could not have this face, and let alone the powerful of Vientiane environment. Even the powerful of Dongtian, in terms of Qin Sheng's current strength, could not come out at all. "Young man, I'm not threatening you. Let me go. If you kill me, you will immediately cause revenge from Black Blade." The man in black could not help pleading. He has been subdued and dare not provoke Qin Sheng again. The black-robed man has been walking in the wasteland for more than 200 years, and the target of assassination is not 10,000 but thousands. This time, it is obvious that he kicked on the steel plate. "It's no use talking hard." Qin Sheng nodded and said, "It's no use killing you. I'll let you go when I get to the capital of Dian." The black-robed man's face changed a lot. He was very reluctant to give up the wealth he had accumulated in his life. Well, would you not give it? Long Wei is so powerful that the black-robed people are scared out of their wits. They immediately dismiss the Lord. 3 days later, Qin Sheng finally found the Qin family's army. Lu Ruyan arranged it properly. "Little Lord, what are you?" Lu Ruyan was surprised to see Qin Sheng's appearance. He had already agreed that the soldiers would go to the capital of Dian in 2 ways. Things have changed a bit. Don't rush on the road, just take the large transmission array. Qin Sheng said. Lu Yuhan shook his head and said, however, the cost of large-scale transmission array is high, and we have brought so many family members. Qin Sheng said with a smile, it's okay. You don't need to worry about Yuanjing. A group of people entered the large-scale transmission array in the capital of a subsidiary country. Qin Sheng felt a moment of weightlessness and distortion. Then he felt a dazzling white light. When he opened his eyes, he knew that he had arrived at the capital of Dian. Buzz. The dazzling white light disappears. Qin Sheng opens his eyes and looks around. Is this the capital of Dian? Qin Sheng murmured to himself. He felt deeply shocked, and a terrible pressure came from all directions. Here is also a huge transmission array, which is made up of hundreds of mountains. On the top of each mountain, there is a huge fireball, just like the dazzling sun, emitting strong light. It's worthy of being the capital of Dian Emperor. Even the transmission array is composed of mountains. Every inch of the mountain depicts a very complex rune array. It's dense and links one by one. Even if Qin Sheng's current star soul is lit, it's hard to understand. In fact, it's also normal. It's the gate of the capital of Dian. How can we guard the frontier without the brand of the supreme rune array? The whole transmission array is composed of 108 mountains. In the middle of the array, there is a huge platform which is much bigger than Dian City. There are many martial artists on the platform. They are all in a hurry, sending out a strong and incomparable atmosphere. Even the weakest one is the one who knows the sky. More than half of them have gone through at least one heavy storm. Qin Sheng looked at his heart and felt awe-inspiring. He was the first time to come to the capital of Dian. Everyone said that in the reign of Dian, most of the martial artists in the sky were like dogs, and those who were strong in the life-saving environment were walking all over the street. Originally, Qin Sheng still had some doubts in his mind, but only after he saw it, did he feel that there was no exaggeration in this sentence at all. 10 years later, I finally came to the capital of Dian. Some of Qin Tao's tears flowed, but they were suppressed. 10 years ago, Qin Zhongtian was taken away by a group of powerful people in Shenfu, including an old monster in Dongtian. Qin Tao, with most of the wealth of the Qin family, once wanted to get Qin Zhongtian out. Unfortunately, he spent all the Yuanjing and only saw one side of Qin Zhongtian. Grandpa, don't worry, I will bring my father out by myself. Qin Sheng's eyes are sharp, and his clean face is full of perseverance. Well, good. Qin Tao slapped Qin Sheng heavily on the shoulder. He felt old. If it wasn't for the sudden change of the magic dragon wasteland, Qin Tao didn't want to leave his hometown. Little Lord, now we have reached the capital of Dian. Lu Yuhan is extremely charming. Her face shows some charm. These days, she is very depressed for fear of being chased by the Black Blade organization. Now it is finally safe to the capital of Dian, and I am finally relieved. Lu Ruyan still has a big revenge and doesn't want to die. Just at this time, there was a rapid step in the distance. A group of guards in purple armor came up. They were all equipped with custom-made runes. They were all 5-pattern runes. In Dian City, a 5-pattern rune is extremely rare. It's just an ordinary guard of Dian capital. It's even equipped with 5-pattern rune as standard. The gap is the difference between the clouds and the mud. The guards didn't fly in the sky, but the speed was very fast. All the fighters along the way hurriedly made way. Hiss. The leader is actually a powerful man in Shinfu. He is wearing gorgeous golden armor, with the mark of scorching dragon on the surface. The armor can cover his whole body, only showing a pair of eyes. Qin Sheng looks at him, and feels as if his body is turning around and his heart is beating wildly. The leader rode a horse, the lion head and the snake body, the nose spewed out the fire, and the whole air was filled with a strong and pungent smell of sulfur. Not only his cultivation has reached the divine realm, but his mount is also a 6th-level monster. I am the commander on duty here. Where are you from? When you first came to the capital? The voice of the commander was cold. Although he tried to restrain himself, he still made the Qin family's disciples deafened and weak. Even some weak disciples could not control their bodies. They crawled on the ground and shivered. Qin Sheng's heart rate is also speeding up. He is not a strong man who has never seen Shinfu. He even beat up a level killer of Shinfu from Black Blade a short time ago. But facing this commander, he immediately felt his pores erect. Qin Sheng is very clear that this is the official army of Dian imperial capital. It is extremely powerful, both in strength and talent, and has experienced bloody battles. As for the number 502 killer from the Black Blade killer organization, his strength is also very strong, but he is only a killer after all, and he is good at assassination. His ability to fight in front of Qin Sheng is definitely not as good as the commander in front of him. Qin Sheng stepped forward and smiled at the fierce eyes of the commander. We are from Beichen, except for the minority people, others are the first time to come to the capital. Qin Sheng said that he was not humble or arrogant. At his age, when facing a commander, he didn't show any panic on his face. This made him nod his head secretly, especially when he heard that they came from Beichen, a weak, subsidiary country. Beichengguo? The commander's face was covered with armor. He couldn't see the happiness and anger clearly. He said coldly, "Come and register, each of you will pay 10,000 yuan. The people of the affiliated country can only stay in the capital for 1 month at most. Leave in a month." Qin Sheng's face changed slightly with the words of Commander Qian. Qin Sheng was very surprised. Unexpectedly, the conditions of Dian capital were so harsh. Every clansman had to pay 10,000 yuan for entering the city. How many thousands of clansmen could the whole Qin family in Dian City be? That is to say, it's just going to the city, that is, up to 10 million yuan jing. In order to avoid the pursuit of the Black Blade killer organization, Qin Sheng directly used a large-scale transmission array, which cost tens of millions of yuan jing. Such a terrible number is only the road fare. How can ordinary families bear it? Now it costs another 10 million yuan to enter the city. Ha ha, Lord Commander, there are so many refugees recently. It's said that great changes have taken place in the border famine and great terror has come. Some of the minions behind the commander couldn't help sneering. It seems that Beichen Kingdom is on the edge of the frontier and wasteland, isn't it? These refugees are stupid enough to think everyone in the capital can come? Ridiculous, no wonder they are just woodlouse. How can we get 10,000 of the city's fee? The guards behind the commander are very powerful. They are not very old. They are 30 or 40 years old. But the worst one has survived the 6th storm and thunder. As the guard of the capital of Dian, he is usually in a hurry. In addition, at the foot of the emperor, the laws and regulations are very strict. Unlike other places, where the emperor is far away, there are many advantages to be found. Those who stay here as guards, except those who have no family background, or are wearing small shoes, are considered to be a Qingshui yamen. All the guards are low-minded. They see that Qin Sheng and his people are humble and wear low-grade clothes. Most of them can't afford to wear full armor. What can they do? There is no hope for promotion, and there is no oil or water, which makes these guards despise Qin Sheng and them at all. In addition, there have been too many strange things in the recent frontier famine. However, a large number of refugees have merged into the capital, which has increased their workload. Hard work and no money, no one looks down on them. Qin Sheng's face was cold. He shouted, "Hey, how can I talk?" When did Qin Sheng receive such ridicule? In his opinion, it's the guard dog who has passed the 6 storm and thunder robberies. As for such a low opinion? Qin Sheng's voice is very loud. It contains you on force and spreads far away. The whole suspended platform was still, and the air seemed to solidify. The guards, who looked down at people with their eyes, suddenly looked ugly. One of them, with yellow hair, looked cold, and his body gave off a faint smell of thunder. A breath of terror enveloped Qin Sheng's body. Refugees like ants, kneel down. When the yellow hair guard shouted, the sky seemed to be angry, and there seemed to be a large area of purple crystal thunder in his ears. Qin Sheng felt that his ears would be pierced. Boom! Qin Sheng did not hesitate to activate the 9 channels in his body. However, he just came to the capital of Dian and didn't want to expose the breath of the saint-level channels. However, the sky-level channels of the 9 channels were enough to cause many surprised eyes. The 6 robbers' guard, the angry breath, like a mountain peak, pressed on Qin Sheng's chest. The strength gap between the 2 sides is really too big. Even if they are in the same life-saving situation, the gap between the strong people who have gone through different levels of thunderstorms is very large. What's more, Qin Sheng is only connected with the heaven. However, Qin Sheng has the divine level and Yuan vein. With the double cultivation of body and martial arts, the fighting power of the body can be compared with the strong of the 3 disasters of Meitong. Qin Sheng's throat was so sweet that he was suppressed to bleed. He was determined to control his blood pressure and swallow it back to his stomach. Huang Mao's guard was too strong, the dog was strong and the man was strong. In addition, he was angry these days, so he let Qin Sheng out of his anger. Kneel your mother. Qin Sheng clenches his teeth and jumps out 3 character scriptures. The mother of the yellow hair guard was greeted and exploded immediately. The horrible Yuan Li erupted from his body. The long gun in his hand was screaming. Although it was only a custom-made 5-pattern talisman, it was very powerful. The 9th class refugees dare to shout and kill you. Huang Maomo's son is cold, unexpectedly born kill meaning. In Dian dynasty, it was divided into 369 grades. The royal family is the 1st class naturally, the royal family is the 2nd class, and so on. The people in the affiliated countries are the lowest 9th class. The strength of the warrior, the strong is respected, the weak warrior, is the 9th class. Long Wei, Balian, work. Qin Sheng couldn't help it. He gave a loud drink. Okay. Long Wei and Balian have been angry for a long time. Their strong outburst, Long Wei split the 3rd eye, a cold light burst out, quickly like lightning to hold down the yellow hair guards. Long Wei is not only the blood of Zulong, but also the level of Shinfu. The yellow hair guard who supports the people is just through 6 times of storm and thunder. It can't be Long Wei's opponent at all. What's the matter? The yellow hair guard is surrounded. He feels cold and piercing all over. Yuan Li is frozen. He looked at 2 toads of the size of palms in horror. One of them emitted a ray of light, and he stopped himself. It's too late to be shocked, because the yellow guard saw a black shadow zooming in between his pupils. Bang! Especially, the yellow guard's face changed a lot, because it was a shoe mark. Yellow hair was kicked off, and his face came into close contact with the black shoe mark. His strength was so great that he flew backwards, and his body was frozen by the cold beam of light. In the eyes of consternation, he fell a piece of shit. There was a dead silence on the platform. All the onlookers could not believe it. It was the guard of the capital of Dian. Although it was only a Qingshui yamen, no force dared to attack the capital. But except for those arrogant and domineering prince disciples, no one dared to behave against the guards. But also with the most humiliating way, a foot trample fly, fell a shit. Yellow hair guards, crazy operation Yuanli. After a few breaths, he used the power of sucking milk, finally is to untie the ice, awkwardly climbed up, but the face is showing a very dazzling shoe mark. Boy, you dare to kick my face. When did the yellow hair guard suffer such humiliation? He was full of strong and fierce Yuanli. His blood was so strong that the yellow hair on his head seemed to be ignited by anger. Stop. The commander gave a loud drink, as if the thunders were raging and the heaven and the earth were changing color. The horrible sound wave made most of Qin Sheng's people's eardrums hurt and shed blood. Some of the weak ones were suppressed to cough up blood. Their faces were pale. Do you want to die? Qianfu is riding on the lion's head and snake's body. The whole human breath soars to the extreme, and the dazzling light bursts out all over his body. Many martial artists around him cover their eyes with their hands, because Qianfu is too dazzling. If the weak martial artists dare to look straight, they will be blind. When the commander roars, the mount of the lion head and the snake body behind him is also angry. Qin Sheng's face was cold. He shouted to Long Wei, "Let the beast lie down. Don't scare my people. Or kill it." Qin Sheng's anger was also annoyed. What's the matter? Act like a snob killer, and he is in a state of anger. Now he has just arrived at the Big Yan Emperor's capital. He is seen by a group of watchdogs. He is a refugee with his mouth open. He is Wu Laos. Qin Sheng is the 9th level guest of Shendanzong. He dares to kill 2 people even if he is killed by Black Blade. How can he stand the sneer of a few gatekeepers in the same life situation? Before the capital of Dian, Qin Tao had warned Qin Sheng to keep a low profile. But Qin Sheng couldn't stand the humiliation. Beast, get down. With a little finger of Long Wei, a breath of dragon descends in his body, which covers the demon beast with lion head and snake body. The beast with the head of lion and the body of snake was scared to lose color. If it wasn't for the commander holding the reins, his mount would have escaped. The little demon of lion head and snake body, crawling on the ground, makes a moan, dare not look up at the dragon power standing in the air. Thousand Husband Long facial expression changes greatly, he looks at Long Wei, startled Wei, inborn level 3I Ice Toad. As soon as Long Wei heard this, he was very fluffy. He wanted to do it with his sleeves. Long Wei is a dragon descendant, with ancestral dragon blood in his body. His blood is very noble. But he did not know what happened 10,000 years ago, and then he became a toad. From the appearance, he was really like a 3-eyed ice toad. At the beginning, even Qin Sheng was wrong. Long Wei hates people saying that he is a toad. You are the toad, and all your family are toads. Long Wei looks down upon Commander Qianfu with a pair of squint eyes, and spits out the flowing saliva. Commander Qianfu wants to avoid, but he is sealed by the mysterious power, like falling into a swamp, moving slowly 100 times, and being submerged by the saliva like a storm. Poof. The commander was furious, he felt humiliated, but he calmed down in the next moment. Because he saw the token of the 9th level guest of Shendanzong held high by Qin Sheng. You try to give me a hair. Qin Sheng sneered. The commander was stunned and shocked. Of course, he saw the token in Qin Sheng's hand. As the commander in charge of the city, he naturally saw all kinds of tokens. The power of Shendanzong is terrible. Which warrior doesn't need the elixir? Although the martial arts of Shendanzong are not the strongest, the powerful martial arts have a large number of followers. Such a young god, Danzong Kachin? The commander was frightened and jumped with courage. He looked back and glared at Huang Mao's subordinates. He knew that he had kicked the steel plate this time. There are not many guest ministers of Shendanzong, but each of them is very powerful. There are a large number of followers behind them. Although Qianfu is a powerful man in Shenfu, he is not as good as Qin Sheng as the 9th level guest ministers. It's really too difficult to make pills. Especially in recent years, Yuanli has become thinner and thinner, and there are fewer and fewer Tian Kai and Dibao. It's undoubtedly more difficult to make a furnace of high-level pills, which undoubtedly makes Shendanzong's position rise. Is the life of Qin of Shendanzong as thin as white paper in your group's eyes? Qin Sheng sneers. He doesn't seem to bully people, but these guard dogs are too much. Even if you are cynical, you still take the initiative to fight. If you don't, you will show your intention to kill? The commander began to feel guilty. He had the inborn big demon as the war pet, and he was carrying the token of King Dan. Is this a refugee? If they are refugees, they are not even refugees. Guard Huang Mao almost knelt down in fear. He just started to fight against a guest Qing of Shendanzong? Shendanzong is such a huge thing. How can he be offended by the guards who are placed in the Qinshui Yamen to eat and wait for death? Little brother, they don't know Taishan. You don't have to put on your hat. After all, Commander Qianfu is a strong man in the state of God's mansion, and he has some confidence. Qin Sheng sneers, no longer entangled, throwing out 10 million yuan jing. Wait a minute. Qin Tao sighed, walked out, looked at Qin Sheng, and turned his eyes to the astonished commander. Humming. Qin Tao turned his hand and showed a simple token. The token was made of unknown stone. The surface was carved with some exquisite patterns. A white tiger with wings was very dazzling. Lord Qianfu, we are the Qin family of the first 10 royal families of Dian dynasty. Qin Tao's indifferent voice set off a storm in the heart of the commander. This token proves that there are core clan disciples in our ancestors. You must be very clear, right? Qianfu's face was shocked. In addition to the royal family, the 10 royal families and the 100 marquises were the most powerful in Dian dynasty. It comes from the Qin family. The 1,000 husband long heart more regretted. The Qin family has risen from 1,000 years ago, from the original marquis to the royal family. In the last 100 years, it has become even more powerful. Among the top 10 royal families, it can also rank the top 3. And even some people have rumors. Now, the Qin family has become powerful and threatened the royal family. In addition, these years, the Qin family has been very close to the people of Xingqiguo, and they don't know what they are plotting. Who are these people? The commander's heart roared. Those who are dressed in rags are not only the guest Qing of Shendan clan, but also the keepsake of the Qin family's core disciples. You killed him this time. The commander angrily sent a message to the yellow hair guard. Yellow hair guard's bang, legs soft, directly kneeling on the ground. He just wanted to kill Qin of Shendanzong, and he also had the talent of keepsake, the core disciple of the Qin family? Ha ha, don't be too serious. Misunderstanding is a misunderstanding. The commander tried to squeeze out some smiles. Since he is a descendant of the royal family, he can go to the capital at will, and there is no need to pay the fee for entering the city. In fact, strictly speaking, Qin Tao only has the keepsake of a core disciple of the royal family in his hand, which can only exempt one person from entering the city. But now Qin family is like the sun in the sky, who dares to offend? Thank you very much, Commander. Qin Tao made 2 polite remarks. I don't need to thank you, but I'm just doing business, said Commander Chifu with a dry smile. Then with a wave of his hand, he let go. This little twists and turns, on the huge and incomparable transmission platform, took place for a short time, only to set off some waves. With the departure of Qin Sheng and others, peace was restored again. Lu Ruian's ability to handle affairs is very strong. Although she is the first time to come to the capital of Dian and her life is not familiar, she soon settled thousands of people properly. The imperial capital of Dian is extremely expensive. It costs 5 million yuan to buy the next ordinary restaurant in a month. If it's an ordinary person who can communicate with the soul, he can't bear it at all. He can't get along with Dian Emperor. This is also one of the reasons why the Emperor of Dian seldom saw the warriors in the state of soul communication. In the wing room, Qin Tao asked Qin Sheng to arrange a formation, and then he took a few drinks. "Grandpa, what's the matter with the lord of the Qin family? Why haven't you mentioned it before?" Qin Sheng had a lot of doubts. The Qin family of Dian dynasty is one of the top 10 royal families with high status. They are just small families from a small border town. How can they have any connection with the royal family? Gulu. Qin Tao poured a few more liquors, and then said slowly, "Actually, our ancestors did have a member of the core disciple of the royal family, but because of an unknown crime, he was expelled from the clan, and by chance, he fell to the ground and took root in Dian City. It's not a glorious thing. Don't reveal your identity." "I don't want to expose it if I don't have to." Qin Tao sighed. Qin Sheng's face coagulated when he heard the words. He felt that Grandpa's words were a little strange. Even if the ancestor was swept out of the house, there was no need to panic. It has been so many years. The past is not very glorious. It has been many years. Even Qin Tao did not know it very well. Qin Sheng took a deep breath. Although his expression was still calm, he felt a huge wave in his heart. He always thought that he was from a small family in Dian City. Who would have thought that the clan was one of the top 10 clans from Dian dynasty? Tut tut, Qin Sheng didn't expect you to have a big background. Long Wei stares at Qin Sheng with a pair of squint eyes, but his face is a bit of banter. "Since you are a powerful clan, what kind of assessment should you have? Have you ever thought of rejoining the clan? After all, it's cool under the big tree." Bai Lin said a few words. Qin Sheng is also a bit excited about whether he can enter the clan. In fact, he doesn't care much. What he cares most is whether he can temporarily borrow the power of the clan to get his father, Qin Zhongtian, out of prison. "Grandpa, does father know about it?" Qin Sheng finally asked. Qin Tao was stunned when he heard the words, and then he gulped in several big mouthfuls of liquor. With a bang, he smashed the pot to pieces. "Of course your father knows, but you can't think of taking shortcuts and relying on the power of clans." Qin Tao said meaningfully that there was some anger between the eyebrows. "Clans are not good things, let alone why our ancestors expelled them. These spirits are very strong. They are brewed with high-level yuanchi and processed with the bones of the big demon." Qin Tao drinks so much, his face is red and he is a little drunk. "Shoo, don't pass it on. I spent a lot of money to get to see your father in prison. I wanted to get your father out for my son even if I couldn't get up on my knees. But do you know what your father said?" Qin Tao said more and more, and the wine was more and more strong. His eyelids seemed to weigh 1,000 jin, and he was almost going to sleep, but he said some amazing secrets. "Your father told me not to ask for the clan, even to go back to Dian City and live in a low-key way. He has 90% assurance. The reason why he was framed is entirely because of the framed clan. What shocked me most is that your father said that our lineage might be clans, and the current Qin family of the royal family is just a branch family." Bang! Qin Tao said the last sentence, but he was still too drunk to sleep on the table. Qin Tao has kept this amazing secret for 10 years. He thought it would be brought into the coffin, and it will never be revealed again in his life. I didn't expect that, because of the upheaval of the magic dragon wasteland, there would be a great terror coming. They had to leave their hometown to seek refuge in the capital of Dian Emperor. Maybe it can't be said that it's asylum. According to the words of Qin Sheng, they are the clans of Dian City. They just returned to the original place. Qin Sheng's eyes were round, his face could no longer keep calm, his heart was beating wildly. Is it possible that the father was framed by a clan member before he was put in prison? No, we are clans? Qin Sheng is confused. It's too unexpected. The Qin family of the royal family of Dian, the most powerful royal family in the last 100 years, has been close to Zinquiguo in recent years. Even the royal family of Dian is very afraid of the two families. Is such a powerful Qin family in Dian City a branch of the Qin family? Grandpa didn't brag because he drank too much? Qin Sheng doubted the truth of the incident, but his grandfather was able to take out the keepsake of the Qin family. Qin Sheng was very familiar with his grandfather, Qin Tao's character, and he was definitely not a man with a big mouth. I wipe, Qin Sheng, you are the strong second generation. Long Wei cried out that there was some accident. At the edge of the magic dragon wasteland, where the bird didn't shit and Yuanli was thin, there was such a source. No voice. Qin Sheng glared at Long Wei. It's a big secret. It must not be revealed. How strong his father was at that time. Although Qin Sheng didn't know what chance Qin Zhongtian got, Qin Zhongtian was only through 9 robberies at the beginning, and he was sent back to prison. He was so powerful that he shocked several powerful people in Shenfu and even led by an old monster in Dongtian. It can be seen how rebellious Qin Zhongtian, Qin Sheng's father, is. Otherwise, he will never attract such attention from the other side. At that time, Qin Zhongtian was in Lingxiao Xingyuan. It seems that he was not the son of God, but his strength should be no less than that of ordinary son of God. It is estimated that there are many greasy things here. Unexpectedly, the water of the Emperor Dian was so deep. Qin Sheng took a deep breath and thought it was not easy. He had to be careful. Without trial, the reason why Qin Zhongtian was put in prison is, in all likelihood, an unnecessary crime. Qin Sheng must keep a low profile, or he will be discovered by the so-called Qin clan of Dian Emperor. Maybe he will follow his father, Qin Zhongtian. Dong dong dong. At this moment, there was a sharp knock on the door. Who? Qin Sheng's hair stood up on the spot. He was very nervous. He just knew a big secret. He absolutely didn't want to be known by a third person. It's me, Lu Ruyan. A beautiful voice came in. Qin Sheng breathed a long sigh. He winked at Long Wei and Balian. He took them into Neji. Then he waved his hand and removed several arrays. Come in. Qin Sheng ordered. Soon, a magnificent appearance, beautiful face, but also from the bones of the sending out a beautiful idea into. Lu Ruyan is tall and straight, and she is enchanted by her inborn beauty. This kind of beauty is rare even in Dian Emperor. Grandpa is drunk. Let's go out and talk about something else. Qin Sheng can see at a glance that Lu Ruyan has many things to talk to himself. There is a strong wine atmosphere here, which is really not suitable for talking about things. Smell speech, Lu Yuan Jing, shake headway, settle everybody, already spent a lot of yuan jing, no need to waste again, go to my wing room to talk. Lu Yuan nibbles at the teeth of the shell, but her face is so gorgeous that she has a flush. Like a virus, Mei spreads to Qin Sheng instantly. Air. Qin Sheng's face turned red, which was obviously a sign of poisoning. However, his body was strong, and his spirit reached the level of life and soul. In an instant, Qin Sheng dissolved his body's charm and returned to normal. I'm sorry, young lord, my flattery has been out of control recently. Lu Yuan said with a surprise. Qin Sheng shook his head and said, it's okay. You can lead the way. Lu Ruyan's boudoir is not big. The condition is very different from that in Dian City. After all, it's the capital of Dian. It's an inch of gold and a foot of earth. Such a small room needs thousands of yuan jing in a day. The people of the Qin family, especially those with low status, can only have one family and share one small room. Although the room is not very big, Lu Ruyan arranges the boudoir very warmly. Qin Sheng just came in. He found that it was filled with pink elements and faint fragrance. Lu Yuan closed the door, threw out a few flags, covered several arrays, and began to talk about things. Qin Sheng's eyebrows were slightly coagulated and said, "There is no need to be so restrained. You can say anything you want." Lu Ruyan is also the first time to let the opposite sex enter the boudoir. Although she practices flattery, it is not a bright thing in the eyes of other people. What is even worse is the special hook/lead man skill. At present, there is an atmosphere of ambiguity in the air. However, Lu Ruyan is a woman who does great things after all. She takes a deep breath and suppresses her heart. She clenches her teeth and says, "Little Lord, what I'm talking about with you tonight is that yuan jing in the underground black market is almost exhausted. With the recovery of the magic dragon wasteland, the underground black market has made a lot of money, but the time is very short. It ushered in a great terror, and had to leave, making about 100 million yuan crystal, converted into yuan stone, that is, 10,000 yuan stone. 100 million yuan crystals, even the ordinary powerful people in the Shenfu state, can't be taken out. Even the legitimate son of the royal family like Xu Hingyi can't take out so many yuan crystals. When we are on our way, we spend a lot of money on food, clothing, housing, and transportation. In addition, we need to support those guests. Every month, we need to spend a lot of money." Lu Yuan's pretty face shows a kind of dignified color. The yuan jing under the account of the underground black market can only support us to live in Dian capital for 3 months. After 3 months, we will not be able to stay. The situation is very not optimistic. The big cities are very prosperous. There are many warriors in the sky like dogs. The strong ones in the life environment walk all over the street. Only when some guards are at the lowest level and have to go through 6 heavy storms and thunderstorms can they be admitted. It can be imagined how difficult it is for the Emperor Yin to mix. Even with some of the original industries of the Qin family, we have brought over a piece of medicine field of level 4, or even a small piece of level 5, which is quite well preserved. However, to cultivate spiritual materials, we need land. The Emperor of Dian is gold and earth. We can't afford land and houses at all. The cheapest big house, suitable for all of us to live in, requires more than 100 million yuan crystal. Lu Yuan said a shocking astronomical number. In fact, in Lu Ruyan's heart, such places as Dian capital were not able to come at all, and Qin Sheng also moved the ethnic groups. Even if Lu Ruyan knew Qin Sheng these days, all the things that the little lord did were amazing and could easily create miracles. However, this time, Lu Ruyan felt that it was not realistic at all. "Little lord, I have a few suggestions," Lu Yuan said carefully. When Qin Sheng's sword eyebrows are slightly coagulated, but he still signals Lu Ruyan to say whatever he has. The Qin family's legitimate elites can stay in the capital of Dian. After all, there are few legitimate families of the little lord. It's okay to buy a small courtyard, but it also requires 120 million renminbi. The rest of the people and the guests of the underground world will go to some small cities near the capital of Dian to camp and make a good development. This method is also a way out of the question. But Qin Sheng directly shook his head and refused, saying, "No. Everyone should stay in the capital of Dian." Qin Sheng is very firm. He offended the black organization, which is not a joke. Only in the capital of Dian is absolutely safe. Once the capital of Dian comes out, the people of Qin family can be assassinated quietly and colorlessly with the terrorist power of the Black Blade organization. Qin Sheng will never be in love with Yuan Jing, but he will go back for the second place. Besides, isn't it buying a house? Even if it is the first step to buy land or a mansion, there is no hope. Lu Yuhan was worried. She didn't expect Qin Sheng to be so stubborn. She thought Qin Sheng wanted to be dignified and try to play the role of authority among her people. Qin Sheng didn't speak. He turned his hand and threw a purple crystal card to Lu Ruyan. Take it, buy a mansion first, and then buy some daily necessities. There's no need to save Yuan Jing. Qin Sheng said with a smile, don't you forget my identity? Lu Ruyan took over the amethyst card, and then saw the number on the top. On the spot, she was coquettish. 200 million yuan crystals? Lu Yuhan's face turned red. She had never seen so many Yuan Jing, 200 million yuan crystals, which is equivalent to 20,000 yuan stones. This wealth, even the powerful in Shenfu, does not necessarily have it. Only the descendants of the royal and marquis families who have established many military industries and accumulated unimaginable contacts can they accumulate. If he is a powerful man with no big background, he can only accumulate this wealth in his whole life. The young lord is worthy of being the 9th-level guest king of Shendanzong. I admire him. Lu Yuhan smiled. Naturally, she also wanted to stay in the capital of Dian. With these 200 million yuan crystals, I immediately have a foundation in my heart. Qin Sheng turns his mouth in the bottom of his heart. The 200 million yuan crystals in his hand are not made because of the identity of Emperor Danzong Kaching, which is actually killing people and surpassing goods. From the Zhao family, who only covers the sky in Dian City, to the Hidden Dragon Gang, who is dormant in the Magic Dragon Wasteland, to the underground black market, the red practice of the Imperial Ruins, the Prince of Shenyun State, who is the immortal of the Magic Dragon, to the 2 killers who fight against the Black Blade, one of them is the killer at the level of Shenfu State. All the way down, Qin Sheng accumulated wealth that the powerful people in Shenfu should marvel at through Black Hand. In fact, it's not Qin Sheng's fault. He was also forced to work in the dark. Those people were so cheap that they wanted to kill Qin Sheng 3 times and 4 times. Lu Ruyan's ability to handle affairs is very strong. Only in the daytime, she found a mansion which is very suitable for the development of the Qin family. The little lord's big house is in the south of the city. Although the location is messy, it's not as good as the north of the city in terms of public security or contacts, but it's very cost-effective. I think at the foot of the emperor, it's the capital of Dian Emperor. Even the people with black blades dare not approach. More money? Qin Sheng asked. 80 million yuan. Lu Yuhan introduced the new house in detail, saying, because it's a newly launched mansion, the owner is so cheap because he wants to go to other dynasties for development. Because of the time crunch, I have given a deposit of 3 million yuan to Jing. If the owner is not satisfied, then he can return the deposit to us. The owner asked us to have dinner in the evening. If there is no problem, we will trade. Lu Ruyan seems to be very satisfied with the mansion. Qin Sheng nodded, agreed, and said with a smile, okay, then we can start now. The capital of Dian is divided into 5 regions, Southeast, Northwest and Imperial City. Among them, the Imperial City belongs to the inner city, and only the royal people can live in it. The east and west of the city belong to the royal family and some powerful marquises, while the south and north of the city belong to some small families, or even scattered. The capital of Dian Emperor is very large, no less than that of Beichin. It has a vast area, many prohibitions and array coverage, and it has a strong suppression on the martial artists. The martial artists in Shenfu cannot fly in the sky at all. There are many rules in the capital of Dian. In addition to the fact that the martial artists in the Shenfu area can't fly in the air, the large-scale war pets can't walk around at will, or they won't be disorderly. Due to the large area of Dian capital, it is not able to fly in the sky. In addition to those big background disciples of the royal and Ho families who can ride in chariots, ordinary martial artists can only pass the transmission array, which is very convenient. A white light flooded Qin Sheng and Lu Yuyan, waiting to open their eyes again, and they came to the south of the city. As soon as he left the transmission array, Qin Sheng was watched by some people in the dark with strange eyes. The fighters here are all fierce, with bad eyes and strong breath. If there were not an army nearby that would patrol occasionally, Qin Sheng might be charged for protection. Little lord, this way. Before long, under Lu Yuan's guidance, he came to a courtyard. Right here? Qin Sheng looked up at the courtyard. It was very large, covering 100 mu. It could easily accommodate the whole Qin family's disciples and even open up a large medicine field in the courtyard. However, it seems that the popularity of the compound is not very strong. Qin Sheng came all the way and found that it was gloomy. In some extremely cold places, there seemed to be some shadow, which disappeared in a flash. Well? Qin Sheng's pupils suddenly shrank a little, as if he found some bad, dirty things. However, that dirty thing is too fast. Qin Sheng is not sure. Ha ha, Miss Lu, you can count it. In the deep part of the courtyard, the lights are bright and there is a certain popularity. There are waiters and attendants in the service. In the middle of the living room set out a table of wine and vegetables, but also smoke. It is estimated that just done. A round, fat middle-aged man with only eyes was walking towards him. He was dressed in a yellow rune, with a pink face and oily head. His eyes narrowed slightly, and his colored eyes wandered over Lu Ruyan's amazing body. Come here, sit here. Fat Pig is very enthusiastic. He even takes the initiative to pull willow like smoke, tender as jade. Lu Ruyan is so keen that she can naturally feel the disgusting eyes of the owner like this pig head. But now she is asking for someone to sell her house. People have to bow their heads under the eaves. They can only force their hearts to retch, avoid the pig's salty hands, and sit with the pig. Mr. Ba is very polite. Lu Ruyan is really about to vomit. This fat pig is called Ba Su, the legitimate son of a small family. He is going to leave the capital of the emperor and develop in other dynasties before selling his ancestral property. Shall we get down to business first? Ba Su didn't look at Qin Sheng at all. His whole attention was on Lu Ruyan. No, don't worry. Let's have a few drinks before we have a good talk. Ba Su poured wine to Lu Ruyan with great enthusiasm. Come on. You've done this first. Basha said with a smile, don't worry, Miss Lu. I will only sell this ancestral property to you. The wine is red, very strange, and there are some virtual shadows on the surface. It is impossible for ordinary martial artists to find out. But Qin Sheng's eyes were slightly coagulated. He refined the fire. He was very sensitive to some bad things. This wine is not good at first sight. Heir Lord Ba, this is not very good. This is my little lord, Qin Sheng. Lu Yuan is disgusting to death. This fat pig asked her to drink, but she was not at all well-intentioned. Lu Yuan rolls all year round. How can she see such a simple thing? Hearing this, Ba Su looks up at Qin Sheng and feels that Qin Sheng is only a martial artist in the sky. There is no strong yuan force breath in his body. The most important thing is that Qin Sheng is a strange name. It's the first time he listens to it. Qin Sheng, are you from the Qin family of the royal family? Baksu asked casually. In the Dian dynasty, the family name of Qin is only the strongest of the royal family, and the background is also the most terrible. Hearing this, Qin Sheng shook his head directly and said, No, I have nothing to do with the royal family. In fact, Bashu's intuition is true. Qin Sheng not only has a great relationship with the royal family, but also is the real royal lineage. Today's Qin family of the royal family is just a fake. Of course, this kind of words is too shocking and worldly, and who will believe it? In this case, Qin Sheng is better off being a low-key man. His father is still in prison. Oh. This fat pig is really cold, just oh, and then to Louis Wuhan, to squeeze out a smile, to its wine. Tut tut, the girl from the countryside is so charming. If she can hold her body down, it will taste good. Basu's heart has been itching for a long time. Miss Lu, you don't want to give face so much. You don't even want to drink a glass of wine. Bashu was a little angry. He snorted coldly and threatened, since that's the case, I'll give you back the deposit of 5 million yuan, and you can leave. No, I drink. Louis Wuhan is flustered. The mansion of 80 million yuan Jing is not only the home of Qin family, but also the home of her. Smell speech, Baksu originally tight fat face on the spot to ease down, showing a little smile, he looked at Louis Wuhan to drink, in the heart already in the fantasy how to toss this goblin. Tut tut, there's a lot of material in it. Let alone the girl who has just passed through the storm and thunder. Even the warrior who has passed through the 6th storm and thunder can't bear it. There are many thoughts in Basu's mind. All of a sudden, with a snap, Lu Yuahan's so-called wine was slapped down and poured on the ground. Hello, what do you mean? Bashu exploded on the spot. He was angry all over. His eyes were cold and his breath was strong. It was obvious that he had been through multiple storms and thunderstorms. However, he had not drunk ordinary wine for many years, and his body had already collapsed. But even so, they have survived the 9 heavy storms. The Emperor Yan is really terrible. Any dandy who wants to sell his ancestral property has gone through 9 disasters. It's so annoying. Bashu's voice is like the thunderbolt. With the frightening thunder breath, his whole body's yuan power erupts. Although he is only a 2nd-generation ancestor, he is drunk, and his body has been hollowed out for a long time. However, he was also a real one who was able to pass the 9 robbers. At such a distance, Qin Sheng felt that his heart had been hit hard by a heavy hammer, and his whole body was coagulated with blood, and he couldn't work at all. Bashu's whole body was full of fat and trembling. His strong yuan li was like being ignited by a different fire. People should stay away from him and dare not approach him. Shwa. As soon as Basu's voice fell, the guards who were hiding in the dark area of the compound suddenly sprang out. These warriors were fierce and evil, and their eyebrows gave off a thrilling fury. They were all powerful people who had gone through multiple storms and thunderstorms. It's either a custom-made talisman with a mace or a tomahawk. Of course, it's just some ordinary talisman with 3 or 4 stripes. Its value is not high. Qin Sheng glanced at the fierce guards and had to marvel. It's the capital of Dian Emperor. It's just a 2nd-generation ancestor who has lost his family and sold his ancestral property. He even keeps so many thugs. There are 9 people in all. Their eyes are cold and their faces are ferocious. The worst ones are all the 3 robberies. The strongest one is that they have gone through the 9 disasters like Bashu. Plus Bashu, there are even 10 powerful people who have access to life, even the royal residents of Bachin state. We can imagine how deep the water in the capital of Dian is. The atmosphere solidified in an instant. Qin Sheng was almost out of breath due to the powerful Yuan Li's momentum. He secretly activated the Yuan vein of Xingjia. The pressure on his chest decreased sharply, but he was still very uncomfortable. Qin Sheng is still a little weaker. Although he has both physical and martial arts, he still has some weakness when facing a group of strong people who have survived 3 or 4, or even 9 storms. The sudden change made Lu Yuan's pretty face a little scared. Although she once led the underground black market and met many powerful people, it's not the underground black market here. It's the capital of Dian Emperor. What a big gap. Little lord. Lu Yuan glanced at Qin Sheng, saying that he was too impulsive. Even Lu Yuan knew that Bashu, like the pig, was not good at persuading her to drink. But I can't be so impulsive. Bashu is not so good. In the end, he is just a second generation of the rich and the poor. But for them to arrive at your place for the first time, he is also a raptor. Raptors cross the river, but also to be bullied by local snakes, let alone here, is the home of Bashu. Baxu's eyes looked at Qin Sheng like a poisonous snake and said, "Boy, do you know where it is? Dare you be so arrogant in my place? Are you going to die? What about death? Or to die?" Lu Ruyan apologizes in a hurry. Her pretty face is a little flustered. With the charm from her heart, Basu's eyes are full of greedy eyes. "Please calm down, Master Ba. Little lord is just careless." Lu Yuan poured a glass of wine and said with a smile. Qin Sheng stood up, his body too like a candle dragon, like the Xingjie Yuan Mai, faintly scatter the holy light, ignore these through the multiple wind and thunder raider Yuanli momentum oppression. "No, I did it on purpose." Qin Sheng's eyes did not dodge. He looked at Basu. Boom. Bashu is angry. Clay figurine also has 3 fires, what's more, this is his home court, isn't it a stranger? Dare to be so arrogant. You want to die. Ba Shuming's slap on the table instantly turned into powder. Little lord, this is not Dian City. Lu Ruyan pulls Qin Sheng, the magnificent place on his chest is shaking, and he contacts Qin Sheng's arm. But at the moment of crisis, Lu Ruyan doesn't notice these contacts at all. Look at the wine on the ground. If you drink it, I can't walk out of the gate. Qin Sheng points to the broken glass. Hiss. Lu Yuan looked at the broken glass on the ground and saw a pink skull. Lu Yuan's face is like ice cream, staring at Bashu coldly, and asked qualitatively, "You poisoned the wine?" To be exact, it's not poison. It's only the spring/medicine that can enchant the people who have survived multiple storms and thunder. Qin Sheng sneered. Baxu's face changed a lot. He didn't expect that these 2 countrymen, Qin Sheng, were so fierce that he found good things in the wine at the beginning. A misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. Bashu's cheekiness is very thick. Just smile a few times. Back 5 million yuan, we won't buy your courtyard. Lu Ruyan was very angry. The courtyard was originally cost-effective, but the owner was so disgusted. I want to return the deposit. Dream. Bashu sneered and refused directly. Lu Yuan is confused. Unexpectedly, Basu is so shameless and has no faith. Looking at Qin Sheng, she felt very embarrassed. At the beginning, she did a good job in the underground black market. She was ready to come to the capital of Dian to show her strength. However, she didn't expect that there were many hidden dragon and crouching tiger here. She just screwed up the purchase of such a small property. 5 million yuan jing is not a small number. Even a strong man in Shenfu will be distressed. Let's deal. Here's 7,500 yuan jing. Take out the title deed and the house deed, and we'll finish the deal. At last, Lu Ruyan didn't have the heart to finish the transaction. Baxu's mood changed, and he said with a cold smile, 80 million? After you leave, there are several buyers who are interested in it. Now you need 100 million yuan crystal. What? Lu Yuan's face changed dramatically, and he became pale. You start from the ground, and you have negotiated 80 million deals, clearly. Joke, what's this place? Do you think it's your country, where birds don't shit? Bashu finally revealed his true face, and a group of his subordinates all showed their sarcasm. This is the capital of Dian Emperor. How can it be sold to you for 80 million yuan? Lu Ruyan knows that she screwed up. Since she came to the capital of Dian, her mind has changed dramatically. She's so tied up in her work that she doesn't have the decisive style she used to have. In fact, it's also normal. Lu Ruyan has never been out of Beichen, and has come to the imperial capital of Dian. This kind of change is too crazy, and his heart is in a lot of suspense. But you can't sell it to 80 million. As soon as Basu's voice turned, his face was finally full of fat. If you are my 9th concubine, I will redeem you for 20 million yuan. You are shameless. Lu Ru's body trembled with the smoke, and her yuan power burst out. But she just went through the first storm and thunder. She is the weakest here. Hearing this, Basu said, I'm shameless. Didn't you call him Xiaozhu? Is it a handmaid of a country woodlouse? I don't care if you are in the right place. 20 million yuan jing, you can buy several female slaves who have gone through the storm and thunder. Bashu's words are very hard to hear. It's red fruit. However, he didn't say anything wrong. 20 million yuan jing is a very high number indeed. Let alone Lu Ruyan, who has only gone through the first storm and thunder. It will take a long time for a warrior to accumulate 10 million yuan of crystal, even if he has gone through the third or even the sixth storm and thunder. Little lord, let's go, that 5 million yuan crystal, I will go back to supply you. Lu Yuhan can't help it. This is the capital of Dian Emperor. Let alone she can't do it. Even if she can, Lu Yuhan is not the opponent of this pig at all. Fortunately, Lu Ruyan has also accumulated a lot of yuan jing in the underground black market these years. Although the deposit of 5 million yuan jing is not a small amount, it is absolutely impossible to be the concubine of this pig for this yuan jing. At a loss. Bashu sneers, but dare not leave Lu Yuhan. Emperor Yan is a very safe place, absolutely no need to fight. Once found, the light is punished, the fine money to prison, the heavy directly erase. Of course, there is also a battlefield to fight, but once you enter the battlefield, you will never die. Wait a minute. Qin Sheng suddenly takes Lu Yuhan's hand. Lu Yuan's body trembled suddenly, and she looked at Qin Sheng in amazement. Ha ha, brother, I'll tell you. Just a maid, 20 million yuan, can buy you many more to play. Bashu's face brightened. As a senior black sheep, he knows the attraction of 20 million yuan crystal. Give me another 75 million yuan of crystal, and leave me this special thing. I'll give you the courtyard. Bashu showed a hearty laugh, very cheap smile. It's just a dangerous house. How could it be worth such a polycrystalline house? Qin Sheng sneered and said, I'll give you another 5 million yuan jing. You can go away. If you don't want to sell it, return the deposit to me. Qin Sheng's words are amazing. 10 million yuan is like buying such a large yard. This is the capital of Dian. Even if it is located in the south of the city, the public security is not as good as other places, but it can't be only worth 10 million yuan. Ha ha ha. Baksu is laughing wildly. He looks at Qin Sheng as if he were an idiot. 10 million yuan, are you crazy or stupid? Fuck off. Baksu roared, throw them out. Boom. Under the command of Basu, 9 of his thugs took action in an instant. Their Yuanli had no reservation and broke out completely, just like a god who came to Tianyuan from Zhuchangshan, one by one powerful and frightening. Long Wei, Balian, it's time to work. As soon as Qin Sheng slapped the ring, Long Wei and Balian came out in a flash. They opened their eyes, and the air seemed to be frozen in a flash. 9 thugs were stopped. 9 fierce thugs are silly. They look at two toads with the size of palms, especially Long Wei. They look ugly, but the yuan force waves from their bodies make them despair. War favorite of Shinfu realm. Bashu can also feel the fluctuation of terror power in Long Wei's body naturally, and his face turns white for a while. In the capital of Dian, there are many martial artists in the sky like dogs, and many martial artists in the world walk all over the street. However, Shinfu is a huge watershed. It is very difficult to achieve Shinfu, which is not very common in the street. Bashu couldn't believe that he looked at Qin Sheng, who was full of pride between his eyebrows, and set off a huge wave in his heart. These two wars, a suspected god's land, one has reached the realm of God, is not a remote place Woodlouse? Baxu's heart was roaring. He received the information and knew that Lu Ruyan was looking for a mansion before setting up a bureau for Qin Sheng. I didn't expect Qin Sheng to be so unruly. He took 2 war favorites with him. If you can have such a strong fighting pet, how can you be a person without background? His surname is Qin. What does it have to do with that royal clan? The more Basha thought about it, the more confused he became. How is it? Qin Sheng walks up to Baxu and asks, "Do you want to sell 10 million yuan? It's a dangerous house. It's not worth much." Basu took a deep breath and asked, "What's your relationship with the Qin family?" Bashu's thug was stopped, faltering and unable to move. Bashu also threw a mousetrap and asked directly. Hearing this, Qin Sheng frowned and said, "I have nothing to do with the Qin family of the royal family. It's just the same surname. It's just that the same surname is Qin." After showing some means, Basu suspects that he has something to do with the Qin family. From the side, how powerful the Qin family is. As soon as Qin Sheng's voice fell, Basu was relieved. Fortunately, Qin Sheng has nothing to do with the Qin family of the royal family. Otherwise, I can't bear it. Since it has nothing to do with the Qin family of the royal family, go away. Baxu said coldly, "This is the capital of Dian Emperor. If you dare to do it, I promise you'll be overwhelmed. The Emperor Dian forbids fighting, you are very clear." Bashu said with a cold smile, "Without fear, what about the 2 powerful fighting pets? This is the capital of Dian Emperor, the foot of the Emperor. Who dare to be presumptuous?" Qin Sheng's eyes narrowed, his mouth pulled out a kind of joking smile, put out his palm, and said, "Give me 5 million yuan of crystal back, and we will leave naturally." "No, I won't." "Do you dare to do it?" Bashu even played helpless. "If you don't go, I'll call the guard." Basu, in turn, threatened Qin Sheng and his party. "I will accuse you of breaking into private houses and jailing you for a few days. Paralysis, fat man, are you looking for death?" The dragon is so angry that he jumps. His whole body is powerful and frightening. Although Bashu has gone through 9 storms and thunderstorms, he has been drunk all the year round, and his body has been hollowed out. Once Long Wei is angry, his horrible momentum suddenly covers Bashu. Poof. Bashu seems to be crushed by a towering mountain, his viscera are cracked, his throat is sweet, and his mouth is full of blood. Good. Well, at the foot of the Emperor, I dare to fight. I'll call someone. Bashu's face is overcast. He turns his hand and takes out the transmitter. This is the most advanced transmitter. It can not only transmit information, but also surf the internet to query various information. It's very advanced. Lord Chai, someone is working in our compound. Please bring the team in person. As expected, Basu asked for help through a transmitter. Lu Yuehan's face changed greatly. She was very self-reproachful. She didn't even think that things were out of control and developed to this point. Qin Sheng's face was also slightly coagulated. The Emperor of Dian was forbidden to fight. Although Long Wei had a casual drink, he didn't expect that Ba Su was so weak and could cough up blood so easily. Even Qin Sheng has some doubts. Isn't Ba Su touching porcelain? Well, you wait to be cleaned up. Baksu sneers at him. This is Lord Chai. He is the commander of the guard army. He is a powerful man in the god's mansion. In recent years, he has paid tribute to him. When you go in and go to jail, I'll have your maid. Basu's eyes are extremely hot. Therefore, some small brawls and skirmishes will be dealt with by the Chai adult. Otherwise, how could this Basu be so rampant? He dared to threaten Qin Sheng and other outsiders with Qi Guagua. In a short time, the powerful Yuan power was fluctuating nearby. There were 6 people in their line, all wearing custom-made Fu armor, and the leader was a war pet riding a lion head and snake body. Ha ha, Lord Chai, you are here at last. As soon as Basu saw the arrival of the garrison, he immediately went up and tried to squeeze out a smile worse than crying. What's the matter? The leader, Lord Chai, was wearing a full body armor, but his eyes were sharp, but when he saw Basha coming, he was showing his true face. His face was cold, his sword eyebrows were starry, and his eyebrows were a little angry. Mr. Chai's voice is not very loud, but it sounds like an ancient bell to everyone. This country bumpkin is so unreasonable that he has to buy and sell. My courtyard is worth more than 100 million yuan. These people want to buy it at a low price of 10 million yuan. Baksu adds oil and vinegar. It's clear that he was the one who drugged himself in the wine. He was not in a bad mood, and Qin Sheng didn't do it first. At the feet of the emperor, are there people who are so arrogant? Lord Chai's face is cold, his strong body is crystal clear, and his eyes are like 2 balls of fire, which makes people dare not look at him directly. In the anger of the powerful in Shinfu, these generalists can only shiver and crawl on the ground without moving. Is that them? Lord Chai gave Qin Sheng a cold look at them. He snapped at them and said, "Take it all." Yes, Lord Commander. Extremely wearing expensive rune armor, the guard forces and the body all erupted into horrible yuan force fluctuations, approaching Qin Sheng. Chai Chanyu was familiar with these things, but when he saw Qin Sheng's party clearly, he suddenly jumped, pale and trembling. Stop. The 5 city guards looked puzzled and looked back at the commander. Chai Chanyu was blindfolded and looked at Qin Sheng. He made sure he didn't read it wrong. With a bang, he jumped from the lion's head and snake's body and said, "This little friend, I didn't expect that we would meet so soon." Misunderstanding, no misunderstanding. Basha wants to answer first. This group of outsiders want to blackhand me, Lord Chai, why don't you catch them? Pa. Chai Chanyu's backhand is just a slap. Basha flies away and hits the wall heavily. The courtyard is covered with array, which is very hard, but still can't bear the angry blow of Shinfu. Basha was buried alive by a lot of rubble. He struggled to climb out. He had a lot of fat faces, and was slapped hard by Chai Chanyu. His face was swollen. Chai Chanyu is a strong man in Shinfu. His angry slap is terrible. Basha feels dizzy and his teeth are broken. Lord Chai, do you smoke me like this? Basha was very aggrieved. He covered it and spat out some blood. His face was very pale. Chai Chanyu's face was very ugly. He said in a deep voice, "This little friend of Qin Sheng is the 9th level guest of Shendanzong." Hearing this, Basu was immediately blinded. He raised his head and looked up at Qin Sheng. For a while, he said, "Shendanzong guest Qing of Shendanzong?" Shendanzong, among the many forces of Dian Emperor, is the one with the most followers. Even the royal family is somewhat afraid of Shendanzong. Such a young guest? After Bashu's shock, he had some doubts. It was very difficult for Qing of Shendanzong. In addition, Qin Sheng looked so old that he could not be over 20. There is no such a young god as Qin. It's just that Bashu can't say such words, and Qin can't lie to him. Qin Sheng shook his head and said, "This guy is crazy, like smoke. Tell Lord Chai what happened tonight." "Yes, little lord." Lu Yuhan nodded, saying what had happened today, without adding fuel and vinegar, and so on. Qin is a real powerful man in Shenfu. He is not a good ordinary warrior to fool. Therefore, Lu Rian has no need to avoid the heavy and light at all. "Bashu, what else do you have to say?" Qin snapped. Bashu was so confused that he fell to his knees with a thump. "Pa. Pa. Pa." Bashu slaps himself crazily and pleads for mercy. "Little friend Qin Sheng, I don't know Taishan with my eyes. Your adult has a lot of things. Don't be weird." This Bashu is also a soft bone. After a scare, his legs are soft. The 9th level guest Qing of Shendanzong is so young. Although it has nothing to do with the giant Qin family, this talent will definitely rise like a star in the future. Bashu knew that he had kicked on the steel plate this time. He was a black sheep with little ability. Otherwise, he would not even sell his ancestral property, and then left the capital of Dian. Qin Sheng's little friend, although this time it's on Basu, but such a big house, 10 million yuan crystal, is really too low. Qin is good at persuasion. Although Bashu is an asshole, he hasn't given Qin less benefits over the years. It's delicious to say a few good words for him. Qin said with a smile, "If you don't give me a face, would you like to make a price of 70 million yuan? Smell speech. Qin Sheng shakes his head. No, can only give 10 million yuan crystal at most, a yuan crystal can't more. Qin's face is slightly coagulated, and the horrible breath will permeate. In the courtyard, there was a dead silence. No one dared to make any sound. Qin's face was so ugly that he didn't expect Qin Sheng to give him such a face. He is a real powerful man in Shenfu. All the people in Shenfu are ants. He shakes his head again and again, to refuse. Isn't it in the face of Chiguoguo to beat him? Qin's eyes are sharp, as if he was going to shoot out a substantial sword blade. Some weak thugs immediately all lowered their heads and dare not look directly at them. Qin Sheng's eyes were flat, and there was no change. He looked at Basu and asked, "I said it's a dangerous house. There are complaints. I think that's why you want to sell it at a price lower than the market price, isn't it?" Bashu's face was pale and his face was very unnatural, but he still gritted his teeth and said, "You are the guest Qing of Shendan sect, and you must be proficient in refining pills. You should be very clear that you can eat the pills without saying anything. If you don't buy it, I won't refund the deposit of 5 million yuan to you. There's no need to make a rumor here. There is a price difference of 70 million yuan Jing. Such a large amount of wealth, even those who are strong in Shenfu, should be jealous. What's more, Basu has lost his family. He needs this large amount of yuan Jing to rise again in other small places of Dian dynasty." Qin Sheng smiled and said, "In these years, you should have had a lot of strange things here, right?" As soon as Basu heard this, his face suddenly turned ugly, because many strange things happened in these years. Even before his father died, he invited some older generation who knew divination to come here, saying that people can no longer live here. Basu is doubting. Qin Sheng should be hearing some rumors outside, scaring him and trying to bargain. I thought these outsiders had never heard the rumors. Bashu looks like a dandy who can only eat, play, and indulge in wine, but he is not an idiot. The reason why the 5 million yuan crystal that collects Lu Yuhan is not only greedy for his beauty, but also that they are foreigners. He doesn't understand some of the origin of his courtyard. Buzzing. Basu's idea is completely abandoned. Now it's impossible for him to sink into Qin Sheng. However, he is unwilling to sell his ancestral property at a low price. He can only take out 5 million yuan crystals from Neji. Baksu said, "Let's get together and get together. We'll give you the deposit of 5 million yuan. Qin Sheng didn't take over Yuan Jing, but a little eyebrow. Wow. Qin Sheng's brow appeared like a wave of black tide, and the breath of Yin and evil suddenly penetrated, making everyone feel the temperature plummeted, just like falling into an ice cellar. Qin Sheng's eyes turned gray and white, giving off a strange smell. The gray Yin and sting air burst out from his body and spread to all parts. What's the matter? Bashu was startled. He was a strong man who had survived the 9 storms and thunder. However, looking at Qin Sheng, who was suddenly changed, a cold rose from his body and spread to all parts. Come out, there are the flesh and blood of the powerful people in Shenfu. Aren't you greedy? Suddenly, Qin Sheng roared and pointed to an old kuei tree deep in the courtyard, which was dying. Rumble. The wind rolled the mat, the sand flew away, the depressed courtyard exuded a strange atmosphere, and everyone was staring at the old kuei tree in the distance. A big stream of gray air gushed out, flashing with evil runes. There was no entity, only 2 blood-red eyes, making a very unpleasant chatter. It's the spirit of complaint. Chai Qianyu's face changed greatly. He reacted very quickly. He stepped out step by step, twisted Ba Su, and suddenly kept a long safe distance. But the speed of the spirit is even faster. It turns into a gust of wind. It appears on the thugs of Basho like ghosts. Ah, get out of the way, don't pester me. Let go of me. Help, Commander. 9 thugs frantically escaped and begged desperately, but the speed was too slow for the spirits. A gust of overcast wind rolled over the mat, and the 9 warriors who had gone through the multiple storms and thunderstorms became 9 old human skins. Hula. The wind blows again, and the old kuei tree finally shows itself. The tree is not tall. It is about 10 meters high, but it is covered with dry human skin, which makes people feel creepy. Some of these human skins are old, hundreds of years old, some just fresh. The most sinister thing is that the faces of the dead appear on the trunk of the old kuei tree. My mother, I really have grievances. I was here last night drinking with the maid to enjoy the moon. Bashu is a lump of fat and shivering. He hides behind Chai Qianyu and shivers. Soon, Basa found the face of the maid last night in one of the old kuei trees. Sniff. Bashu even peed. The martial artist, who has 9 robbers in the hall, is scared to pee by a complaining spirit. Qin Sheng was not afraid. He walked side by side with Chai Qianyu, glanced at the frightened Baksu, and said with a smile, "Now believe me, 10 million yuan crystal really can't be more. Do you sell it or not? If you don't sell it, I'll go right away, but I don't think you'll survive tonight." Qin Sheng is very confident. He has a strong sense of resentment. There is no enemy in Shenfu. The reason why resentment is difficult to deal with is that it needs strong soul power, and it is difficult to clean them up simply by physical and blood. The most important thing is that the spirit of resentment has no body, can be transformed into all things, and even can take away things and mix with the crowd. Even if it is found, the spirit of grievance can go to heaven and earth. The spirit of grievance in Baksa courtyard has been growing for hundreds of years. It has eaten a lot of missing people from Beijia. There is no reason why the Beijia family is so down. Bashu is scared to pee. He sends a message to ask Chai Qianyu if he can deal with this level of grievance. If he can deal with it, he will sell his ancestral property at half price. Chai Qianyu shakes his head. He is not sure. His spirit realm just points to the first soul star. The secret art of the spirit is very mysterious. Without absolute assurance, Chai Qianyu is not willing to take risks at all. If he fails, he may be taken away by the evil spirit in minutes. How did your BA family keep this spirit of complaint for such a long time that they could not find it? Chai Chiyu scolds Ba Su. As the commander of the garrison, it's his turn to be on duty now. If the ghost makes a big move, he will be investigated for his responsibility. It's estimated that he will also be scolded. Basha falters and falters. He can't understand it. He hasn't found the spirit of complaint for so many years. He has invited many powerful people to see it. He hasn't found any clues at all. You have only two choices. The first is to sell it to Qin Sheng. Second, I will report it to the court strong, but your house may be confiscated. Chai Qianyu's fast voice. The court strongmen are very powerful and very expensive. There have been complaints here, which will be marked as an ominous place, sealed for 100 years, and then rebuilt. Here the regulations of Dayan capital must be strictly observed. Confiscation? It's not that a single piece of crystal hasn't been left for me? Basha suddenly screamed, and the communication between the two was only between the electric light and the flint. Qin Sheng, I'll sell it to you. 10 million yuan is 10 million yuan. Ba Su looked at Qin Sheng and said with gnashing teeth. It never occurred to him that his ancestral estate had such a strong spirit of resentment. Even Chai Qianyu, the commander of the divine mansion, was helpless. When Qin Sheng grins and turns his hand. He throws a purple crystal card with a fixed amount of 5 million yuan crystal on it. Ba Su took Zijing card and the fat on his face twitched. He was distressed. This is his ancestral business. Unexpectedly, he only sold 10 million yuan jing. It's not cheap anymore. It's just a broken jar. Baxa gave the title deed and the house deed to Qin Sheng, and then he agreed to stay behind Chai Qianyu. Chatter. Tonight, you all don't want to leave. The old kuei tree made a harsh and sinister voice. It was hard to hear whether it was a man or a woman. This kind of resentment spirit has grown up for hundreds of years. It has absorbed a large number of all kinds of martial artists, and it has been hard to distinguish between male and female for a long time. The brow of Chai Qianyu's sword is slightly coagulated. His face seems cold, but his heart is actually a little weak. The spirit of resentment can gather at the foot of the Emperor Dayan. You can imagine how terrible the spirit of resentment has accumulated before his death. A terrifying gray air swept through, and it was imprisoned here. Neither Chai Qianyu nor Qin Sheng could detect the situation outside. My lord, there is no signal from the transmitter. One of the guards turned pale. Chai Qianyu's face finally changed. He didn't expect that the spirit was stronger than he thought. Even the signal of the transmitter could be shielded. Then what? We don't really die here, do we? Bashu had been scared to piss off and his face was as white paper. Hey, Qin Sheng, don't you have a way? Hurry up, I don't want to stay here for another second. Qin Shengbai glanced at Ba Su and said, what's your hurry? There should be some treasures of spirit category in this old kuei tree. Qin Sheng looked at him and said, I don't know if Lord Chai is interested in cooperation. Cooperation? Chai Qianyu's eyes are slightly contracted, his heart is suddenly moved, and the treasures of the spirit are always his short board. If he can get some treasures to enhance his soul power, it will definitely be good for his promotion in the spirit realm. However, after a short heart attack, Chai Qianyu's face hesitated and said, I'm afraid that this grievance spirit has 400 or 500 years, maybe even 1,000 years of Taoism, and it's not easy to clean up even if you and I cooperate. There are many levels of resentment spirit. As it is spirit body, its strength is generally divided into passing years. 10 years, 100 years, 1,000 years, 10,000 years, and so on. The longer the year is, the more terrifying the strength is. This is the spirit of resentment hiding in the old kuei tree. It's definitely 100 years old. It's like another spirit of resentment in grade 1. Qin Sheng said confidently, I have a way. Lord Chai just needs to burst out blood and frighten the resentful spirit. Don't let it escape. I'll take care of the hunt. Qin added. Chai Qianyu's face is changing. He is making a decision. People with a clear eye can see that the year of complaining has been very long. Even you can say that the Ba family was dragged down by the complaining. Happy cooperation. Chai Qianyu finally decided to take a risk. He didn't know Qin Sheng for a long time, only for 2 or 3 days. However, the meeting of these two talents can bring him unprecedented impact. Qin Sheng is related to the Qin family of the royal family. His strength should not be too bad. Maybe there will be some unimaginable magic weapons to sign up for. Refreshing. Qin Sheng stepped out step by step, suddenly disappeared in many eyes, and reappeared in front of the old kuei-shu. The old kuei tree is too old. Its trunk is full of wrinkles. There are countless dried human skins hanging on it. It looks very dark. Chatter, stupid human, even sent to the door automatically. The old kuei tree is high with one of the human skins. This is a gorgeous woman. Her scarlet red lips are puckering and making a harsh and unpleasant sound. Her blood eyes lock Qin Sheng. The tongue as long as the baby's arm licks the corners of her mouth and says, I can feel that your soul power is no weaker than that of the warrior in the Shenfu area, Dabu. The ugly and harsh voice flows in Qin Sheng's ears. A scarlet claw with cold sharp fingernails appears in front of Qin Sheng's eyebrow. It's the soul-stirring claw of resentment. As long as it's not in the eyebrow, it can hook Qin Sheng's spirit. Phew. At the same time, a red lightning, accompanied by the disgusting smell, this is the long tongue of resentment spirit, with barbs, extremely sharp. As long as you hang it on Qin Sheng's body, you can scrape a large piece of flesh and blood. Ha ha ha, come on. Qin Sheng laughed, and the Yuan Mai in his body was activated. With the holy meaning of terror, he grabbed the claw. With a click, the enchanting claw was broken. The sharp pain made the spirit scream loudly. At the same time, Qin Sheng played Kuanping boxing. With a trace of the artistic conception of Kuanping boxing, he crushed and exploded the air. Everywhere he passed, there was an earth-shaking sound. Bang! The long scarlet tongue is broken, which does not depend on the strength of the body, but contains pure soul power. Ah ah ah! The spirit screamed wildly. Its gray body was ignited. It was a yellow spring fire. Even ghosts and gods were afraid, let alone the spirit. Finally bang, the resentment spirit is burned to ashes. The spirit of complaint is much weaker than that in the ruins of the imperial dynasty. Qin Sheng sneers. He keeps approaching the old kuei tree. Chatter, a little bit of strength, but you all have to die. Shwa. A female ghost is beaten up, but there are dense human skins hanging on the old kuei tree. There are 7 or 8 dried human skins hanging on the old kuei tree. Under the vibration of the old kuei tree, the dried human skins expand as if inflated. There are men and women, there are old and young, gray eyes, with an endless sense of killing, rushed to Qin Sheng. In the distance, Chai Qianyu saw his head broken and numb. The reason why he was so afraid of the evil spirit was that he had seen through. To kill the evil spirit, he had to cut down trees. The old kuei tree was the nest of the evil spirit. The old kuei tree will not be destroyed. The skin of those who hang on the book is the claws and teeth of the spirit. The Yin wind is rampant, and it sends out a sharp roar that makes the head break and numb. The overwhelming voice poured in like the tide. Qin Sheng raised his head and pulled up a cold joke. Don't struggle fearlessly. Qin Sheng stamped his feet hard and ran the python dragon's coat of purple electricity. A purple electric light burst out all over his body. Thunder and lightning can frighten spirits. Some spirits born in the Jedi, especially the evil spirits, will be discovered by the thunder rules of the heaven once they are born. They will be destroyed by the wind and thunder. Therefore, a large part of the evil spirits will never be born in rainy days, because in all likelihood, they will be hit by lightning. Boom. Connect 9 channels. Qin Sheng sneered at the corners of his mouth, and his brows were cold. He murmured, his body glowed, with the holy meaning of annihilating ghosts and gods. He fights and kicks at people's skin full of qi. There is no left hand. Kuomping boxing is shining. It's so dazzling. Even some ordinary city guard soldiers behind Qin you can't help but close their eyes, lower their heads, and avoid their sharp points. It can be imagined how dazzling the light of Qin Sheng's fist seal is. Qin Yu's face was startled. His spirit was sharp. He immediately found that this fist technique was very important. He had many talents in both physical and martial arts. However, it was really rare for him to need this unknown fist technique so hard like Qin Sheng. Bang! Qin Sheng's fist burst a person's skin resentment spirit, which was stained with the yellow spring fire. The person's skin resentment spirit was ignited in an instant, making a sharp and hideous voice, and finally turned into ashes. Qin Sheng did not leave his hand, just like a war wolf, breaking into the sheepfold, just like lighting fireworks, one blow broke a person's skin. However, these are all puppets of the spirit of resentment, not even part of him. The old Kuei tree will never die, and the grudge will never be uprooted. Now. Qin Sheng's eyes suddenly became sharp like sharp knives. He turned his hands and offered a dragon-slaying knife from the ring. Sonorous and sonorous. As soon as the snowy dragon-slaying knife came out, a frightening evil spirit rolled the mat to all sides. The dragon-slaying saber smelts the spirit of the 8th level inborn demon. It is extremely powerful. The saber is shining in the sky, twining with fierce saber chi, as if it is going to tear the void. Cut you off. Qin Sheng raised his knife with both hands, and it was bright. Under the eyes of many shocked people, he fell on the old Kuei tree. All over the world, people's skin is full of grievances and shrieks. They are like moths fighting fire. They want to resist the dragon butcher's knife crazily, but it is not a level of existence at all. The dragon butcher's knife wipes a layer of yellow spring fire. Not only can they have frightening physical attacks, but also desperate spirit attacks. All the complaining spirits are destroyed, and the spirits are desperately fleeing. Unfortunately, a fire burst out from the dragon butcher's knife, and all of them are ignited when they are stained with a wisp of yellow spring fire. Pooh! The dragon-slaying knife was so powerful that it cut off the old Kuei tree. Chatter. The old Kuei tree cried out in pain, revealing his ferocious wound, and even gave out black blood. This spirit sucks the flesh and blood of the disciples of such a Dopa family. It turns black and emits a disgusting smell. That is what level of congenital talisman in the distance. Qin Yu was startled. His eyes were round and almost fell out. Qin Yu, a congenital talisman, is a real and powerful man in Shinfu. However, there are also levels of congenital talismans, especially the spirit of fusion, which is the most important. Even the strength of artifact spirit can determine the power of a congenital talisman. Qin Yu's eyes were a little hot, because he could see at a glance that the dragon-slaying knife in Qin Sheng's hand was very extraordinary, especially the spirit of the beast, which was integrated into the spirit of an instrument, was the 8th-level spirit of a monster in the legend. Candle Dragon Silver Iron Centipede. That level of inborn monster, even as Qin Yu, is hard to hunt, even if it's not pleasant to say, if in some Jedi, I don't know who hunts who. Qin Sheng is too much, isn't it? Even if Zhang Chong is in the level of Shinfu, his weapons are so high? Once upon a time, Qin Yu was greedy. This kind of rune can be met but can't be found. If he can have a rune of this level, the combat power will definitely double. However, the greediness under Cai Qianyu's eyes is just a flash away. First of all, it's the capital of Dian Emperor and the foot of Emperor Renhuang. How can he dare to do such things like killing people and passing goods? Qin Sheng is from the Qin family of the royal family. The Qin family is booming now. Even if he borrows 100 gentians from Qianyu, he can't do such a thing. Sniff. The old kuei tree was ignited by the yellow spring fire. Although it didn't emit a frightening hot temperature, the old kuei tree, an ominous tree, was soon burnt. Chatter. A blood-black shadow flashed by. Qin Sheng sneered. He knew that this was the essence of the evil spirit. When the old kuei tree was cut off, the essence would be exposed naturally. If he stayed any longer, the evil spirit would be burned to ashes. Qin Sheng was carrying a dragon-slaying knife, and his backhand was a knife. The spirit of resentment was like a dark night. It was so fast and frightening. It was so cunning that he wanted to escape from the ground. Pooh! The light of the sword rose in the sky, illuminating the dark night. The dragon-slaying sword was very spiritual. It even reflected the essence of the spirit of resentment, and split it in two with one sword. The yellow spring fire, even the ghosts and gods are burned to ashes, not to mention the grievances of hundreds of years of climate, half of which are directly burned to powder. The complaining spirit screamed and banged. It split hundreds of shadows, and fled all over the world. Life and death, this resentment spirit even split into countless figures. As long as you can escape one, you can stay in the dark, and then grow slowly. Resentment spirit is very cunning and will report, as long as one escape, waiting for the Qin family is endless revenge. Therefore, Qin Sheng can't let these spirits leave. None of them can. Lord Chai. Long way. Qin Sheng looks up to the sky and roars. Boom. Boom. When Cai Qianyu moved, the surging yuan force erupted from his body, and his whole body was like a bright sun. His hands glittered with complex and incomparable runes. Each rune mark gave a very heavy feeling. Death. Cai Qianyu's hands clapped out, just like holding up the sun, raging and passing by, with the hot and incomparable rune light, lighting up those resentment spirits. Although the fire was not as fierce as the yellow spring fire, but as a real god country strong, just blood, can light up those resentment spirits whose strength is weak and only 10 years of Taoism. Long Wei also started. He rose against the storm. His golden body and purple circles permeated with the breath of terror. His eyes shone with light and cold air. Where the light passes, those who split into only 10 years of Taoism are frozen. The sea is boundless. Long Wei roars, one by one is broken by the ice. Qin Sheng carried a dragon-slaying knife, cut hundreds of them, dug 3 feet into the ground, and burned them 7 or 8 times with the fire of the spring. Finally, it is determined that all grievances are annihilated before they are relieved. Qin Shenghua, a 10 million yuan crystal, is to make the family have a foothold. The environment is the second, and the most important is safety. It's time for all the grievances to die. Qin Sheng checked again and confirmed that there was no dead angle. He took back the dragon-slaying knife. Thank you for your help, Commander. Otherwise, it would be very troublesome to clean up. Qin Sheng arched to Cai Qianyu. Bashu has been stunned. The fat pig is really timid. Wen Yan, Cai Qianyu is a little ashamed. Qin Sheng is the main force of catching ghosts this time. His credit is only 10% at most. Qin Sheng, you are too modest. Most of the credit is yours. Cai Qianyu said with a smile, Yingzi is peerless. Do you have any interest in joining the royal army? Cai Qianyu even invited Qin Sheng to rise. Of course, this is not just a matter of politeness, but from the heart. Qin Sheng's talent is too terrible. His fighting power is far beyond his peers, especially his spirit realm. You can't even see through it. What does this mean? It shows that Qin Sheng's spirit state is no less than that of Yu, or even 2 points worse than him. How foolish that genius is not to be drawn. Qin Sheng said with a grin, I'm going to report to the Sun Palace in 2 days. Day-by-day sanctuary? Yu's face was slightly surprised, but he was soon relieved that such a proud man as Qin Sheng, even if he was not from the capital of Dian Emperor, would not be difficult to stand out in the 3 holy courts. Yu feels that Qin Sheng can attack the Son of God, and even in the near future, he may be able to point to the so-called Dragon and Phoenix list. Qin Sheng said with a smile, let's see what treasures are under the old Kuei tree. Good. Yu nodded. His eyes were looking forward to it. This evil spirit has at least 500 years of Taoism, even thousands of years of Taoism. Over the years, the whole Ba family has been destroyed. Ba Su even wants to sell his ancestral property at a low price and leave Dian capital. The old Kuei tree has been split in 2, and all the human skins are burned to ashes, leaving only the burnt trunk. Qin Sheng took the burned trunk of the old Kuei tree in his hands, pulled it out, and threw it aside with a bang. What is this? Yu stares at the original pit of Laoquishu. There is a pottery pot here, covered with some runes. It's very old, and it's cracked. On the earthenware pot, it is filled with some sparkling liquid, which seems real and illusory, very ethereal, accompanied by a faint fragrance. Yu took a breath, and immediately felt relaxed and happy, full of vitality. Qin Sheng took a look at the crystal liquid on the pottery pot, and immediately he was amazed. It's soul marrow? Qin Sheng exclaimed, his voice trembled a little, and his face was full of wonder and disbelief. Soul marrow? Yu couldn't help screaming loudly. He couldn't keep the posture that a powerful man in Shenfu should have. His face was full of shock, followed by some ecstasy. Soul marrow, which is a treasure to increase soul power, can instantly fill up the dried soul power with only 1 drop. And if you nourish the soul crystal with soul marrow for a long time, it can make the soul crystal change dramatically and make the soul crystal change. In fact, the function of soul marrow is similar to that of Dali Yuan liquid. Every drop is precious, but Dali Yuan liquid mainly functions on the body, and the soul marrow mainly functions on the spirit. If it's to refine the body and increase the Yuan force, the treasures used in the spirit will be extremely precious. Because Dali Yuan can be imitated or even copied. However, it's very difficult to imitate the soul marrow. It's hard to kill dozens or even hundreds of generalists. It's the work of evil cultivation. In the capital of Dian Emperor, it's just like looking for death. Even if it's evil cultivation, there are enough martial artists who have gone through the storm and thunder in the wild mountains, but to imitate the soul marrow, it's just like a fool talking in a dream and living in a dream. If I can get 100 drops, no, even if there are only 10 drops, I can light up the second soul star. Yu took a deep breath and said, how are you going to divide so many soul marrow? Qin Sheng thought for a moment and said, I can share half of these soul marrow with you. Smell speech, Yu suddenly exposed a touch of shock, the incredible way, divide me half? There are hundreds or even thousands of years of grievances in this mansion. 90% of the credit this time should be attributed to Qin Sheng Kai, who doesn't contribute much. Yu needs these soul marrow very much. His soul realm has been staying in the soul of life for a long time. The cultivation of the Shenfu realm and the martial arts has been completely green. On the contrary, the cultivation of the Shenhun is still very green and even hard to move. First, it's because the secret method of cultivating the spirit is too rare. Although he joined the royal army, the secret script of the spirit he got is just the goods of the road. Relying on these goods to exercise the soul power is like crawling slowly. The second reason is that in order to make a breakthrough in spirit, we need some treasures to increase soul power. From ancient times to now, the treasures on the spirit are priceless, very rare. If Qin can get half of the soul marrow here, at least he can light the second or even the third soul star. Life soul Samsung, even some old-fashioned powerful people with 1,000 years of life, don't necessarily do it. The improvement of spirit realm can make martial arts practice more effective with less effort. Maybe he can touch the cave in his lifetime. Qin thought more and more excitedly, but soon calmed down. His face changed. He asked suspiciously, "What can I do for you?" "There is no free lunch in the world, and what's more, every drop of it is worth a lot. There are not so many frogs in the world jumping all over the street. Of course, there are 2 toads in front of us. It's not too big. You know it's the south of the city. Public security is not very good. Qin Sheng said lightly, occasionally patrol here and take care of my people." "That's it?" Some don't believe Qin, saying, "Aren't you from the Qin branch of the royal family?" Qin Jiaogui, the king of Dian dynasty, has long been granted the title of king. There are many powerful people in the family, especially the young one. According to this situation, it is not impossible to open up territory and become the 37th dynasty in the wasteland after 1,000 years, even 100 years and in the near future. In the capital of Dian, no one should dare to move your people, even if you are just the branch of the Qin family. Qin asked in some confusion. Qin Sheng smiled bitterly. "I also asked Grandpa about your question. Unfortunately, the answer is so strange. The clan of Qin family may have sent their father back to prison." With this layer of doubt, how could Qin Sheng think of himself as something to do with his so-called clan? You should know that there are many factions and bloody struggles in the royal family, right? Qin Sheng raised his eyelids and said with a smile. "As long as in the Jianghu, there will be fights, such as in Dian City, a small border town where birds do not shit, there will also be many fights, not to mention the huge things like clans." When Qin heard this, he was immediately horrified. There must be internal friction in such a huge thing as the royal family, but the news was covered to death. Outsiders could not know it at all. Moreover, the greater the internal friction of the forces, the more bloody and cruel it is to fight. Thinking of this, Qin has some doubts. The Qin family is a royal family. It can be among the top 10 royal families in Dian dynasty, and the top 3 terrors exist. From the words of Qin Sheng just now, it is clear that there is a fight between him and the Qin family. Even if he is a real powerful god state, he is totally doomed to be contaminated with such a huge thing. Qin had some worries in his heart, and even had an impulse to get rid of Qin Sheng's relationship. However, with so many soul marrow, this huge opportunity is just a chance that can be met but can't be sought. He didn't want to miss Qin. "You don't have to worry about it, Lord Qi. You only need to patrol occasionally. If there is any trouble in my family, you don't even need to appear. You just need to inform me through the transmitter." Qin Sheng said with a smile, "Of course, if it is a small force, I believe that with the strength of Lord Qi, it can be easily crushed." Qin finally nodded his head and agreed, because the soul marrow is so rare that each drop is estimated to be worth millions, even millions of yuan jing. "Good. Let's make a soul pact." Speaking without proof, with soul in hand, there is a certain guarantee for both sides. The soul pact is very reliable. Even the most powerful people in the cave need a terrible price to break it. Qin Sheng then divided the soul marrow into half and gave it to Qin. He carefully took the soul marrow and left with Ba Su. As for the back, how can Qin give his team members? That's what he does. Qin Sheng can't intervene. Long Wei gave you these. Qin Sheng was very forthright, and gave half of the soul marrow to Long Wei and Balian. The remaining soul marrow is only about 100 drops. If you sell it all, it will be worth 10,000 yuan, that is, 100 million yuan crystal. Holy Palace of Lingshao, a residence of the sun and the daughter. There are countless mountains and palaces. Among the peaks, there are various kinds of immortal birds flying in the sky, and there are palace pavilions hanging on the sky, just like a volume of immortal scroll. Fascinating. It is located in the core of Lingshao Holy Palace, covering many dense prohibitions and arrays. Even the most powerful person in the cave can't break in without any noise. In one of the palaces, there are many puppet guards. Even a maid who cleans the house has been carefully selected. The lowest strength is also the first one to survive the storm and thunder. Moreover, both the appearance and temperament are considered superior. Bang! Dressed in white gold and forged with the feathers of the inborn monster, he slapped the table. The horrible Yuanli let out, smashing the exquisite jade table. Yuanli, who was furious and accompanied by the thunder, rolled the table to all sides. What do you mean, Black Blade? Handsome young man is roaring, he is extremely angry. Wei, what information is wrong, is not an ant-like warrior. You can't get rid of it now. Instead, you complain about the wrong information? Joke, you Black Blade organization also said that the top killer organization of Dian dynasty, how can't even kill a mole ant in the soul state? This is a secret chamber of the Son of God. There are many prohibitions. This metal puppet is only the size of a palm in the air. The metal puppet is all black, with only red light in its eyes. Xu Hingyi, are you questioning our Black Blade? He said. The strength of the metal puppet is not strong, and it can only rival the ordinary bronze rune soldiers at most, but it sends out a very strange breath. The cold breath from the words makes Xu Hingyi feel like falling into an ice cellar. First of all, Qin Sheng is not in the state of Tonghun. He has successfully melted the soul of war in the depth of the magic dragon wasteland. Now his accomplishments in martial arts have reached the state of Tong Tian. Xu Hingyi frowned. He was holding back his anger and said, "Ha ha, how about melting the soul of war? How about reaching the sky boundary? I spent 30 million yuan on crystal task, not to listen to your nonsense." The black metal puppet glanced at Xu Hingyi one by one, coldly. He felt as if he had been stared at by a powerful man in Shenfu, no, maybe even in Dongtian. He dared not say a word. 30 million yuan is a fart. We lost 1,001 and 502 numbers. 502 of them is still an old-fashioned killer, but he is dead. Many years ago, it has been a god's mansion. Smell speech, Xu Hingyi, a facial expression is mad to frighten. Wei, how to be possible? Qin Sheng has a three-eyed ice toad. How can he kill your god-level killer? Long Wei's strength, which he has seen before, has not reached the Shenfu realm at all. Moreover, even if there are adventures in the depths of the magic dragon wasteland and reach the Shenfu realm, the Black Blade killer can escape from life even if he can't kill Qin Sheng. There is no impossibility. Let alone look at the whole Tianyuan continent. Even on the edge of the continent, there are many impossibilities in the desolate 36 dynasties. Black metal puppet cold channel. Now I give you two choices. First, compensate 50 million yuan and cancel the task. Second, increase the reward amount to 100 million yuan, and continue the task. Xu Heng's face is hard to see. His soul blood is in Qin Sheng's hand. If he doesn't take it back, he will never lift his head. I choose to continue the task. When Qin Tao and others moved into the mansion, their faces were full of shock. This is the capital of Dian Emperor. Even if they don't eat or drink for hundreds of years, they can't buy such a huge house. Qin Tao asked Qin Sheng about the origin of the mansion. Qin Sheng told a white lie and fooled the past. The old Kuei tree has been thoroughly cleaned up. Qin Sheng digs 3 feet and sweeps it back and forth 3 times to make sure that there is no trace of resentment in the whole mansion. The mansion is very large. There are enough places to place medicine fields. Qin Sheng has built an alchemy room and left tens of millions of yuan jing for Lu Ruyan. With her care, the business of Xinglong Hall will be better and better. After handling all the affairs of the family, Qin Sheng finally left. Today is the day when the holy courtyard opens day by day. Balian is left in the family to assist Lu Ruyan. In this way, Qin Sheng and Long Wei left the Qin mansion and embarked on a new journey. Day by day holy courtyard, one of the 3 holy courtyards with 9 dragon ponds in Dian imperial territory. Here, once brilliant, there have been countless children born. Some of them are like stars in the sky, some of them are just like the dazzling sun, which makes the world marvel. Every student who goes out here is a genius. Even if he stays in the capital of Dian and returns to the affiliated countries, he will become the top one. Boom! Above the sky, an ancient bronze chariot led by a big demon shot out, causing many geniuses and their families to look at the door of the holy palace day by day. The chariot flying in the sky is the legitimate son of which Marquis came to school. Ha ha, the cart puller is the domesticated Qingyun Jiaos, the 7-level demons. It's probably the powerful Marquis, not even the royal family. In the Great Yan Emperor, flying in the sky is forbidden, except for the powerful ones in the Shenfu area. However, with such a big gong and drum, Qingyun Jiao is also used to pull chariots. Such arrogance shows how powerful its forces are. Qingyun Jiao quickly shrunk, pulling the ancient bronze chariot to land in front of the gate of the sun-chasing holy palace, causing a hot look. A handsome young man came out of the chariot. His sword eyebrows and stars, eyebrows and waist-long hair were shining. Standing on the chariot, he swept some of the freshmen in front of the gate of Xingyuan every day. He nodded with a little smile at the corner of his mouth. Is the day of school, and it can also be seen here as the god's favored one in the big Yandi, not from Wudlaus in remote suburbs. It's Shu Dingy, the second genius of Shu family, whose talent is second only to his son, Shu Hingy. He even chose the holy palace day by day, and he would like to get closer to him in the future and have a good relationship with the Shu family. Well, maybe it's a lot of promises from the master of the Holy Academy. He's such a genius. He's probably going to become a golden student or even a star student. Shiding is a man of great stature and great power. Although he has suppressed his cultivation in the sky, he has not survived the storm and thunder, but he is powerful and powerful. His whole body is as powerful as a bronze tripod. Even if they are not close, many new onlookers feel a little bit depressed. Young master, I will leave first. Beside the ancient bronze chariot, there was an old man in a gray robe. He was very old and his eyes were muddy. However, Shiding One respected him very much, nodded with a light smile and was very polite. This is the protector of Shiding I, as the unique genius of the royal family. All the talents in the top 10 of the family will also have powerful and incredible protector. This Shu Ding is the second talent of the Shu family. He is a few years younger than that Shu Heng, but his talent is no less than that of him. Once someone even classified him as a genius of the same level as Shu Hingy. It is even asserted that if Shu Heng had not been born several years earlier, it is not certain who is the first successor. It can be seen that the world's evaluation of Shidinji is so high. Soon, another genius was approaching. He was also a male student, riding a silver dragon lion. He was very powerful. Ha, brother Shu, the hero thinks the same thing. He even chose the holy palace day by day like me. Shiding smiled and said, Tongju. Tangju is the legitimate son of 108 Marquis in the territory of Dian Emperor. He is a genius from the big head. Shu Dingy and Tangju are very familiar with each other. The Tang family has been a marquis for thousands of years. In the War of Extermination, the Emperor Dian opened the court. They had cooperated with the Shu family and had been married for more than 10 times in the past thousands of years. It can be seen how good the relationship between the Tang family and the Shu family is. Boom! The shock of the crowd did not stop, and there was another shock from the sky. In the far sky, a flame rose, accompanied by fierce pressure. Everyone looked up at the sky, including Shudinji and Tongju. Above the sky, a chariot and the beast pulling the chariot are actually a silver dragon with bright silver scales, covered with complex and incomparable runes. There are 2 dragon horns in the middle of the arrogant dragon head to be turned into gold. This is a sign to prepare for transformation. Silver dragon is not a real dragon family, just a Yalong family with a trace of silver dragon blood, but now the dragon horn is going to be golden, which proves that the big head comes. Once the transformation is completed, it will become a 9-level inborn monster at one stroke. The 9th level inborn monster is a monster that can rival the powerful human beings in Biantian. Of course, this process will be extremely long, maybe 100 years, maybe 1,000 years, or even in the process of nirvana. Who is so big, unexpectedly uses the silver dragon, which is transforming to pull a car. Shudingi and Tangju look at each other, especially that Shudingi, whose face is not very beautiful. After all, he is very familiar with such a powerful beast. How can Qin choose to go to the Holy Palace day by day? Shuding's handsome and incomparable face showed some doubts. Among the 3 holy houses, Dian Holy House is generally the ownership of the emperor's descendants. Most of the people who practice in it are the emperor's sons. There is the kingdom of the emperor's family, and most of the fighting is the emperor's family. Lingxiao Holy Palace is the territory of the top 10 royal families, especially those legitimate sons who have not low status will also choose Lingxiao Holy Palace. As for the day-by-day holy courtyard, it is the world of the marquises and the affiliated countries, and even some of the talents collected from the field or other wasteland of the 36 emperors. If Dian Holy College is a royal college, Lingxiao Holy College is a royal college, then day-by-day Holy College is an international college. The students here come from all over the world, and the sea embraces all rivers. Smell speech, Tangju shrugs, Wei, who knows, estimate, perhaps, they Qin family have what plan. Shudingi's face is changeable. The reason why he chose the Holy Palace day by day is that he didn't want to collide with Shu Hingi in the Holy Palace of Lingxiao. As a child, Shudinji lived under the dazzling light of Shu Henji. He was fed up with these feelings. If he wanted to make a change, he chose the Holy Palace day by day as a new starting point. He is ready to rise like a star in the Holy Palace day by day, shaking everyone. Even his big ambition that has never been revealed is to replace Shu Hingi and become the first successor of Shu family. Of course, Shuding never revealed this to the outside world. But now Qin Gaoxiong of the Qin family has chosen the Holy Palace day by day. What's the matter? Shudinji's calculation didn't sound so loud, at least there was a change. Who is Qin Soring? The son of Qin family, the first of the 10 royal families in Dian dynasty, has noble blood and unique talent, far surpassing his peers. Even, the ancestor of the Qin family, once appointed a family genius who was over 100 years old, trained well, and later became the heir of the patriarch. However, because of the emergence of Qin Gaoxiong, this only 18-year-old youth, it is too dazzling, awakened the innate soul of war at birth, accompanied by the phenomenon of world shaking. It is said that Qin Soring awakening of the innate war spirit is a dragon, just born is 7 lines of the war spirit. It's such a terrible talent. Even those who are strong in Shenfu can't smelt the spirit of 7 stripes. That is to say, from the very beginning of Qin's birth, the point can be compared with a strong man in Shenfu, and we can imagine how intimidating his talent is. 18 years later, what level did the spirit of Qin soar to? At least it's the soul of 8 stripes. The emergence of Qin soaring has caused a lot of noise among onlookers, which is definitely the most explosive news in recent years. Many freshmen took out their transmitters and sent out the hot news. It's estimated that the spirit of Qin soaring has been raised to the lowest level of 8 patterns, otherwise it's impossible to tame the Yalong people with silver dragon blood. Shidinji and Tongju look at each other and say. Qin soared out one step and left the chariot. He was dressed in purple robes, gorgeous and exquisite. The robes depict the dragon people. It's a dragon robe. If you are an ordinary arrogant, how dare you wear a dragon robe? Qin Gaoxiang is very arrogant. He stands in the same place and keeps a distance from the new students around him. Even Xu Dingyi and Tang Ju, who have no lower status, don't say hello. There are more and more talents gathering in the day-to-day sanctuary. Among the crowd, there comes a gorgeous beauty. She wore a flaming red robe, as if it was forged from the feathers of a natural demon with immortal phoenix blood. It flowed hot fire, but it did not hurt her white skin. The beauty of the woman's nature, both in appearance and temperament, has amazed everyone. Even Qin's eyes were burning as he approached the gorgeous woman. Ripple, you also choose the day-by-day sanctuary. Qin Feixiang has a smile on his face. He is very harmonious and confident. At this time, Shidinji and Tongju couldn't help looking sideways. They were surprised and said, "That's the first daughter of the patriarch of the ancient family?" Ancient Ripple has a great beginning. It comes from the top 10 royal families. It also ranks in the top 3, and it has never fallen out of the top 3 in the past thousands of years. Its strength and inside information are even better than their Shu family. The ancient ripples stand like a lotus blooming on 9 days and 10 places. It comes out of the mud without being stained. Its temperament comes out of the dust so that all the new students sigh. Some people are stunned, some people are crazy, some people even turn around in situ and are deeply fascinated. It's totally different from Lu Yuehan's charm. Lu Yuehan's charm comes from her bones, just like a pot of wine with infinite fragrance. And the ancient ripple is more like a perfect work of art with great value. Ancient Liani's pretty face is spotless, just like a perfect piece of jade. She shows a 2-point smile, which instantly causes a lot of dull hot eyes and makes waves of wonder. Did the goddess come to the world from 9 days and 10 places in the upper world? Smiling and charming, she is worthy of being the legitimate daughter of the royal family. She seems to have just reached adulthood. She will surely be in the forefront of the list of saints in less than 2 years. Only with excellent talent, appearance, figure, temperament and background can the saint be included in the list. The list of saints and daughters is very wide. All the saints of the 36 dynasties in the wasteland will be eligible for selection, but only the top 100 will succeed in the list. At present, Gu Liani is just a new student of the day-to-day Holy Palace. He hasn't even decided on a new upgrade. He was elected to the Holy Lady list after 2 years of discussion. That is to say, the ancient ripple is very favored by the outside world, and will become a saint within 2 years. Gu Liani is very approachable. She looks at Qin soaring proudly. Her smile is like a melting iceberg. She says, "Every day, there are many outstanding people and talents in Xingyuan, and my grandfather has been practicing in Xingyuan." Following the footsteps of her ancestors has always been the goal of Liani. Qin Feixiang's face suddenly turned positive when he heard about it. His grandfather was a powerful man in the Vientiane realm, and he had not been born for a long time. Some people said that he had left the 36 dynasties in the wasteland. Some even said that he died in a Jedi in the wasteland. Some people also said that he had been closed for decades, which was to impact the higher realm above the Vientiane realm. Opinions vary, but no one knows the real inside story. In recent years, it seems that the light of the day-by-day Holy Courtyard is not as dazzling as that of Dian Holy Courtyard and Lingxiao Holy Courtyard. However, among the 3 holy halls in Kowloon, the day-by-day holy courtyard is the oldest, and its lifespan is longer than that of Dian Emperor. It can be imagined how deep the foundation of this day-by-day sanctuary is. Is it true that Gu Liani wants to follow his grandfather's footsteps? Is it true that her grandfather lost contact? Qin soared in his heart and had many thoughts. However, he soon suppressed them. He attached great importance to this ancient ripple. They are not far from each other in age, talent, and background. What Qin Feixiang covets most is that the ancient ripples are the legendary innate spirits. If they can be double cultivated, there will be unimaginable benefits for their cultivation. Thinking of this, Qin Feixiang is even more attentive. He is very happy to talk with Gu Liani. The character of Gu Liani is not as arrogant as that of other goddesses. It's gentle and won't easily refuse people thousands of miles away. Xu Dingyi and Tang Ju also approached. The people of the Marquis family were chatting with each other without a word, which opened a long distance with some local freshmen around. It's impossible to talk together if you are not a level person. Qin Sheng went to the Xingyuan day by day and saw many new students along the way. He murmured with some dissatisfaction, people are more popular than people. The freshmen of other families start school, either riding the family's golden chariot or riding the inborn monster given by their elders. Long Wei raised his ears. He had a little impulse to beat Qin Sheng. He looked down on Qin Sheng with a pair of squint eyes. He seemed to be discontented and asked, "What do you mean?" Bang! Qin Sheng slapped Long Wei and said, "How many times have you said that? Don't squint at me. It's very impolite. Everyone's mount is not the blood of gods and phoenixes, white tigers, or even the blood of dragons." Long Wei got up, straightened up his chest, and said with a plaintive look, "The ancestral dragon and true blood are flowing in the body of this Buddha. Compared with those gods and phoenixes, the white tiger doesn't know how many times noble it is. Do you look discriminative now?" Qin Sheng shook his head and smiled bitterly, saying, "Long Wei, when can I change my shape? Is it better to be such a toad than to be a little boy?" Long Wei was so angry that he vomited blood. His face turned red and he said clearly, "Do you think I want to look like this? I was born of a powerful dragon descendant. Ah, my heart is tired." Qin Sheng sighed, patted Long Wei on the shoulder, and said, "Well, I'm tired. You're bigger and more powerful. Take me there. Everyone has a war pet. It's a bit humiliating if I don't make a war pet." Long Wei vomits blood. He's angry. What's his pet? He is of dragon origin. Are those cats and dogs comparable? Hello, hurry up. Qin Sheng, his face taut, ordered. "Be confident, you are a dragon descendant with the true blood of Zulong in your body. Are you still afraid of ridicule?" Qin Sheng encouraged that he really didn't want to go. The Emperor Yan was too big. He walked half the distance for several hours to see the local conditions and customs of the capital. Although Long Wei was very reluctant, but who told him and Qin Sheng set up a soul contract, did not dare to breach the contract. Buzzing. In the face of the storm, Long Wei suddenly turned into a big toad, almost 10 meters long, just like a hill. The skin is golden, the eyebrow has a closed vertical eye, the body has a circle of purple halo, accompanied by the breath of awe. What monster is that? Ah, what a big toad. Shoo, don't talk nonsense, then how can a toad be? If I don't guess wrong, it's a 3-eyed ice toad. Its strength can't be underestimated. It's no less than the human warrior who has passed 6 robberies. Fart, how can the ice toad with 3 eyes be golden and have purple halo? I think it should be a golden toad? Cut, golden toad, that's not a toad. In the street, there are many martial artists staring at Long Wei and commenting. You are toads, and your family are toads. Long Wei roared, spewed out the breath of the dragon, and there was a sharp storm. The onlookers around fled one after another. It's just a bunch of common people. What's the relationship between the world and you? Just look on coldly. Qin Sheng advised, let's go, or we'll be late. Long Wei's eyebrows and heart are about to split. The third eye almost split, which attracted the attention of some city guards. However, at the critical moment, Long Wei still suppressed the anger and turned it into a streamer and disappeared in the sky. Get out of the way, get out of the way. Get out of the way. Qin Sheng shouted loudly, and Long Wei turned into a golden streamer, which caused a storm. Although Long Wei is only Qin Sheng's favorite, but its strength has also reached the Shenfu realm, so it can fly in the sky. However, Long Wei vented his anger on the human warriors who were in the life and even in the heaven. The horrible atmosphere shocked the whole venue and caused a group of people to curse the streets. Long Wei is like an angry dragon. It's incredibly fast. It didn't take long to get to the gate of the sun-chasing Holy Palace. At this time, the Xingyuan has been full of people for a long time, and the new students are all magnificent. They are either accompanied by the majestic war pets or by the powerful elders. Boom! Long Wei fell from a high altitude with a terrifying momentum. Like a big sun, it hit the ground violently and set off a strong wind, which caused a lot of new dissatisfaction. When the wind and dust go away, the power is incomparable, and the dragon power that emits the breath of the dragon is standing in the hot eyes of countless ways. On Long Wei's back, there was a young man standing. He was wearing some years of armor, with a faint halo of runes flowing. He stood with his hands on his back, carrying all the people. His eyebrows revealed a kind of lonely master's demeanor. All the new students are stupid. Who is this man? Is it also a new student of the day-to-day sanctuary? It should be, but it seems that it's a little middle too. How can I ride a toad out? It's not true. You say it's more powerful to ride a dragon and stand up with your hands on it. Now what's the matter with a toad? When Long Wei listens to it, he immediately gets angry. With a breath in his mouth, he will spray it out and be ready to frighten everyone at any time. Hold on. Qin Sheng clapped Long Wei on the shoulder, don't be impulsive. The reason for Qin Sheng's high-profile appearance is that he wants to build up his own prestige among many freshmen, take in some younger brothers, so that he can work in the Holy Palace day by day. But I didn't expect that there was a big gap between the situation and the imagination. The people who didn't know the goods didn't have that kind of surprise and worship in the imagination when looking at Qin Booster Gen instead, they all despised and ridiculed him. What's the big gap? Qin Sheng is a little confused. Isn't everyone in this advanced school fond of pretending to be forced? When Qin Sheng was very disappointed, a gorgeous beauty approached, and she couldn't turn her eyes to Qin Sheng and Long Wei. Qin Sheng also noticed this, looked at the ancient ripples, and took a deep breath. The female student was so beautiful that she was absolutely gorgeous. Her appearance and temperament were no less than his wife, Chu Qiao and Xiao Bingning. The three-eyed ice toad is a war favorite. Well, its skin has turned golden, and there are purple circles around it, which seems to have changed. The sound of ancient ripples is like the sound of heaven coming down from Jiuchong. Are you Qin Sheng mentioned in Bingning's mouth? Gu Lianyi looks at Qin Sheng. She feels that Qin Sheng's appearance and temperament are very mediocre. How can Xiao Bingning think about it? Think of here, the curiosity in ancient ripple heart is more and more. Qin Sheng's eyes brightened, and they talked with each other. They talked a lot, many of them were about Xiao Bingning. It turned out that the ancient ripples were Xiao Bingning's best friend. In recent months, Xiao Bingning and Gu Lianyi also revealed a lot of information about Qin Sheng. In the distance, Qin's face was ugly. He couldn't contain sand in his eyes. There was a dark flash between his eyebrows. The field repair came from somewhere. He took Toad, a monster that couldn't get on the table, as a war pet. He was so close to my woman. I'm Qin Sheng, the legitimate son of the Qin family. Your family name is Qin. Which small tribe do you come from? Qin soared to the top of the world and raised his questions. Qin's flying voice is not loud, but it permeates the extremely powerful Yuan force and spreads to all people. His brow was shining, his face was cold and arrogant, as if he was questioning the least important thing. His words didn't respect Qin Sheng. Next, Qin soars to secretly observe the ancient ripples, with the remaining light at the end of his eyes, to see if she has shocked her Qin family. Qin Feixiang's voice just fell, many new people around were shocked, which is too strong. Don't he know that questioning Qin Sheng in front of the public will make him lose face? However, soon everyone was relieved. The strength of the Qin family was awesome. Even the Dian royal family had to be afraid of 2 points. What's more, Qin Sheng, who came from a small place, didn't know. The most important thing is that the legitimate daughter from the ancient family, who did not know what medicine she had taken wrongly, even took the initiative to get close to Qin Sheng. God, the ancient ripple temperament came out of the world, just like the 9 heavenly Zuan came to the holy palace day by day, let alone become a saint in 1 or 2 years. Even now, with the ancient ripple's gorgeous appearance and the crown of the great inflammation of the imperial temperament, it has enough qualifications to be rated as the saint. Of course, the state of ancient ripple is still very low, and it is still polishing itself. It has never been touched by a storm or thunder. The real strength is far less than the real saint. Hearing this, Qin Sheng glanced at Qin, whose eyes seemed to be growing on his forehead, and then turned his eyes to the delicate body of the ancient ripples. He said with a smile, "It's said that beauty is bad for water." Unexpectedly, just chatting with the girl of ripples, he attracted some cats and dogs. When Gu Liani heard this, he was surprised at his gorgeous face, and then smiled back and forth, saying, "Bingning is right. You are really arrogant. Who gave you the courage?" The woman named Liang Jingru. This is a stem. Qin Sheng once said it several times in front of Xia Bingning. He is indeed a good friend. He even mentioned it to Gu Liani. Qin Sheng and Gu Liani are chatting and laughing. Qin's flying is on the side of the air, which immediately shocked many onlookers. Who is Qin soaring? The son of the most powerful royal family in Dian dynasty, the first successor in the future, absolutely wants to seal the existence of the king. No, it should be said that sealing the king is only a small start for him. His eyes are far away, even the cave is only one of his goals. Such a proud man fell into Qin Sheng's mouth and turned into a cat and a dog? Qin Feixiang trembled all over, his eyes gradually cooled down, his body was about to release a sharp and incomparable yuan force fluctuation, just like a monstrous inborn monster, he would rush over at any time and tear Qin Sheng to pieces. Qin Sheng also failed to touch the storm and thunder, and his whole body was shining with gold. He even smelt the rune bone. His eyes were shining with gold. God, what level of genius is this? How old is it? The most frightening thing is that the eyebrows are extremely frightening. There is a soul seal to be formed. It's a terrible talent with extremely powerful soul power. It seems that the soul star will be lit soon. Physical and martial arts double cultivation. The spirit realm is still so powerful. It's about to light up the soul star. How could this evil genius be a cat or a dog? Who is Qin Sheng? Sitting with one head and 3 eyes, the ice toad expands? Dare to speak publicly of Qin's legitimate son as a cat and a dog, it's just self-destruction. Riding on the toad, it is indeed the frog at the bottom of the well. At first sight, I knew that I had never seen anything in the world. I thought this was their small place. It's ridiculous that this man's life is not long. After a short period of consternation, a lot of freshmen around whispered. Some even asserted that Qin Sheng would die if he didn't live for 3 days. Where is the royal family's legitimate son? Qin Sheng's subordinates can be humiliated. Boom. Qin Feixiang seems to have a real dragon dormant in his body, sending out a horrible breath. The violent Yuanli, just like the eruption of a volcano, spewed out, blowing up a terrible Yuanli storm in front of the gate of the Holy Palace day by day. Around many new onlookers, one after another, to avoid its edge. God, is this the terrifying talent of the royal family's legitimate son? It's said that he has never been through the storm and thunder. He is so strong that neither the body nor the spirit has been baptized by the storm and thunder. Ha ha, interesting cat and dog. Qin soared with long hair, each of which was glittering and shining. That was the light of Rune, which showed the state of his physical strength. Why did Brother Qin waste time with this frog at the bottom of the well, just to suppress it directly? At this time, Xu Dingyi and Tang Ju also came here. Although he was very afraid of Qin's flying, on the surface, how dare Qin's legitimate son tear his face? What's more, there is no eternal enemy in Dian dynasty, and Qin Gaoxiang is the most potential enemy in Xu Dingyi's view. In fact, Xu Ding couldn't figure out the real purpose of Qin's flying to the temple day by day. There was Qin Sheng, the second Linzi, who rode the toad into the temple. As long as Xu Ding had the same enemy, he would surely close the distance between them. At that time it will be much easier to explore Qin's purpose of flying. Bah, you are the frog at the bottom of the well. Your family are all frogs at the bottom of the well. Longwei Squint despises him, and his cold words are not inferior to Shudingji's superiority. Longwei is a dragon descendant. How could it have been like this if it hadn't been through the War of Terror and Annihilation 10,000 years ago? Well, no, how could it be reduced to this toad-like? Originally upset, these people don't have enough words to scold Longwei and Toad. Who can bear this? Shitting's face became extremely hard to see, and his brow was gray with iron. He said, "Evil animal, dare to speak up." He is also the legitimate son of the top 3 royal families in Dian dynasty. Although he is not the first successor, his status should not be underestimated. Now Qin Sheng, who doesn't know where to come from, humiliates Qin to fly as a cat and a dog, and his war pet directly humiliates himself as a toad. When did he taste this humiliation? Even though he has been suppressed by Xu Hingyi in these years, he has never been so. Who can't bear it? As soon as Xu Ding started, he directly sacrificed the soul of war, and a bronze tripod appeared in the eyes of countless stunned people. Buzzing. The bronze tripod is very magnificent. It depicts obscure runes on the surface, and it has a faint circulation, sending out a vast and terrifying atmosphere. On the surface of the bronze tripod, there are 6 hidden runes interwoven, glittering and shining, even the sunrise light on the sky is covered. God, it's the soul of 6 stripes. How can this tripod be a little like Xinghua tripod? Yes, it should be formed by imitating the shape of Zhengguodating, with inexplicable power. Many of the new students in the holy courtyard talked fiercely one after another, even the new elders showed a look of consternation. It's worthy of being the second successor of the Xu family. The talent is amazing and so high. It's just showing a little potential. It's not worth your life. With 6 lines of war spirit, it simulates the agglomeration of the town's tripod. How can it be a cat and a dog? Suppress you. Shitting is a majestic, handsome face with no mercy, a move in mind, the bronze tripod on the top of the head, just like a towering mountain, rolling towards Longwei. Wait a minute. A sharp voice, Qin Shengshua, appeared in front of Longwei. He raised his hand to signal Shuheng to stop. Roaring. The bronze tripod is very terrible and emits a horrible sound. However, Xu Ding can operate it very freely. In his mind, he stops the bronze tripod. Shiding's smile was a little teasing. His face showed a kind of cruel smile, and his eyes showed a light of mockery. Why, now I know I'm afraid? As soon as Shuding was high, he looked down upon Qin Sheng. Get down on your knees, roll over on your knees, and then offer your soul blood to follow me for 100 years. I will consider letting you go. Shuding said his request. As soon as the voice came out, everyone looked at Qin Sheng with pity. Shuding's request was too much. Everyone was born in the holy courtyard day by day, even though the family background gap between the two sides was like the distance between a giant dragon and a mole ant. However, we can't ask Qin Sheng to donate his soul blood and follow him for 100 years. What's the difference between this and slavery? People with a clear eye can hear that Shuding is deliberately embarrassing Qin Sheng and humiliating him. Qin Sheng shook his head, and he said with a smile, let's wait a minute. There are mainly two problems that haven't been figured out. It's better to figure out these two problems before starting. Shiding frowned, but he was still patient and didn't do it directly. At least he was also the legitimate son of the royal family. This kind of gas was still there. What's more, today is the opening day of the day-by-day holy courtyard. There may be some peerless strongmen hidden here. So, although Shiding was very angry, he wanted to trample Qin Sheng and his war pet to death. In order to make a good impression on those who are hidden in the dark, we try our best to be generous. Do you have any questions to ask? Shiding asked, with a sneer. Qin Sheng is also not polite, directly asked, An emperor is not forbidden to kill? In broad daylight, dare you kill me? Ha ha ha. Tang Ju smiles. Qin Feixiong also smiled. Gu Liani also shook her head. She couldn't see Qin Sheng. She was so delicate that she couldn't understand why Qin Sheng asked such a question. Shiding laughed wildly, and looked at Qin Sheng as if he were an idiot. He said, is this the biggest dependence for you to humiliate our cats and dogs? Woodlouse is woodlouse, unlike we were born in the big natives. Shiding is very proud, with a sense of superiority. Emperor Dian really forbids killing, even fighting. Once found, the lighter will be fined and the heavier will be jailed. Shiding, with a sneer on his lips, said, don't you know that people are high and low? The lowly can be compared with the descendants of my royal family? I can tell you that I have abandoned you. If I don't kill you, I won't be punished at all. At most, I will punish Yuan Jing. Ha ha, just a few 100,000 yuan crystal, I should lose it. Shidinji's words are very harsh, even if not for everyone, just for Qin Sheng alone, but still make these new onlookers very uncomfortable. However, the fact is that it is still built in such a place as Dian capital. If other cities are changed, it will be more rampant and cruel. When Yen, Qin Sheng's eyebrows slightly coagulate, murmuring, is it just a penalty for Yuan Jing? Then I have a second question. Qin Sheng looked up and said with a smile. Shiding is impatient, one by one. If we didn't take into account that there might be some peerless strongmen hiding here, we would not have been able to hold our hands for a long time. How could we spend so much time with Qin Sheng? It's a waste of time. If you have any more questions, please ask them. Shiding said in a deep voice. Qin Sheng looked at Shuding and said, how can I feel that you are like a rival of mine, ugly as a thief, with a long horse face, as if everyone owes him 100 million yuan crystal? Shuding sneered, and said, I don't know which little place you come from, what kind of beautiful woman you have in that place. I'm not sure what kind of woman you are from. I'm not sure what kind of woman you are from, said Woodlouse. What about the rival? It's hilarious. Who is Shidinji? How can I compete with a minion like you for a woman's status? It's funny. His name is Shu Hingi. Yes, it's the goods. It seems that he is the first successor of the Shu family. He's roaring at me, but I've beaten him to cry for his father and his mother. Qin Sheng's voice is amazing. Once he speaks, it shocks everyone. Shua. For a time, the whole day by day outside the sanctuary was silent. There are a lot of new students, and even many elders here. They all look shocked. Xu Hengyi, this famous name, is the legitimate son of the 10 royal families of Dian Emperor. He is very gifted. In his early 20s, he is ready to melt the Shenfu. This talent is rare even in the whole Dian dynasty. Xu Hengyi has been playing a part in Lingxiao Holy Academy for a long time, becoming the son of Lingxiao Holy Academy and ranking very high. How can this God's favored one be this riding Woodlouse, a small enemy, from a small place? And listening to the Woodlouse meaning, Xu Hengyi is still a defeated player. How is this possible? Who would believe that? Qin Xiangjun's face showed some strange colors, and soon became a bit ugly. This guy named Qin Sheng could really make trouble. Woodlouse is Woodlouse, and what she dare say. His status and status of Qin Gaoxiang is no less than that of Xu Hengyi, but even he dare not say such arrogant words. A pair of beautiful eyes of Gu Liani are moving with a surprised look. Her pretty face is shocked. It's not the first time for her to listen to this. As Xiao Bingning's best friend, she has heard all the incredible stories of Qin Sheng. From the Malong mining area, to the Luyun College, to the hard encounter with Xu Hengyi. Gu Liani didn't want to believe this all the time. He felt that Xiao Bingning had been hoodwinked. In order to beautify Qin Sheng, all the things he said were exaggerated. However, it seems true that Qin Sheng said so today, and he was so confident and so shocked. Shitting's face was so blue that it could dribble out of the water. His eyebrows were gradually gathering some strong grumpiness. You want to die? I will do it. Humiliating the Wangs, and being famous as a teacher, even if I was killed, I would not be punished by the garrison for a piece of Yuanjing. Xu Ding is very angry, although he and Xu Hengyi are competitors, but everyone is also a member of the Shujia royal family. Even if they compete again, it is definitely not a shame that Woodlouse can come from a small area that they do not know. What kind of rival? What's the loser? How can it be? Even if he is Xu Dingyi, facing Xu Hengyi, he can only hate defeat, and there is absolutely no hope of a half-point victory. Moreover, Xu Ding received the information early in the morning. Xu Hengyi has gone through the 9 storms and thunder. The senior members of the family are very surprised. They are ready to enter the ancestral land, refine nirvana, and when they come out again, they will definitely become the peerless strongman of the divine kingdom. There are so-called ancestral places for the royal families, the 10 royal families, the 100 marquis families, and Tong Tong in Dian dynasty. These places are all places for the younger generation's disciples to nirvana. Of course, the difference between ancestral places is also very large at different family levels. It's just a difference between the clouds and the mud. Some of the weak co-ancestral places are more likely to survive the storm and thunder at most. It's 1,000 miles away from the smelting god's mansion. However, the royal family and the 10 royal families of Dian are different. Their ancestral land is terrible, and they have a great chance to successfully smelt the Shenfu. Of course, the opportunity to enter the ancestral land is very rare. Even Shitting did not grasp it 100% and will be able to enter the ancestral land in these years. Boom. Xu Ding did it not because of his good relationship with Xu Hengyi, but to maintain the dignity of Xu's royal family. He is the legitimate son of the royal family, and the successor of the second order. The family was humiliated, and this breath he should report in public and private. Brother Gaoxiang, this son's surname is Qin. It's estimated that 9 times out of 10, he comes from your Qin family's branch. Look at today's affairs. At the critical time, Xu Ding took a look at Qin soaring and reminded him in words. After all, Qin Feixiang comes from the royal family of Qin family, whose strength is much stronger than that of Shu family, which needs to be given face. Qin soared and looked on coldly. He looked at Qin Sheng as if he were a dead man. He said coldly, "What branch of the Qin family?" "I don't know if it was the traitor back then, because he has a rebellious back brain." "You can do it. If you disturb the garrison, you will be punished by Yuan Jing. It's under my head." The Qin family had great changes in those years. No one knows the specific reasons. They were suppressed. But one thing can be sure is that there was a traitor in the Qin family, and that traitor was almost killed. Maybe some of the remaining evils were scattered around the 36 dynasties in the wasteland. Qin Sheng's face was gloomy. He didn't think that Qin Gaoxiong was so cold-blooded. After all, everyone surnamed Qin must have the same blood relationship. How thin is the blood of the crooked tube? Even if you don't say a few words, you're still in trouble. This reminds Qin Sheng that what Qin Tao said to himself at the beginning can't be related to the Qin clan, which will make him fall into the vortex of terror. Now it seems that the situation is far more serious than you think. As soon as Xu Ding got a satisfactory reply, he nodded proudly. Then, step by step. Boom! There was a gust of wind in the sky. Xu Ding was shining. With a wave of his hand, the bronze tripod turned into a streamer, just like a lofty mountain. The bronze tripod rose against the storm and covered the sun. Before it was near, some of the new students nearby felt their chests were extremely stuffy, as if they were holding a big stone on their chest and could not breathe. "Let's go." Those freshmen who were watching all around dodged and looked at Xu Dingy with hot eyes, feeling that the gap was too big. "We are all new students who are going to enter the school. Xu Ding has just made a move to make everyone amazing. It's worthy of being the second successor of the Duke of Shu family. It's amazing how talented he is. Although the soul of war is only the soul of 6 stripes, it is no less powerful than some weak spirits of 7 stripes, right?" In the day-by-day holy courtyard, there are indeed some high-level people who do not show up, but they can observe everything, and they should be very clear about the context. However, they didn't have any intention to intervene. Apart from Qin Sheng and Xu Ding's strict sense, they were not the students of the day-by-day holy courtyard. Moreover, even in the day-by-day holy courtyard, it was inevitable that they could manage so much. The most important thing is that even the senior members of the sun-chasing holy palace feel that Qin Shengfengmeng is too much, which is arrogant and domineering. There are so many people who die every day. There are so many people who are in charge of the high level of the day-to-day sanctuary. Ha ha, it's good. Shuhenji is a local chicken and a dog. Are you so angry? Isn't Shuhenji your brother? Qin Sheng doubted and said that there was no change of color on his face. As soon as Xu Ding heard this, the fierce color between his eyebrows became more intense. In his mind, Bronze Ding immediately increased its strength and rolled it down hard. Qin Sheng moved. He didn't hide anything. He connected 9 channels directly. Qin Sheng's 9 yuan veins, like 9 song dragons, faintly emit a dragon chant and a dazzling rune light all over his body. He runs the python dragon's purple electric formula, turns it into a purple lightning and avoids the bronze tripod. The sea is boundless. Qin Sheng roared, and the seal of his fist was shining. Behind it, a giant ROC shadow appeared, beating on the bronze tripod. When the bronze tripod made a deafening sound, then was hit askew and fell heavily. How could it be? Xu Ding's face was shocked, but there was no time to be shocked. A fast black shadow was magnified rapidly in his pupils, reaching the extreme. What is this? Xu Ding is ready to defend, but that shadow is too fast. Bang! The so-called black shadow is Qin Sheng's soul. As soon as Xu Ding flew away, he was wearing a congenital rune armor and had an amazing defense. However, Qin Sheng's soul came into close contact with him, and with a terrifying force, he hit the gate of the sun-chasing holy palace heavily. Rumble. The gate of the sun-chasing holy courtyard is very powerful. It depicts countless runes, activates the array, and Shuding bounces back. Poof. Shuding was injured and vomited blood. The most terrible thing was that his handsome face showed a dazzling shoe mark. Qin Sheng smiled and said, "Why do you stare at me so fiercely? What a big deal. It's not to punish Yuan Jing." Day by day, outside the vast square, there was a dead silence. The air is filled with a very strange atmosphere, with astonished eyes, staring at the incredible scene. The second successor from the Shu family of the royal family, who has an excellent son of heaven, is destined to be the son of the Holy Palace day by day in the future. In 9 out of 10, Tianjiao, who can be listed in the dragon list, was trampled down in front of the public. How could it be? There are a lot of new onlookers. Their faces are full of disbelief. They seem to live in a dream. It's so unreal. However, whether it is Shuding's original handsome face, there is an extremely dazzling shoe mark, as well as its twisted and shrill scream, and many other factors, are reminding them that this is an iron fact. Shuding was defeated. In such a straightforward and humiliating way, he was trampled down by Qin Sheng, who didn't know where he came from. This is destined to become a stain that Shuding will never be able to erase in his life. Gu Lianyi's unique face also showed some amazement. She never thought Qin Sheng was so strong. She always thought that Qin Sheng was so arrogant because of the toad that can speak. Although he didn't dare to compliment him on his appearance, his strength was real. If Long Wei can fly in the imperial capital of Dian, it will prove that he has the power of Shenfu state. Ancient Ripple's heart set off a storm. Many thoughts flashed in her mind, and she began to seriously affirm that her best friend Xia Bingning told her about her intimate affairs these days. In all likelihood, they were true. It seems that Qin Sheng really let Shuding eat flat. Several thoughts flashed through the ancient Ripple's heart. Qin Feixiang's sword eyebrows are slightly coagulated, and his handsome face is full of two surprises. However, in a flash, he passed away. As the legitimate son of the Qin family and the successor of the future royal family, he has an endurance beyond his age. However, his heart has already set off a storm. Because in his opinion, although Qin Sheng is also named Qin and the branch genius of the Qin family, the Qin family is so big that it is impossible to offend the successor of Shu family for a branch genius, even if it is only the second successor. Besides, it seems that Qin Sheng is not good at stubble, so it should be hard to recover. In this case, it's better to use Shuding's hand to completely destroy it. What I didn't expect was that Qin Sheng really had an imagination beyond Qin's flying, so he suppressed Shuding when he waved. But in the day-to-day holy courtyard among the unseen clouds, some high-level figures hidden in the clouds communicate and talk with each other. Even if they have a great vision, they can't see. However, in the end, they didn't show up. Unless it's really life-threatening for the younger generation, the strong of the older generation will never be able to interfere. In terms of 10,000 steps back, Emperor Dian has countless Tianyan eyes. As long as there is a battle wave, the city guards will find out and rush to the scene at the first time. Shuding covered his left face and touched the dazzling and humiliating footprints. In his chest, he ignited a terrible anger. His long hair seemed to be ignited, and the hot temperature was like a volcanic eruption. Qin Sheng, I'll kill you. Shuding is in a hurry. He opens his mouth and spits out a small sword with only a slap. The small sword, with its sharp edges and dense runes, is Shuding's lifelong rune. It took a lot of expensive blood to nourish from childhood. It's a 6-striated, congenital talisman. It's so high level that even the general Shenfu realm can't be equipped. This is the essence of the royal family. It's terrible. With this kind of high-level frightening rune, Shu Dingyi has the ability to kill enemies by leaping over the level. Go. Shiding's handsome face has been distorted for a long time, and his eyebrows are full of fierce qi. Qin Sheng's eyes are coldly locked, and he shoots out a real sense of killing. With the sound of Shu Dingyi falling, the little sword seemed to be ignited by the fire. The temperature around it soared to the extreme, turning into a streamer. Where it passed, there was a virtual shadow of a fire dragon, turning into a huge head, to devour Qin Sheng. Qin Sheng's pupils suddenly contracted and sneered, "Isn't it the congenital talisman? Cut, I have two." With a wave of Qin Sheng's big hand, the 40-meter-long dragon-slaying sword appeared out of the sky. The cold and piercing saber qi was generated at a leisurely pace. There were sword species in his body. It was the most suitable to use the sword according to the principle. Unfortunately, there is no suitable congenital talisman now. However, do not care about these details, the 40-meter dragon-slaying knife is enough to clean up Shiding one. Roar. As soon as the dragon-slaying blade is put out, the world will change color. The huge and incomparable snow-white blade reflects a terrible ghost shadow, Candle Dragon Silver Iron Centipede. This is a natural demon with 8 stripes. Although it is only a centipede, there is real blood of Candle Dragon in the body, with the blood of the dragon nationality, that is to say, it is still a distant relative to Long Wei. The shadow of the Candle Dragon's silver iron centipede covers the sky and blocks out the sun. Flying sand and stones, the strong wind blows, making many new onlookers shiver. Even some of the high-level people who hide in the daily holy palace have their faces slightly changed. Even with their accomplishments, they should be treated seriously in the face of the real 8th-level monsters, and will not be despised at will. They all couldn't help looking at Qin Sheng more. What is the origin of this unknown little guy? The toad suspected of having 3 eyes of ice toad is used as the fighting pet. Although it looks similar, it is a real fighting pet in Shinfu. Depending on the situation, it is also suspected that it is a double cultivation of physical and martial arts. Its fighting power is amazing. It can be seen from the fact that one is stepped on the foot by Shu Ding. Now, when you light up your weapon, it's actually a congenital talisman that has melted the spirit of the 8th-level beast. If Shidingji's 6-pattern rune is enough to make people marvel, then Qin Sheng's 40-meter-long dragon-slaying knife is even more astonishing. The world is changing. Qin Sheng holds the dragon-slaying knife high, which gives out dazzling light like the sun, making people unable to open their eyes. Chong. Qin Sheng didn't use the blade, but used the blade to clap, just like clapping a dead dog, to clap on the Shiding congenital rune sword which came from the slaughter. For a time, the fire was all around, and the sword qi and the sword qi were interwoven, forming a huge vortex, which made the big array on the floor bright. Click. Shiding one's life talisman has been cracked by shooting. It was a life talisman nourished by various treasures since he was a child. Now it's cracked by shooting. This result is unacceptable to Shu Dingyi. He coughs up blood with a big mouth. Shiding was pale, just like a piece of white paper. He picked up the life talisman, because it was a 6-pattern talisman, and had the spirit of talisman. As soon as Shu Ding found out, Qi Ling was seriously injured and even faintly wanted to break. Shidingji's heart is dripping blood. It's the life talisman that he nourished since he was a child. How could it be that one of them was shocked by Qin Sheng's ferocious knife? In front of me, I'm going to show off my power, referring to 3 or 4? Qin Sheng, carrying a dragon-slaying knife, said with a wry smile. At this time, the dragon-slaying sword has shrunk a lot. However, its shape is still very large. It is carried by Qin Sheng, and its qi is frightening. Shu Ding looks up at Qin Sheng. His eyebrows are full of resentment. He wants to refute, but he has a very weak heart, which makes him feel powerless. From the very beginning, He had already sacrificed the spirit of war, and was ready to show his talent to the high-level people who were hiding in the daily holy temple with absolute crushing posture. Unfortunately, he was defeated and stepped down by Qin Sheng. Then he offered the life-rune sword. In fact, it was out of control, because the level of the life-rune sword was very high. Once it was offered, Qin Sheng's life could not be saved. And the reality is so unexpected and miraculous. Qin Sheng also offered a talisman, a strange-looking sword, which shakes Xu Dingyi's life talisman sword. Although the heart is very reluctant to accept, but shoulding one in fact than anyone to know, he failed, and failed. That is, at this time, there are several terrible waves, coming from afar. As soon as Qin Sheng's sword eyebrows were raised, he looked at the black shadow, coming from the distance. Who is making trouble? The official city-guarding army is not Cai Qianyu, but the one whose strength is no less than that of his Shenfu. He is also wearing a standard high-level rune and riding a big demon of the tiger nationality, which exudes a terrible atmosphere. It's just that big demon of the tiger family. When he sees Long Wei, he's scared to shit and dare not move. Here comes the city guard? Xu Dingyi's pale face suddenly brightened. He pointed to Qin Sheng and said, I'm Xu Dingyi. I'm hurt now. How do you think to punish this son? Since he couldn't fight, he was so angry that he couldn't swallow it. Xu Ding used his family background to suppress it. Of course, it's not easy to do this. It even makes the high-level people who are hiding in the daily holy palace sneer. However, Xu Ding could not care so much about this situation. Hearing this, the garrison in Shenfu suddenly turned pale and said, it's the son of Xu family? According to the laws and regulations of the Dian dynasty, it is a felony for ordinary warriors to attack the prince and his son, and they should be exiled for 30 million li. The leader of the city-guarding army looked at Qin Sheng with cold face, and said, take this son. Xu Dingyi finally smiled, and he was very proud. He told Qin Sheng, ha ha, you see, you are an ant, like, inferior. How about your strength? If you beat me, you will be exiled for 30 million li. You will never come back in this life. Qin Feixiong sneers and chooses to look on coldly. Dian's royal dynasty is highly hierarchical and the strong are respected. Everything is done according to the laws and regulations. Even if he meets the real royal family, he can't break the rules below. Gu Lianyi's pretty face changed a little. Her face changed a lot. Are you thinking about saying something beautiful? Because once Qin Sheng was exiled for 30 million li, his life would be ruined. Finally, the ancient ripples nibbled at the teeth of the shells, blooming the peculiar rays of the sun, which made the new people around stare at each other. This kind of peerless arrogance, let alone in the Dian dynasty, is rare even in the whole wasteland of 36 dynasties, even if she is not old. Well, I'll help you. You're Bingning's boyfriend. Gu Lianyi has a final decision. The exile of 30 million li is definitely a place of great evils. The living environment is absolutely unimaginable. Let alone for a warrior who has a good command of the sky, even for a powerful one who has a strong command of life through multiple storms, it is a situation of life in suspense and death. As the legitimate daughter of the ancient family, her family has been in the top 3 of the top 10 royal families for thousands of years, with an unimaginable background. Gu Lianyi believes that as long as her golden mouth is opened, the present commander of the city guard will definitely give some face and light start. However, at the moment when Gu Lianyi was ready to open Jinko and make love to Qin Sheng, a ghostly figure rushed to the extreme. It was just like the wind and electricity. In a moment, it came to the commander-in-chief of the garrison. At a glance, the ancient ripples turned out to be Qin Sheng. Qin Sheng looked at the commander with a sharp breath in front of him. There was no change on his clean face. As soon as he turned his hand, he had a token in his hand and raised it high. Kaching of Shendanzong shouldn't be exiled for 30 million li? Qin Sheng's clean face showed too calm smile. Qin Sheng's voice was not loud, but it contained Yuan Li, which was heard by all the people present. What is Wudlaus, that is the god of Dan Dan? It's absolutely impossible. Shindan Zonghui is one of the top forces in the Dian dynasty. His guest Qing is famous and strict. He can't be a cat or a dog of unknown origin. I don't care whether you believe it or not, but I absolutely don't believe it. A lot of freshmen are whispering about it, especially those talented people who have insight and come from the legitimate son of the Marquis. They all refuse to accept it. Shendanzong is a mysterious and powerful force. Even the royal family of Dian dynasty should be afraid of it. Because those alchemists are always arrogant and extremely short-term. The most terrible thing is that these arrogant alchemists are often powerful followers. Therefore, even the royal family of Dian will not easily offend the people of Shendanzong. Commander Qian's face changed slightly. He was stunned. Obviously, he didn't expect that Shendanzong had such a young Kuqing. He took Qin Sheng's Kuqing token, and then his eyes contracted suddenly. After repeated confirmation, he said, "The token of Kuqing is true." Boom. Commander Qianfu's voice is like a meteorite, falling from the sky, and then hitting hard on the calm lake. My God, such a young Shendanzong Kuqing? What is the origin of this guy called Qin Sheng? It's impossible to look older than 20. To be the Kuqing of Shendanzong indicates that the talent of alchemy is extremely powerful. Does such a young Shendanzong Kuqing start to alchemy since she was born? It's not only those new students, even those new elders, some of them are old masters of Shendanzong. Among them, there are several gray-haired old people, whose turbid eyes suddenly shoot out fine ons, and they have been greatly impacted. Because even some powerful marquises can't be dedicated to an alchemist who once had the experience of God Danzong Kuqing. Thinking of this, many new elders, one by one, are like waking lions. Looking at Qin Sheng's eyes, there is an earth-shaking change. In fact, they are not the only ones. Those high-level people who hide in the clouds of the sun chasing Holy Palace all look at Qin Sheng one after another. Even they did not expect that this unknown and domineering new student should have such an amazing identity. All the new students of this year, whether Qin Gaoxiang, Gu Liani, or even the second-in-line successor of Shu family, have their own aura and connections from their families. To put it bluntly, it's just a group of strong second-generation descendants of the strong. However, Qin Sheng is not the same. He does not have a prominent family aura, because as we all know, Shendanzong is very strict, and there are very few disciples, but everyone is absolutely an elite. As for the guest Qing, his demands are more severe. That is to say, Qin Sheng can become the guest Qing of Shendanzong because of his talent and strength. This is the difference between starting from scratch and eating old. The strong second generation is feared, but the self-made students are even more admired. Thinking of this, everyone's eyes on Qin Sheng, including the several high-level figures hidden in the day-by-day Holy Palace, have changed dramatically, and they no longer despise Qin Sheng. Of course, there are exceptions. Qin Gaoxiang's eyes are changing. Although there is no subtle change on his cold face, he has a strong jealousy in his heart for a long time. Because he and Qin Sheng all come from the same surname, maybe thousands of years ago, they were the same ancestor. Qin Gaoxiang is extremely arrogant. Now suddenly, there is a man younger than he looks, but his talent and strength in some aspects seem to be much stronger than himself. This makes it generate a very strong jealousy. Xu Dingyi's face was very ugly. He took some pills and recovered from a slight injury. However, he still felt that his face was hot and the shoe marks on his face were not gone. No way, I don't believe it. Commander, did you take any advantage of this and help to make a fake? Xu Dingyi is crazy. He even questions the commander of the city guard in public. As soon as the commander's face was cold, he gave a cold hum. The breath of terror suddenly covered Shu Dingyi's body, which made him feel as if he had been severely hurt. His face turned white, and his chest seemed to be suppressed by a mountain, unable to breathe. Pay attention to your words. Although you are the legitimate son of the royal family, if you insult me again and again, I have the right to put you in prison. Commander Qianfu is also a powerful man in Shenfu, with due dignity. Even if Shu Dingyi is from the royal family, he cannot be questioned in full view of the public. Hearing this, Shu Dingyi's face drips out of the water. He dares to be angry but dare not speak. His protector has left. If he is put in prison, he will definitely become a laughingstock even though he can easily get it out. Commander Qianfu's eyes are on Qin Sheng again. Although your status is not low, you should be punished with 100,000 yuan jing for fighting in the capital of Dian. Commander Qianfu's face is serious, and he clearly wants to do business. Hearing this, Qin Sheng turned his hand and threw a lot of yuan jing on his face. He said, "Here is 1,000,000 yuan jing." I'm sorry to say that the commander was tired and ran once. Qin Sheng's words are amazing. He only fined 100,000 yuan jing. He even paid 10 times as much as he did. 1,000,000 yuan jing, even the natives from Dian dynasty, have to be distressed. Of course, 1,000,000 yuan is not much for the legitimate sons of the marquis or even the royal family. At best, it's only 1 month's pocket money. But even so, Qin Gaoxiang and Shu Ding could not help but shrink their pupils. Qin Gaoxiang is okay. He has 1,000 yuan of pocket money a month, that is, 10 million yuan of crystal for his expenses. Although there seem to be a lot of 10 million yuan crystals, as the legitimate son of the royal family, they all pay attention to pomp, and they also keep a large number of servants, which is also a large amount of consumption. Therefore, 10 million yuan crystals are just as strong as they can be, and they can only wave once in a while. Pang Dun's taut face calmed down and said with a smile, "You are all people with status. I hope you won't be so impulsive next time, because if you do it again in a short time, you will not only punish Yuan Jing." When Qin Sheng heard this, he glanced at Shu Ding one by one, and said, "I'll see some things that don't have long eyes, but I can't pretend to force them. If some people are so cheap, I can only kick them." You. Shu Ding has a hot face. He wants to be angry. As soon as Qin Sheng's sword eyebrows coagulated, he stepped out, and his momentum was as fierce as a tiger. He sneered and said, "What do you do? Provoke me again. Believe it or not, I'll smoke you right away. The more you look at me, the more you look at me, the more you look like a rival of mine, and the more annoying you look at me. Commander Qianfu, 10 million yuan, can you beat him to death?" Qin Sheng suddenly asked. Commander Qian's face was stunned. He confirmed that he had not heard me wrong. Suddenly he felt empty. Who is this guy called Qin Sheng? Spend 10 million yuan crystal, want to beat a royal family half dead? Let's not say whether we will completely offend the face of the royal family. Even if the old powerful of the royal family don't care about the fighting of the younger generation, we can't spend yuan jing so recklessly. 10 million yuan crystal, even if it is a powerful person in Shenfu state, it will definitely be very painful to take it out. However, in Qin Sheng's view, this 10 million yuan crystal is just a small amount of money, which is not worth mentioning at all. Many nouveau riches watching Qin Sheng, this is Wudlaus, which is a local tyrant. However, when the onlookers thought about it a little, they were relieved that Qin Sheng, as the guest Qing of Shendanzong, had amazing alchemy skills, and it was easy to earn yuan jing. Maybe 10 million yuan crystal, even for the powerful people in Shenfu, is a lot of wealth. Shu Dingyi's face is hard to see. He has never been so humiliated. He clenched his fists and took out the transmitter to ask people to find the scene. However, when I think of Qin Sheng's identity, I rely on the Shendanzong. This kind of identity and potential, I think again. Yes? It's so boring. Qin Sheng scorned Xu Ding for a few words, but he didn't keep pestering. This conflict ended in the eyes of countless Tao. In the eyes of all people, this is a rolling without any suspense at all. However, the rolling one is Shudinji, which was valued by all people. This time, Shuding is destined to be the laughing talk of countless Tianzi Jiazi in Xingyuan every day. Qin Sheng, however, is just over 16 years old, far better than 20 years old. He is a genius from an unknown small place, the youngest guest Qing of Shendan sect. His name will be passed on from mouth to mouth among the countless Tianzi Jiazi in the Holy Palace day by day. Boom. At this time, there was a violent vibration in the sky, the air was crushed, and the void seemed to be torn. Shwa. At the gate of the temple, all the new students, including those who are new to the elders, look at the sky far away. A flying boat came from the explosion of electricity. It was very fast and frightening. It's the boat that receives the messenger. It's said that in the last 2 months, the boat has been seen all over the 36 dynasties of the wasteland, and has attracted the emperor's son. I'm afraid that there will be a lot of monstrous talents coming out of this new generation. Many new students are whispering, staring at the boat floating in the air slowly, with a serious look in their words. Hua. The boat is shining brightly, and the body of the boat is covered with dense runes. Nangong Hao and Zhao Luoxi, 2 holy sons and daughters, flew in the sky from the boat and attracted everyone's attention. Look, that's the messenger. I don't know how powerful Yuanli is. Even those 2 leaders can suppress their accomplishments. Nangong Hao's eyebrows glowed and his face was full of smiles, which swept everyone's eyes. Zhao Luoxi is a heroine. Obviously, even though she has traveled a long way, she has not let her heroine be restrained. Nangong Shuacheng, Zhao Shuajia, it turns out that you are the leader of this session. Qin soared close to the 2 ushers, and the coldness and arrogance between his eyebrows had already converged. The old students at the level of son and daughter are absolutely worthy of Qin's respect. Nangong Hao takes a look at Qin soaring, and waves appear on his handsome and indifferent face. It is obvious that he recognizes who is holy. When he looks at Pang Dun, he smiles. Qin soaring? You have chosen the day-by-day sanctuary, a wise choice. Nangong Hao also doesn't have the slightest coldness and arrogance, let alone relying on the old to sell the old, because Qin Gaoxiong is a new rookie. Instead, he treats Qin Gaoxiong as a peer. That's Qin Gaoxiong, the son of Qin family, the head of the royal family, who rebelled against the genius of the family and became the first heir to the peerless genius. Whether it's talent and potential, looking at the whole Dian dynasty, or even the vast wasteland of 36 dynasties, it's a dragon and phoenix among the people. Even though Qin Gaoxiong is a few years younger than Nangong Hao, and their accomplishments are quite different from each other, Nangong Hao does not despise Qin Gaoxiong for this reason. Because Nangong Hao is very clear, like this terrifying, talented and monstrous royal son with a high status, he is only breaking out in thick accumulation. Once he has accumulated enough, his accomplishments will be improved. Zhao Luoxi's beautiful eyes are also moving on Qin's flying body, showing some different colors. All of a sudden, Zhao Luoxi's beautiful eyes saw a gorgeous image, which was better than himself in appearance, figure, and temperament. No, even better than myself. The first daughter of the ancient family, the ancient ripples? Zhao Luoxi's psychology set off a stormy wave, which could not be calm for a long time. She did not expect that, like the ancient family, the deeply rooted and unbelievable legitimate daughter even chose the sun-chasing holy palace. Because the sun-chasing holy courtyard has always been the world where all the people have been practicing. Even one of the host disciples has a profound background. Good student sister. Ancient Ripple greeted with a smile, just like the melting snow goddess. Even Zhao Luoxi, the saint daughter who had already melted the god's mansion, lost her mind in a moment and marveled at her temperament. With 2 elders and sisters, there shouldn't be too much trouble on the way. Qin Feixiang even flatters him. This is also the social routine of the Wangho family and the aristocratic family. As long as it's at the same level, Qin's words are no longer aggressive, and it's even more impossible to be rude. Well, the son and the daughter of God's mansion are from the sun-chasing holy palace. Who doesn't have eyes dare to offend? At this time, Shuding also came to talk with Nangonghao. However, when the sound of Shu Dingy just dropped, Nangonghao's face suddenly became a little ugly. Because, he thought of some time ago, being stopped by the Black Blade Killer organization to take away a new scene. No, there's something wrong. Nangonghao shook his head and smiled bitterly. Oh? Which force that does not have eyes dare to provoke us to the temple day by day? Qin Feixiang asked, with a slightly coagulated face. Nangonghao didn't want to talk about it in detail in full view of the public. As an usher, he couldn't even save a freshman in the district. It's disgraceful enough. He went back to the sun-chasing holy palace and is expected to be punished. At this time, Nangonghao inadvertently glanced around. Suddenly his pupils suddenly contracted, as if to see an incredible scene. Shua. Nangonghao's body suddenly trembled, and he stepped out step by step. The wind galloped and the lightning flashed and thundered, directly setting off a wave of terror. Qin Sheng. Nangong's cool face was full of capital question marks. You didn't die? Nangonghao shouted loudly as if he saw a ghost. Zhao Luoxi also quickly approached. Her pretty face is full of incredible looks, her thin hands, like jade crystal, covering her mouth. Qin Sheng grinned at the 2 nearly lost sons and daughters, and said, I've met Nangong Shuacheng and Zhao Shuajia. Hearing this, Nangonghao's face was more shocked. He was able to confirm that this was the new life who actively followed the Black Blade Killer away. No matter Nangonghao or Zhao Luoxi, they can't believe that a newborn man who can connect with the heaven is just like an ant to the Black Blade Killer in Shenfu. He can be killed by a slap at will. However, the fact of the two is that Qin Sheng has nothing to do with anything, not even lost a leg hair. Even, Nangonghao can keenly feel that Qin Sheng has become a little different and seems to be 2 points stronger than before. As for which aspect has been strengthened, Nangonghao can't say for a while. Nangonghao and Zhao Luoxi take a look at each other. Their faces are full of doubts and puzzles. Generally speaking, how can a newborn man who is connected with heaven lead with a killer in Shenfu realm survive? The most shocking thing is that Qin Sheng not only lived well, but also came to the capital of Dian faster than them. This is the most unscientific. How can you escape from the Black Blade Killer? Finally, Nangonghao couldn't help asking Qin Sheng. Qin Sheng's heart leaped in indifference. He had expected that he would face all kinds of doubts and guesses once he met the messenger. After all, it's impossible for him to escape from the Black Blade Killer. The killer has the wrong person. Qin Sheng made up a reason casually. I made a wulong. I was afraid to miss the school day, so I used the transmission array all the way, and came to the capital of Dian in advance. The eyebrows of Nangonghao's sword are twisted. It's obvious that he doesn't believe it. As the most powerful killer organization of Dian Dynasty, Black Blade is so professional. How could such a terrible killer organization make the low-level mistake of identifying the wrong person? It's just impossible. Qin Sheng also obviously saw Nangonghao's disbelief, but he shrugged and didn't continue to explain. Black Blade? At this time, Qin Gaoxiang didn't know when to run over. His eyebrows were gloomy and his eyes were extremely sharp, just like 2 sharp daggers, straight into Qin Sheng's heart. Unfortunately, Qin Sheng didn't react much. Hearing this, Nangonghao explained the course of the incident to Qin Gaoxiang. After all, it is absolutely impossible to cover up the fact that thousands of new students have witnessed it. It's better to explain everything in a big way than to cover it up. After all, Qin Sheng, the most proud man in the world, will be equal to himself in the near future. What? Taken away by the assassin of the Dark Blade's Shenfu realm, is he still alive? Qin's eyes are sharp, his face is cold, his heart is full of waves. Qin's flying eyes are like dragon's eyes, staring at Qin Sheng indifferently. He finally feels a threat. Even though he didn't know Qin Sheng for a long time, he came to the stage from his 3 eyes of ice toad and powder ink sitting in the Shenfu realm, to his hanging and shitting one. Finally, I learned that the Qin family disciple, from the branch, could escape from the Black Blade killer safely. What kind of surprise is this? Black Blade is the most powerful killer organization in Dian Dynasty. 99% of the targets targeted by Black Blade will be assassinated by various means. The rest are nothing more than using the background of each big family, or spending hundreds, even thousands, and there are thousands of times of reward in the legend to change their lives. Either way, Qin Feixiang feels that Qin Sheng has the ability to shake his identity. Qin Soaring felt that Qin Sheng was rebellious and could not be tamed. Since it can't be used by itself, destroy it. Qin's eyes are full of malice. Nangong Shuacheng, this son has something to do with the Black Blade, and can escape from the Black Blade killer. Qin Gaoxiang said indifferently, I doubt that this son is a spy from Black Blade. I don't think this kind of person is qualified to enter the sun-chasing holy palace. Qin soared ill-intentioned, his voice cold, and his mouth pulled up a joking arc. I'd like to add that this one has something to do with Black Blade. If it is allowed to enter the day-by-day holy palace, it will not put our students in danger. Shitting didn't know when he would come here, he also said darkly. Its voice just fell. The rest of the Marquis's legitimate sons, the legitimate daughters have attached. At this time, the new generation of princes and nobles should be so united with the outside world. Their hearts are to blame. Hearing this, Nangonghao's face was cold, and there was some doubt on his handsome face. Qin Sheng was only from a small place near the Magic Dragon Wasteland. In recent years, with the recovery of the Magic Dragon Wasteland, Qin Sheng may have some ties in it and rise at one stroke. But now the Magic Dragon Wasteland has been completely recovered, with great terror and disaster coming. At that time, let alone Dian City, even the whole Baichen country will be destroyed in 9 out of 10. How could such a small person, a future outlaw, offend so many princes' legitimate sons and daughters in Dian imperial capital? Nangonghao's mind flashed countless thoughts. These new students had a prominent position. Let alone the royal clans in front of him. Even if they were any royal clans, their identities would make him a little afraid. Finally, Nangonghao bit his teeth slightly and made his own decision. To offend a group of princes and their wives, to Wudlaos, a future conquered nation? Nangonghao may be so stupid. Qin Sheng, what's going on? I advise you to disclose the truth of the matter. Otherwise, I can't put you in the house of pilgrimage. Nangonghao's words are cold, and his tall and slender body sends out a little cold. Nangonghao Gui is the son of the sun-chasing holy palace. In fact, he is far more powerful than the ordinary god's palace, and his strong breath looms over Qin Sheng. Hello, do you want to have a fight? Long Wei squints, spits out the dragon's breath, and makes Nangonghao step back 3 steps, with a startling look on his face. This is his favorite? Nangonghao's name felt that the toad's voice had a dragon breath that he was extremely afraid of. What's the rhythm of this? A toad, that is to say, a 3-eyed ice toad. How can he still have a dragon breath in his breath? Is he a dragon in a toad skin bag? Nangonghao thought of many possibilities in a moment. His eyes were changing. Nangonghao, isn't it right for you to do so? Zhao Luoxi couldn't help saying. You should know that we are not the top of the sanctuary. This time, we are just an introduction. Zhao Luoxi is worthy of being the saint daughter. Although her face is cold and she looks like a woman who refuses to live thousands of miles away, she is still a woman in the bone and a gorgeous woman. Her heart is directly proportional to her appearance. She can't help saying two good words to Qin Sheng. Because she also comes from a small family. Although she is a native family of Dayan Emperor, she knows how much it costs to enter the daily holy monastery. If Qin Sheng breaks this chance, it is undoubtedly a heavy blow, or even a genius's fall. Before Zhao Luoxi finished speaking, Nan Gonghao waved his hand. His eyes flashed a bit of yin and stung, and soon returned to normal. There was a heroic spirit between his eyebrows. He said seriously, Zhao Xuemei, this matter is related to the safety of many new students. How can he be rash? This is a black blade. If something goes wrong, you and I can't bear it later. Nan Gonghao Sui. Seeing this scene, many new onlookers were shocked and puzzled. Although most of the freshmen were in their 20s, they all knew that Qin Sheng was going to die today. 9 times out of 10, he couldn't enter the gate of the day-by-day holy palace. It's easy to break after a hard time. You all remember that some people can't be offended. Yes, although the college is still an ivory tower, the fighting is full of blood. Don't say the son of the Prince Qin Sheng, even if we have been rooted in Dayan Emperor for thousands of years, we can't offend. Once the slightest offender is abandoned, the whole family will be doomed. Those new elders are warning their children one after another. They look at Qin Sheng. Although they are astonished, they are more cynical and disdainful. How can a man's power compete with a king's behemoth? This kind of collision is not a level of existence at all, there is a difference between the clouds and mud. Qin Sheng's face was getting ugly, and he didn't expect things to develop to this point. He looked on coldly. First, he glanced at Qin soaring with some contentment between his eyebrows. Then he looked at Xu Dingy with a faint face and a shoe print. Finally, he looked at Nan Gonghao, who was slowly approaching himself. Qin Sheng comes long way down, then greets him and says, with a sneer, Nan Gonghao, which onion are you? Who gives you the right to question me? Cut, it can be said that the appearance of Dawan is natural. I said that Black Blade is a wrong person. I don't care whether you believe it or not. Qin Sheng even called Nan Gonghao's name directly. It was obvious that there was not much respect in his words. You. Nan Gonghao is furious. He shivers all over. His eyebrows glow faintly. His hair floats with the fierce Yuanli. At this time, there was a burst of drinking in the sky, and some people burst out of the holy palace day by day. It was a rainbow light, which appeared in front of countless people in the blink of an eye. A fupao, eyes such as electricity, face sharp, even Yuan Huaza. At this time, Yuan Huaza's eyes shot out like substantive lightning. It seems that he practiced a kind of powerful and incomparable skill when his eyes went out. Otherwise, it would not be possible for him to send out such a strong wave. Qin Sheng was also very surprised that Yuan Huaza came. Yuan Huaza smelted the Shenfu and reached the Shenfu. He stayed in Tongjiazhai for many years. If not for Qin Sheng's help, he could not smelt the Shenfu in such a short time. This time, Yuan Huaza also broke out. The breakthrough was as powerful as a broken bamboo. From the early stage of Shenfu, it broke through to the later stage of Shenfu, although there was still some distance to touch Dong Tian. But this life is not without hope. Yuan Huaza looks at Qin Sheng gratefully, nods to him, and expresses his concern. Soon, Yuan Huaza turned his eyes to Nan Gonghao's body again, and gave a cold snort, just like thunder, and galloping, which made everyone feel frightened. The holy courtyard allows you to complete this task, which is to let you experience, not to let you become the running dog of who and use power for personal gain. Yuan Hua's voice is cold and his eyes are sharp, just like two sharp swords, which stab into the heart of Nangong Hao. Nangong Hao's face was livid and his heart was tingling. Standing in front of him, Yuan Huaza is very familiar with nature. The tutor of the outer courtyard has been staying in Tongjiuzhai for many years. When he was practicing in the outer courtyard, he once followed Yuan Huaza's practice. What Nangong Hao didn't imagine was that the tutor he despised in those days had accumulated a lot of money and made a breakthrough as powerful as a broken bamboo, reaching the peak of Shenfu. This kind of breakthrough is very rare. It's amazing. Only those who have melted the Shenfu and reached the Shenfu will know that it is extremely difficult for them to improve their practice in Shenfu. Such a sentence as Yuan Huaza breaks through from the early stage of Shenfu to the later stage of Shenfu. Even if you look at the whole day by day, it is rare. What shocked Nangong Hao most was that Yuan Huaza's yuan power was solid, and the foundation seemed to be very solid, and there was no instability of power due to the rapid growth of cultivation. Finally, Nangong Hao's eyes stay on a medal in front of Yuan Huaza's chest, and the waves are surging in his heart. It's the deacon's medal. Only after passing the examination of the day-to-day holy courtyard can they become deacons of the day-to-day holy courtyard. There are many mentors in the day-to-day holy courtyard, but few can become deacons, because deacons have already controlled certain rights. Even if they are faced by their sons, they can't be too presumptuous. Nangong Hao took a look at Qin Sheng, received his message, and then said, "Deacon, this sun and black blade." "Shut up." Yuanyua bursts out and drinks. Nangong Hao suddenly feels that the Shenfu is shaking and cracking. This is the huge gap between the early stage and the later stage of Shenfu. Nangong Hao raised his head and looked at Yuan Huaza with a shocked face. He didn't believe it with his eyes. Yuan Huaza just burst out to drink, and even made the god's palace, which he had worked hard to smelt, appear cracking. This makes Nangong Hao have to think about whether the Shenfu smelted by himself is too crispy. Yuan Huaza's eyes radiated precious light, and his eyebrows were as perfect as precious jade. He sneered, "What about the black blade? It's just a bunch of sewer rats hiding their heads and tails. As the son of the day-by-day sanctuary, you even question the freshmen of the sanctuary because you are afraid of a group of hidden mice? Ha ha, it's ridiculous. In your mood, I wonder if you have enough ability to become a son of God." Yuan Huaza really doesn't have any face to speak of. He is too strong. His image is very different from that of the past. The reason lies in his cultivation. Before he knew Qin Sheng, he had been staying in Shenfu for many years. He was discouraged. However, after meeting Qin Sheng was very forthright and gave him the secret method of alchemy, which made his alchemy progress very obvious. Later, Yuan Huaza collected a lot of Tian Kai and Dibao, refined the pill of smelting Shenfu, breaking through the situation. However, without Qin Sheng, there would be no Yuan Huaza in the Shenfu realm. No, in the lifetime of Yuan Huaza, 9 out of 10 can touch the Dong Tian realm. With this great kindness, how could Yuan Huaza not help Qin Sheng? Nangong Hao listened, just like the beginning of a dream, scared out of a cold sweat. Although Yuan Huaza's words were sharp and did not leave a trace of face for Nangong Hao, it was a big truth. Black Blade is to make countless fighters and forces panic at the news, but the day-by-day holy palace is not in it. He was the son of the 3 great holy courts of Kowloon in Dian dynasty. He was afraid of Black Blade. Although it was just a crime, once he was known by the high-level people of the holy court day by day, there would be a big gap in his impression. Day by day, there is a fierce competition in the sanctuary. Although he is the son of God, he needs to make more contributions to the sanctuary if he wants to occupy more and greater resources of cultivation. Thinking of this, Nangong Hao glared at Qin Sheng and his group. Almost, Nangong Hao fell into the pit and was labeled a little by accident. Nangong Hao did not insist on arguing anymore, but retreated to one side. His face was gloomy, and he did not say another word. And Yuan Huazi didn't look at Nangong Hao and other people anymore. His eyes turned to Qin Sheng. When his cold face was pounding, it was like ice encountering the hot sun. It melted completely. He asked with a smile, "Qin Sheng, are you okay?" Qin Sheng shook his head and said, "I've met more powerful people in the magic dragon wasteland. At best, they are cats and dogs. They can't turn over much waves." Qin Sheng's sharp words did not give Qin Gaoxiong and Nangong Hao any face. Indeed, as soon as Qin Sheng's voice fell, he suddenly showed his angry look, and each of them released a sense of terror. If Yuan and Huazi were not present, they would attack Qin Sheng, who was so arrogant. However, the reality is that Yuan Huazi is like a god of war standing in front of Qin Sheng. Whether it's Qin Gaoxiong or Nangong Hao, they can only dare to be angry and dare not speak. A group of new students in the distance, as well as their elders, showed a look of consternation, and they were completely stupid. What is the origin of the middle-aged man in the noble Fupao, who scolded the usher? Not only that, but also asked Qin Sheng for help. What is this? However, they saw that they had just been aggressive, but now they were downcast. Even Qin Sheng sneered and ridiculed them. They just dared to be angry and dare not speak. That's the son of the royal family and the son of the sun chasing Holy Palace. This wave of humiliation has also been swallowed? The new elders all looked at Qin Sheng with great admiration again. They dared not speak much. They only warned their children that the water in the holy courtyard was too deep day by day. Neither the prince's son nor Qin Sheng, who seemed to be from the frontier and barren mountains, could they offend him. How can a new deacon like Yuan Huazi be a soft persimmon? Qin Sheng talked with Yuan Huazi for a long time, including a lot of things. He also made it clear that he bought the house and the black blade in Dian Emperor. When Yuan Huazi wanted to help, Qin Sheng politely refused. He didn't want Yuan Huazi to muddle along. Yuan Huazi's strength has skyrocketed many times, but he is only one person after all, and he is only from a small family. Once he is infected with the Black Blade Killer organization, life will be very difficult. Qin Sheng is very fond of pitching people, but his people are absolutely not pitching. Yuan Huazi didn't insist at last. Although he didn't know Qin Sheng for a long time, he was also very clear about Qin Sheng's character. Qin Sheng never did anything uncertain. Boom! Yuan Huazi flies up to the sky and faces a lot of eye-catching eyes. He first glances at everyone. The strong in the later stage of Shenfu, the breath is really powerful. Although he has tried his best to restrain, it is still frightening. At this time, Yuan Huazi put away the apathy on his face, but showed a smile and said, "Congratulations, you are going to be a member of the Holy Palace day by day." When the voice of Yuan Huazi had just fallen, a deafening cheering burst out at the gate of the Holy Palace day by day. No matter from a small family or a royal family, all the freshmen who can be selected to enter the day-by-day holy monastery practice are selected carefully, and none of them is a genius. Looking at the whole wasteland of the 36 dynasties, there are not more than 100 million young warriors under the age of 30, but there are only a few thousand people who can enter the day-to-day holy monastery. It can be seen how low the probability of being selected is. Go to the hospital. Yuan Huazi shouts with his arms and recites this very long mantra. The whole gate of the holy courtyard is in everyone's sight. Qin Sheng looked up. The gate of the holy palace exudes soft holy light. It is interwoven with complex and various runes, and pours a very strong holy meaning on its face. Qin Sheng's face was awe-inspiring, and the two holy steps in his body were ready to move, which resonated with the gate of the holy palace. Is there something hidden in the holy palace? Even the yuan veins of the holy rank are surging? Think of here, Qin Sheng some heart. Day by day, the holy shrine is the holy shrine of Kowloon. It is not only the simple nine-mouthed dragon pool, but also the unimaginable details. If not, there would not be so many people who would have to enter the three palaces. Qin Sheng followed the figure of Yuan Huazi closely, walked through the gate of the holy palace, and felt a whirl of the sky, which was like entering the transmission array. Wow! When the white light is gone, Qin Sheng's body and eyes are back to normal, and the scene in front of him makes him scream. This is the first time Qin Sheng has entered the sun-chasing holy palace. In front of us, the sun-chasing holy palace is incomparably vast. At one glance, the mountains are incomparably towering. There are tens of thousands of them. Each peak is incomparably majestic, among which 5 peaks are clustered in 5 directions in the southeast, northwest and middle, just like the stars and the moon. This is the day-by-day sanctuary? Qin Sheng has been to the immortal mountain of the magic dragon before. The mountains in front of him can't be compared with the immortal mountain of the magic dragon at all, but they also shocked Qin Sheng deeply. Qin Sheng was shocked. At the same time, he was a little suspicious. Isn't the imperial palace in Dian? How can there be so many towering mountains? And look at the area, it's absolutely very vast, it's not big Yan Emperor can accommodate. Yuan Huazi obviously also noticed Qin Sheng's doubts, explaining, in fact, the day-by-day holy palace is not in the territory of Dian capital, just entered a transmission gate. Sure enough. This is what Qin Sheng expected. The real day-by-day holy palace is actually in a secret place, very vast, and its area is no smaller than that of an affiliated country. Yuan Huazi introduced. When Qin Sheng heard this, he was surprised again. A college was in a secret place? What is a secret place? In fact, it's a small plane. Maybe it's a small plane that was once fought by the god level Strong or even the god King Strong, breaking a large plane and floating in the void. Of course, in addition to the secret places generated by such violence, there are also natural secret places. These natural secret places, or treasure places, even have treasures that make the peerless powerful people like Dongxinjing and Vientiane environment feel moved. It is also possible to die the Jedi. Even the powerful people in Dongxinjing, once they enter, will die. Qin Sheng is wondering what kind of secret place this day-by-day holy palace is. The Yuanli here is really rich. Qin Sheng took a breath and couldn't help sighing. The reason why it's called the day-by-day holy palace here. Because there are 3 huge suns in the sky. It is said that the sun is actually a kind of divine beast, called Jinwu. It has a noble and incomparable blood, and its value is no less than that of Zulong and Jinwing Dapeng. Qin Sheng looked up and saw the 3 big suns. The fire was burning, providing a hot and strong Yuanli atmosphere. Fortunately, it has been transformed here. There are many prohibitions. Otherwise, there are 3 golden crows hanging on the top of the head. Even the powerful people in Shenfu can't bear it. However, it seems that all 3 of them have fallen, and Qin Sheng doesn't feel any breath of life. Let's go. Let's do a talent test. All of a sudden, there are dense clouds over the sky, covering the figures of several great banks. The sound is like a hong zhong, which makes people afraid. Rumble, the sky seems to have endless terror coming. All the people looked up and saw several great figures covered with clouds. With their strength, they couldn't see through the clouds at all. They all looked surprised one by one. Don't be rude. That's the top of the day-by-day sanctuary. The knowledgeable freshmen can't help but warn their friends nearby. They are all knowledgeable and familiar with each other, but they are shocked. Qin Sheng's eyes narrowed into a straight line, and 2 yellow spring fires would come out in the deep pupil. In addition, he lit a soul star, and his soul power increased several levels, but he still failed to display the legendary golden eye. The golden eye is a kind of god's talent in 9 days and 10 places. It's very difficult to practice. Although Qin Sheng has mastered a rare fire, the yellow spring fire, it's still a long way from turning his eyes into the golden eye. The most important thing is that it is a kind of God's talent. No one else can practice without the secret of soul light. If I can refine my eyes, I should be able to see through many things. Those great figures on the sky should be able to see through. Qin Sheng thought to himself. Of course, it's just a thought. Qin Sheng can't do this, because he can vaguely feel that several great figures hidden in the clouds and the sky are all powerful, far stronger than the Yuanhuis standing beside him. Shua. Yuan Huazi stepped out step by step, leaped to the sky, stood in the air, and said in a loud voice, "Listen, now carry out the talent test, and test your talent." Yuan Huazi turns his hand and throws a huge stone tablet from the ring. The stone tablet is very huge, about 100 meters high. It depicts many runes and statues, and stands on one of the flattened peaks. Line up one by one, put your hands on the stone tablet, and then the stone tablet will judge your talent. The Holy Academy will grade the students according to your talent. Wen Yan, all of us face to face with each other. Now they know that there are strict ranks in the holy courtyard day by day. They have just entered the school, so they have to carry out talent test and then grade. Qin Sheng has heard about these things. Even low-level institutions like Luyun University, which only have one dragon pool, have entrance tests, and they can be divided into elite classes and ordinary classes. Day-by-Day Holy Academy, however, has 9 dragon pools. Its foundation is deeper than that of Luyun College. Naturally, it should be divided into different levels. Because even if it is such a huge thing as the Day-by-Day Holy Palace, their resources are limited after all. How to allocate resources effectively without dividing them into different levels? Who of you wants to be the first to do a talent test? With a smile on his face, Yuan Huazi watched thousands of new students from afar. I will. A bloated figure pushed the crowd away, showing a thief smile and smiling. Let me do the talent test first. That man is very fat, it's just a meatball, it looks very funny. Qin Sheng takes a look and finds that he is an old acquaintance, Wu Dade. At the beginning, Qin Sheng was charged protection fee by the dregs of Shenyang State. Wu Dade also invited Qin Sheng and Long Wei to have a meal in the day-by-day building on the boat. Yuan Huazi looked at Wu Dade with great appreciation and asked, "Yes, what's your name?" Talent test is very serious and important. According to common sense, everyone has no experience, and generally no one is willing to be the first person. Wu Dade squeezed out a chrysanthemum-like smile and flattered, "Back to Deacon, my name is Wu Dade, and Qin Sheng brothers are good friends." Wu Dade's voice is not small, and I don't know whether it is intentional or unintentional. It contains Yuanli. The voice spreads to everyone's ears. I wipe. Qin Sheng's face changed a little. He could not see what the Wu Dade was up to. He had just been fighting with a group of Prince's legitimate sons and Nangong Hao, the son of the sun chasing Holy Palace. He almost fought. At this time, Wu Dade's brain was kicked by the donkey, and he even became brother to Qin Sheng. Is Wu Dade not afraid of Qin's flying, or even Nangong Hao's revenge? Wu Dade, okay, I remember you. With a smile on his face, Yuan Huazi said, "Put your hands on the stone tablet, and then activate Yuanli and soul power. You can even use martial arts and sacrifice the soul of war. Try your best and shake the stone." Yuan Huazi knew that Wu Dade was Qin Sheng's good friend, and admired Wu's courage, so he explained in detail. When Wu Dade heard this, he couldn't help whispering, "You don't have to pay for the broken stone tablet." Although the stone tablet is very large and covered with dense runes, it is only a stone tablet after all. The martial artist in the whole sky has already exceeded 10,000 Jin, even 10,000 Jin. Even if he does not destroy it, he may break it. Yuan Huazi laughs and says, "It's okay. Just fight." It's mine if it's broken. This stone tablet has a great beginning. When the day-by-day holy palace opens, it is dug out in a forbidden area in the north. Even the strong in the cave can't be divided. If it's not imposed many prohibitions by the high-level people of the day-by-day holy palace, it can crush the martial and the divine palace by its breath alone. It can be seen how powerful this stone tablet is. Wu Dade stops talking, presses his hands on the stone tablet, and then runs Yuanli crazily. Boom! A whirlpool flows on Wu Dade. His Yuanli breath is so strong that it's far beyond the ordinary martial artists in the sky. Even those who have gone through one or even two storm and thunder disasters don't necessarily have their Yuanli breath. Wu Dade is the legitimate son of a chamber of commerce magnate in Lingyun country. He has a lot of wealth. He has eaten and drunk various precious spiritual materials since he was a child, and cultivated the strongest martial arts and secret methods. Therefore, we can't be deceived by Wu Dade, who looks as if he is harmless to human beings and animals. In fact, his strength is not weak at all. Wu Dade's Yuanli surged out like a dragon snake, and the originally dim stone tablet even shook for a moment, emitting 3 colors of light. White, yellow, blue, 3 colors are interwoven, very gorgeous. Wu Dade was satisfied with his achievements. He did not use martial arts or sacrifice the soul of the war. Well, yes, once in 50 years. Yuan Huazi took out a piece of jade slips and recorded, "You haven't sacrificed the soul of war. I can give you another chance, because if you can make the stone tablet bloom in 4 colors and be judged as a genius once in hundreds of years, then you can have a chance to break into the Star Tower." Star Tower? Yuan Huazi's voice just dropped, which immediately caused many people's surprise. In addition to the baptism of Kowloon, there are also a number of cherished cultivation sites in the day-by-day sanctuary. They are Sky Ladder and Star-Picking Tower. These 2 treasures make countless students of the Holy Academy yearn for them. In particular, there are 108 floors in the Star-Picking Tower. It is said that as long as it reaches 108 floors, it can reach the sky, shoulder to shoulder with the stars, and reach out to pick them off. Of course, even the weak and subtle stars contain the will and power of the stars, which are not what most of them can only refer to. Even if they go back 10,000 steps, they can reach the 108 floors of the star-picking building, but they can only look far away and can't get close to it, because once they get close, they will be crushed into powder by the power contained in the stars, and the form and spirit will be destroyed. There is another nickname for the star-picking tower, which is Duobao Tower. Because there are countless treasures in it. Every time you pass a pass, there will be a pass reward. The higher the floor you pass, the richer the pass reward you will get. Nangong Hao and Zhao Luoxi also have hot eyes. They once broke through the star-picking tower and got many treasures. However, it needs very strict conditions to break through the star-picking tower. Even Nangong Hao, who is the son of God, has to think about half a year to break through the star-picking tower once, because the contribution value of the holy courtyard needed to break through the star-picking tower is too high, especially as the son of God. Every time they break through the star-picking tower, they also need to spend a large amount of contribution value of the holy courtyard. For example, Nangong Hao and Zhao Luoxi spent several months to complete the task of receiving messengers. Their contribution value, even if combined, is not enough to break into a star-picking tower. What's more, the star-picking tower is not easy to break. In addition to the contribution value of the Holy Academy that meets its cultivation requirements, it also needs to match the strength, or it will waste an opportunity. Wu Dade directly shook his head and refused, saying, "Break into the Star Tower? I don't have that ambition for the time being." Yuan Huazi didn't insist either. He took a deep look at Wu Dade. How could he feel that this fat man is as black as Qin Sheng and has ambitions? He clearly doesn't want to expose his soul. Next. With the attraction of the skyscraper, the freshmen who go to the talent test are much more active. Yellow and blue are interwoven on the stone tablet. Once in 20 years, Wang Chao is a genius. Yuan Huazi recorded in silence. The guy named Wang Chao is gray and ugly. The genius once in 20 years may be rare in the affiliated countries, but looking at the whole wasteland and the 36 dynasties is extremely mediocre. Tricolor, once in 50 years, genius. Monochrome, once in a decade. Four colors, once in 100 years of genius. All of a sudden, Yuan Huazi roared, and finally a once-in-a-century genius appeared. This kind of genius is rare even if you look at the whole Dian dynasty. Shua. A hot and incomparable look at the once-in-a-century genius. It turned out to be Shidinji. There was a gleam of heroism between his eyebrows. Today, he was eating shriveled food all day. This time, he finally raised his eyebrows. I have a chance to break into the star-picking tower. Shiding clenched his excited fists and roared out. Next. A mirage burst through, accompanied by the dragon chant. Everyone saw that it was Qin soaring. Qin Sheng, as the legitimate son of the royal family, has also rebelled against the order of his successor, and is a genius with a 500-year return period. Ha ha, you look down on Qin's flying. It's said that auspicious omens will come when he was born. I think in 9 out of 10, he is a once-in-a-thousand-year genius. In a hot and incomparable vision, Qin soared with great power. His face was full of coldness and arrogance. He walked in a long and fierce way, and came to the stone tablet with a faint ancient flavor. Qin Feixiong's hands just put on the stone tablet, and the whole stone tablet vibrated. A brilliant and incomparable light burst out from the ancient stone tablet, interwoven in the sky. Red, orange, red, white. Just for a moment, Qin soared, and even. The spirit of war had not yet been sacrificed, but it activated the 4 colors of the stone tablet. That is to say, Qin soared to protect the bottom is also a once-in-a-century genius. Well? Qin soared with his eyes slightly coagulated. He was about to shoot out 2 lights-like substance. The spirit of war. Qin soared with a cold low roar, his tall body, faintly trembling, his eyebrows burst with a flash of light, as if like long way, to crack the third eye. A vague soul of war burst out from Qin's flying canopy. The soul of war is very vague. There is a layer of fog shrouded in it, so that people can't see the true face of the soul of war. At this time, Qin Sheng couldn't help looking at Qin soaring. He knew that he would have a conflict with the clan sooner or later, even though his grandfather Qin Tao didn't complete the truth. However, Qin Sheng has lit up a soul star. How sharp the spirit is. He has known for a long time that the people of the Wang Ho Qin family, that is, the clansmen, have bad intentions towards the clansmen of their branches. It can even be said without hesitation that Qin Xiang will be his enemy in the near future. Knowing oneself and knowing the enemy, Qin Sheng naturally wants to advance the future enemy by several Jin and several Liang. Qin Sheng's eyes are all melted with fire. He can see through a lot of things. Through the thick fog outside Qin's flying soul, he can see the real soul. It's the soul of a dragon. It's very vague. It's hard to see what it is. At this time, Qin Sheng snorted and covered his eyes. In the thick fog, he even noticed Qin Sheng's peeping, and attacked him actively. Qin Sheng was backfired in a moment. His eyes were stinging and bleeding. Qin Sheng was shocked. He didn't expect that the fog outside Qin's flying soul could not only cover it, but also attack it. What kind of anti-sky means? From the side, we can see how much the high level of the Qin family attached importance to Qin's flying. It's just to protect a soul of war. It's such a big deal. Qin Sheng wants to have a chance in the future to fly to Qin and take away all the treasures. Now, it's definitely not easy. The same thing as a minion, just because you are such a branch scum, you also want to peep at the soul of the clan's legitimate son? Qin is very keen to fly. He stares at Qin Sheng coldly and transmits the message to him. All of them are ants and useless. Most of them can only serve as cannon fodder. Qin's soaring voice is very sharp, and he doesn't put Qin Sheng in his eyes at all. Qin Feixiang said many, continuous and sarcastic words. If you had crawled on my back and followed me, I would have barely brought you to the ancestral place of the Qin family and baptized you. Now. Qin Sheng grimly smiled and said, you have so much rubbish. Qin soared very sharp, trying to suppress Qin Sheng in words and tame him. It's a pity that Qin Sheng has refined the inheritance of the emperor. How resolute is his willpower. Even the son of Shuang, who is the holy son of Lingxiao Temple, has been suppressed. How can he be tamed by Qin Gaoxiang in 3 words? Baptism of the ancestral land of the clan? Qin Sheng's heart moved, and his wife, the former Princess Chu Qiao, also returned to the emperor's ancestral land and was baptized. It should be said that any stronger family will have ancestral land. Qin Sheng's face is changing. His family name is Qin. He must go to the ancestral place of Qin family to find out who is the clan. Qin Sheng has an intuition that there will be a big secret hidden in who is the clan and who is the branch. Boom. In Qin Sheng's thinking, Qin soared to activate the spirit of war. A dragon chanted faintly and rose to the sky. Behind him, there was a towering figure. There was an exclamation from this figure. Even the high level of the sun-chasing holy courtyard hiding in the sky and clouds, they also looked at it one after another. If someone can see through the clouds at this time, he or she must be able to see the 4 high-rise buildings in the clouds. His or her face is shocked. The stone tablet was shaking, and the last blue light burst out. 5 colors interweave, the peerless genius once in 500 years. Just a little, just a little. Qin Gaoxiang is gnashing his teeth, and the Yuan force in his body is surging out. Although he has not yet experienced a heavy storm and thunder, the purity of Yuan force and the power of Yuan force are not necessarily worse than Qin Gaoxiang, even if he has experienced 3, 4, or even 5 heavy storm and thunder disasters. All eyes are on Qin soaring. His tall and straight figure is watched by all. Can the first royal family, the future successor of the Qin family, inspire 6 colors of magic light and become the once-in-a-thousand-year peerless genius? Hiss. The last magic light, purple light, is generated leisurely. God, is it going to work? The once-in-a-thousand-year peerless genius, even if you look at the whole wasteland, there are few 36 emperors. Is the Qin family going to rise completely? With Qin soaring, who can resist the rise of the Qin family? The eyes of countless people all gave out exclamatory glances, and many people were stealing whispers. Poof. Unfortunately, the last purple on disappeared in a flash. Impossible. Qin soared in a daze, and the purple magic light disappeared, which does not prove that he is not a genius once in 1,000 years. 6-color divine light is very important. As long as he can become a genius once in 1,000 years, he will get the key training of the Holy Academy day by day. Even if he doesn't need to cross the storm and thunder, and hone himself, he can become the saint's son with the lowest accomplishments, but the most talent and potential in the Holy Academy day by day. As soon as I entered school, I became the son of God, which is absolutely a rare existence in the holy courtyard every day for thousands of years. And his Qin soaring will be like the 3 golden and black sun on the sky, so dazzling. Come again. Qin Feixiang's face is not willing. He urges Yuan Li to sacrifice his mighty soul again. The 5 colors of light dissipated. No matter how excited Qin soared, he couldn't let the ancient stone tablet emit another ray of light. Bang! A force of terror broke out from the ancient stone tablet. Qin soared like a shell, and was hit by the mountain gate of the sun-chasing shrine. Boom! In the mountain gate, the dazzling rune light broke out, and the prohibitions of surging weather were revealed one by one. Poof! Qin Sheng coughs up a mouthful of blood, and his cold face shows a gray look. He is backfired and injured by the stone tablet. Qin soared to look up at the ancient stone tablet with terror breath. In his dismay, he was afraid of two things. He just forced the stone tablet to move. He was so severely backfired and suffered internal injury. Qin soared and activated 5 colors of magic light. With a talent of once in 500 years, you can get a chance to enter the Star Tower. Yuan Huazi announced coldly that he would have been reprimanded if he hadn't seen that Qin Gaoxiang was the legitimate son of the Qin family of the royal family, and his talent was so high. This stone tablet has a great beginning. It was dug out from the extremely dangerous north. Even the powerful people in the cave do not dare to shake it easily. What's more, Qin Gaoxiang is only a newborn of the sky. Now if you suffer from backfire and a little internal injury, it's a small punishment and a big admonition. Next. Yuan Huazi didn't look at Qin soaring again, and announced loudly. Just after Yuan Huazi's voice fell, a beautiful shadow turned into streamer light. She was very smart and magnificent, just like the 9 heavenly Zuan who came from Zhuchangshan, with beautiful appearance and extraordinary temperament. Gu Liani bows to Yuan Huazi, who is no longer cold. He nods with a smile on his face. It's also a member of the first 3 royal families. This ancient ripple is obviously not so arrogant. Ancient ripple takes a deep breath, and its straightness is even more amazing. Then he sticks out his plain hands like white jade and lightly presses them on the stone tablet. Boom! The stone tablet vibrated violently, and the 5 colors of the divine light illuminated the whole world again. My God, another genius once in 500 years. It's worthy of being the most stable royal family in thousands of years. There are many talents, and a genius once in 500 years is born. Waiting for the ancient ripples to really grow up, there is another queen in the ancient family. All the hot eyes are fixed on Gu Liani. She is not only outstanding in appearance, but also amazing in talent. At this time, Qin Gaoxiang has taken out a bottle of unknown spirit liquid from Neji, and he has drunk it for 2 times. He has been nourished, vomited blood stasis, and hardened to the extreme. There will be no more roots of disease. He looked at the 5 colors on the stone tablet, showing some haze. Qin Sheng didn't expect that the ancient ripple's talent was so high, which was just powerful and incredible. From the perspective of its 5 colors, it was no less gloomy than his own. The most bizarre thing is that the ancient ripples have been able to inspire 5 colors of divine light without even sacrificing the spirits of war. Does this mean that ancient ripple's talent and potential are even better than his own? Thinking of this, Qin's eyes are changing, and there is a ray of jealousy in his eyes. Ha ha, such a beautiful person, the talent is no less than me. Only I, Qin Sheng, can match the ancient ripples. Qin Sheng said in his heart that he was very conceited and had some ideas. The talent test is going on smoothly. Most of the freshmen are once in 20 to 50 years. Once in 100 years, the talent can be counted in one palm, which is very rare. Soon, it was Qin Sheng's turn. Oh, is it the turn of the subordinate of that branch? Qin Fei's eyebrows were slightly raised, and there was a sneer between them. Shidinji's eyes were full of horror. If it wasn't that he was in the base camp of the day-to-day Holy Palace and isolated the signal of the transmitter, he would have sent back to the family and sent the strong to find the venue. I think it's just a little bit of the rest of the wild road. Shitting a mean sneer. Smell speech, Tang Torch also nods, smile way, before also not have not appeared suddenly astonishing field repair, often this kind of field repair, all do not have much foundation, rely on gnawing medicine to squeeze own talent and potential, in exchange for strength. Qin Sheng nodded his head to express his approval. There are so many things, just countless. If you take normal pills, there won't be any big problem. However, there are so many regular channels of pills like that kind of field repair without foundation. Qin said with a sneer. If Qin Sheng hears this, he absolutely ridicules how Qin Sheng's IQ is not online, how he can become the guest Qing of Shendanzong, and how he may lack the elixir. However, Qin Sheng shielded all the interference. He looked up at the ancient stone tablet. He lit up the life soul stars. His soul power soared a lot. How sharp the spirit was, and how close to the stone tablet, he heard some roars. Kill. There will be great chaos in the north, and Yongzhen will be in the north. Qin Sheng was shocked by the sharp pain of tearing his head. This stone tablet is too old, and I don't know how many years ago, it can even roar? Qin Sheng shakes his head hard. He looks back at Yuan Huaza, who has some doubts about his face. Qin Sheng is sure that only he can hear the voice just now. Where is the northern border? Is that Northland? There will be chaos in the north? What kind of chaos is that? Qin Sheng thought of a lot of things between the lightning and flint, but it was obviously out of time to think about these problems. Boom. Qin Sheng clenched his teeth and pressed his hands on the stone tablet. It felt very cold. Yuan Li rushed to the stone tablet like the tide. There is no vibration on the stone tablet, showing a white ray of light. Qin Sheng's face is startled, only monochrome? Not only Qin Sheng, but even Yuan Huaza was stunned. Ha 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 ha, only monochrome. It's powerful. A genius once in 10 years. Shooting a hearty laughter roared up, without any scruples and cover. Qin Sheng also showed a bit of ridicule. At the same time, he put down his heart. He had some worries. Qin Sheng was not good at stubble. His fighting ability was terrible. He could crush shooting Yi. He also had unpredictable alchemy skills. He became the guest of Shendanzong. Now, it seems that Qin Sheng only relies on some sidelines and forcibly improves his fighting ability. His talent and potential are limited, so he is not worthy of fighting with him at all. Ancient ripples are a bit of a pity on their pretty faces. Originally, Qin Sheng's strength should also be a genius. How can they only have the talent once in 10 years? The talent once in 10 years may be regarded as a talent in Dian City, Qin Sheng's hometown. However, in the day-by-day holy courtyard, where there are so many stars on the sky, the talent of once in 10 years can only be regarded as barely passing. According to past experience, a genius like this once-in-a-decade talent will be eliminated from the sanctuary day by day in less than 3 years, and even normal graduation cannot be achieved. It can be imagined that the genius once in 10 years, in the day-to-day holy courtyard, is completely a bottom-up existence. Connect 9 channels. Qin Sheng silently read, and the 9 channels in his body were activated. Qin Sheng's body erupted a ray of light, especially the 2 sacred steps of the Yuan Mai in his body, which were activated, without any hiding, and exposed to everyone's eyes. In the body, there are 2 holy steps, which burst out dazzling light. With the holy meaning, everyone is stunned. What level of Yuan Mai is this? Even the figures of the great banks hidden in the clouds couldn't help but look at them in amazement. Xingjie Yuan Mai. And 2 more. It's enough to have a saint-level Yuan Mai, because even if you look at the whole Dian dynasty, you won't find many talents who can get through a saint-level Yuan Mai. Qin Sheng, a young man from a small country affiliated to the Dian dynasty, can get through a saint-level Yuan Mai in a cold place like the frontier. And it's also 2 holy-level Yuan Mai. Buzzing. The stone tablet vibrated violently and burst out a dazzling light. 2 colors, 3 colors, 4 colors. The interwoven divine light keeps increasing, which makes Qin Sheng become a once-in-a-century genius, which marks that he has a chance to break into the Star Tower. The talent test is not over yet, and the stone tablet will emit the fifth color light. Soul of life. Qin Sheng meditated once more. In the sea of his spirit, a soul star was lit. The surging soul force rolled out the mat and poured into the stone tablet. After absorbing the soul power of Qin Sheng, the ancient stone tablet glows slowly. Some prohibitions and patterns are revealed. This is unprecedented. Even the once-in-a-thousand-year genius will not let the stone tablet have such a vision. The figures of several great banks above the sky are throbbing. Their eyes are very sharp, and they shoot out a terrible light. Remember these patterns. Qin Sheng was also shocked. He didn't expect that he was just activating the soul of life. He even made the stone tablet emit such a vision. He knew that the stone tablet was not an ordinary thing. It could be portrayed on it. There were layers of prohibitions and blessings. It was definitely not an ordinary thing. It's like an old boxing? Qin Sheng couldn't help exclaiming. Why can't I remember? So do I. Memories seem to be fading. The memories on those stone tablets are very vague. No, I feel like I lost my memory. Among the clouds, several powerful people at the level of Dongshenging could not help shouting, and their faces were all flustered. Because they find that their memory is declining rapidly, which is not a good thing. If they forget their martial arts, they will not become a useless person? 5 failures of heaven and man. This stone tablet hides the mystery of the 5 failures of heaven and man. The stone tablet should be sealed with great power. We read the content that we shouldn't read, and stained with the 5 failures of heaven and man, leading to memory decline. The voice of the first strong among the clouds is shaking. What is the 5 decline of heaven and man? Yang decline, soul decline, life decline, body decline, qi decline. The 5 decline of heaven and man is so terrible that even the most powerful people in the Vientiane world are reluctant to touch and talk about it. Because, once infected with the 5 failures of heaven and man, yang shou will decline, the spirit will decline, fate will change dramatically, and it will be extremely unlucky. Drinking cold water will also be choked to death, the body will slowly weaken, and the blood, qi, and blood will slowly decline. This is a taboo topic. Even the demigods, gods, and even real gods in 9 days and 10 places can't avoid it. Memory decline, this is the sign of soul decline. Once it is serious, you can only admit your life. The spirit will gradually fade until the spirit dies. Shu. No voice. Day by day, in the sky of the holy courtyard, and in the clouds layer by layer, one by one, the strong were very frightened. Don't look at the stone tablet again. The taboo power shown on it is not something that we can touch. There are strong remind, the rest of the strong have turned their eyes. Sure enough, the decay of the spirit began to disappear. Hooray! It was only with a sigh of relief that some of the strong men of the holy courtyard understood that their lives had been saved. Buzzing. From a stone tablet dug out of a Jedi in the north, the stone tablet vibrated and radiated a tremendous light. One picture was presented in front of Qin Sheng. These pictures were very old, and the boxing techniques seemed simple, but in fact, they were very complicated and difficult. It's hard, it's too hard. Qin Sheng was so absorbed that he wanted to remember these broken boxing pictures. Unfortunately, he found that his soul power retreated like a tide, and he was sucked up 90% in a blink of an eye. Qin Sheng has lit up a soul star, whose spirit realm can be compared with that of the ordinary, strong one in Shenfu. Even so, the soul power is still sucked up like a dragon whale. As soon as Qin Sheng turned his hand, he took out a congenial blood ginseng from the ring and ate it with 2 or 3 bites. This congenial blood ginseng can only mature in 3,000 years. It contains the most pure blood and essence. It can not only replenish blood and flesh, but also the spirit. There are more and more pictures of the stone tablet, mottled and disorderly. An old man in black dragon armor is constantly practicing boxing, which is similar to the Kuanping boxing imitated before Qin Sheng. This is not Kuanping boxing. Qin Sheng was disappointed. Kuanping boxing was rare even in 9 days and 10 places. How could it be found in the remote wasteland of the 36 emperors in the Tianyuan continent? This fist technique, very ancient, contains the mystery of unprecedented difficulty, more difficult to understand than the magic body exercise. Qin Sheng's face changed a little. The magic cultivation is a god-level skill. Once the practice reaches the extreme, it can become a god. The stone tablet on the ancient stone tablet, the old man wearing the black dragon armor, displays the ancient boxing like a dragon and a whale, with great momentum, and the wind and the earth change color for it. Dragon whale fist. Qin Sheng savored and murmured. He finally remembered the meaning of the dragon whale fist. He just remembered it. It's 100,000 miles away from understanding and control. Qin Sheng grinned and said to himself, in this stone tablet, there are some skills that surpass the martial arts of saint level. The heaven level martial arts is above the holy level martial arts, and the holy level martial arts is above the spirit level martial arts, as for the spirit level martial arts is above the god level, that is God level. Even in the Dian dynasty, such as the sun-chasing holy academy, a holy martial arts is very precious. Qin Sheng has just entered the school for talent test. He is so lucky to get a fist technique that surpasses the holy level, reaches the spirit level, or even the divine level. This is the rhythm of finding treasures when going out and shopping. However, the dragon whale fist on the stone tablet is not everyone's blessing, because there is a faint and incomparable decline of heaven and man on the stone tablet, which even gods are afraid of. Indeed, Qin Sheng felt weak in limbs, dizzy in head, and his dark hair turned white, which was a sign of aging. Qin Sheng's condition is getting worse and worse. He starts to bleed. He feels weaker than ever before. What's the matter? Qin Sheng's face changed a lot. Did I touch any taboo? Qin Sheng hurriedly takes out the rest of the congenital blood ginseng from the ring, eats it all in one go, replenishes the spirit of energy, and then uses the yellow spring fire to harden the whole body to clean up the taboos that may be contaminated. Sniff. Sure enough, when the fire came out, it was able to burn some things. It was gray. Qin Sheng couldn't see what it was, so he slipped away. After all this, Qin Sheng returned to normal at the speed that the naked eye could see, and even more bright than before. His eyes were as deep as jewels. Boom! Once again, the ancient stone tablet suddenly vibrated, even the whole mountain peaks of the temple day by day, which had a terrible resonance with the stone tablet. Phew! Phew! Among the hot eyes, the fifth and sixth magic lights burst out from the stone tablet, interwoven in the sky. Red, gold, white, blue and purple. God, it's 6 colors. That's a once-in-a-thousand-year rare genius from a subsidiary country? No way, I don't believe it. Is there something wrong with the stone tablet? I don't want to believe that the once-in-a-thousand-year talent should come from our family of princes and generals. How could it be this kind of field work? In the crowd of many new students, they were first stunned, then turned into a face of disbelief, and finally evolved into envy and abuse. Once in 1,000 years, genius only appears once in 1,000 years. Every time, heaven and earth are destined to change greatly, because chaos makes heroes. This era will change because of the once-in-a-millennium genius. All other people, the so-called genius once in 50 years, once in 100 years, or even once in 500 years, are doomed to become the green leaves of the genius once in 1,000 years, and will only be under its light for a lifetime. Qin soared all over his body, his face was cold, and looked at the 6 colors of the light. His eyebrows were so gloomy that he could drip water. His limbs were trembling. Because he was a little older than his peers, even those who were 5 or even 10 years older than him could not be his rivals. I don't agree. Qin soared between the eyebrows to split, suffered such a blow, he was ready to fight, want to spray out, and this from the Qin family branch of the field battle, divided into high and low. He's cheating. Xu Dingyi was full of resentment. He directly doubted whether the stone tablet was broken or whether Qin Sheng had done something to stimulate the 6-color god Mang, a once-in-a-thousand-year phenomenon. A pair of phoenix eyes of the ancient ripples are flowing with crystal eyes. The peerless face is full of unspeakable astonishment. The 6-color magic light, the once-in-a-thousand-year genius, even if there are thousands or tens of thousands of ancient families in the whole history, has only appeared once. That's the first generation of the ancient family. In addition, over the years, 3 or 4 talents with a 500-year return period have been born in the whole ancient family, and her ancient ripples is the 5th talent with a 500-year return period. No wonder Bingming can't see Xu Dingyi directly. He is so interested in Qin Sheng, who is from a small affiliated country. It turns out that Qin Sheng has a unique talent. Several thoughts flashed through the ancient ripples. Dong. 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 In the deepest part of the temple, an ancient clock felt the magic light of 6 colors, sounded the bell, and the long bell rang all over the world, waking everyone up. Shua. For a moment, all the people in Darajiyuan were awakened and looked at the gate of Darajiyuan and the 6-colored divine light from the stone tablet. In particular, the high level of the day-to-day sanctuary is very clear about what this bell means. The figures hidden in the clouds are also awakened. They have been awakened from the fear of the 5 failures of heaven and man. Looking down, they can see that Qin Sheng is indeed interwoven with 6 colors of divine light. 6 colors of God's light. Once-in-a-thousand-years genius. Those figures of the Great Bank directly poked away the thick clouds and revealed their true appearance. 2 men and 1 woman, 3 figures of Weian, all exude a horrible atmosphere, far surpassing the nearby Yuanhuis. Obviously, the 3 of them are in high position in the holy palace day by day, and their eyes are all shining with great light, as if they want to see through Qin Sheng. Qin Sheng has 2 saint-level Yuanmai. His talent is really outstanding, but it's far less than once in 1,000 years. At best, it's a talent once in 4 or 500 years. Soon, they found that Qin Sheng's spirit state was very high. Although it was very difficult to judge the spirit state of a warrior, the 3 strong men in the sky were also far beyond the spirit state, and they were absolutely ordinary strong men. At a glance, the 3 powerful people can see that Qin Sheng's realm of spirit is far beyond that of the martial arts. At the same time, they found that Qin Sheng's face was very alive, not like the legitimate son of the royal family. What's your name? A beautiful voice came, as sweet as the sound of nature. This is the only woman in the sky. It doesn't look very old. It's only about 30 years old. It's not an ornament to wear a gorgeous robe and a golden phoenix crown, because there's a fire burning on the phoenix crown. Qin Sheng looked up at the figures of the 3 great banks in the sky. He knew that these 3 were the high level of the temple day by day, and the surging breath from the 3 people was absolutely terrible. Qin Sheng is very crazy. No one is willing to accept it. But he is not an idiot. The 3 most powerful people in the sky are obviously Dongshinjing, even Vientian. That kind of big man can make him and Long Wei fart with his breath. I've met my sister. My name is Qin Sheng. I'm from Dian City, Beichun State. Qin Sheng's mouth is very sweet. He even called the nun the elder sister of the school. It's so cheap. If it's someone else, it's estimated that he was slapped by the powerful queen. Would a woman with a phoenix crown and a strange fire be immortal? For a moment, the sky was silent. This gorgeous woman is very old, and her face is a little poor, especially Yuan Huaza. He knows her identity very well, and can't help but feel a sweat for Qin Sheng. This woman's talent is peerless, more than 20 years older than Qin Sheng's, but she has smelted the Shenfu 20 years ago. Although she is only a woman, she is decisive in killing, even the strongest of the three. Yuan Huaza has even heard some rumors about this woman. It is said that she is the most potential of the 4 vice peak masters. Within 1,000 years, she is the most confident to be beyond the existence of Yantian. Her name is Jinqiu, and she is also one of the candidates for the future president. Soon, Jinqiu's face was relieved, showing a soft smile. You, very good. The queen, Yang, not only did not scold Qin Sheng, but praised him. In fact, Jing Qiyao, several people had come to the entrance of the Holy Palace for a long time, and observed the battle between Qin Sheng and the legitimate sons of several princes. Generally speaking, it's easy to break after a hard time. The field cultivation from a small place like Qin Sheng doesn't count as much standard. There will be many bad habits. However, in the course of observing Qin Sheng's battle with several great kings, Ho Dizzy, she did not find the common problems of these field repairmen. Instead, Qin Sheng's strategy was to fight, not like a young man who was not yet 20 years old. It's more like a veteran of a long battle. Even Jinqiu felt that in her early killing and awe-inspiring era, it seemed that Qin Sheng had no such combat power. In fact, the most amazing thing for Jinqiu is that Qin Sheng not only activated the 6 colors of magic light, but also made the stone tablet excavated from the northern Jedi bloom with some pictures. These pictures, with the horror of taboo, even if she expensive as the world's most powerful Dongshenjing, also cannot touch, once touched on the 5 decline of heaven and man. Qin Sheng seems to have learned some things from the steels. Jing Qiyao dare not ask about them, for fear of causing 5 failures of heaven and man again. These alone are enough to impress Jinqiu, a giant. Qin Sheng must not be regarded as a rootless field work. The talent test is over, now we're going to choose mountains. Yuanyue and Zigan coughed a few times, which contained Yuanli, and spread far away. Day by day the sanctuary is too big, occupying the whole secret territory, covered by continuous mountains. And every year, there are thousands of new students in the day-to-day sanctuary. So many students need to be strictly divided. The temple is divided into 4 peaks, Xiang Peak, Jieshan Peak, Leiyan Peak and Wanguan Peak. New students under 4 colors report to each peak according to the guidance of the transmitter. Yuan Huaza took out the transmitter and embedded the keepsake of the day-by-day holy courtyard in his door. When he clicked send, he put each of them on the transmitter. Ding 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 ding. The freshmen soon left clean. There were less than 10 people left. These are the most talented people of this year's freshmen. They are all once-in-a-century geniuses. You are all talented people who have met each other once in a century. You have the right to choose 4 peaks. Yuan Huaza said with a smile. Wow. The other 2 vice peak masters also showed their true faces. They were both young. One was wearing purple armor, and the surface of the armor was inlaid with dense swords. These swords were extremely sharp and flowed crystal runes, obviously a set of sword array. My name is Tibetan Sword Peak, the vice peak master of Xiang Peak. Let me introduce 4 peaks every day to you. Tibet Jianfeng's lips are purple, long and thin. It seems that he is not easy to get along with, even though he has a smile on his face. This man made Qin Sheng very uncomfortable. Xiang Peak is good at swordsmanship, especially sword cultivation. It is the strongest of the 4 peaks every day. All of them are female students. Lei Yanfeng is partial to alchemy and refining tools. Zhang Jianfeng said a lot at one breath, and his eyes wandered on all the geniuses, especially Qin Sheng, for a long time. Qin Sheng's sword eyebrow is yang, and he immediately gets upset. If it wasn't for this Tibetan sword peak to be the most powerful person in the cave, he could kill himself by pulling out a leg hair on his leg, and he would scold this Tibetan sword peak on the spot. Because Qin Sheng in Tibet Jianfeng eyes of the deepest, keen to catch a ray of greed. Although the lightning and flint disappeared, they were still captured by Qin Sheng. What did he like about me? Qin Sheng, with inexplicable palpitation, was stared at by an extremely powerful man in the cave. This is not a good thing. I choose to relegate to Xianfeng. The clear and melodious voice rang, and the ancient ripples of a gorgeous long skirt bit the crystal teeth. They made their own choice at the first time and walked to Jing Qiyao's side. In this regard, Tibetan Jianfeng and other Lei Yanfeng's vice peak owners also did not have any accidents. There are all female students in Xianfeng. A group of proud women have the most suitable cultivation secrets for women. I choose Xiang Peak. Qin Feixiang has recovered his calm and made his own choice with a smile on his face. Song Jianfeng nodded and smiled contentedly. It's a smart choice. The rest, Shu Dingyi, also chose Xiang Peak, because he was not good at refining pills and weapons. There is a shy little girl, younger than Qin Sheng, who chose Lei Yanfeng. In this way, Qin Sheng is the only one left with more than once-in-a-century talented students. Qin Sheng, choose Xiang Feng, you seem to use a knife? Tibet Jianfeng purplish thin lips purplish move, smile way, I can feel your body as if planted sword seed. It's a once-in-a-thousand-year peerless genius, born with great fortune. I can see that you don't use swords very often, but you can plant swords. Jianxiu is the strongest fighter. Come to Xiang Peak, and you will not be buried in the process of Jianxiu. Tibetan Jianfeng doesn't say it's okay. Qin Sheng immediately feels numb on his scalp. He feels that all his clothes have been stripped off. He's naked and his whole body has been seen through by Tibetan Jianfeng, who is a little hostile to himself. You're welcome to Tibet Jianfeng. Xiang Feng has already pocketed a genius once in 500 years. Now you still miss Qin Sheng? Lei Wei's voice is as loud as thunder. His face is thick and crazy. He is wearing an unknown animal armor and carrying a hammer. He is short, but he has developed limbs. His beard is braided. Lei Wei glanced at Tibetan Jianfeng discontentedly, then squeezed out two smiles, looked at Qin Sheng, and said, Qin Sheng, I know you are the guest of Shendanzong. You have certain alchemy talent. Choose me Lei Yanfeng, and I promise to cultivate you into an alchemy-strong person. Within 10 years, make sure you can make 7-grain pill. Within 100 years, you will be guaranteed to make 9-grain pill. Lei Wei makes a promise. 7-grain pill, it's the elixir of the powerful in Shenfu. As for the 9-grain pill, it is even a treasure to be coveted by the martial artists who are beyond Vientiane. With you Lei Wei? With a cold smile, King Jianfeng said, you can't use this kind of food to rob people. Can you make 9-grain pill in 100 years? Even you can't refine that pill. King Jianfeng pours cold water mercilessly. Hearing this, Lei Wei was enraged, blushed, and his nose blew out a flame like sulfur. His short body trembled slightly, just like a volcano about to explode, sending out a fierce and frightening atmosphere. Qin Sheng doesn't have much interest in Lei Yanfeng. He has a complete way of alchemy. Yuan Huaza comes from Lei Yanfeng. But Qin Sheng can't go to Lei Yanfeng because he has acquaintances. Of course, it's also a good place to be diligent. Qin Sheng, will you consider relegating me to Xianfeng? All of a sudden, Jing Qiyao, who was dressed in more clothes than snow, looked at Qin Sheng with a smile and said, if you like, I'll make an exception for you and let you practice in Xianfeng. You should know that a lot of male students are trying their best, and it's very difficult to step into Xianfeng. Xie Xianfeng is all the female students with good looks. If Qin Sheng chooses Xie Xianfeng, he will live among thousands of flowers and envy others. Qin Sheng looks at Jinqiu and Gu Lianyi. He is a real man like him. If he doesn't care, he is deceiving. Every day, like countless fairies, female students practice. Only fools are reluctant to do such beautiful things. Qin Sheng thought of some beautiful things and almost had nosebleeds. He asked positively, "Isn't it convenient? After all, it's all women, and I'm so handsome." As soon as Qin Sheng spoke, even Long Wei could not help but look down on him. "Che, you are so handsome?" Jing Qi Yao, as the most powerful man in the cave, never changed his face when Mount Tai collapsed. However, there are still two aspects of shame in praising Qin Sheng's grandma for selling melons. Jing Qi Yao's eyes narrowed in a straight line and said, "If you like, I can choose a lady for you, form a road partner with you, and even build a palace for you, and double build and live with you." The conditions for relegating to Xianfeng are so dazzling that several other talents, especially the male students, are full of red eyes, especially Xu Dingyi with a knife in his hand. It's true that people are more popular than people. Qin Sheng is just a field work. His origin is unknown. He is also stared at by the Black Blade Killer organization. Now he is regarded as the fragrant cake by the Four Peaks day by day, and is fighting for important people. Wen Yan, Qin Sheng's unprecedented heart, banished Xianfeng, which male students do not want to enter. However, after a short period of fever, Qin Sheng calmed down. He was the son-in-law of the previous dynasty. Although he would not be recognized by the world, after all, he had worshipped the court and declared that Xia Bingning was his girlfriend. Chu Qiao, Qin Sheng's wife in the chapel, although she was forced to attend the chapel to get married, it was also true that she was married. He knew that Chu Qiao was just going back to the ancestral place of the former emperor for baptism, and would come back sooner or later. Xia Bingning, the legitimate daughter of Xia family, although she has declined from the top 10 royal families, she is also a giant. At this time, she is in Lingxiao Holy Palace and will come to look for Qin Sheng sooner or later. None of these two women are good at quarreling. Once they get angry, it's like getting angry with a mortal phoenix. Qin Sheng's immortal skin will be peeled off. Although it is good to be relegated to Xianfeng, there are many warblers, swallows, and swallows. If you enter into the practice of relegating to Xianfeng, it will definitely be thousands of miles in a day and 100 feet ahead. However, Qin Sheng didn't want to die. Both of his women were very big. Thinking of this, Qin Sheng felt numb all over his body and shook his head decisively to refuse. "Thank you for your kindness." Qin Sheng is still stealing music. The thief's proud smile is written on his face. Now it has changed from 180 degrees to awe-inspiring righteousness. Lu Xiaohui is indifferent to his wife. Jing Qi Yao's crooked willow eyebrows slightly coagulated. She never thought Qin Sheng would refuse. She was willing to make an exception for Qin Sheng. This is the precedent that has never been set in the history of banishment of Xianfeng for thousands of years. Not to mention Qin Sheng, even Qin Gaoxiang and Xu Dingyi would not hesitate to nod their heads. Li Shan Peak is not a group of weak women. If it is so weak, it has long been out of food and replaced by other affiliated peaks. How can it survive for thousands of years? Moreover, the strength of relegated immortal peak is even stronger than that of Lei Yanfeng, which is no less than that of Xiang Peak. Jinqiu drew in a few more words. Qin Sheng's heart was like a rock, as if he had no interest in women. Qin Sheng is reliable. At least more reliable than that Shuheng. Saw this scene, ancient ripples, pretty face slightly move, in the heart-thought way. Qin Sheng's talent and potential are no less than that of Xu Hengyi, the eldest son of the Xu family. Unexpectedly, Qin Sheng is so devoted to Xia Bingning. Thinking of this, Gu Liani can't help admiring Xia Bingning. At least she has a wishful husband who is willing to be a beauty in a rage, beat Xu Heng to the bottom, and lost a lot of Yuan Jing to escape. Although she is a genius once in 500 years, this talent and potential, even looking at the whole history of the ancient family, is rare. However, even so, as a woman, she had to lower her head and look for the goal of marriage. In front of Qin's eyes, flying is one of the goals. Just no matter how much, it seems that Qin's flying is not as good as Qin Sheng. Think of here, Ancient Ripple's pretty face suddenly is a red, seems to think of a possibility with Qin Sheng. Bah! Gu Liani looked at himself in amazement. What am I thinking about? Qin Sheng's goods are worthy of me. And Xiao Bingning is my best friend. The Ancient Ripple forcibly annihilates that terrible thought in his heart. My best friend, I can't touch it. For a while, into a quiet. The faces of the three Vice Feng masters were not very good-looking. They didn't expect that Qin Sheng was too arrogant. Even the once-in-a-millennium genius refused them one after another. Qin Sheng's eyes moved, noticing the delicate atmosphere, and asked, "You adults, don't you say there are 4 peaks every day? Where is the 4th peak every day?" As soon as Qin Sheng's voice fell, the 3 powerful people in Dongtian changed each other's faces, especially in Kang Jianfeng. His thin purple lips were moving, and he was about to shoot fierce sword chi. Qin Sheng, I advise you not to think about that 10,000 prison peak. Tibet Jianfeng's eyes narrowed slightly, and his whole body was full of a faint sword meaning. A talisman on the armor trembled faintly, and the flowing talisman seemed to make a sword sound. Qin Sheng's face changed dramatically, his heart pounded wildly. The 2 sacred steps in his body felt the horrible sword meaning of the hidden sword peak, and even uttered 2 plaintive voices. He dared not move. Is this the power of the most powerful man in the cave? Just a look, a few cold words, and the fear of the unintentional release of the breath of terror, let your body's saint-level Yuan pulse fear into this? It's too terrible for such a powerful person. Qin Sheng is really not much better than a mole ant in front of him. It's estimated that this hidden sword peak, pulling out a leg hair on his thigh, can kill himself. Just as Qin Sheng was about to be tense and ready to choose a lion fang, there was a shake in the sky, and the sound was not loud. Ha, Wan Gaofeng, can't choose it? Qin Sheng's back was filled with the cold voice. Instead of the cold voice, Qin Sheng was free again. Shua. Everyone's face changed a lot, especially Tibet Jianfeng. He was as close to the enemy as he could, and he just spoke up, but now his face is pale, as if he saw some horrible creature. A man appeared in the eyes of all the people. He was a cold man, wearing a clean white robe. There was no breath on his body. There was a piece of scale between his eyebrows. Qin Sheng didn't know whether the man was a human or a shapeless demon. Junling Man's eyebrows and heart glowed faintly. He looked at Kang Jianfeng coldly, with a few lines of irony in his eyes. God, what's the status of Tibetan Jianfeng? The vice peak leader of Xiang Peak, who is no more than 100 years old, is already the most powerful person in the cave. In less than 300 years, he will be able to inherit the position of the leader of Xiang Peak. Now, he is ridiculed by a white-robed man who seems to be from the 4th peak of sun-chasing Holy Palace. What's the rhythm? All the young people present, including Qin Sheng, were full of doubts. Day by day 4 peaks, Xiang Peak, Lishan Peak, Lei Yanfeng, Wan Gaofeng. This 10,000 prison peak has long been in decline. It has recruited 3 new students in 100 years. It is a very wonderful peak. Therefore, the students of the day-by-day sanctuary have long ignored the existence of the 4th peak. What do you mean, Nimble? Tibetan Sword Peak converged all the breath on his body, and asked in a deep voice in the face of the cold man in the white robe named Ningzhou. Ningzhou smiled contemptuously and said, What do I mean? Don't you have points in your heart? Every day the holy bell rings. The once-in-a-thousand-year-old genius, in addition to our 10,000 prison peak cannot waste genius, can we give you the waste of Xiang peak? Shit. Qin Sheng listened and looked at this white-robed man who seemed to be a bit of a literati and had no power to fight chickens. His eyes were almost scared to fall off. Xiang Peak has the most talents and resources in the whole day-to-day holy palace. But in this white-robed man's mouth, it turns into a group of waste. I wipe it. It's a slap on the face.